Chapter 1. Upon the Boundless Ocean. A solitary vessel glided across the tranquil sea, gently propelled by a whispering breeze towards distant horizons. Adorning the ship was a black pirate flag, emblazoned with a fearsome skull, flanked by crossed swords. It was unmistakably a pirate ship. This ship was of considerable size, capable of accommodating over 100 souls. Even when all the crew gathered upon the deck, it would not feel cramped. A jubilant feast was underway aboard, the atmosphere imbued with mirth and revelry. We have pillaged 3 islands in this raid, amassing treasures worth 200 million berries. The Bloodhand pirate crew has now become the most notorious band in the South Seas. A pirate, brandishing a bone of meat and a goblet, guffawed heartily as he feasted. Ha 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 ha. Delightful. Indeed, we are the fearsome pirates, oh ho. We shall conquer the entire South Sea, and then advance into the New World. Let the New World tremble at the name of the Bloodhand pirate crew. The pirates were optimistic about their future, having embarked on a path of plunder and glory since their descent into piracy, seemingly invincible in their endeavors. Our captain's bounty has soared to 80 million berries. Yo-ho! Our captain is magnificent! The pirates shouted in unison. Truly remarkable. Our captain, without a doubt, deserves his title. To achieve such a bounty in just 1 year at sea is admirable. A young pirate marveled. 80 million berries. In the South Seas, such a bounty must be among the pinnacle. Our captain is formidable. We are the true pirates, the kind that instills fear. Kik. A chorus of agreement erupted. A tall man cloaked in a cape rose, and as he spoke, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Men, though we have achieved much, we must remember that this is merely the South Sea. Our true ambition lies in exploring the New World and charting the Grand Line. The South Sea is but our beginning. Oh, the captain speaks wisely. We are great pirates, destined to expand across the Grand Line. What is 7 warlords to us? The 4 emperors shall also fall beneath our captain's might. Excited shouts echoed among the crew. This scene perhaps epitomized the hubristic nature of the new generation of pirates. Amidst the clamor on the deck, the captain raised his hand, and silence swiftly ensued. The pirates gazed at their captain with reverence. He was no gentle soul. His ruthless reputation was well ingrained in their minds. During a prior encounter with the Navy, it was this very captain who leapt onto a naval vessel and brutally dispatched a major officer with his mace. Such strength, in the eyes of these pirates, was akin to that of a divine being, a power they could only marvel at from afar. In the world of pirates, it was survival of the fittest strength reigned supreme. To exhibit the captain's charisma, one must possess formidable prowess. Pirates typically pledged allegiance to those stronger than themselves, forming crews that aspired to conquer the New World. This was an era of great pirates, a time of fierce competition. At that moment, the captain appeared poised to speak. However, before he could utter a word, a dark shadow plummeted from the sky, catching everyone off guard. A resounding crash echoed. Bang! The wooden deck was shattered, creating a gaping hole. The sea breeze continued to caress the scene. Lin Yu fell from the heavens, landing with a thud. Before he could comprehend the situation, a voice rang in his ears. Ding! You have defeated Geoise. Strength 12, Agility 10, Endurance 11, Constitution 13. What is this? What on earth? Lin Yu, still dazed from the fall, was momentarily bewildered by the sudden voice. He had been an underground boxer, earning a living through illicit fights. He recalled encountering a heavyweight contender in a ring when that opponent landed a punch to his face. He felt as though he had been sent flying. Then, there was only the sensation of soaring through the air for what felt like an eternity. Until now, when he had plummeted here. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Yu instinctively inquired, What is this? What are these stats? And who is Geoise? Wasn't my opponent Li Fei? Host, this is the quantitative attribute system. Quantitative attribute system? Yes, host. Host. Lin Yu, having read various system novels, grasped the meaning of this phrase. It meant he had obtained a system, and he was its host. Yet, he remained uncertain of the system's purpose. Could it truly lead him to fortune and success? What is your function, system? Each time the host defeats an enemy, The system quantifies the enemy's attributes and bestows them upon the host, including strength, agility, endurance, and constitution. Lin Yu was astounded. This system seemed quite extraordinary, akin to leveling up through monster slaying. System, what are my current attributes? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a luminous screen appeared before Lin Yu. Host Lin Yu. Strength LV1, 4 plus 12. Agility LV1, 5 plus 10. Endurance LV1, 3 plus 11. Constitution LV1, 4 plus 13. Martial Arts LV1, 14. Lin Yu's luck was remarkable. He had fallen from the sky, crushing the strongest captain aboard this pirate ship, thereby significantly enhancing his physical attributes. Martial arts? As Lin Yu pondered this, the system promptly clarified his confusion. Martial arts is a skill the host inherently possesses. It is not obtained from defeating Draaken. Only then did Lin Yu realize he had once been a boxer, and such foundational combat skills were common among fighters, himself included. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the deck, and the salty sea breeze wafted through. The azure sky, strikingly beautiful, captivated Lin Yu's attention. He could assert with certainty that this was no underground ring. There was no mistaking it. But if this isn't a ring, where am I? At that moment, he felt the softness beneath him. Lin Yu shook himself awake and reached out to touch. Is this a person? Startled, he sprang to his feet and looked up at the gaping hole above him, still able to hear the rhythmic crashing of waves, his pupils narrowing in realization. Where on earth is this? What is this? The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. As all the pirates were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, some remained frozen in place, while others gaped in astonishment. What is that? A meteor from the heavens? Could it be a cannonball? Is it possible the captain has incurred some divine retribution? We are great pirates. How could we face retribution? Wait, where's the captain? Captain, are you all right, Captain? As the pirates regained their senses, they remembered that it was their captain who had plummeted. Gripping their weapons, they rushed towards the gaping hole. At that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the depths. What the hell? Hey, you bastard, you just poked me. The pirates, startled, recoiled in a panic akin to frightened rabbits. In the ensuing chaos, they jostled against one another. Before long, they beheld a black-haired youth emerging from a hole, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. With glossy black eyes and a chiseled face, he was strikingly handsome, his features sharp and well-defined. Bare-chested, he wore only a pair of shorts, with bandages wrapped around his ankles and no shoes adorning his feet, while his arms were similarly bound in bandages, showcasing a physique that revealed him to be an extraordinary combatant. Lin Yu crawled out of the hole and gradually stood upright. Is this a ship? How can this possibly be a ship? Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the horizon. The blue sky and white clouds mirrored the azure waters below. This must be what they mean by the sky and sea blending as one. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of the ocean swept by, reminiscent of a perfect day on a summer holiday island. Yet, all of this indicated that Lin Yu's situation was far from ideal. He had originally been boxing in the arena, and now, in a remote corner of the Northwest. Where could this be? The desert seemed more fitting. At the very least, it should be Lord Tung's vast prairie. How could it suddenly transform into an ocean? With a sigh, Lin Yu retracted his gaze and turned to observe a group of pirates surrounding him. The pirates were clad in a variety of garb, wielding an eclectic array of weapon swords, forks, spears, and even some brandishing firearms. Their physiques varied immensely, ranging from a mere 1.5 meters to towering 3 meters. Some resembled dwarfs, others giants, and some appeared as large as a small truck. What a peculiar bunch. Lin Yu slowly lifted his gaze to the sails of the ship. Is that a sailing ship? With such peculiarities and a sailing vessel, it seems we are aboard a pirate ship. Lin Yu was utterly bewildered. He was certain that this was not the world he had previously inhabited. Upon seeing Lin Yu emerge, the pirates were equally perplexed, exchanging glances of confusion as they regarded one another. Where is our illustrious captain? The pirate beside him did not respond, merely offering a look that seemed to convey, "Little one, do you have many questions?" Indeed, I too am filled with questions. Could it be that this fellow was crushed to death? At that moment, a young pirate interjected. All the pirates were taken aback. It was simply too absurd. They had only been pirates for a year, having just held a celebratory feast filled with grand ambitions and fervor, vowing to venture into the new world. Especially the captain, who had only recently been extolling the virtues of their journey, and now he had met his untimely demise. Had this stranger fallen from the heavens to strike down their captain? Was there no sense of reason left? "Who are you, brat? Who are you?" As Lin Yu spoke, a voice rang out among the pirates. Everyone paused, and a golden-haired pirate, shouldering a curved sword, stepped forward, inquiring, "Who are you? Where's our captain?" "What? Captain?" Lin Yu glanced down at the unfortunate soul at the bottom of the hole, referred to as the captain, whose head had been crushed into his chest, limbs sprawled awkwardly, unable to form a proper shape. "Oh well, can I just mention that your ship seems to be cursed?" The faces of all the pirates turned ashen, their expressions darkening. "Is this what you call sensible dialogue?" We were in the midst of a celebratory feast, with the captain exuberantly proclaiming plans to lead us into the new world. And here you are, crashing down from the sky, offering no gift and stating that our ship is cursed? What's wrong? Don't you believe it? Seeing the pirates remain silent, Lin Yu continued, "If you don't believe me, come take a look. Your captain has surely passed away." The leading golden-haired pirate's face paled. "Impossible, what a joke. Our captain is a person of great caliber, who just proclaimed he would lead us to the Grand Line, to uncover the great treasure and become the Pirate King. How could he possibly be dead?" Lin Yu's expression froze. "What? Grand Line? Great treasure? Pirate King? Oh my, could this possibly be the world of pirates? Have I crossed over?" Lin Yu was an avid fan of the renowned series One Piece and was well-versed in its world. The captain was their most revered figure, their idol, and now he had perished, plunging the pirates into sorrow. Lin Yu poked the captain with a long pole to confirm that his head was indeed irretrievable, then turned to the grieving pirates, offering words of consolation. "Rest assured, he is truly gone. You may grieve, for your ship is indeed cursed. Shut your mouth." At that moment, a pirate stepped forward, filled with righteous indignation. "First mate, let us kill this fellow. We must avenge our captain." "Yes, avenge the captain. Our captain died unjustly. Crushed by this fool, we must slay him." As voices echoed in agreement, Lin Yu realized that the golden-haired pirate was indeed the first mate. With a fierce expression, the first mate shouted, "Brat, since you have caused our captain's death, you shall pay with your life. Accompany him in death." Accompany him in death? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Those who fought in underground matches were not gentle souls, and his life was not so easily forfeited. Although he had inadvertently caused the death of the pirate's captain, it was purely accidental. He had arrived in this world without a clue. Yet to demand his life for this, he was not prepared to accept. As he saw the golden-haired first mate lunging towards him, Lin Yu felt no fear, rather, his blood surged with excitement. He had always made a living through fighting, and such confrontations were second nature to him. "Perfect. Let me see just how formidable you all are in this world." Had he just arrived in the world of One Piece, with the physical prowess of its pirates, he would never have dared to act so brazenly. Yet, fortuitously, he possessed a system, and upon arrival, he had inadvertently slain the strongest captain, absorbing his attributes as his own. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, yet his exterior remained unervingly calm as he awaited the oncoming attack. The blonde first mate charged towards him, swinging a knife with ferocity. Lin Yu did not flinch. Instead, he advanced, pressing himself against the first mate's chest, his right elbow driving forcefully into his sternum. Crack. A resounding, crystalline sound of shattering bones echoed through the air in an instant. The first mate's ribcage was crushed, sending him flying backward, blood spewing from his mouth, until he collided with the ship's mast and fell back onto the deck. Lin Yu stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by the sheer power of his own strike. Although the system had absorbed the attributes of the captain he had previously dispatched, a man of considerable strength, he had not anticipated that he had surpassed his own expectations. "Ding, you have defeated Drak. Strength 8, Agility 11, Stamina 7, Constitution 7. This time, Lin Yu heard it clearly. The system truly existed, and the absorption of attributes was no mere coincidence. Previously, while his strength had been substantial, the idea of delivering an elbow strike powerful enough to shatter a man's ribcage, sending him flying, had seemed impossible. This was power, an absolute suppression of strength. He clenched his fists, feeling the invigorating might coursing through his enhanced physique, igniting a fervent desire for battle within him. He had always excelled in close combat, relishing the visceral nature of hand-to-hand fighting. Now, with the system having further augmented his physical attributes, he felt as if he had been granted wings, initially, upon realizing he had traversed into the world of One Piece. A sense of panic had washed over him. In his understanding, despite his formidable skills in martial arts, the world of pirates was filled with extraordinary individuals, each possessing remarkable abilities far beyond what an ordinary person could contend with. Even the common folk in this world, towering giants of 3 meters, could instill a sense of despair with a mere glance. Yet at this moment, he felt no trace of fear, no sense of constraint. What filled him instead was an unrestrained exuberance, a fiery passion coursing through him, akin to a wild stallion breaking free or a dragon plunging into the ocean. Ha! Lin Yu laughed heartily, letting out a triumphant roar as he charged into the throng of pirates, wreaking havoc among them, leaving chaos in his wake. Within 5 minutes, not a single pirate remained standing on the deck. They lay sprawled in disarray, groaning and writhing in agony. Delightful. Ha! It was exhilarating. Lin Yu had never experienced such unadulterated joy in combat. This was the confidence that absolute strength provided. Ding. You have defeated. Strength 2, Agility 2, Stamina 1.5, Constitution 2. Ding. You have defeated. Strength 1.6, Agility 1.9, Stamina 1.9. Constitution 1.8. As Lin Yu continued to topple pirates, the system's notification sounds rang incessantly in his mind. Only when the cacophony of notifications ceased did he finally open his status panel. Host. Lin Yu, Strength, LV1 131.2 Agility, LV1 133.5 Stamina, LV1 134.3 Constitution, LV1 133.3 Martial Arts, LV1 14, with his attributes soaring. Lin Yu felt as if he had been reborn. Recognizing how feeble his former self had been, he also discerned a curious detail. Aside from the captain he had slain and the blonde first mate, the other pirates were merely in the range of 1 to 2 in strength, with only a few towering at 2, and even those were barely above that threshold. As he pondered this, the system's voice chimed in. Host, all attribute values are measured on a standard of 1, which represents the average attributes of an adult male. So that's how it is. Lin Yu understood, realizing that his attributes above 131 indicated a remarkable superiority. He felt the explosive power within him as he took a step forward. Boom. Crack. The deck beneath his foot shattered into splinters. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. While his attributes had indeed increased, it seemed he had yet to fully acclimate to controlling the sudden surge of power. Given his attributes, strength, agility, and stamina, he had a general understanding of their implications. Yet what did the system's constitution entail? Host. Constitution represents the foundation of all attributes, encompassing the strength and resilience of muscles and bones, as well as the overall capabilities of bodily organs. It serves as the vessel for assimilating new attributes, with its most direct manifestation being resistance to impact. That's it. Lin Yu nodded in comprehension. Thus, it was clear that Constitution held particular significance. Surveying the pirates still writhing on the deck, he had no intention of slaughtering them all. He was not a bloodthirsty murderer. He had merely found himself in this world of pirates. And he was not a psychopath. Moreover, he noted that the vast ocean surrounding him offered no sense of direction. He could not even operate the massive ship. Should he eliminate all the pirates, he would be left alone on the vessel, waiting indefinitely for someone to pass by. Lin Yu approached a nearby pirate who lay on the ground, moaning in agony. Upon seeing Lin Yu approach, the pirate immediately suppressed his pain and knelt. Please spare me, Great One. I beg you, do not take my life. Tears streamed down the pirate's face, his pleas accompanied by snot and sobs, causing Lin Yu to feel a wave of discomfort. He frowned slightly. Enough? Rise. Lin Yu commanded coldly. Though he did not intend to kill these pirates, he was no benevolent savior either. Pirates were akin to the rogues he had encountered in the past. They were not to be underestimated. Maintained control over these men. Mere incentives were insufficient. They had to genuinely fear him. Thus, Lin Yu displayed no kindness, his tone decidedly harsh. Surprisingly, Lin Yu himself began to feel as though he possessed the potential to lead these fierce wolves and tigers. The pirate, upon hearing his words, dared not resist, timidly rising to his feet. clutching his stomach and trembling beside Lin Yu as if he were a demon that devoured men whole. "What time is it?" Lin Yu asked softly, responding to your greatness. "It is the year 1521 of the sea circle calendar." Great one. It is August. August. Lin Yu shot him a glance, and the pirate trembled, quickly adding, "The sea circle calendar?" August 1521. Lin Yu nodded, silently noting that Luffy had set sail in the year 1520 of the sea circle calendar. A year had already passed. "Now, tell me, who are you?" "We are the Bloodhand pirate crew, led by Captain Gilio Ken, who took us to sea over a year ago." "Gilio Ken?" Lin Yu mused, realizing he had never encountered this character in the world of One Piece. He must be a minor figure. "What is his bounty?" "Captain Gilio's bounty is 80 million berries." "Oh, 80 million. Lin Yu pondered, recognizing that an 80 million berry bounty was quite substantial, suggesting a commendable level of strength, yet he wondered why he had never heard of him. At first, he was perplexed. However, as the pirate recounted their experiences one by one, he came to understand why Gillikin commanded such a staggering bounty. Gillikin was truly a scoundrel, a despicable villain whose heinous actions incited outrage among both men and gods alike. The islands he had seized were not merely for wealth. After conquering them, he would humiliate young women and proceed to commit mass slaughter, embodying the very essence of a soulless beast. The number of his minions was beyond count. And thus, despite his lack of extraordinary strength, he was awarded an exorbitant price on his head. This world was replete with formidable individuals, and a wretch like Gillikin was, at best, a lowly presence among them. Even though he had now absorbed the attributes of the entire pirate crew, granting him remarkable physical prowess and personal attributes, he was still far from being on par with the true powerhouses. The realm of the Pirate King was not solely occupied by those with brute strength. It also encompassed the powers of devil fruits and haki. Lin Yu contemplated this, feeling no fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. This was the world he was meant to inhabit. This was the world of his dreams. If he was not strong enough now, he would seek out the strong and challenge them, with a quantifiable attribute system at his disposal. He would only grow stronger with each confrontation. The stronger would become even mightier. Lin Yu lifted his gaze, fixing it upon the pirates before him, and declared loudly, "I hereby announce the official establishment of the Yellow Springs pirate crew. And this ship shall henceforth be renamed the Yellow Springs. I present you with two choices, either join us or perish," though Lin Yu sought to recruit them as his subordinates if they were unwilling. He could not allow them to leave. He had already offended these individuals. While he did not regard this ragtag group highly, he was not one to let a tiger return to the mountain. Since he had already crossed them, he would not permit even a fly to live. The choice was now theirs. Was it truly so difficult to decide? Perhaps for those with grand ambitions, it was a daunting task. Yet for these lowly minions, it was an effortless decision. "I, the captain, shall join, our esteemed captain, and I. A swarm of insignificant fish clamored to flatter him. Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed. In his eyes, gathering this motley crew was merely a means to find assistance in steering the ship, without any expectation of them achieving great feats. In this regard, Lin Yu was not a competent leader of a pirate crew. Rather, he possessed the mindset of an adventurer. From this moment forth, let it be known as the Yellow Springs. This name was chosen to commemorate his days in the underground boxing arena, where he was known by the moniker of Yellow Springs. Lin Yu glanced at his fists. This world was indeed what he desired. He intended to conquer it with his own hands and become the freest man alive. "Captain, shall we change the pirate flag?" A pirate approached Lin Yu and whispered. This flag was not that of the Yellow Springs pirate crew, but rather the flag of the former Bloodhand pirate crew. "Change it," Lin Yu replied, eyeing the fellow, who was slender with a long face and a pair of small mustaches at the corners of his mouth. He had not expected him to have the audacity to step forward and speak. "What is your name? What is your role on the ship?" "Captain, my name is Gro, and I am the chief mechanic of this vessel." Lin Yu nodded. "Very well, I understand. This task is entrusted to you. Your primary mission is to design the pirate flag. At your command, great captain." Gro cheerfully accepted the task. This era was also known as the Great Pirate Era. In this age, every man dreamed of setting sail upon the seas, yet not everyone possessed the means to own a ship. Many, like Gro, were under the protection of stronger individuals, sailing aboard their vessels to traverse the ocean. The Yellow Springs was considered a decent pirate ship, boasting 3 masts. However, during a prior skirmish, Lin Yu had inadvertently broken the front 2 masts. Suddenly, someone shouted, "A ship!" "Look, It's a ship. The Navy. It's the Navy. Upon hearing the mention of the Navy, the pirates erupted into chaos. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu shook his head. Truly, a band of misfits. It is the ship of the T3 division. They are coming. Is it really them? Oh no, the master broken. We can't escape. The pirates wailed in despair as they envisioned themselves imprisoned or hanged on a desolate island. Lin Yu approached the ship's railing and gazed into the distance where turbulent waves surged. On a massive white sail, the emblem of the Navy was prominently displayed. The Navy. Lin Yu observed the familiar insignia, seeing it for the first time in reality, a slight smile gracing his lips. The world government's Navy emblem depicted a seagull holding a scale in its beak, symbolizing the maintenance of world peace. This was the deterrent power of the world government, a testament to the formidable military might of the Navy. Lin Yu summoned Gro to his side and inquired, "Do you know where this fleet hails from? Who is their commander?" "This is the T3 division of the South Sea Fleet, which has been tracking our pirate crew for over a month. The captain is a major named Rod. A major, you say?" Lin Yu glanced at their ship, its masts broken and unlikely to be repaired in time. Etc. A ship stripped of its sails was akin to a sitting duck. Lin Yu understood that attempting to explain to the Navy that he was not affiliated with the Bloodhand pirate crew was utterly absurd. They would merely perceive him as a cowardly pirate, a soft target. Rather than believing his words, he had always held the conviction that truth resided in strength. The mightier one's fist, the more justified their position. Since escape was not an option, he would prepare for battle. At that moment, the deck of the Yellow Springs was in utter disarray. It was unrealistic to expect the newly recruited crew to fight. At least Lin Yu would not allow them to become a burden. After all, he was merely utilizing these individuals. The former Bloodhand pirate crew was a band of ruthless criminals, and he felt no moral dilemma. "What are you all clamoring about?" Lin Yu bellowed suddenly. The pirates fell silent instantly. "Do you wish to be hanged and have your heads severed for the bounty by the Navy, or are you prepared to fight to the death and break through the encirclement with me?" The pirates exchanged glances, terror evident in their expressions. They dared to be pirates at sea, but they were certainly not naive innocents. Their previous panic stemmed entirely from the demise of their former captain. Now, with Lin Yu's thunderous shout, they were roused. Their old captain was gone, yet they now had a new captain, one who was even stronger and possessed greater resolve. "Let us fight our way out. To battle the Navy." The pirates raised their weapons in unison. "Good. Excellent. Gro." Lin Yu nodded, turning to Gro beside him. "You are now the temporary commander." Lin Yu pulled Gro forward. Although he was a fan of the Pirate King, he was utterly ignorant of the wars of this great pirate era and knew little about this newly assembled crew. Thus, he pushed Gro out front. Immediately, "You will command everyone now. How we shall engage in battle is up to you," Lin Yu declared decisively, as Gro knew the ship better than he did, having just arrived and lacking any understanding of the situation. Just then, a naval warship charged forward. Boom! An orange explosive detonated. A solid cannonball flew out of the cannon, tracing an arc through the air as it rapidly approached. The Navy unleashed a barrage of cannon fire. With a deafening roar, the cannonball struck the water before the ship, exploding violently and sending a towering column of water skyward. Then came another thunderous boom, as another cannonball flew over the ship's side, crashing down upon the sea behind the pirate vessel. "Hiss. Are we not saying that we have already entered the range of cannon fire?" Gro spoke, trembling with apprehension. "Ha! This is splendid." Lin Yu laughed heartily, unabashedly, as smoke billowed across the sea. "A true man ought to be like this." "Gross. What are you dawdling for? Counterattack swiftly." On the pirate ship, there were indeed cannons and similar weaponry. However, the quantity and quality of their artillery could not even begin to rival that of the Navy. Thus, it was nearly impossible for the pirates to rely on their armaments to triumph over the Navy. After estimating the distance in his mind, Lin Yu resolved to leap onto the opposing warship. This was undoubtedly a bold notion. He had yet to ascertain the number of personnel aboard the enemy vessel, their combat capabilities, or the strength of their commander. Yet Lin Yu dared to entertain such thoughts that in truth, he had already prepared himself for such a leap. "Commander, the Bloodhand pirate crew appears to have just lost a mast in the recent skirmish. They cannot escape," a young lieutenant reported to a major clad in a justice cloak. The major, wielding a massive sword, bore no expression on his face. "Excellent. To eliminate these depraved villains, this month's pursuit has not been in vain. Relay the orders. Fire all starboard cannons. Sink their ship?" "Understood." Major Rod stepped onto his command platform. his cape billowing behind him, emblazoned with the word justice. Rod held this belief steadfastly. Justice was his creed. This noble ideal had been his guiding principle since graduating from naval headquarters. Regardless of the reasons, pirates were not to be tolerated here. The annihilation of all pirates was the essence of naval justice. Many within the Navy shared this sentiment, which perhaps explained why Akainu was destined to become the future fleet admiral. A barrage of cannon fire formed a hail of projectiles that struck the pirate ship. Splinters flew as a solid cannonball pierced through the vessel, rendering the ordinary wooden ship as fragile as paper. Utterly defenseless, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. There is no time to waste. If this drags on, the ship will sink. After gauging the distance, he felt it was just right, slightly bending his knees to gather strength. Then, with a powerful kick, he launched himself. The pirate ship lurched downwards, sinking by at least 2 meters. Almost immediately, all pirates and Navy personnel beheld a dark figure charge toward the warship. Gross's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The captain was leaping from the ship, with the warship still over 100 meters away. Was this not recklessly audacious? On the Navy's side, they could merely glimpse a shadow darting through the sky. Moments later, a figure appeared atop their warship's mast. Who goes there? Countless muzzles were instantly aimed at Lin Yu. Stay calm. Do not act rashly, and be careful not to fire accidentally. Lin Yu, maintaining a composed demeanor, descended from the mast and, with a benevolent tone, offered a warning. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the warship before him. In terms of appearance and scale, this vessel far surpassed the pirate ship. Major Rod stood tall, his gaze fixed on the youth who remained unfazed beneath the multitude of weapons. Such audacious individuals are becoming increasingly common. Major, this person does not seem to belong to the Bloodhand pirate crew. An intelligence officer approached Rod, informing him. The captain of the Bloodhand pirate crew was known as Bloodhand Butcher Jilio-kin. With a bounty of 80 million, he had once orchestrated a massacre in Hilder Town and had similarly wreaked havoc on Shay Island. His appearance was entirely unlike that of the person before them. Moreover, he was not on the wanted list of the Bloodhand pirate crew. Upon hearing this, Rod nodded. His gaze falling upon Lin Yu. Leap from a pirate ship over 100 meters away onto their warship indicated that this individual was far from ordinary, certainly not a nameless nobody. Who are you? Rod stepped forward and inquired. I am the captain of the Huangquan pirate crew. Lin Yu, I am claiming your ship. Rod scoffed, taken aback by Lin Yu's audacity. What an arrogant claim. With a sudden sweep of his hand, he signaled for the soldiers to prepare to fire at this presumptuous individual. Just as they were about to pull the trigger, Lin Yu vanished from their sight. Bang! Bang! With a sudden surge of power, Lin Yu swiftly dispatched the encircling Navy soldiers, sending them crashing to the ground. With over 130 points of strength, if a normal adult could lift 100 kilograms, Lin Yu could effortlessly exert a force of 10,000 kilograms. Even in a world teeming with extraordinary beings like that of the Pirate King, possessing such a physique marked him as a true prodigy. Even if the numbers doubled, they posed no threat to Lin Yu. Ding! You have defeated. Strength 1, Agility 1.5, Endurance 1.8, Constitution 0.9. Ding! You have defeated. Strength 1, Agility 1.1, Endurance 1.7, Constitution 1.2. The system's notifications echoed in Lin Yu's mind. As he felled the last few soldiers, he keenly sensed the cessation of the system's sound. What is happening? Could the system be malfunctioning? Lin Yu was filled with confusion. Host, your strength has reached the upper limit of an ordinary physique. You may choose to upgrade. Upon upgrading, the attributes gained from defeating ordinary individuals will be halved. However, defeating elite soldiers or stronger enemies will yield full attributes. What the? The system even deducts experience points. Lin Yu complained, yet without hesitation, he opted for the upgrade. Without it, he would receive no attribute bonuses. With the upgrade, he would only receive half, but that was still better than nothing. His current data read, Host, Lin Yu, Strength, LV211, 200, Agility, LV212, 200, Endurance, LV213, 200, Constitution, LV210, 200, Combat Skills, LV133. All 4 attributes had been elevated to level 2, and his combat skill experience had also significantly increased. It seemed that his combat skills improved through actual battle. Rod, looking at the fallen Navy soldiers, felt a flicker of anger ignite within him. You seek death. The Navy soldiers hastily made way. Only a commander in the Navy stood a chance against a monster like Lin Yu. This was the world of the Pirate King. This was the great pirate era. Those formidable beings possessed strength that ordinary people could scarcely fathom. The ordinary populace could only look up in awe at such power. Rod raised his long sword high and charged toward Lin Yu, swinging down with great force. Come on! A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. This Rod was a major, not weak by any means. A fierce battle spirit ignited within him. He did not retreat, but charged forward. Seasoned from countless battles, he knew precisely how to respond. The massive sword in Rod's hand was a full 150 centimeters long. In this mid-range combat, should Lin Yu take even a single step back, he would be at a disadvantage. Lin Yu lunged straight toward his adversary, targeting the blind spot of the massive sword. With his left hand, he seized Rod's sword, while simultaneously his right leg lashed out, striking Rod's waist. Boom! Rod was sent flying through the air by Lin Yu's kick, his sword knocked overboard. In but one encounter, Rod had lost his weapon. Major! Rod-san, Captain! The surrounding Navy personnel cried out in alarm. Rod's body crashed onto the deck, splintering it into pieces. Thankfully, his defenses were formidable. Although he had been kicked, he sustained minimal injury. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he rose once more. Rod-san? Major Rod. Lord Rod truly embodies the caliber of a major cultivated by our division. Just now, it was merely a moment of carelessness, but now that the gravity of the situation has dawned upon him, that fellow is doomed. Captain, Captain! The naval soldiers placed their hopes upon Rod. Rod clutched his waist. Lin Yu's earlier whip kick had inflicted considerable pain upon him, and he could still feel a dull ache. Carelessness. I failed to evade, Rod murmured to himself, lifting his head to reveal a hint of ferocity on his face. Rod, oh Rod, how could you underestimate your opponent so? Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Yet you have committed such a blunder. Mistakes warrant punishment, and this humiliation of yours can only be redeemed with the blood of pirates. At that moment, Rod slowly stepped forward. Lin Yu scoffed, putting on a show and feigning grandeur. With a powerful push, both fists flew forth. Iron block, Rod shouted, and as the words left his mouth, his body abruptly stiffened, becoming as hard as steel. Iron block, it is indeed the lethal move of Major Rod. This technique can only be mastered by elite naval officers, granting the body the hardness of iron. Humph, this brat intends to strike steel with his fists. I refuse to believe his fists can surpass iron in strength. The surrounding naval soldiers gasped in excitement, for iron block is one of the moves from the 6 styles of the Navy. It channels power into the body, rendering it as unyielding as iron. Even ordinary bullets and weapons find it difficult to penetrate. Iron block? Upon hearing this, even Lin Yu was taken aback. He knew well that the 6 styles of the Navy are regarded as superhuman techniques, impossible for the average person to learn. And yet, Rod had managed to master this move, showcasing the strength of his abilities. Humph, what of iron block? Even if you are invincible, I will still shatter you. Lin Yu charged forward. He was aware that his current physical prowess equated to that of 200 adults. Such terrifying strength was only possessed by giants. He could hardly believe that a mere major like Rod could withstand his full-force strike. If a major were this formidable, the Navy would have already unified the world, and the 4 emperors would no longer exist. I shall crush you with a single punch, even if you are made of steel. Lin Yu roared, his right fist coiled and ready. However, the iron block technique has a significant flaw. During its execution, the body remains immobile. This meant Rod was effectively a living target. With a thunderous shout, Lin Yu's arm bulged with veins. Boom! In the next instant, his fist struck Rod's chest with tremendous force. Bang! Spit! Rod was sent flying, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. The iron block, this superhuman technique of the Navy, was thus shattered by Lin Yu's overwhelming power. To be fair, it was not that the 6 styles were weak, but rather that Rod's own capabilities were limited, and he had not perfected this technique. Were Rob Lucci to execute it, not even Lin Yu's enhanced strength would suffice to breach his defenses. However, Rod was no Rob Lucci. Had he possessed Lucci's prowess, he would not merely be a major. Moreover, among the 6 styles, he had only mastered iron block, and now that Lin Yu had sent him flying with a punch, the technique had naturally lost its effectiveness. You have defeated Rod, gaining 94 strength, 93 agility, 99.9 endurance, and 102.5 constitution. 8's Lin Yu landed on the deck. A soft sound echoed in his mind. This Rod had provided him with the greatest attribute boost among all his defeated foes. A mere major, yet his 4-dimensional attributes approached 100 points. This world is indeed one of superhumans. If Rod is this powerful, what of the lieutenant colonels and colonels above him? And how strong must the rear admirals and admirals be? The thought was beyond his imagination. There were also the 7 warlords, the 4 emperors, and others, hidden powers lurking in the shadows. Lin Yu clenched his fists. With his current strength, he was utterly insufficient in the face of these formidable foes. No matter how strong he became, he could never contend with those possessing devil fruit powers. In the face of such abilities, he must learn Haki. Otherwise, he would have no means to deal with these power users. Lin Yu tightened his fists, surveying the scene. The courage of the Navy far surpassed that of the pirates he had gathered. Even with their commander fallen, these naval soldiers pressed onward. Lin Yu would not show mercy. Although the attributes gained from defeating them would be halved, the sheer numbers made it worthwhile, as each soldier contributed to his attribute pool. Without hesitation, he charged forward, taking down all the naval soldiers. Over 300, yet they only provided Lin Yu with an average of over 130 points in attribute enhancement. Once he had incapacitated all the naval soldiers, he finally opened his attribute panel. Host, Lin Yu. Strength, LV2 499.4 Agility, LV2 481.1 Endurance, LV2 493 Constitution, LV2 496.2 Martial Arts. LV 133. His strength had doubled. After this, he would need to adapt to his newfound power. An abrupt surge in strength could be detrimental. Power that cannot be controlled does not truly belong to him. Only strength that he can wield at will is genuinely his own. Lin Yu single-handedly dismantled a naval fleet. This spectacle left the pirates present in awe. Their respect for their new captain palpable. A pirate captain does not need the affection of every crew member. Rather, he must command their reverence. The pirates paddled their small boats to the side of the naval warship. Climbing aboard to find soldiers sprawled on the deck. Most of the soldiers were still alive. Lin Yu had no intention of slaughtering them all. Captain, shall we? Gro drew closer, gesturing at his neck. Lin Yu shook his head. I still need them. Lin Yu planned to release these men. If he were to kill all the Navy personnel, the events of this battle in the South Sea would likely remain unknown. And no one would learn of Lin Yu's name. Did Lin Yu care about such a reputation? He certainly did not. However, he did care about the benefits that such a reputation could bring. By sparing them, more naval forces would likely pursue him, and perhaps bounty hunters would also come. These were all formidable beings in Lin Yu's eyes, and defeating them would be the most convenient way to rapidly enhance his strength. Why seek out fights when they could come to him? What about this warship? Gro inquired. Lin Yu waved his hand decisively. This ship belongs to us. Gro hesitated. Wait, how is there a problem, Captain? Robbing a naval warship is a serious matter. They will undoubtedly dispatch a stronger fleet to pursue us. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu clapped Gro on the shoulder, laughing as he approached Rod. The Navy, I look forward to their arrival. They are all good people. Of course, these good people are those who provide attributes. At this moment, Rod had been bound to a plank. Major Rod could be considered the strongest adversary Lin Yu had encountered since entering the world of One Piece. Yet, Lin Yu understood that in the grand scheme of the One Piece universe, Rod's strength was merely slightly above that of a lowly henchman. The elite naval soldiers who besieged Whitebeard during the Marineford War were of a similar caliber. Individuals like Rod would only serve as minor soldiers in a battle teeming with powerful foes. In this world, countless strong beings exist. Devil fruit users, masters of martial arts, swordsmanship grandmasters, and even more exaggerated, those who wield Haki. Lin Yu was acutely aware that without mastering Haki, no matter how robust his physical form, he could not hope to gain the upper hand against the elemental users and the myriad of peculiar devil fruit wielders. The ability to transform one's body into an element was nothing short of a miraculous existence. Unless armed with weapons forged from sea prism stone or utilizing Busashoka Haki, it was utterly impossible to pose any threat to such beings. Observing the disheveled state of Major Rod, whose ribs seemed to have been broken multiple times and whose arms hung limply, devoid of strength, Lin Yu approached him and spoke. Major Rod, I wonder if you would be inclined to accompany me. I can offer you the position of combat commander within the Yellow Spring pirate crew. Although Rod himself was not particularly powerful, he had mastered the technique known as Iron Body from the Marine 6 styles. This indicated that he was familiar with the training methods for the other techniques within the Marine 6 styles. Thus, Lin Yu approached the prospect of recruiting Rod with a sense of cautious optimism. Impossible. I will never ally myself with scoundrels like you. Do not harbor such delusions, Rod coughed, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Yet, a resolute expression adorned his face. as if he had already prepared himself for death. Seeing Rod's expression, Lin Yu understood that any further words would be futile. In that case, I propose a transaction. I will grant you a chance at survival, and in return, you will divulge the training methods for the Marine 6 styles. What do you say? Lin Yu asserted. Although he had already resolved not to kill these Marines, leveraging their lives to coerce Rod was indeed a reasonable choice. From the other soldiers, Lin Yu had learned that Rod hailed from the elite training camp of the Marine headquarters, making him well-versed in the training methods of the Marine 6 styles. Upon hearing this, Rod fell silent. He could disregard his own life, yet he had to consider the fate of his comrades. All the Marines were bound to the ship's rail, lined up facing the sea. Should he refuse, it was likely that these soldiers would be tied up and tossed into the ocean, left to the mercy of the waves. Contemplating this, Rod found himself wavering. He turned to Lin Yu, grappling with an inner turmoil that on one hand, he had the lives of his comrades to consider. On the other, he would inadvertently empower this reckless pirate. Thus, Rod was compelled to make a harrowing decision. Seeing the change in Rod's demeanor, Lin Yu felt a surge of hope. He was convinced that Rod would inevitably make the most prudent choice when faced with the lives of many against the Marine 6 styles. However, Lin Yu knew he had to expedite Rod's decision. Prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Crack. Just as Rod hesitated, a light sound rang in his ears. He then saw Lin Yu lift a firearm, the barrel aimed directly at the head of his aide. Major Rod, you have 10 seconds to make your choice. What are you doing? You fiend. 10. Lin Yu's finger hovered over the trigger point. 9. He bellowed, his voice cold enough to send a chill down anyone's spine, including Lin Yu himself, momentarily taken aback. Was he inherently devoid of compassion? Lin Yu pondered while continuing the countdown. In reality, by the time Lin Yu reached halfway, Rod had already acquiesced. He recalled the arduous journey he undertook in the training camp, painstakingly learning the iron body technique from an exceptional Marine instructor. Even if he shared this technique with the pirate, there was no guarantee that the latter could master it. With this thought lingering, Rod found himself yielding. You better not give me a false version. Rod recited the foundational principles of the Marine 6 styles, while Gross diligently took notes by his side. Though formidable, the Marine 6 styles were not overly complex to learn. In essence, the foundation of these techniques relied on possessing immense physical strength. Only when one's physical prowess surpassed the limits of human endurance could one master them. While this may pose a challenge for others, Lin Yu, enhanced by the system, had seen his physical attributes soar, rendering the Marine 6 styles a trivial pursuit for him. As Rod completed his oral recitation of the basics of the 6 techniques, he suddenly realized that Lin Yu had vanished into thin air. Is that the technique known as shave? Rod's face contorted with shock, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Having rigorously trained his body and endured the harsh regimen of the Marine training camp, he had only just managed to grasp the iron body technique. Yet, here was Lin Yu, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, who, after merely hearing his explanation, had instantly mastered the technique. This was utterly absurd. This spectacle left not only Rod dumbfounded but also the surrounding pirates, who stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Lin Yu reveled in the thrill of his newfound agility, his form flickering in and out of existence with unparalleled exhilaration. The shave technique enabled Lin Yu to cover 10 steps in an instant, his explosive power propelling his speed to the level of sound. It was akin to teleportation. His formidable physical strength and cognitive attributes allowed Lin Yu to effortlessly execute these martial arts techniques. Boom! Following that came the moonwalk. Lin Yu seemed to find invisible footholds in midair, ascending step by step as if climbing an unseen ladder. During his leap, he would kick off with precision, altering his trajectory before touching down. With such agility, he could maneuver and strike from any angle, leaving no blind spots. In midair, Lin Yu unleashed a powerful kick. A white shockwave erupted from the sea, cleaving the waves in two and conjuring a tremendous gust of wind. Raging gale kick. Rod gasped in astonishment. At this moment, he began to regret his earlier decision. He had never anticipated that such a genius, or rather a prodigy, could exist in this world. It was over. This ocean would be ravaged by the hands of this prodigy, and I was the one who opened the first door for him. I am a sinner, Rod murmured to himself. Lin Yu halted his advance. The Marine 6 styles were merely techniques predicated on superior physical attributes, as long as one understood the principles of the techniques. With his system-enhanced physique, he could easily execute them. After all, his strength attribute exceeded several hundred points. Lin Yu accessed his personal information. Host. Lin Yu, strength, LV2 499.4 agility, LV2 481.1 stamina, LV2 493 constitution, LV2 496.2 skills, hand-to-hand combat, LV133 shave, LV16 iron body, LV12 4 raging gale kick, LV1 3.4 moonwalk, LV1 6.4 paper drawing, LV1 3.6 finger gun, LV1 3.8. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Acquiring the Marine 6 styles would undoubtedly signify a qualitative leap in his strength. Currently, the most pressing matter was to familiarize himself with and hone his physical capabilities, continuously defeating formidable opponents to enhance his attributes with their current power. They were ill-prepared to confront the perils of the New World. Lin Yu envisioned the Grand Line with great yearning. With a wave of his hand, Geoise instructed the crew to escort the captured Marines onto the pirate ship, which had been reduced to splinters by cannon fire. Before departing, Lin Yu handed a din mushi to Rod, urging him to call for reinforcements. Lin Yu still hoped that Rod could attract more Marine commanders to his cause. After all, the Marines were rife with powerful individuals. And to rapidly grow stronger, Lin Yu needed to defeat various formidable foes and strengthen himself. Allowing the Marines to seek him out was the most fitting course of action. On the other hand, Geoise may not have been particularly formidable in battle, but he possessed a knack for management. Under his organization, the Yellow Spring pirate crew finally manifested a semblance of deterrence, enabling them to navigate the seas with a measure of dignity. The first issue to address was the sails. The once pristine white naval sails have now been transformed into a deep black. Adorning the dark canvas is a fearsome skull, flanked by 2 tightly clenched fists. Lin Yu nodded, casting a glance at the pirate flag. If it were him, he certainly would not have had the audacity to make such a bold statement. "Captain, where should we head?" Geoise inquired, stepping forward. Lin Yu leaned against the ship's railing, gazing out at the boundless azure ocean. Where to? Naturally, it must be the Grand Line. Lin Yu pondered. Given his current circumstances, it would be prudent to journey towards the giant village of Elbaf. Yet, he had also heard tales that Elbaf had been ravaged by Charlotte Linlin, leaving one to wonder if any giants still inhabited that desolate place. In terms of physical prowess, which intelligent race could rival the giants? If he could conquer hundreds of giants and harness their formidable strength for himself, how powerful would he become? The thought was almost unfathomable. However, Lin Yu was uncertain of Elbaf's exact coordinates, and he lacked any navigational records pointing towards it. Thus, his best course of action was to gather strength along the way to the New World. That was the most viable strategy for now. Onward to the New World. Set sail for the Grand Line. Lin Yu declared with conviction. "Oh, yo-ho, Captain, our magnificent captain." The pirates erupted in cheers, for venturing into the Grand Line was the aspiration of countless pirates. The day passed swiftly. The Navy and the world government simultaneously issued a statement. The Huangquan pirates, led by Captain Lin Yu, had attacked South Sea 3 branches Major Rod and plundered a naval warship, committing unforgivable and heinous crimes. Before long, Lin Yu found himself the target of widespread ire. A wanted man by both the Navy and the world government, and a rising star in the pirate realm. For pirates, a bounty serves as a calling card. Often, a pirate's strength can be gauged by the height of their bounty, as it represents the threat they pose to the world government. In Lin Yu's case, his bounty had soared to an astonishing 40 million berries. This was all information brought back by Rod. And in an instant, Lin Yu had mastered the Marine 6 styles. This underscored the exceptional nature of Lin Yu's abilities, which explained why his initial bounty was set so high. He had become one of the few pirates in the South Sea with a bounty of 40 million berries. More significantly, he had the audacity to rob a naval warship. The entire South Sea was abuzz. As one of the 4 major oceanic territories, the South Sea was no weakling domain like the East Sea. Here, pirates roamed freely without restraint. However, in the South Sea, such an act was akin to provoking the heavens. Robbing a ship, and a military vessel at that. What audacity! A pirate sighed, reflecting deeply. Where did this 40 million berries bounty come from? Was such a high reward justified merely for defeating a naval major's warship? A pirate muttered to himself that in this maritime expanse, many ambitious individuals were keenly interested in Lin Yu, the newly emerged pirate. The sea, a ship flying the Huangquan pirates' flag, sailed across the waves. This vessel was far more opulent than the previous one, as it had once been a warship. At the highest deck of this pirate ship, Lin Yu was engaged in the most basic of push-ups, sweat streaming down his brow. His hands pressed against the ground. On his shoulders rested a massive dumbbell composed of 2 lead weights. its bulk several times that of Lin Yu himself. Yet, this immense weight afforded him only a modest workout. His formidable physical strength demanded a longer period for him to acclimate to this rapid surge in power. 99.97, 99.98. Lin Yu continued to raise his body, his arm muscles bulging, while within his seemingly ordinary physique lay astonishing strength. 10,000, he mentally counted. Upon reaching that number, he finally ceased, setting down his burdens. Sweat cascaded down his body, soaking the deck beneath him. Gulp. Lin Yu sighed. The hunger struck him with alarming speed. The explosive growth in his strength came with one notable downside. He had an insatiable appetite, adjacent to his training room. Lin Yu constructed a barbecue area. A group of pirates became his dedicated grill masters, preparing sumptuous meats from sea kings for his feasting pleasure. Lin Yu swung open the door to the barbecue chamber, stepping inside to devour the fare voraciously, utterly unconcerned with appearances. How much did the captain eat today? It must be over 1,000 pounds. Do you think the captain has ties to giants? Could he possibly have giant blood? What an enormous appetite. Truly impressive. Our captain. The pirates buzzed with chatter. Lin Yu paid them no mind, nor did he hold back, swallowing the roasted meat before him in great gulps. Patting his belly, he wore a look of satisfaction. Life, after all, is best enjoyed with ample meat. Knock, knock, knock. A rap at the door interrupted him. Lin Yu lazily called out, "Come in." Gross rushed in, his expression somewhat grim. "Captain, there's a ship outside. It's the Bonnie Pirates." Lin Yu was taken aback, a familiar figure flashing through his mind. Jewelry Bonnie. According to the original narrative, Bonnie's first appearance should have been in the Sabaody archipelago arc, where her identity was shrouded in mystery. The Bonnie Pirates, you say? Lin Yu stood up, puzzled. Yes, yes, yes. It's the pirate crew that gained notoriety in the South Sea last year, led by the gourmand woman, Jewelry Bonnie, with a bounty of 140 million berries. Such a high bounty positioned her third among the most wanted in the entire South Sea, following only Captain Eustace Kidd and his subordinate, Killer, the gourmand woman Bonnie, indeed, one of the 12 supernovas. The gourmand woman Jewelry Bonnie possessed a devil fruit ability that allowed her to manipulate ages, both aging and rejuvenating individuals at will. She had once transformed into a young girl on the street to thwart Zoro's attack on a celestial dragon. And later, when the Navy dispatched forces to address the celestial dragon situation, she had turned several Navy personnel into frail, elderly figures. She herself could easily shift into a child or an old person. Perhaps this was why the world government placed such great importance on Jewelry Bonnie. Lin Yu even speculated that she might have escaped from a government educational facility. Here stood a figure of equal renown to Luffy in this worst generation. Just how powerful could she be? In truth, prior to the eruption of the Great Incident, the powers of these 12 supernovas, including Luffy and his crew, were not particularly overwhelming. It was only after being blown away by Bartholomew Kuma that they regrouped and their strengths surged dramatically. However, Lin Yu bore no fear of the so-called worst generation. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering a pirate crew so renowned in the original tale. Gourmand woman. Lin Yu retrieved bandages, wrapping his hands in preparation, as he would before any match. What rewards awaited him for defeating the gourmand woman? Lin Yu emerged from the cabin. He had assessed the capabilities of the system. After considering the individuals he had previously defeated, Lin Yu realized that each person's attributes were determined by their physical constitution. In other words, he could only acquire attributes pertaining to physical prowess from his opponents, as for swordsmanship, martial arts, or any skill-related abilities. There was nothing to glean. Moreover, he had yet to encounter any users of haki or devil fruits. Lin Yu was also eager to discover just how formidable this devil fruit user truly was. At that moment, the Bonnie pirate ship was approaching within 100 meters. Lin Yu noticed that Jewelry Bonnie was standing at the bow, her pink hair cascading down, clad in denim jeans and a white shirt, with brown knee-high boots adorning her feet. Her lips were painted with heart-shaped lip gloss, a striking little firecracker. Jewelry Bonnie was gazing at the pirate ship drawing closer to them. This vessel was unmistakably a warship, the only difference being that its sails had been changed to a different hue, displaying the pirate flag. Who is that over there? Bonnie scoffed, a disdainful smile curling her lips as she addressed her crew. That's the infamous Hades pirates, who recently defeated Major Rod and seized his warship. How audacious. A pirate stepped forward, presenting Lin Yu's bounty notice to Bonnie. She nodded in acknowledgement. Not bad, not bad. This fellow shows promise. He deserves recognition. Huh. How curious. They are remarkably bold, aren't they? Don't they recognize us? How dare they act so brazenly? showing no signs of retreat. Bonnie huffed, clearly just a child, riding on his newfound fame, oblivious to the world. They have no idea of Captain Bonnie's might. Furrowing her brow, she added, let us draw closer. I must see what kind of person Lin Yu truly is. Here they come. Gro spoke, his legs trembling. After all, they were facing a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, and it was already a stroke of luck that Gro could even speak. This is the Bonnie Pirates, Jewelry Bonnie, with a bounty of 140 million berries. That's terrifying. Should we draw even closer? What if she thinks we're provoking her? This is bad. We're truly doomed, the pirates murmured in fear. Yet, Lin Yu bore no trace of anxiety on his face. He patted Gro on the shoulder, reassuring him, don't worry, old Gro. You are a brave soul of the sea. Why fear a mere woman? Gro felt a wave of frustration rising within him. Wind and waves? Are they truly that frightening? How was I to know? But the woman you speak of is genuinely terrifying. Have you ever encountered a woman with a bounty of 140 million berries? Lin Yu, oblivious to Gro's thoughts, focused on the approaching ship. He intended to board Bonnie's vessel first, lest he inadvertently damage the warship he had just seized during battle. This time, he would not need to perform the clumsy act of jumping from ship to ship. He soared into the air, as if running through the sky. Moonwalk. Lin Yu walked upon the air, racing towards the ship that Jewelry Bonnie occupied. Flying. A bounty of 40 million, and he truly has some skill. How did he get here? He courting death. On the Bonnie pirate ship, Bonnie's crew remained calm, for their captain was a devil fruit user with the ability to control age. This was a power more terrifying than elemental abilities. Upon contact with the target, it could be activated. Therefore, individuals possessing such powers were generally quite formidable. Even with poor physical attributes and martial skills, they could still instill fear. Lin Yu descended from the sky, standing opposite Jewelry Bonnie. The height difference between them was negligible. So, young man, are you here to join my crew? Bonnie asked, crossing her arms, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu. Lin Yu shrugged, quite the opposite. I wish to ask if you would like to become my subordinate. Woman. He appraised the alluring woman before him, exuding a wild charm. Aside from her somewhat coarse speech and hearty appetite, Jewelry Bonnie was indeed quite beautiful. Woman. The surrounding pirates looked on in shock. Bonnie despised being referred to as woman, firmly believing herself to be one of the men, a fact well known among her crew. This is the end for him, they thought. Having gained a modicum of fame, he has lost all sense of humility. What a pity. The pirates regarded Lin Yu with a tinge of pity. The black-haired youth would likely soon find himself transformed into an infant, only to be cast into the sea to drown. As they contemplated this fate, they couldn't help but sigh at the loss of a promising newcomer in these waters. Young man, you seek death. Bonnie, predictably, erupted in fury, reaching out to turn Lin Yu into an infant. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly extended an arm, wrapping it around Bonnie's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. What? He dares to touch our captain, they thought. He has truly finished this time. The surrounding pirates wore expressions of glee, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Bonnie's devil fruit ability activated upon physical contact. Yet, as everyone eagerly anticipated witnessing the fate of the ill-fated soul, Jewelry Bonnie remained limp in Lin Yu's grasp, showing no inclination to retaliate. The pirates were rendered utterly bewildered. Lin Yu, however, was unperturbed, feeling the softness in his arms, a teasing smile gracing his lips. How is that, woman? Is it comfortable? The crew of the Bonnie pirates watched in disbelief as their captain was cradled by a man. Their perception of reality was upended. Their captain, Jewelry Bonnie, a devil fruit user capable of manipulating age, had never been so submissive. Held in a man's embrace, her head resting on his shoulder, could this possibly be a dream? All the pirates were left dazed. Finally, someone noticed something amiss. Everyone, look, that sea prism stone. Indeed, it truly is the sea prism stone at play. Sea prism stone, a solidified form of oceanic mineral, could negate the powers of any devil fruit user. Upon contact with the sea prism stone, a devil fruit user would feel as if they had been submerged in the ocean, becoming utterly powerless, unable to summon their abilities at that moment. A pirate noticed that a spike protruded from Lin Yu's clenched fist, featuring a deep blue stone embedded in it. It's really it, they exclaimed. What a cunning fellow. The pirates were furious. Lin Yu chuckled, fully aware of how perilous Jewelry Bonnie's abilities could be. He would never allow himself to fall into danger. While confident in his own strength, he was neither foolish nor arrogant. Even the slightest threat must be nipped in the bud, for everything must remain firmly under his control. The distinction between a warship and an ordinary pirate vessel lies in the fact that its hull is embedded with sea prism stone, which deceives sea kings into perceiving this battleship as one of their own, thus sparing it from their attacks. The world government monopolizes a vast quantity of sea prism stone resources, bestowing considerable advantages upon the Navy. This stone also serves as a formidable weapon for the world government in their quest for global dominance. Lin Yu extracted a piece of sea prism stone and affixed it to his knuckle duster, specifically designed to counteract the abilities of devil fruit users. He had yet to master Haki and was currently unaware of how to cultivate it. After all, Haki was something he had never encountered or comprehended, making its awakening exceedingly challenging. Consequently, the sea prism stone emerged as Lin Yu's most effective means of subduing those with devil fruit powers. Ding! You have defeated Jewelry Bonnie. Strength 22, Agility 37, Endurance 32, Constitution 27.2 as expected. The physical prowess of such devil fruit users was not particularly formidable. However, just when Lin Yu believed he had triumphed over Jewelry Bonnie and that the attribute enhancements had come to an end, the voice in his mind continued unabated. Ding! Unknown energy detected. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Extracting. The energy is too immense and exhibits strong repulsive properties. Thus, extraction is quite challenging. The host has two options. 1. Directly decompose into 1,000 free attribute points. Or 2. Extract energy through training, which, based on current training effectiveness, would require 150 years for complete extraction. 150 years? Are you joking? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. This indicated that the energy contained within the devil fruit was indeed colossal. Any devil fruit user capable of unleashing their full potential would be incredibly terrifying. After some contemplation, Lin Yu ultimately chose the 1,000 free attribute points. After all, the prospect of refining for 150 years seemed far less appealing than an immediate boost. In this world, there were countless individuals possessing devil fruit abilities, and what Lin Yu sought to do was akin to a hunter on the prowl. He could already envision a bright path ahead, a journey towards becoming more powerful. The more devil fruits, the better. Damn it. Release our captain. A man clad in a white vest, wielding a spiked club, charged forward. Lin Yu's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the shout. Oh, I didn't expect your subordinates to be quite loyal. Little lady, have you truly considered joining my pirate crew? Lin Yu jested. Bonnie, utterly drained, had no strength left, the sea prism stone firmly pressed against her waist. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. It's truly a wretched lecher. I shouldn't have worn a crop top. At that moment, Bonnie felt a wave of regret, her heart both ashamed and inexplicably stirred in a way. Bonnie nestled against Lin Yu, mustering all her strength to utter those two words. Yet, her voice was soft and carried a hint of a playful tone. Lin Yu erupted into laughter, emitting a low growl. Iron block. The massive spiked club struck Lin Yu's head with a resounding clang that echoed through the air. Clang. How could this happen? The man in the white vest stared wide-eyed. Bewildered. Finger gun. Lin Yu extended his left index finger and pointed it at the shoulder of the man in the white vest. One jab created a gaping wound in the man's shoulder, as if his body were made of paper, utterly incapable of resisting such a strike. Heart, shouted the members of the pirate crew in unison. Jewelry Bonnie, filled with anxiety yet unable to speak, felt her body go limp. In the midst of the pirate's shock, Lin Yu had already scooped up Bonnie and charged into the crowd, bellowing, like a tiger among sheep. He moved as if in an uninhabited realm. Finger gun. The precise execution of numerous finger guns quickly led to the complete annihilation of Bonnie's pirate crew. All the pirates clutched their shoulders, emitting cries of agony. Little Bonnie, what do you think? Have you made up your mind? Lin Yu caught a whiff of the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from the girl beside him, and he asked, somewhat entranced, You wish? Ah, it seems the little firecracker lives up to her reputation. Lin Yu chuckled mischievously. Just as Lin Yu was laughing heartily, a powerful shout rang out from the ship. It's the Navy. The Navy has arrived. Those are naval warships. Lin Yu looked up to see 3 naval warships unfurling their sails, racing towards them at breakneck speed. Major, the ship ahead is the one hijacked by the Yellow Spring pirates. But now it has become a pirate vessel. A naval major, peering through a telescope, surveyed the distance. What audacity! This major was a burly figure, clad in a cloak of justice, his upper body bare, showcasing his muscular physique. Major, this Lin Yu, a brash young man who emerged from nowhere, has quite the audacity to seize a naval warship and use it as his pirate ship, truly brazen. An officer, similarly draped in a cloak of justice, chuckled beside Major Derek. However, there is another ship over there. The telescope shifted direction, revealing Bonnie's pirate flag. They are the Bonnie Pirates. Major Derek lowered his telescope. How could the Yellow Spring Pirates be connected to the Bonnie Pirates? It seems today's encounter will be a tough battle. Major Loris, a fleet comprising a naval major and a naval colonel. This was more than sufficient for the Navy headquarters, capable of sweeping through the entire South Sea. Yet, if the two most ferocious pirate crews in the South Sea were to join forces, it would prove formidable. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that Lin Yu of the Yellow Spring Pirates had the audacity to mistake a naval warship for a pirate vessel. Truly a path to self-destruction. Major Derek erupted into laughter and then bellowed, "Send the order to turn the cannons, aim at the Bonnie Pirates." The three naval warships simultaneously adjusted their cannons to target Bonnie's ship. "Hey, little Bonnie. It seems they are coming for you," Lin Yu observed, bursting into laughter. "Idiot," Jewelry Bonnie muttered weakly under her breath. "What are you saying? Let me tell you. You are an idiot." Bonnie had grown accustomed to Lin Yu holding her, leaning against his shoulder, speaking loudly. "I'm an idiot. Then you must be a fool." Just as Lin Yu was about to salvage some dignity with words, a tremendous explosion rang out. At that moment, the naval warship he had just seized suddenly erupted, exploding into fragments that scattered across the sea. How could this happen? "You fool, can't you see it yet?" Jewelry Bonnie shot him an exasperated glance, incredulous at how this simpleton managed to survive at sea. The Navy headquarters keeps meticulous records of every warship. If a ship is hijacked, it is easily traceable. Furthermore, warships are equipped with disassembly devices and are under control, making it a fool's errand to use one as a pirate ship. Jewelry Bonnie cast a scornful glance at Lin Yu as she spoke. Lin Yu nodded. "I see." He was indeed completely ignorant of these matters. In truth, everyone was aware that naval warships are easily traceable, which was precisely Lin Yu's intention when seizing the ship. However, only those of the rank of naval admiral and above were privy to the fact that naval warships were controlled by the headquarters, making them easy to disassemble. Lin Yu was surprised to learn that Jewelry Bonnie was aware of this secret. Her identity was indeed shrouded in mystery. Lin Yu sighed, gazing at the remnants of the ship now reduced to splintered wood upon the surface of the sea. It seemed that he truly needed a pirate ship of his own. Lin Yu scrutinized Jewelry Bonnie's small vessel. "What are you doing?" "That's my ship." Bonnie's heart skipped a beat. Lin Yu laughed heartily. "As long as you join my pirate crew and become one of my crew members, wouldn't this ship then belong to me?" Lin Yu shamelessly declared, showing no remorse for his logic. "You think you can do this? How dare you?" Chow Bonnie sprang up again, at the same time. Three battleships opened fire simultaneously, their cannonades raining down like a tempest. "Enough, little Bonnie. Wait for me here. I must defend my ship." Lin Yu shoved Chow Bonnie aside and leaped into the air. "What do you mean your ship? This is clearly my ship. You bastard, you big bastard." Chow Bonnie exclaimed in exasperation. However, Lin Yu had already soared into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A dark shadow flickered in the void. Dozens of shells were kicked back into the sea by Lin Yu, one by one. "This little rascal is incredibly powerful, strong as a monster." Chow Bonnie stared in astonishment, and then a thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. Lin Yu, now airborne, became the target of all their assaults. "You have sunk my ship. You shall pay for your actions." Lin Yu bellowed. Raging leg, a massive crescent-shaped beam of white light descended from the heavens, slicing through one of the battleships. Boom! The strike split the seawater in two, and similarly cleaved the battleship. A gigantic whirlpool materialized on the shimmering surface of the sea, engulfing the ship that had been split in half. The battleship began to sink. The sailors aboard hastily jumped into the water, and the lifeboat was also shattered amidst the whirlpool. More and more sailors were caught in its grasp. As for how many would ultimately escape, it remained uncertain. "Ding! You have defeated." Such sounds echoed incessantly in Lin Yu's mind. It seemed many sailors had lost their combat capabilities within this whirlpool. With just this one strike, Lin Yu's physical prowess had seen a tremendous enhancement. He wished to control his strength, but the rate at which it grew far surpassed his training progress. Consequently, training had become second nature for Lin Yu. In truth, he had not anticipated that this raging leg could cleave a battleship in two. He had intended to deliver several more strikes. However, when he did indeed split the ship in half with a single kick, he truly comprehended his own might. Thus, his confidence soared. "No, it cannot be." Meanwhile, on the other side, Major Derek gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, his face etched with terror. This guy, Lin Yu, is he really only 17? As the records state, it must be said, Derek felt a twinge of panic. Derek had encountered individuals capable of sinking a warship with a single blow before, but they were renowned pirates or admirals of the Navy. If Derek was not mistaken, the technique this youth employed was none other than one of the Navy's 6 ultimate techniques. Raging Leg. He never expected Raging Leg to possess such tremendous power. Captain Loris, it seems our adversary is far more formidable than we imagined. Derek took a deep breath and turned to Loris. I understand, Loris nodded solemnly. According to Lieutenant Rod's account, Lin Yu had only recently begun training in the Navy's 6 techniques. To achieve such mastery of Raging Leg in such a short time speaks volumes of his extraordinary physical abilities. He might even possess strength rivaling that of a giant, Loris analyzed. The strength of the 6 techniques depends on the user's proficiency and physical condition. The better the physical condition, the greater the power. Loris's analysis was sound. After all, Raging Leg generates slashes through kicks, entirely different from the slashes produced by swordsmen wielding long swords. This strike was purely a manifestation of raw physical strength. They looked up at Lin Yu in the air, and it was as if they beheld a colossal humanoid beast. Only by combining our strengths can we subdue him. I think so too. Loris nodded in agreement with Derek's proposal. But what about that gluttonous woman named Xiao Aliboni? Derek inquired. If it were just Lin Yu, the two of them could handle him. The key issue was that there was also a gluttonous woman with a bounty of 140 million. If Lin Yu and the gluttonous woman teamed up, Derek's words made Loris aware of the implication. Should these two join forces, their fleet could very well face annihilation. Concentrate fire on sinking Boney's ship. The gluttonous woman possesses the powers of a devil fruit. Once she falls into the sea, she will pose no threat. Derek decisively commanded the order to fire. As the commander of a fleet, Derek certainly knew the appropriate course of action. He then turned to Lin Yu, taking a deep breath. Everyone, retreat from the deck. Against such a monster, even a multitude of soldiers would struggle to prevail. Now is the time for the strongest to fight. Captain Loris, only by joining forces can we contend with Lin Yu. I implore you. Loris nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the remaining 2 battleships, cannon fire roared in unison, shells cascading down like a torrential downpour. What audacity! Lin Yu had already claimed Xiao Aliboni's ship as his own. Not only had he appropriated the vessel, but he had also regarded her crew as his own. Yet, despite Lin Yu's best efforts to defend, a shell struck Boney's ship. With no alternative, Lin Yu set his sights on the enemy's warship. Capture the leader first. Lin Yu understood this principle well. He suddenly lunged downward. Bang! Lin Yu stomped heavily onto the battleship's deck, splintering wood in every direction. What sort of rubbish has the Navy dispatched this time? Lin Yu raised his head, glaring menacingly at Loris and Derek. Rubbish? You seek death. Derek stepped forward, roaring at Lin Yu. Transform. To Lin Yu's astonishment, Derek transformed into a pig, standing upright, with tusks reaching 15 centimeters and bristles standing like steel needles. The boar fruit, a common type, bore form. Here it comes, here it comes. That is Major Derek's devil fruit ability. The boar fruit, merely transforming elevates his power significantly. That guy is finished. The Navy personnel were filled with confidence in their superior. At this moment, Lin Yu's heart surged with joy. Another devil fruit user. Defeating someone with the powers of a devil fruit would enhance his strength far more than defeating an ordinary person. He already knew this from acquiring 1,000 free attribute points from Xiao Aliboni. This boar fruit might also grant him 1,000 free attribute points. Lin Yu understood what free attribute points signified. Firstly, the attribute points gained from defeating various opponents are not balanced. However, as an underground fighter, Lin Yu was acutely aware that whether it was strength, speed, stamina, or physical condition, it resembled a barrel made up of 4 wooden planks. With the amount of water it could hold depending on the shortest plank. If one aspect is disproportionately weak, it would hinder his overall physical potential, even if one possessed world-shattering strength. Lacking agility or speed would render them ineffective in combat. What use would that be? Hence, if he had a few more free attribute points, Lin Yu could allocate them according to his actual situation. Excellent. Very good. But, oh, it turns out he's a pig. Lin Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then I shall not hold back. Major Derek, after transforming, spoke with a grim tone. Kid, don't get too arrogant. Allow me to demonstrate the power of the devil fruit. As Derek spoke, the bristles on his back stood upright like needles. The boar fruit, needle flower. Derek suddenly turned around, and his entire body erupted with steel needle-like bristles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a sharp sound of slicing through the air, Loris charged from behind Derek, his sword raised high. Come, one-blade style. Frenzied thrust, Loris gripped his sword tightly, letting out a roar. With a sharp clang, the long sword was drawn, and taking a step forward, it was aimed at Lin Yu with a diagonal slash. Derek and Loris executed their moves in perfect harmony. Derek advanced to the right, while Loris struck to the left, completely sealing off Lin Yu's escape route. The lightning-fast sword strike. This blow precisely cleaved through Lin Yu's right arm and directly struck his left side. It appeared as though Lin Yu had been split in two, yet Loris felt an even greater anxiety within, for he distinctly sensed that his sword had not connected with anything at all. It was merely an afterimage. Whoosh! Just as Loris had anticipated, Lin Yu's figure suddenly appeared from the other side. Swift. To the left, Loris felt a fierce gust of wind rushing towards him, and in a moment of peril, he pivoted, raising his sword horizontally before him in defense. However, it had no effect whatsoever. Finger gone. Lin Yu extended a single finger. Splat. Blood spattered. Loris glanced down at his chest, realizing that Lin Yu's fingertip had pierced through his torso. Blood gushed forth, such incredible speed. Before Loris succumbed to unconsciousness, a thought flashed through his mind. Loris. As Loris collapsed, Derek let out a wail of despair. Damn it. This isn't over between us. Swish, swish, swish. Steel needles suddenly curved back in midair, lunging fiercely towards Lin Yu. Swift. Lin Yu vanished from his original position once more. In the next moment, he appeared right before Derek. I knew it. Derek roared in fury. Wild boar charge. The tusks of the wild boar sprang open, resembling a true wild boar as it charged ferociously. Ha! You're courting death. Lin Yu was not intimidated by a direct confrontation. Even against a devil fruit user, he felt confident. If it were an ordinary animal, then a devil fruit user would merely have an advantage in physical strength. Lin Yu was certain of his superiority in raw power compared to Derek. He unleashed a punch. Boom. Lin Yu struck Derek squarely in the head. Splat. Blood erupted. Derek was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the deck, creating a massive hole. Ding. You have defeated Loris, gaining 157.8 in strength, 167.3 in agility, 211.3 in endurance, and 262.5 in constitution. Ding. You have defeated Derek, gaining 224.1 in strength, 157.5 in agility, 211.2 in endurance, and ding. Unknown energy detected. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Extracting energy is exceedingly challenging due to its vastness and strong resistance. The host has two options. 1. Choose 1,000 free attribute points. 2. Opt for energy storage. Extracting it through training, which will take approximately 80 years based on current estimates. 80 years. What a concept. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. It seems the powers of the devil fruit vary in strength. This time, Lin Yu chose the method of energy storage, considering the previous 1,000 free attribute points, along with the rewards from defeating the 2 naval officers. Acquiring another 1,000 free attribute points held little significance for Lin Yu. However, he still wanted to explore the benefits of storing the energy from the devil fruit and extracting it through training. Furthermore, regarding attribute points, there were hundreds of Navy personnel aboard those 2 ships. Wasn't that a source of attribute points? Lin Yu turned his head. Witnessing his superior being struck down, the sailors erupted in cries of despair. Lord Derek, Major General, compared to other seas, the South Sea is relatively peaceful. Having rarely experienced major battles, even the Bloodhand pirate crew, known for their petty crimes, was considered a formidable threat in the South Sea. Typically, the pirates here are quite mediocre. How could they possibly encounter a monster like Lin Yu? The sailors were drenched in cold sweat, their legs trembling. Yet Lin Yu granted them little time to mourn, taking a step forward, instantly vanishing from their sight. When he reappeared, he was already at the side of another warship. One nearby sailor remained in shock. Before he could react, Lin Yu knocked him into the sea with a single punch, then kicked another sailor off the ship. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. And it was only after Lin Yu had sent several men flying that they regained their senses. Quick! Fire! Fire! Kill that demon! The sailors shouted in panic, their backs soaked with sweat, overwhelmed by Lin Yu's terrifying prowess. Feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness, nevertheless, they were trained regular troops. Even in such dire circumstances, they instinctively raised their weapons to retaliate, with a dozen sailors aiming at Lin Yu simultaneously. Bang! 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 Bullets whizzed through Lin Yu's figure, striking the wooden deck, causing splinters to fly. Yet, as the sailors fired their guns, Lin Yu had already left his original position, leaving only an afterimage. Swift, Lin Yu charged into the crowd, causing the sailors to gasp in horror. "Watch out! He's here! Quickly, dodge! Behind you!" In close combat, firearms were clearly ineffective, and one misstep could injure a comrade. The sailors hastily drew their sabers, charging at Lin Yu without hesitation, swinging wildly, observing the onslaught of blades. Lin Yu punched through the deck, effortlessly uprooting the wood and wielding it like a weapon. Sweeping it in a wide arc, the advancing sailors were instantly knocked to the ground, hearing the continuous notifications from the system in his mind. Lin Yu hesitated not a moment longer, raising his fist as he charged towards the more than 200 Navy personnel nearby. Ah, what a monster, a freak, so terrifying. Help, quickly, send a distress signal, hurry. Witnessing their comrades fall one by one, the Navy personnel were thoroughly panicked, some turning to flee while others, with bloodshot eyes, charged forward. Yet in the end, they were all brought down by Lin Yu. Inside the cabin, the sergeant, hearing the commotion outside, anxiously grabbed the transponder snail. The sergeant kept repeating this, regardless of whether anyone received the distress signal. His transponder snail was linked to the Navy's public channel, and he had no idea if any Navy personnel were nearby. However, if there were, someone might receive the signal. If not, he could only pray for the presence of Navy forces nearby, as he had no other choice. Brew, 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 brew. Over 100 nautical miles away, an unprecedentedly massive Navy warship was slowly sailing across the sea. Within the ship's cabin, at the highest level of the warship, a burly man sat calmly at the command desk, his gaze distant, staring out at the ocean, seemingly lost in thought. "Report, General, we have received a distress signal from the T3 Branch's 3rd Fleet. Should we provide assistance?" A Navy soldier entered, his expression calm as if discussing an inconsequential matter. "Oh, the 3rd Fleet. Is it Derek's group?" The man abruptly stood, turning around. This individual was none other than Akina Sakazuki, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. The 3rd Fleet is currently under joint attack by the Bonnie Pirates and the Hell's Pirates. They require support. The Bonnie Pirates? Akainu's expression turned grave. That bothersome little girl has finally shown herself. Jewelry Bonnie. Akainu hardly regarded the Hell's Pirates, but he held the Bonnie Pirates in high esteem. "All right, I'll step out for a moment. I'll be back shortly." With that, Sakazuki leaped into action, transforming into a torrent of magma, propelling himself upward at tremendous speed. Meanwhile, aboard the large ship where Bonnie was located, she murmured, "This guy is truly a freak. Hey, is anyone still able to move? Quickly, set sail and shake off that guy. If we wait until he's finished, we won't be able to escape." Joel Bonnie intended to stealthily slip away, while Lin Yu remained oblivious aboard the naval warship. Although Joel Bonnie was not particularly adept in martial arts, her ability to escape was commendable. At that moment, Lin Yu had nearly incapacitated all the pursuing Navy forces and was blissfully unaware of Joel Bonnie's subtle maneuvers. A smile gracing his countenance. Suddenly, a scorching wave enveloped everyone. The air seemed to ignite, and the sea boiled. Lin Yu turned to behold a torrent of lava cascading from the ocean's surface. Amidst the molten rock stood a man clad in a Navy cap and a yellow short-sleeved shirt. This scene, it was the general, it was Admiral Sakazuki. The remaining Navy personnel, still on their feet, erupted in cheers. Admiral. This was the mightiest of the Navy's elite. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, his expression grave. No matter how confident he felt, he knew he was no match for this formidable opponent. Not good. Joel Bonnie's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The tides roared, scalding lava splattered onto the ocean's surface, emitting a hissing sound. Even from 100 meters away, Joel Bonnie felt the intense heat wash over her. Akainu Sakazuki, Admiral of the Navy headquarters, a user of the magma fruit, a natural type, he stood atop a sea of lava. The temperature soaring above 100 degrees, radiating waves of searing heat. Akainu. Lin Yu's expression grew grave. He understood that confronting Akainu head-on was an impossibility. Perhaps his martial skills were commendable, and his physical attributes were extraordinary. Yet he had yet to master hockey. Taking on a natural-type devil fruit user was nearly inconceivable, especially one of the Navy's admirals. One of the strongest military forces in this world was Admiral Akeo. "We re-saved. Wonderful. I knew we hadn't been forsaken." At that moment, the sailors aboard the ship were in tears, many collapsing onto the deck. They all knew that no matter how monstrous Lin Yu seemed, he was certainly no match for an admiral. The Navy personnel had survived, but the pirates were utterly terrified. Within the Bonnie pirate crew, all members trembled with fear. Could it be? An admiral had actually arrived. Akainu must have been nearby all along. It's over. The crew of the Huangquan pirates found themselves in a similar plight. Their ship had been destroyed, leaving them adrift in the sea, clinging to pieces of wood, desperately seeking to escape the battlefield. Yet now, with Akainu's emergence, they felt as if their bodies were frozen in fear. They wanted to flee but could muster no strength, as if they had plunged into an ice cavern. Sakazuki's gaze fell upon Lin Yu, his eyes filled with disdain. Another insignificant rat, merely making waves in the south-east. Akainu's words faded. He swiftly gestured with his hand. Several searing magma balls hurtled toward Lin Yu. The oppressive heat washed over him, and Lin Yu realized he could not withstand this assault. Shave. Just as the lava was about to engulf him, he vanished in a flash. However, upon reappearing, an even larger torrent of lava surged toward him. This time, there was no escape. Captain, amidst the cries of the Huangquan pirate crew members, Lin Yu was violently hurled away, crashing into the ocean. Soon, the surface of the sea returned to tranquility. Akainu didn't even cast a glance at Lin Yu. To him, Lin Yu was merely a minor character, easily defeated in 2 moves. That a chorus of cheers erupted from the Navy. Just moments ago, Lin Yu had been a figure of terror, yet before this admiral, he couldn't withstand even a single strike. One of the strongest in the Navy, indeed lived up to his reputation. The Navy gazed at Akainu, their eyes reflecting admiration. At that moment, Akainu's gaze shifted to Joelle Bonnie. Though she trembled with fear, she summoned her courage to meet his gaze. She understood that once Akainu had set his sights on her, escape was a mere fantasy. With her current strength, she stood no chance against him. In truth, Joelle Bonnie's combat prowess relied solely on her devil fruit ability. She was not skilled in martial arts. But what good was martial skill in the face of such overwhelming power? Joelle Bonnie had witnessed Lin Yu being obliterated by Akainu in a single blow. A flicker of despair crossing her eyes. The disparity in strength was staggering. Akainu, hands in his pockets, scrutinized Joelle Bonnie and her companions. When I heard you had escaped from the government, a chill ran down my spine. Bonnie. Akainu withdrew his hands from his pockets, brushing off the dust from his justice cloak. Joelle Bonnie's gaze remained fixed upon Akainu. This moment, she had regained much of her composure. After all, there was no escaping now. I will not rest until I see you destroyed, Joelle Bonnie roared in fury. Akainu remained unfazed. All wickedness must be vanquished. Evil shall be consumed by the magma, and justice will be upheld by the government. Akainu stated calmly before abruptly gesturing with his hand. The searing lava instantaneously cleaved the pirate ship in 2, engulfing the crew within. Naturally, this did not include Joelle Bonnie. Joelle Bonnie watched helplessly as her comrades were slaughtered by Akainu. Tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, Akainu prepared to capture Joelle Bonnie alive. This farce must come to an end. Although Akainu was merely passing by, he had managed to apprehend Joelle Bonnie. This journey had not been in vain. Joelle Bonnie lowered her head, her silhouette imbued with solitude. Ultimately, there was no escaping. Akainu approached slowly. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged within him. What? In an instant, his body transformed into elemental form, a gaping hole erupting from his chest. Sea Prism Stone. Just then, a shadow surged from the water, swiftly enveloping Joelle Bonnie in an embrace. Moonwalk. Lin Yu soared into the air. Akainu, see clearly, she is mine. Lin Yu shouted, his figure darting away like lightning. An admiral, you say? One day, I will make you rue this day. As Lin Yu fled, he called out, you little brat, I have no ties to you. Joelle Bonnie retorted fiercely from within Lin Yu's grasp. Of course, this was merely for show. She understood that, given the current circumstances, she and Lin Yu were allies. Otherwise, Joelle Bonnie could easily transform Lin Yu into an infant or even an elderly man through their intimate contact. Silence, woman, Lin Yu exclaimed, sprinting with fervor. Akainu, too, wore an expression of astonishment. To him, that last attack should have annihilated Lin Yu, akin to squashing an ant. There was no need to give it a second thought. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu had survived and leaped from the water, agile and unharmed, even seizing Joelle Bonnie right before his eyes. You have some nerve. How could a mere pirate escape me? If news of this spread, what would become of my reputation as an admiral? Magma prison. Akainu swung his fist. In an instant, The lava surged, swiftly catching up to Lin Yu and transforming into a molten prison, enveloping both him and Joel. Hey, you little brat, that S in Admiral. Your physical prowess pales in comparison to your words. Do you truly believe you can escape under his watchful eye? Joel scoffed disdainfully. If you had fled at the outset, there might have been a chance, but now, you have no opportunity to escape. Bonnie spoke those words, yet deep within her heart, she felt a profound sense of gratitude towards him. For just moments ago, Lin Yu could have easily feigned death or seized the opportunity to escape. However, his determination to emerge and rescue her stirred a ripple of emotion within her. Ladies, spare us the chatter. Trapped within the molten lava cage, Lin Yu's impatience grew, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead and chest. I declared you would be mine, to serve as my crew, and I will ensure you are aboard my ship. A Navy admiral? What of it? Does Lin Yu fear him? A glint of madness flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Having chosen this path to rescue you, if death befalls me, it is my own doing. Women should heed their place. Bonnie was momentarily taken aback. Warmth unexpectedly flooded her heart. This little rascal, capable of escape, had chosen to risk his life to save her. Although he spoke in a way that took advantage of her, she found herself surprisingly unperturbed. Akainu cast a glance at Lin Yu, confined within the cage. Then at Bonnie. Were it not for the fact that Lin Yu was cradling Bonnie, Akainu would have had little concern for Lin Yu's fate, allowing the magma to engulf him. Yet, with Bonnie involved, he had to tread carefully. Such a tenacious fellow. Akainu furrowed his brow. Tio wished to kill me. He is far from capable. Lin Yu gasped for breath, his body racked with pain. A large scar burned into his chest by the lava. Fortunately, Lin Yu's physique was remarkably resilient, sparing his lungs from the searing flames. If previously Akainu regarded Lin Yu as nothing more than an ant, his demeanor now shifted to one of genuine seriousness. Lin Yu's physical prowess astonished Akainu. He appeared no older than 16 or 17. This revealed the extent of his extraordinary talents. Truly a prodigy. Akainu mused that in this situation, Akainu would not allow Lin Yu to escape. In his eyes, there was no room for evil. His heart was solely devoted to justice, as inscribed upon his cloak. Of course, this was merely Akainu's own perception of evil. To him, pirates epitomized malevolence, while the Navy represented righteousness. Akainu was unwavering, ruthless, and would not tolerate the slightest presence of evil. In pursuit of his mission, he would indiscriminately slaughter his comrades and innocent civilians. During the O'Hara incident, he commanded his subordinates to obliterate a refugee ship laden with O'Hara's residents, merely on the suspicion of harboring archaeologists. In the Marineford incident, he personally executed several Navy men attempting to flee. This man was merciless, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Sakazuki, Bonnie's voice rang out that if I perish, it would hold no significance for you or those behind you. Akainu frowned. Bonnie was someone the world government had strongly demanded be captured alive. She turned to Lin Yu and proposed, we could strike a bargain. Release this fellow, and I shall accompany you back. Otherwise, you may as well kill me and take my body with you. Bonnie spoke nonchalantly, her tone imbued with a hint of indifference. Even a Navy admiral would find it impossible to prevent her demise, for she could alter anyone's age, including her own. Woman, Lin Yu interjected abruptly. Do you think I would sacrifice my comrade for the sake of my own survival? Do not look down upon me. When I instruct you to cease your prattle, you should obey. Lin Yu embraced Bonnie tightly, grinning broadly. Watch out. As he spoke, he held her close, and, just as she gasped in alarm, he shielded her with his body, slamming against the molten prison. What are you doing? Are you trying to throw your life away? Bonnie's protest was cut short as Lin Yu swept her into his arms. Plunging towards the depths of the sea, being a devil fruit user, upon contact with seawater, her body would turn limp, rendering her helpless as Lin Yu carried her to safety. Akainu, also a devil fruit user, found seawater to be his natural nemesis, meaning he was unable to venture into the ocean. Lin Yu glided through the water with Bonnie in his arms, akin to a fish in motion. A searing pain radiated from his back, the rushing seawater exacerbating his wounds. Salt water, naturally abrasive, felt akin to someone pouring salt directly into his injuries. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yu disregarded his own pain, desperate to escape Akainu's line of sight before his breath ran out. Otherwise, he would surely meet his end here today. Meanwhile, Above the waves, Akainu gazed at Lin Yu with increasing astonishment. The molten magma, scorching at several hundred degrees, had not reduced Lin Yu to ashes. He had managed to burst forth from the lava cage. Truly remarkable. Such robust physicality was impossible to overlook. Today, he must ensure Lin Yu remained here. If this prodigy were to mature, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. Akainu was fully committed this time. Streams of magma surged into the ocean, creating a tempestuous scene reminiscent of a cataclysm. Beneath the surface, blistering lava continued to encroach upon Lin Yu. Magma rain, Akainu bellowed. The molten rain fell like a deluge, saturating the ocean in a fiery crimson. Geoise, cradled in Lin Yu's arms, could utter not a single word. Yet, she understood that her chances of survival today were grim. Lin Yu halted, his back facing upward, shielding her beneath him. "Hey, little lady, it seems I won't be making it out today." Lin Yu lamented, "But Akainu will not slay you. Even if he captures you, your life will likely remain unharmed. Take care of yourself." Lin Yu whispered in her ear, leaning closer. "What are you trying to do?" "Don't." Geoise found herself powerless against Lin Yu, who easily subdued her. Only when he exhaled did she finally feel a sense of relief. It turned out that Lin Yu was merely granting her a moment of respite. After the tension subsided, a sense of warmth enveloped her heart. But what was his intention? She discerned determination in Lin Yu's gaze. Lin Yu exhaled deeply, stating, "Even if I must die, I shall do so on the battlefield. A Navy admiral like Akainu, no matter how strong he may be, I will ensure he tastes defeat. You remain here in the sea, and Akainu will not harm you." As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, a voice echoed within his mind. "Ding, host life critically endangered. Energy extraction may be forcibly initiated. Caution, once extracted, the process cannot be halted. The host will endure violent energy surges, potentially incurring severe damage. Will you proceed?" "Damn it, I'm bound to die anyway. A little injury is of no consequence." Lin Yu understood that this energy was likely what he had received from Drake, but he was uncertain whether it could be wielded against Akainu. Could this power possibly defeat Akainu? Ding. According to simulation results, extracting energy could conquer Akainu, and the likelihood of the host surviving is 1%. The odds are too slim. I advise immediate evacuation. What are the odds of perishing alongside Akainu? 50. Damn it. Lin Yu cursed inwardly. Only 50. He glared at Akainu in fury that he needed to make a decision swiftly. That old dog. Luck is truly on his side. I will surely avenge this grievance. Lin Yu held Geoise tightly, resolutely embracing her. "We are about to escape. Let us hope for favorable fortune." No sooner had he spoken than an immense surge of energy erupted beneath his feet. He accelerated violently, bursting forth from the sea and soaring away at near supersonic speed. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from Akainu's sight. Even Akainu, the admiral, was left gaping in astonishment at Lin Yu and Geoise. Only when their figures had completely faded from view did Akainu come to his senses. His fury igniting in an instant in his eyes. These two insignificant creatures had managed to slip away from right under his nose. This ignited a fury within Akainu that was almost on the verge of eruption. "Huangquan Lin Yu!" Akainu roared ferociously. Naturally, Lin Yu, in his flight, was acutely aware that he had been targeted by Akainu. However, Lin Yu was indifferent. Even if Akainu did not pursue him, he would seek retribution against Akainu himself. The grievances of today would surely be repaid in double measure on the morrow. As the fierce wind howled, Lin Yu, gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain of his shattered bones, soared for half an hour, covering several hundred kilometers. At last, he spotted a small, desolate island and, with great difficulty, altered his course, only to be enveloped in darkness, losing consciousness, akin to a plummeting aircraft crashing onto the island. In the vast ocean, countless such deserted islands exist, many of which are not even marked on nautical charts. Their locations entirely unrecorded in a sense. These scattered islands in the boundless sea are like phantoms. Unless one happened to pass through this area, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to discover and set foot on them. On an unnamed deserted island, a solitary figure lay quietly upon a sandy beach. Beside a crackling bonfire, Geoise was busily adding fuel to the fire, occasionally glancing at the still unconscious Lin Yu. This state of unconsciousness persisted for a full day and night. Lin Yu's chest and back were charred black from the lava, beginning to form scabs. He wore tattered athletic shorts, and his robust physique was marred with scars. His entire body was smeared with various herbs, emitting a pungent odor. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of Jewelry Bonnie. Gurgle, Jewelry Bonnie rubbed her belly. I'm hungry again. Jewelry Bonnie was renowned as a voracious eater due to her immense appetite, while she could hunt for herself. The dense foliage of the island made her uneasy about leaving the unconscious Lin Yu on the beach. What if he were to be devoured by wild beasts? Thus, she resorted to foraging for some seashells and crabs along the shore. Not that these small morsels could ever satiate Jewelry Bonnie's hunger, but even if they could, she could not bear to consume them, fearing that Lin Yu would awaken to find no food and suffer as a result. Over the bonfire, a large crab and several sizable shells were being roasted. Yet, whether they would satisfy Lin Yu's appetite remained uncertain at that moment. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes upon awakening. He was greeted by a clear blue sky, devoid of any clouds. Then, he beheld the youthful visage of Jewelry Bonnie. Lin Yu grinned. Ha. It seems we have escaped from Akanu's clutches. Laughing heartily caused him to inadvertently tug at his wounds, prompting a sharp intake of breath. After adjusting to the pain, he finally sat up. Be careful with your injuries, Jewelry Bonnie exclaimed, both excited and anxious. Lin Yu brushed it off. Ha. I'm alive. That's splendid. These minor wounds are nothing. Akainu Sakazuki, clean your neck and wait, for I will surely settle this score. Lin Yu shouted loudly. All right. Could you not be so reckless? If you aggravate your wounds, just focus on recuperating. At your current state, you wouldn't stand a chance against even a rear admiral. Jewelry Bonnie chided, handing Lin Yu a roasted crab. Without hesitation, Lin Yu accepted it and devoured it hungrily, while simultaneously opening his attribute panel. After several battles, his physical prowess had reached astonishing heights. Host. Lin Yu, Strength, LV, 2999. 4 Agility, LV 2981.3 Stamina, LV 2993.5 Physique, LV 2996.8 Free Attribute Points, 1000 Skills, Fighting Technique, LV 176 Shave, LV 150.6 Iron Block, LV 152.2 Storm Kick, LV 154. For Moonwalk, LV 159.2 Paper Drawing, LV 148 Finger Gun, LV 154.2. Just as Lin Yu finished the crab, a sudden gurgling sound echoed in his ears. He looked up at Jewelry Bonnie, a smile spreading across his face. Bonnie's cheeks flushed slightly, as if feeling a bit embarrassed. Bonnie, are you hungry? No. You damn idiot. Why do you care? The voracious girl remained as wild as ever. Bonnie, just wait, Lin Yu exclaimed, darting into the jungle. Before long, he emerged with a large wild boar in tow. Hours passed, and the two devoured the massive beast, weighing 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, with insatiable appetite. Lin Yu lay comfortably on the beach, patting his belly. Bonnie, can you use hockey? No, Bonnie answered matter-of-factly. What a pity. I simply cannot fathom how. With your strength, you could possibly have a bounty of 140 million. Mind your own business. Jewelry Bonnie turned her back to Lin Yu. He laughed heartily, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, Bonnie turned her head to glance at Lin Yu and spoke. Hey, little brat, do you know what kind of price you need to pay if you want me to be your crew member? Before Lin Yu could respond, Jewelry Bonnie interjected. That would be an act against the world government. Ha. As a pirate, am I not obliged to be an enemy of the Navy? Lin Yu replied solemnly. Akainu had forced him into this corner. With Lin Yu's nature, how could he simply let it go? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. I have a system. Once I grow stronger, he will have to face the consequences. I'm not merely referring to the Navy. Jewelry Bonnie added. Lin Yu paused, realizing the distinction in her words. In that case, I can no longer concern myself with such matters. Let us confront whoever stands in our way, Lin Yu declared, turning serious. You are my companion, and I shall protect you. The two exchanged intense gazes, remaining silent for a while. Bonnie flipped over, lying on her back, and asked, Where do you plan to go next? To the New World, Lin Yu responded almost without hesitation. In the New World, the number of strong individuals would be sufficiently high. Those were dazzling attributes. Only by continuously overcoming formidable foes would he grow even stronger. However, before that, he must collect some interest from the Navy. Lin Yu stood up, stating calmly, Somewhere in the South Blue, a naval base. We've arrived. A rickety little boat was making its way toward them. Akainu. This is the interest. Lin Yu gazed at the naval base ahead, a sly smile playing at his lips. I truly wonder what you are up to, Jewelry Bonnie remarked helplessly. Lin Yu smiled mysteriously, because I wish to grow stronger. Wait for me here for 10 minutes. With that, Lin Yu leapt forth, charging toward the naval base. This was a naval division, manned by only a single lieutenant colonel and over 800 naval soldiers. Who goes there? Lin Yu's sudden appearance startled everyone. Huangquan Lin Yu. What? It's him. Upon recognizing him, the eyes of all the Navy personnel widened in disbelief. Exclaiming in shock, "It really is him. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It's the Lin Yu who escaped from Admiral Akainu. Fire. Open fire." Chaos erupted within the base as gunfire rang out in a cacophony in an office on the top floor. Luca froze at the sound of gunfire from outside. Just then, a young ensign rushed in. "Report, sir. Huangquan Lin Yu has arrived here." "Lin Yu? What on earth is happening? How dare he?" Upon hearing the news, Luca was left utterly astounded. It was not uncommon for pirates to assault naval bases in the New World. However, this was the South Sea, a territory firmly under the Navy's control, while it was one thing for pirates to resist the Navy on the open seas. It was an entirely different matter for them to dare invade the very stronghold of the Navy. "How many have come?" Colonel Luca inquired immediately, his clenched fist betraying the sweat pooling in his palm. As the commanding officer of the naval division, he was no fool. Luca had witnessed his fair share of ruthless pirates, yet he had never encountered anyone as audacious as Lin Yu, who brazenly attacked a naval base. The very fact that he dared to enter the lion's den suggested he had some form of backing, and Luca couldn't help but wonder what kind of allies Lin Yu had brought along. Which was the source of his anxiety? Just one person? Lin Yu. Who could that ally be? Just one. At this revelation, Colonel Luca momentarily faltered, taken aback. One man, acting alone, a solitary force breaching a naval base, a madman. Utterly and completely insane. It dawned on Luca that Lin Yu had escaped from Admiral Akainu, his strength having been validated and proving to be formidable beyond measure. Suppressing his inner terror, he commanded, "Gather everyone. At any cost, we must eliminate the Yellow Springs Lin Yu here." "Yes," the ensign promptly acknowledged, rushing outside that moment. The sturdy wooden door shattered with a resounding crash in a matter of mere minutes. Lin Yu had incapacitated every soldier within the naval base. "Yellow Springs Lin Yu. Do you have any idea where you are? This is a naval base that will not tolerate your impudence." Luca, filled with dread, gritted his teeth, suppressing the fury within. "A naval base, you say? What does that signify?" Lin Yu replied coldly as he stepped before Luca. "After all, I am a pirate with a bounty of 40 million berries. Is it not befitting of my identity to undertake such actions? Or perhaps you could enlighten me on what it means to be a pirate?" Luca tightened his grip on his sword and swung it fiercely at Lin Yu. Lin Yu showed no inclination to retreat. Bang! Luca stood in shock as his sword struck Lin Yu with full force, yet failed to inflict any damage. Before he could react, Lin Yu's other fist crashed into his chest. Boom! That blow sent the colonel flying. Ding! You have defeated Luca. Strength 17.2, Agility 14.1, Stamina 13.5, Constitution 19.3. All. Pathetic, Lin Yu muttered with a hint of exasperation, after leaving the naval base and returning to his ship. Jewelry Bonnie looked at Lin Yu as if he were a monster. In less than 10 minutes, he had taken down an entire naval base. Truly astonishing. Lin Yu then reviewed his stats. Host. Lin Yu. Strength, LV 312 34.4. Agility, LV 312 47.3. Stamina, LV 312 26.5. Constitution, LV 312 20.8. Free attribute points, 1000. Skills, Martial Arts, LV 260. Shave, LV 2 25.3. Iron Block, LV 266.1. Gale Foot, LV 267.2. Moonwalk, LV 259.6. Paper Drawing, LV 264. Finger Gun, LV 267. His physical attributes had reached level 3. Thus, those whose average physical attributes fell below 100 would only contribute a quarter of their attributes to Lin Yu. For ordinary soldiers, their contribution would be negligible. To become stronger, he needed to seek out more formidable opponents. Moreover, the most crucial point was hockey. Regardless of how strong one's physical prowess, lacking hockey rendered one deficient in combat. Without hockey, facing the Logia-type abilities of Akainu would be futile. Akainu could transform his body into an element, unless there was an elemental counter or sea stone. The only way to deal with Akainu was through the use of Busashoko Haki. Lin Yu had contemplated consuming a devil fruit. Yet, doing so would expose his vulnerabilities. Sea stone and seawater were the natural enemies of devil fruit users, a fact well known throughout the world. Furthermore, Lin Yu had always believed that true strength lay in the power of the flesh. With the system's assistance, he could undoubtedly become a dominant force in this world. Bonnie, do you know of any pirates in the South Sea? Preferably those who are formidable, great pirates. The South Sea? Great pirates? Jolie Bonnie pondered for a moment before responding. It seems the only notable one is Kid, the captain of the Kid Pirates, with a bounty of 315 million berries. However, they should have already ventured into the New World by now. Other than that, there aren't many powerful pirates in the entire South Sea. Lin Yu nodded. I see that in this small pond of the South Sea, the adversaries he could encounter were far too weak. To truly grow stronger, he had no choice but to head to the New World. After all, any pirate with even a modicum of strength had already made their way to the New World. A place teeming with powerful foes. For Lin Yu, it was a treasure trove of attributes, each waiting for him to absorb. Everything would be his as he defeated one strong opponent after another and absorbed their attributes. He would ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of power. A true man must be like this. Thus, he declared resolutely, then we must march into the New World. August 23 RD. Yellow Springs. Lin Yu attacks the South Sea T3 Division's 4th branch. Colonel Moros is slain. August 27 TH. Yellow Springs. Lin Yu assaults the South Sea T3 Division's 6th branch. Colonel Lyson perishes in battle. August 31 SD. Yellow Springs. Lin Yu invades the South Sea T3 Division's 3rd branch. Colonel Kuba falls. September 6 TH. Yellow Springs. Lin Yu strikes the South Sea T3 Division's 8th branch. Colonel Hiller is killed. In less than half a month, the South Sea was thrown into turmoil time and again. Yellow Springs. Lin Yu launched a frenzied assault on the naval bases in the South Sea. This spectacle shocked the entire region. With consecutive explosive news reports, everyone was left in awe. Among the common folk, many were in a state of panic that a mad pirate like Lin Yu had emerged in the South Sea, instilling a deep sense of unease in everyone. Although it seemed that Lin Yu was currently only targeting the Navy and not the civilian areas. For the indigenous people of this world, pirates were ultimately an evil force that in fact, even in the original narrative, there were no good pirates. Most were engaged in city raids, murder, and pillaging, beyond merely assaulting naval bases. Lin Yu had also targeted several high-bounty pirate crews in the South Sea. So far, 5 pirate crews had fallen before him. Yellow Springs. Lin Yu. At this point, he was already hailed as a supernova in the South Sea, a figure renowned throughout the region. According to reports, Yellow Springs. Lin Yu's bounty was set to rise to 100 million. The commotion Lin Yu had caused in the South Sea naturally sent shockwaves through the naval headquarters. Akainu, in his office, was livid upon receiving intelligence about Lin Yu. Damn it. Akainu rose, pacing back and forth before confronting his office secretary, exclaiming, "Who can we mobilize?" A vice admiral. The secretary was taken aback. Did headquarters intend to dispatch a vice admiral to deal with Lin Yu? Currently, the available vice admirals were Peach Rabbit Gion, T-Pig Kaji, Weasel, and Spider Demon. At this point, Akainu raised his hand, interrupting the secretary. Spider Demon. He will do. Send Spider Demon to follow the warship through the Calm Belt and enter the South Sea. Gather all naval bases in the South Sea and pursue Lin Yu with full force. We will not rest until he is dead or captured. Yes, the secretary saluted and was about to turn to leave when Akainu hesitated for a moment, adding, Lin Yu has a woman named Jolie Bonnie by his side. She must be captured alive. Yes, Akainu nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards the window. The 2 characters representing justice emerged from behind his cloak. Fluttering in the breeze to in the South Sea, at the T3 branch naval base, the situation was dire. Due to Lin Yu's relentless assaults on several substations, this particular station was left with a mere handful of warships, most having been dispatched to pursue Lin Yu. A week prior, the Navy headquarters had sent a warship to take command of all affairs here. The Supreme Commander was a rear admiral from the headquarters. Known as Ghost Spider, in the naval hierarchy, a rear admiral is akin to a vice admiral. Even within a branch, a rear admiral's strength may closely match that of a lower-ranking officer from the headquarters, with some even being inferior to the latter. Once a lower-ranking officer from the headquarters is deployed, they are regarded as a rear admiral in any branch, let alone a rear admiral like Ghost Spider. His prowess is indeed formidable. The task assigned to Ghost Spider was to relentlessly hunt down Lin Yu. Thus, he would temporarily remain stationed in the South Sea until the mission was completed, after which he would return to the Navy headquarters. Typically, individuals of his caliber are dispatched to oversee the New World, the realm where the most potent forces of this world converge, a domain ruled by the strong. In his office, Ghost Spider sat at his desk, perusing the documents before him. For someone of his rank, managing affairs at a branch base was rather trivial. Moreover, he perceived Lin Yu as no significant threat. According to public records, Lin Yu was merely a master of physical combat, devoid of any devil fruit abilities, lacking elemental powers, and possessed no haki, nor did he wield any weapon as a swordsman. Dealing with a practitioner of close-quarters combat like Lin Yu was exceedingly simple. He marked the locations of the strongholds Lin Yu had attacked in recent days on a map, drawing a straight line. Based on our assessments, the direction Lin Yu is headed towards should be Reverse Mountain. And it appears this pirate's objective is also the Grand Line, remarked an officer from the headquarters. Curse this wretched era of pirates. You scoundrel pirates deserve to be hanged aboard our warships. Ghost Spider spat vehemently. The pirate era was an abomination to him. For over a decade, the seas had been engulfed in flames of conflict and thick with smoke, since he aims for the Grand Line. We shall await his arrival. Ghost Spider pointed decisively at a location on the map. Geographically, it was the sole passage from the South Sea to the Grand Line, Spice Island. The name itself conjures images of beauty and wealth. Historically, this island lived up to its reputation, renowned for its abundance of spices, which afforded its inhabitants a comfortable and prosperous life, with their spices distributed across the globe. However, since the advent of the pirate era, this crucial passageway to both the South Sea and the Grand Line had fallen under Navy control, transformed into a significant military base. Yet, the station Navy at the T7 branch was mired in corruption and lawlessness, with Navy personnel and pirates practically on friendly terms, rampant with bribery. Although pirates who arrived here generally adhered to the local rules and refrained from causing disturbances, it remained a notorious hub frequented by the most nefarious pirates. On a bustling entertainment street of Spice Island, many extravagantly dressed individuals wandered about, most of whom were ruthless pirates. The preferred gathering spot for these brigands was a tavern, where the cacophony of voices echoed within, punctuated by the sounds of brawls breaking out among the patrons. That moment, the tavern door swung open. A man, clad only in an open-chested sailor's outfit revealing his muscular torso, with long, dark hair cascading over his forehead, entered. His hands were wrapped in bandages, and he wore black shorts that barely reached his knees, similarly wrapped at the ankles, his bare feet making no sound. Following him was a woman with pink hair. Amidst the tavern's boisterous atmosphere, Lin Yu and Bonnie's entrance went unnoticed. After scanning the room, Lin Yu settled into a chair. Reached the Grand Line. We must acquire a ship, and it must be a large one. Bonnie's voice chimed in beside him. Previously, they had only a small boat, lacking even a sail, with Lin Yu having swum through the waters, towing it along. This was an undignified means for a powerful individual to enter the Grand Line. Beyond the matter of reputation, there were various other reasons that necessitated the acquisition of a proper sailing vessel with sails. Despite Spice Island's name suggesting a focus on spices, the island's primary industry at present was shipbuilding. It was a critical waypoint for pirates and merchants seeking entry into the Grand Line, where all vessels needed repairs or replacements to withstand the storms of the New World. Naturally, the shipbuilding industry flourished as a result. Once in the New World, one could no longer navigate as recklessly as before. The magnetic fields, weather, currents, and tides of the Grand Line were chaotic, often making it impossible to locate islands, and at times, even one's own position. Past sailing skills and experiences became unreliable. Only the log pose and eternal pose could be trusted, Bonnie mused, reflecting on this being the most patient moment of her life. 7 magnetic lines radiated from Reverse Mountain. Initially, one could choose any route, but regardless of the magnetic source island, the path could not be altered. One could only progress from island to island until all 7 routes converged at Sabaody Archipelago. Bonnie's words reflected the common knowledge of this world, yet Lin Yu had only recently traversed into this realm. Though he had watched One Piece and was familiar with significant plot lines, he had little recollection of the finer details. including those Bonnie spoke of. What shall we do once we reach Sabati Archipelago? Lin Yu inquired. Having traversed the first half, we now face the second half of the Grand Line, known as the New World. Bonnie began. This maritime region is ruled by the 4 emperors and is the most treacherous to explore. After filtering through the first half of the Grand Line, only the most formidable pirates remain, all congregating here, making it the most perilous of places. The strongest pirates of the New World are gathered here. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with intrigue. How splendid it would be if I could conquer all the pirates and navy in the New World. Bonnie responded with a teasing tone. Then you could become the Pirate King. The Pirate King, indeed? Then I shall strive to be the king of pirates, Lin Yu declared. Initially, he intended to express that battling the pirates of the New World would significantly enhance his strength. However, after hearing Bonnie's words, he found her reasoning compelling. Defeating all pirates and navy forces in the New World would indeed make him the Pirate King, wouldn't it? Hey, kid, that girl looks quite appealing. Mind if I borrow her for a moment? As Lin Yu and Bonnie conversed, they were abruptly interrupted by a brash individual. Being a gathering place for pirates, it was inevitable that disruptions would occur. A smirk played at the corners of Bonnie's mouth as she prepared to revert this audacious fellow back to infancy. But Lin Yu swiftly restrained her. Rising to his feet, he forcefully pressed the pirate's head down onto the ground, producing a resounding crash. With a sickening splat, the pirate's skull shattered like a watermelon. Blood, foam, and ichor spraying forth. Damn it, I'm finding it increasingly difficult to control my strength. Lin Yu murmured under his breath. His power had now exceeded 1,500 points. It was equivalent to the strength of 1,500 men. Once this power integrated into his body, Xiao Ali Boni felt a surge of delight within her. For reasons unknown, seeing Lin Yu standing beside her filled her heart with a sweet sensation. You dare to provoke our hammer pirate crew? She exclaimed at is that so? The hammer pirate crew? Lin Yu raised his head and grinned. Since you claim I have provoked you, I shall not hold back. At this moment, Lin Yu's expression turned cold and stern. Why you are Lin Yu, the one known as Huangquan Lin Yu. The drunken pirate, upon catching sight of Lin Yu's visage, suddenly jolted awake, shaking off his inebriation. Huangquan Lin Yu. He has become the most infamous pirate in the South Sea over the past 2 months. Who hasn't seen his bounty? You recognize me. No need to be nervous. I was just hoping for a cordial conversation with your captain. I have a penchant for forging alliances with formidable individuals, you see. Lin Yu understood that the most effective means of enhancing his strength lay in defeating powerful adversaries, particularly those adept in physical combat. The hammer pirate crew perfectly matched his criteria. Their captain, Kita, was rumored to possess giant blood, with a staggering bounty of 90 million berries, and was skilled in wielding a hammer weighing 1,000 pounds. Lin Yu had not anticipated encountering this pirate crew, and was pleasantly surprised by the serendipity of the moment. What extraordinary fortune! A smile crept across Lin Yu's lips. The sound of cracking ribs echoed through the air. Huangquan Lin Yu. The raucous atmosphere of the bar had undoubtedly attracted Kita, the captain of the hammer pirate crew, prompting his subordinates to report the commotion. Upon his arrival, he found several of his crew members sprawled on the ground. Incapacitated by Lin Yu. You fool, you are courting death. Kita stormed forward, brandishing 2 massive hammers. Lin Yu assessed Kita's towering height, easily exceeding 3 meters. His muscular physique resembled that of a colossal bear. The hammers he wielded were forged from high-grade steel, their combined weight exceeding 1,000 pounds. Yet Kita swung them with effortless ease. Rather than feeling alarmed, Lin Yu was elated. Such an opponent was worthy of him and fulfilled his expectations. Facing Kita's descending hammer, Lin Yu showed no intention of retreating. He charged directly toward the hammer. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Lin Yu extended a hand and effortlessly grasped the other end of the hammer, rendering the once mighty weapon immobile. Kita pushed with all his might, only to find his hammer unyielding. Fortunately, he still had another heavy hammer. In an instant, as he swung it down, Lin Yu's other hand seized that hammer as well. Boom! The first floor of the bar collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending debris flying. Lin Yu delivered a powerful kick, launching Kita out into the street. His chest caved in, leaving him in a pitiful state. This is Kita, the captain of the hammer pirate crew, the pirate with a bounty of 90 million berries, reduced to such a state. Onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of Kita's enormous form lying defeated. Clearly recognizing the infamous hammer captain, Who could possibly bring down a pirate with a bounty of 90 million berries? Just as the crowd stood dumbfounded, a figure emerged from the throng and delivered a kick to the struggling Kita. Cough. Kita coughed violently, blood spewing from his mouth, his chest hollowed, devoid of any strength to continue resisting. That figure appeared to be Lin Yu. The crowd murmured in low tones that a pirate with a bounty of 90 million was utterly defeated beneath Lin Yu's feet. Surrounding individuals, be they pirates or merchants, recoiled in fear. Ding, you have defeated Kita, gaining 721.2 in strength, 29.3 in agility, 113.5 in endurance, and 726.2 in constitution. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. The attributes gained from vanquishing Kita exceeded even those from consuming a devil fruit. Having already defeated 2 devil fruit users, one of whom yielded 1,000 points in free attribute points, Lin Yu's total attributes now surpassed 1,500 points. However, the disparity among his attributes was considerable, leading to significant imbalance, prompting him to realize that these free attribute points might prove useful. Gazing at the blood pooling beneath him, Lin Yu frowned and then wiped his feet on Kita's corpse to clean them. At that moment, a book slipped from Kita's clothing. Lin Yu picked it up, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. The first page bore bold letters, Notes on the Training of Armament Hockey. Lin Yu examined the notebook with great interest. Although he was unaware of its original owner, it was precisely what he needed, as he had been searching for a means to cultivate hockey. In this world, hockey was a power to be revered. Although Lin Yu understood the concept, he had struggled to find a way to train, resulting in a disastrous encounter with a kainu, from which he had to flee in disgrace. Both armament hockey and kenbunshika hockey could be enhanced through diligent training. Possessors of armament hockey could augment their defense and attack capabilities, akin to donning an invisible suit of armor. They could even transform it into a force capable of contending with devil fruit users, directly interacting with the manifestations of Logia-type powers. If Lin Yu could utilize this notebook to comprehend armament hockey, he could unleash his full potential against the various enigmatic devil fruit users he would encounter on the Grand Line. No longer constrained by their abilities, this would be even more crucial when he ventured into the New World. To survive in the New World, mastering a form of hockey was imperative, as the majority of individuals encountered there wielded some form of it. Of course, hockey was not a novelty in the New World. The challenge lay in the extent to which one could harness its power. Hockey was merely the foundation, and Rayleigh, the vice-captain under Roger, had openly stated that even a slight enhancement of hockey was no easy feat. Moreover, all forms of hockey required stamina, intricately linked to the duration, intensity, and range of its application. However, Lin Yu had no concerns on that front, for his physique was robust enough, with a physical strength that left giants in awe, allowing him to wield hockey without restraint. Hockey, its function resembled that of an invisible suit of armor, capable of being converted into an offensive force against devil fruits. The key to training lay in holding the notes on armament hockey in his hands. Lin Yu focused intently, his expression imbued with gravity and contemplation. To be precise, this was merely a summary of the training essentials for armament hockey, not a comprehensive methodology. Fully mastering armament hockey remained a formidable challenge. The notes were brief, spanning only 3 pages, and Lin Yu swiftly committed all the information to memory. At that moment, the patrol team from Spice Island arrived on the street. Upon spotting the lifeless body sprawled in the center, their expressions shifted dramatically. Lin Yu. The members of the patrol team instantly recognized the recently infamous Lin Yu. Although the corpse was gruesome, it was easily identifiable. The imposing figure was undoubtedly Kita. Had Lin Yu clashed with Kita, the patrol team leader felt a surge of anxiety. He had received orders to closely monitor Lin Yu's movements and report back to his superiors. Moreover, the patrol leader was well aware that someone like Lin Yu was not a mere foot soldier from his division could provoke. He merely needed to report the situation and tidy the scene. Soon, the patrol team leader communicated the circumstances to his superior via a den mushi. Shortly thereafter, 5 naval warships were en route to the area, over 10 kilometers from Spice Island. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. The news from Spice Island indicated that Lin Yu had appeared on the island and had clashed with the Hammer pirate crew, having eliminated their captain and several key members. Standing at the bow of the ship, adorned in an iron helmet, Ghost Spider nodded in acknowledgement. As expected, a glimmer of cold light flickered in the eyes of the Ghost Spider as he gazed towards the direction of Spice Island. a faint, chilling smile gracing his lips. For a pirate who has never set foot on the Grand Line, I have been summoned from the Navy headquarters to the South Sea. Huangquan Lin Yu, you have every reason to be proud. But you would do well to pray for a sturdy fate. That said, this mission to shed my identity can finally be accomplished. Full speed ahead. Once we arrive at Spice Island, we shall capture Lin Yu. With a command from the Ghost Spider, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Meanwhile, on the streets of Spice Island, a crowd had gathered, observing the unfolding events. Bonnie approached Lin Yu, saying, "Well, this is fortuitous. We no longer need to worry about our vessel." She gestured towards Quetta, declaring, "This fellow's ship now belongs to us. If you desire a superior vessel, head to the shipyard in Water City, where the finest ships in the world are crafted, capable of traversing the entirety of the seas." Lin Yu nodded, casting a fleeting glance at the incapacitated Quetta and his companions before hastening away. Unbeknownst to them, a few Navy agents were watching intently. "Report," a military officer shouted. "According to our informants, Huangquan Lin Yu has seized one of the ships belonging to the Hammer. The devout Bonnie is recruiting sailors and shipwrights on Spice Island, seemingly preparing to navigate through Reverse Mountain to the Grand Line. On board a naval warship, a young lieutenant in a naval uniform reported to the Ghost Spider, standing on the deck. Our intelligence indicates that the T7 branch base is rife with corruption, from the ranks of the vice admirals down to the ordinary soldiers. Currently, numerous pirate ships are docked at Spice Island, all eager to venture into the Grand Line." "Humph." The Ghost Spider scoffed coldly. He instructed a nearby colonel, "Apprehend the vice admiral of T7 and declare our takeover of this place, as you command." "Vice Admiral," the colonel replied loudly. Despite both holding the rank of vice admiral, there exists a significant disparity between the vice admirals of the headquarters and those of the branches. The headquarters vice admirals possess tangible strength to support their positions, while branch vice admirals merely ascend through tenure. Thus, Lin Yu refrained from assaulting the T7 branch, as it lacked formidable opponents. A branch vice admiral's strength is little more than that of a headquarters colonel. In contrast, the fleet led by the Ghost Spider was replete with powerful individuals. 5 massive ships slowly approached the harbor, causing a stir among the pirates within. Initially, the majority of the pirates dutifully paid the entrance fee, most of which ended up in the pockets of the T7 branch. The pirates, eager to enter the Grand Line, had no desire to provoke the Navy. Consequently, they outwardly appeared as legitimate merchants, brandishing the passage permits issued by the T7 branch. "Relay my orders. Bombard the docks. Sink every pirate ship." "Ah, Vice Admiral, do you mean all the vessels at the harbor? Many of them belong to civilians." A colonel hesitated. The Ghost Spider shot a frosty glare at the colonel, stating, "If your indecision allows the culprits to escape, how will you face your future? Do you have any objections to my orders, Colonel?" A mere icy glance left the colonel feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. "And no, I shall relay the orders immediately." The Ghost Spider, too, was a man of unwavering justice, willing to go to any lengths to vanquish any form of evil. At that moment, a large ship lay anchored in the harbor. Originally belonging to the Hammer Pirates, it was now under Lin Yu's control. At the highest level of this warship, a massive iron block hung before Lin Yu. He relentlessly struck the iron block with fist after fist, each blow reverberating through the ship's cabin. The iron block weighed no less than 10,000 pounds, suspended by a chain as thick as his forearm, shaking violently with each of Lin Yu's punches. Despite his formidable physique, each strike left him in excruciating pain. Yet, even as agony coursed through him, he maintained his composure. His resilient skin bore the marks of his relentless assault, blood flowing freely. The cultivation of armament hockey, in essence, involved continuous attack or being attacked, persistently unearthing one's potential. Armament hockey directly correlates to physical prowess. Lin Yu's body was already formidable. He merely needed to channel the power within. With each punch that struck the iron block, Lin Yu gradually descended into a frenzied state. He required an outlet, a surge of aggressive desire. Focusing his attention on his hands, the sensation spread throughout his entire body. His skin tightened suddenly. Yes, this is the feeling. With a powerful punch, he struck. Boom. The iron block remained unmoved by the blow. However, the beam supporting the iron block could not withstand the force, breaking with a resounding crack. The iron block crashed through the deck. Fortunately, the wood used for this ship was exceptionally sturdy. Otherwise, the massive iron block would have created a gaping hole in the ship. Lin Yu closed his eyes. Armament hockey enveloped him. The visible darkness emanated from his hands, spreading throughout his body, neck, head, and down to his legs and feet. By the end, every inch of his being was cloaked in black, full-body armament hockey. Even though Lin Yu possessed an extraordinary physical constitution, the total coverage of armament hockey still exerted its toll on him. The consumption of energy by armament hockey was immense. This explained why most individuals didn't fully cover their bodies with it, instead applying armament hockey to their limbs or wrapping it around their weapons. However, just because others could not achieve full coverage did not mean Lin Yu could not. Lin Yu clenched his fists. The full coverage of armament hockey was a tremendous boon for him. His powerful physical attributes were inherently suited for armament hockey. He merely felt somewhat overwhelmed. It was not impossible, just a bit taxing. With the system in place, he believed that his physical form would only grow stronger, reaching a level that instilled dread in others. One day, he believed, full coverage of armament hockey would be as effortless as breathing, but he gazed at the iron block, which had created a deep dent in the floor. Observing the area where he had struck, he noted a profound fist imprint. The fist, wrapped in armament hockey, was as hard as steel. Boom! A thunderous sound shattered the sky that a cannonball arced through the air, crashing into the harbor with a resounding explosion. At that moment, Joalibani suddenly burst through the cabin door, exclaiming, "Naval warships! 5 naval warships!" Lin Yu turned his head. The Navy's warships? They arrived so swiftly? It seems we only just set foot on Spice Island, and they've already set their sights on us. Bonnie nodded, her expression grave. There are a total of 5 large warships, likely having crossed the Grand Line to reach the South Sea. Additionally, there are warships from the South Sea Navy base, at least 2 medium-sized and 5 small ones. 5 large warships, coupled with 7 from the South Sea Navy base, amounted to a staggering 12 vessels. Bonnie felt a twinge of concern. Historically, when the Navy issued a demon-slaying order, they deployed at most 10 large warships. Yet this time, they had mobilized 5 large warships, indicating that the leading officer was likely a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, accompanied by some elite troops. Each of the 5 large warships was commanded by a captain of at least a colonel's caliber. With no fewer than 1,000 elite sailors aboard each vessel, in other words, if a vice admiral were at the helm, along with 5 colonels and 5,000 elite sailors, the combined might of these 5 warships, along with the South Sea base's ships and nearly 10,000 South Sea Navy soldiers, represented a formidable force that could easily overpower anything in its path, even if all the pirates of the South Sea united. Facing such a powerful fleet would compel them to flee in disgrace. For a pirate who is yet to embark on the Grand Line, stirring up any turmoil in the face of such overwhelming power was nearly inconceivable. The emergence of such a colossal fleet in the South Sea underscored Lin Yu's significant standing within the Navy. Akainu was deeply concerned that Lin Yu might elude his grasp, should Lin Yu be allowed to grow unchecked. The threat posed to the Navy would be considerable. Thus, a decisive measure was taken, dispatching a vice admiral to eradicate this menace in its infancy. Lin Yu chuckled, remarking, "The Navy truly holds me in high regard." Sending 5 large warships from headquarters, that he casually donned a shirt, neglecting to fasten the buttons, and exited the cabin, brushing past Bonnie to reach the deck, where he gazed out at the vast sea. At that moment, he witnessed the 5 warships simultaneously open fire, cannonballs hurtling towards him at a visible velocity. Lin Yu swiftly turned and dashed back into the cabin, scooping up Bonnie, and with a swift motion, soared into the air. Hundreds of cannonballs rained down, nearly coinciding with Lin Yu's leap, striking his colossal pirate ship with devastating force. The Navy's artillery was ferocious, obliterating the anchored pirate vessel in an instant. Underneath the relentless barrage, ships in the harbor sank one after another. With Bonnie in his arms, Lin Yu dashed towards the shore, only setting her down once they reached a relatively safe area. "Oh dear, they have 5 large warships. We should take cover for now." As Lin Yu turned to leave, Bonnie called out urgently, "Take cover? Is that even feasible? You should be warning them to take cover instead of me." To Lin Yu, those 5,000 elite soldiers, along with several naval officers of the rank of colonel or above, represented a wealth of living experience. Such an opportunity to seize valuable expertise should not be overlooked. They are all good people. Haha, Bonnie, wait for me here. With a slight smile, Lin Yu declared, "What are 5 large warships to me?" He then charged forward, Bonnie shouted after him twice, but Lin Yu had already vanished from sight, leaving her unaware of his whereabouts. Frustrated, Bonnie stamped her foot and followed him into the fray. "If I perish in the ocean one day, it will be your fault, you little rascal," she yelled defiantly. Charging into the cannon fire, with a bounty of 14 million, while Bonnie may not excel in direct combat, she was far from defenseless, or she would not have evaded the Navy's pursuit at that moment. Chaos engulfed the harbor. Numerous pirates leapt into the water, racing towards the shore, while the Navy's artillery was relentless, capable of sinking a ship with a single volley, after several rounds of cannon fire. The harbor was left in ruins, with wreckage floating on the surface, as most pirates perished under the bombardment, leaving only a few to scramble ashore. It seemed that this incursion into Impel Down would yield a significant influx of prisoners. The sheer ferocity of the cannon fire revealed to Lin Yu the Navy's brutality. The Navy's strength stemmed not only from its elite personnel, but also from its advanced technology. For instance, the pirate ship Lin Yu had been aboard before needed just one coordinated barrage to be reduced to splinters. Yet, as the Navy flaunted its might, a figure abruptly leaped forth, charging towards them, clutching an object in hand. What is that? It was none other than Huangquan Lin Yu. This fellow had sprinted across the water. What was he holding? The sight of Lin Yu left many naval officers momentarily stunned. But they quickly regained their composure, eyes widening in alarm. "Do not let him close in. Target Huangquan Lin Yu. Open fire." The cannons on the warships began to pivot towards Lin Yu, and at the commander's order, they unleashed a barrage. Boom! Boom! The enormous, gaping cannon muzzles belched flames, thick smoke billowing as countless cannonballs rained down like a torrential storm, descending rapidly upon Lin Yu. The area was engulfed in chaos on the warship. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider of the Navy headquarters, cigarette in mouth, observed the scene and exhaled a plume of smoke. "Humph, mere bandits are still bandits. He dares to charge across the sea, thinking our cannons are mere decorations." A cold smirk crept across his lips. However, in an instant, the waves stirred up by the cannon fire cascaded down as if a mud cow had vanished into the sea. Ghost Spider's grin froze in place. Because Huangquan Lin Yu had disappeared. No way. How could this be? Where did he go? Was he reduced to ashes? Ghost Spider was taken aback, while the naval gunners realized they had lost their target. Above, Ghost Spider looked up, only to see Lin Yu soaring into the air. At that moment, Lin Yu had already plunged from several hundred meters, descending upon the warship. It was only then that the Navy personnel clearly discerned what Lin Yu was gripping, a massive iron block. Shackled by chains, was he intending to? Ghost Spider stood up abruptly, his face etched with shock. Not good, but it was too late to contemplate. The warship's cannons could not even reach Lin Yu. "Fire," the officers ordered. Thousands of bullets whizzed forth. Lin Yu raised his hand, positioning the iron block in front of him, taking cover behind it. Clang, clang, clang. Bullets ricocheted off the steel, failing to budge Lin Yu an inch. He was still accelerating. The clash of metal against air emitted a piercing shriek. Lin Yu, wielding the iron block weighing over 10,000 kilograms, plummeted from a height of over 200 meters, its impact capable of piercing through a wooden warship. The Navy had yet to react. Midair, Lin Yu unleashed a powerful kick. The iron block's velocity surged. This time, it surpassed even that of a cannonball. Or perhaps it was a cannonball, a massive, solid cannonball, weighing 10,000 pounds. Bang! The iron block shattered through the wooden planks. Wood splinters flew. The tremendous force propelled the iron block forward. Clang, clang, clang. It smashed through several windows, ultimately crashing into the warship's hull, creating a gaping hole. Rumble, the seawater rushed in swiftly. Onlookers could see the ship's hull slowly sinking as water flooded in. Simultaneously, in midair, Lin Yu's figure emerged. He had prepared to charge, targeting the second warship. Fire! Fire! On another warship, the Navy personnel, witnessing Lin Yu's approach and the rapid sinking of the ship behind him, were instantly gripped by terror. A hail of bullets flew towards Lin Yu. "Moonstep," he bellowed. Lin Yu traced a zigzagging arc in the air, evading the Navy's gunfire. He pressed on. Kill, a naval colonel, sword in hand, charged at Lin Yu with a roar. The sword swung fiercely, creating a blade of air aimed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu showed no intent to dodge. He raised his hand, fingers clawed, and the next instant, he grasped the incoming blade. Lin Yu's hands darkened, shimmering with light. The sharp blade could not pierce his palm. Armed color, dragon claw. Lin Yu roared. The giant steel sword was crushed into fragments. Crack. Lin Yu clenched his fist. The colonel, stunned, was sent flying by a kick from Lin Yu, blood gushing from his mouth. Storm kick. Lin Yu shouted fiercely that a massive slash swept across from the warship. The entire mast of the ship was cleaved in two. The cut as smooth as a mirror. Moonstep. Another roar echoed. Whoosh. Lin Yu flew to the mast, effortlessly lifting a broken section, armed color entwined. The enormous mast instantly turned pitch black. As hard as iron. Break for me. Lin Yu's immense strength drove the mast into the warship, instantly breaching its hull. The ship's bottom was shattered. Everyone on board gasped in shock. Another warship was about to sink. Even Lin Yu found himself somewhat breathless at that moment. Destroying a warship was an immense toll. The consecutive use of Navy 6 styles and armed color left Lin Yu somewhat winded. The relentless application of armed color hockey placed significant strain on his body. Especially when the armed color hockey coiled around the mast, he could distinctly feel his strength rapidly depleting. It seemed that his physical form required further enhancement. The source of the enhanced attributes is none other than the seemingly hapless Navy recruit before him. Lin Yu took a moment to catch his breath and, with a determined exhale, charged towards the next warship. Moonwalk. In an instant, Lin Yu soared above yet another battleship. He was drawing closer to us. How infuriating. What can we do now? Witnessing Lin Yu's successive destruction of two warships, the naval officers aboard were left in utter shock. However, as Lin Yu ascended above the warship, a fierce wave of sword energy surged towards him. Poised to strike mercilessly at his chest, this is dire. Lin Yu felt every hair on his body stand on end. If struck by this sword energy, even his formidable physique would not withstand the blow. Confronted with this unexpected turn of events, Lin Yu remained unflustered. With two powerful shouts and two swift moonwalks, he became a streak of lightning. Cleaving through the air, he paused momentarily, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to when he had just awakened his observation hockey. Could this be the manifestation of Kinbunchika hockey? Lin Yu focused intently at that moment. The sword energy shot upward, disappearing into the heavens. Such potent sword intent. Lin Yu opened his eyes, a glimmer of revelation flickering within. He had discerned the identity of the sword wielder. His gaze fell upon an officer clad in an iron helmet. Only this vice admiral, known as Ghost Spider, who had participated in the notorious Buster Call at O'Hara, could wield such swordsmanship and manifest it in this manner. Lin Yu possessed some knowledge of Ghost Spider. Aside from the O'Hara massacre, he had also collaborated with Admiral Kizaru to apprehend Marco of the Whitebeard pirates using Seastone. Lin Yu turned his attention to the bow of the ship, where a figure donned in a justice cloak bearing the insignia of a vice admiral stood. Ghost Spider, wielding twin swords, wore an expression as dark as the depths of the sea. It is the vice admiral. The vice admiral has made his move. We are saved. The Navy personnel failed to notice how Ghost Spider had appeared here. Yet, upon witnessing his terrifying strike, they could not help but display expressions of awe. Their shock overshadowed by reverence and admiration in their eyes. Lin Yu's strength surpassed that of most of them, rendering him a formidable force. Attempting to subdue him was nearly impossible for them. The only one capable of achieving this was the vice admiral dispatched by the Navy headquarters. Ghost Spider. As a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, Ghost Spider's reputation was well established, renowned even in the New World, instilling fear in countless pirates. Dealing with someone like Lin Yu, who had yet to set foot on the Grand Line, should be a foregone conclusion. With Ghost Spider aboard the warship, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Only then did they allow themselves to feel at ease. Lin Yu, I have underestimated you. Ghost Spider cast a glance towards Lin Yu, who stood amidst the wreckage of the shattered warships. His expression darkened to an extreme, tinged with barely concealed rage. The loss of two large warships was no trivial matter. Such a loss, even in the Grand Line, represented a significant setback. Ghost Spider never anticipated that within this South Blue, there existed someone capable of sinking a warship with a single strike. As he spoke, Ghost Spider stepped forward, a shadow darting skyward, hurtling towards Lin Yu. With twin swords in hand, he descended upon Lin Yu with an unstoppable force. Shave! Lin Yu shouted, his voice booming. His figure flickered with speed as he executed the sixth form of the Navy, appearing to vanish in an instant. Ghost Spider's sword struck, only to cleave through an afterimage. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's form reappeared at Ghost Spider's right side. Leaping into action, he delivered a sweeping kick towards Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider let out a cold laugh, raising his sword to intercept. Clang! Lin Yu's foot collided with the blade, producing a resonant clash of steel. A tremendous force emanated from the sword, causing Ghost Spider to stagger backward repeatedly. Such incredible strength! Ghost Spider was taken aback. He, a master of physical combat with a formidable physique, found Lin Yu's body to be equally imposing. This level of armament haki, Ghost Spider's gaze fell upon Lin Yu's foot. The armament haki capable of contending with the blade was enough to astonish him. If you are angered by the loss of 2 large warships, then I apologize. This is merely the beginning. Lin Yu cast a glance at Ghost Spider, speaking with an air of indifference. Evil shall ultimately be vanquished by justice. Ghost Spider sneered coldly. Justice? Lin Yu's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he surveyed the port, where vessels lay shattered into fragments, be they merchant ships, civilian crafts, or pirate vessels. Is this what you call justice? If so, then I shall take my leave of your so-called justice. The indiscriminate bombardment of the port by the Navy certainly struck down numerous pirates. Yet, it left far more civilians and merchants homeless, ultimately driving them into the arms of piracy. Pirates may be devoid of reason, but what of the world government, the so-called Holy Land of Moria? The sins committed by the celestial dragons likely exceed those of all pirates combined by a factor of 10. Yet they have imprisoned countless slaves, merely for the amusement of these so-called paragons of justice. Since we cannot reach an understanding, let us cease the discussion. For Lin Yu, opposing the Navy was rather fortuitous. After all, taking down a naval commander would elevate his strength to new heights. The Navy represented prey, a source of attributes, a veritable good Samaritan offering experience points. Take Ghost Spider, for instance. He was a vice admiral skilled in martial arts. Defeating him would greatly enhance Lin Yu's physical prowess. The two clashed once more. As Lin Yu honed his combat skills, his proficiency in close-quarters combat grew ever more refined. His fists glimmered with a dark radiance, resembling the blow of a hammer. In contrast, Ghost Spider, too, excelled in armament haki. Shave! Lin Yu shouted with fervor. He had mastered the 6th form of the Navy to perfection. In a flash, he appeared behind Ghost Spider. Then, with a fierce motion, he delivered a powerful kick. Shave! Ghost Spider shouted in unison to a vice admiral. He was equally adept in the Navy's 6th form. Lin Yu's downward strike met only an afterimage. Simultaneously, Ghost Spider's form emerged beside Lin Yu, with dual swords drawn. He unleashed a sweeping attack. Ghost Spider combined his swords, delivering a downward slash. Lin Yu did not retreat, but charged forward. Closing the distance, he twisted his body and launched a punch. Boom! Sizzle! The two separated upon impact. Ghost Spider's sword cleaved through Lin Yu's armament haki, leaving a bloody gash upon his shoulder. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's fist sent Ghost Spider hurtling backward. Bang! The mast of a warship splintered, and Ghost Spider clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to rise. How could his physique be so formidable? Ghost Spider gazed at Lin Yu, his expression grave, rendered speechless. His strike had the power to slice through steel with ease. Yet now, it had merely grazed the opponent, leaving a mere wound. This was partly due to his armament haki, but also because Lin Yu had struck first, preventing him from unleashing his full strength. Nevertheless, Lin Yu had met the sharp edge of the sword with his flesh. Just this fact alone made Ghost Spider feel the situation was dire. Lin Yu was not merely a brute. In a contest of strength, Ghost Spider believed he would not necessarily be outmatched. Yet Lin Yu was formidable in every aspect: strength, speed, stamina, physicality. Even without utilizing armament haki, ordinary individuals would find it exceedingly difficult to breach Lin Yu's impenetrable physique. And with the implementation of armament haki, Lin Yu was akin to donning impenetrable armor. Lin Yu wiped the blood from his wounds, leaving Ghost Spider in stunned disbelief as he witnessed the gash on Lin Yu's body gradually mend itself. This is the power of an indomitable body, not only strength, but also immunity and self-healing capabilities. This represented a comprehensive metamorphosis, a transformation of life itself, as Lin Yu began evolving towards a new form of humanity. His physical prowess was no mere jest. Lin Yu even speculated that one day, when his body reached a certain threshold, he might achieve immortality. Much like the protagonists of cultivation novels, resurrecting from blood. Unyielding and eternal. What manner of monstrosity is this? Ghost Spider's breath quickened, a thread of fear creeping into his heart. The wound he had painstakingly inflicted was healing at such an astonishing rate. It was utterly unfathomable. He could sense that this was not the power of a devil fruit. Rather, it was Lin Yu's innate recovery abilities. What a prodigious talent! Ghost Spider's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, Lin Yu would not afford him the opportunity to react. Seizing the instant Ghost Spider was distracted, he charged forward. Suddenly, a layer of armament haki manifested around Lin Yu. Armament haki, a formidable aura, enveloped his entire being like armor. With a single step onto the iron plate, Lin Yu moved like a streak of light, appearing in an instant. Fists, elbow strikes, shoulders, knees, feet, kicks. With a relentless barrage of attacks, the Ghost Spider found himself struggling to defend. In that moment, Lin Yu resembled a war machine, a swift blade cutting through chaos, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Boom! Lin Yu's fist struck the Ghost Spider's face with a thunderous crash. The Ghost Spider crossed his dual swords in front of him, barely managing to block an elbow strike. Yet he could not withstand the final kick. A spinning kick. Boom! The Ghost Spider was sent flying. He felt as if his body had been torn apart. Blood gushed from his mouth. Boom! The warship suddenly splintered into pieces. Admiral, the naval officers exclaimed in shock. At that moment, the Ghost Spider pushed himself up with his swords, not even wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. You have angered me, little brat of the South Sea. The Ghost Spider glared at Lin Yu, his voice icy. Do you know why my nickname is Ghost Spider? It is because, as his words trailed off, an inexplicable aura emanated from him. His hair, cascading over his shoulders and back, suddenly began to rise. Those strands of hair, swirling in the air, intertwined and transformed into spider legs. 6 black spider legs. In the next instant, 6 long swords emerged from the Ghost Spider's back. Along with the previous 2, it was an 8-sword style. Life returned. Upon witnessing the Ghost Spider's transformation, a glimmer of light flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. So this is what life returned is. It is a supreme martial art that allows one to control their own body, hair, and even internal organs at will. Sharp perception. You have never even ventured into the Grand Line. Yet you understand what life returned is. Truly astonishing. The Ghost Spider sneered, his expression grotesque. This was the Ghost Spider's ultimate move. Even among the admirals, his strength was undeniably formidable. Given another decade to advance his power or to acquire a devil fruit, he could very well become an admiral of the Navy. To defeat Lin Yu, the Ghost Spider held nothing back. This was life returned, the signature move of Admiral Ghost Spider. A naval colonel observed the Ghost Spider, with 8 swords extended like a spider, and a look of awe filled his eyes. This was Ghost Spider's trump card. Once unleashed, this battle would come to an end. The naval officers gazed in reverence at the scene unfolding on the battlefield. The Ghost Spider's hair had become utterly disheveled, resembling a true spider. What you previously perceived was the dual sword style. But now, I shall show you the terror of the 8-sword style. The Ghost Spider's visage twisted with malice as he stepped forward. To die beneath this strike would be a mark of honor for you. Prepare to meet your end. The 8 swords surged forth in a charge, without any openings. Lin Yu's armament haki had enveloped him completely, especially concentrated in his arms and legs. The sword energy surged. Lin Yu's fists braced against the onslaught, becoming increasingly arduous. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 8 beams of sword light converged into a dense web, enveloping Lin Yu. Even with Lin Yu's paper drawing technique, it was impossible to evade entirely, and he would occasionally be struck. Despite the protection of armament haki, the sword light still sliced through his skin, leaving behind numerous bloody marks. Moments later, Lin Yu bore over 10 wounds. Bloodied and shocking to behold, the Ghost Spider pressed his advantage. Die. Now, with all 8 swords unleashed, the Ghost Spider resembled a frenzied demonic entity. My conviction is to fight for justice, and your fate is to fall beneath it. Cease your futile resistance. Justice? What a joke. Lin Yu was splattered with blood, yet his expression remained cold, devoid of any emotion. He was calm and composed. Eerily so. With each punch he threw, he countered the Ghost Spider's sword lights. He seemed to enter a state of transcendence. The world slowed around him, even the Ghost Spider's movements appearing to decelerate. This scene had unfolded without notice. Each sword rained down upon Lin Yu, transforming the Ghost Spider's frantic motions into slow motion. That streak of light glimmered in the void, and Lin Yu perceived it clearly. This was observation haki. Lin Yu's heart was as tranquil as still water. Unperturbed, life and death. He could hear, see, and feel everything. This was the effect of observation haki. What is this? Observation haki. The ghost spider realized this as well. He could scarcely believe it. If Lin Yu had mastered observation haki, he would have used it long ago. Thus, the fact that he had not meant one thing. He had only comprehended it during battle. Lin Yu could grasp observation haki amidst combat. Such a person was truly a rare gem. A one-in-a-million existence. He never anticipated that someone from the South Sea could attain such insight in battle. Upon Lin Yu's awakening of observation haki, the ghost spider understood that his moves held no advantage. In this state, Lin Yu could see every attack of the ghost spider with crystal clarity. Even time itself seemed to slow significantly. The ghost spider was taken aback by Lin Yu's observation haki. In this life-and-death moment, distraction would lead to dire consequences. Lin Yu suddenly pivoted, appearing at the ghost spider's side. He swiftly extended a hand, grasping the ghost spider's shoulder. Following this, he delivered a knee strike. Boom! The knee collided with the ghost spider's chest. Immediately after, both elbows descended. Boom! The ship's deck shattered. In the next moment, the ghost spider was sprawled on the deck. Before he could react, Lin Yu stepped forward. It seems your notion of justice ends here. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking echoed across the entire deck. The warship fell into a profound silence. Ding! You have defeated Admiral Ghost Spider, Strength 1131. 2. Agility 1890.3, Stamina 739.6, Constitution. The Ghost Spider was vanquished by Lin Yu, and upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu began to analyze the attributes he had gained. Undoubtedly, after reaching a certain level, most individuals experience an imbalance in their strength. Agility, Constitution, and Stamina. In other words, no one remains perfectly balanced. Each person possesses their own strengths. Take the previously defeated Quita, for instance, strength at 720 points, agility at 28 points. That is a severe specialization. Although the Ghost Spider's specialization was not as extreme as Quita's, his agility was undeniably superior. Even Lin Yu fell short in that regard. It was precisely for this reason that the Ghost Spider was able to suppress Lin Yu for so long. Until Lin Yu comprehended observation haki and turned the tide. Lin Yu accessed his personal information. Host. Lin Yu, Strength, LV3, 3156.4 Agility. LV3, 3241.3 Stamina. LV3, 2334.5 Constitution. LV3, 2690.8 Free Attribute Points. 1000 Skills. Fist Fighting. LV260 Shave. LV225. 3 Iron Block, LV266.1 Gale Foot, LV267.2 Moonwalk, LV259.6 Paper Drawing, LV264 Finger Gun, LV267.1 Armament Haki, LV158.6 Observation Haki, LV111.8 after reaching level 3. Ordinary naval soldiers could no longer provide Lin Yu with any benefits. Experience points diminished exponentially, rendering even numerous ordinary sailors insignificant. Even officers above the rank of major offered only half the contributions they once did. Therefore, to gain greater enhancements, one needed to confront an opponent like the Ghost Spider. The Ghost Spider was a master of body techniques, possessing tremendous physical strength. With his boost, Lin Yu's power could nearly be said to multiply. Defeating such an adversary, although fraught with peril, yielded far greater rewards. Lin Yu glanced at his attributes. If the Ghost Spider's various attributes averaged over 1,000, then what of someone like Carp, who could contend with Blackbeard solely through physical strength and haki? In Lin Yu's view, even 10 Ghost Spiders would scarcely match Carp's prowess. Could it be that Carp's attributes have surpassed 10,000? Lin Yu pondered over this notion, increasingly convinced of its plausibility. Merely relying on physical prowess, he could contend with the powers of a devil fruit user, especially one who had honed their abilities to their utmost limits. Such a terrifying physique. It is worth noting that Carp hailed from the same era as Whitebeard. During the Marineford War, had it not been for Sengoku's intervention, Akainu would have surely met his demise at Carp's hands. Lin Yu estimated that his own physical capabilities did not quite measure up to those of Admiral Akainu. After all, Akainu was one of the Navy's strongest forces, not to mention he possessed the formidable Logia-type lava fruit. Therefore, to triumph over Akainu without relying on a devil fruit, one must first cultivate their haki to a significant degree. Otherwise, Lin Yu feared he would scarcely touch his opponent. Furthermore, There was the matter of physical strength. The lava fruit, a powerful Logia-type ability, was akin to a cheat code. To compensate for this, one's physical form must surpass that of Echina significantly. Additionally, there could be no room for specialization. Nevertheless, this was not a daunting task for Lin Yu. With the system in place, given sufficient time, he could seek out stronger adversaries, defeating them one by one, thereby continuously enhancing his attributes until he reached the pinnacle of this world. Lin Yu picked up a long sword from the corpse of Ghost Spider and drew it across his palm. A crimson line appeared on his arm, and within less than a minute, he observed the wound gradually healing and scabbing over. Such a recovery speed was unprecedented in Lin Yu's experience. Take Carp, for instance, that if sheer physical might could enable such rapid healing, would that not imply that Carp's regenerative abilities were nearly invincible? However, this was obviously implausible. In the world of One Piece, only the Yonko Kaido possessed such near-immortal powers. Even in the face of self-destruction, he would not perish. Lin Yu speculated that this capability might not stem from Carp himself, but rather from the powers of a devil fruit that Aokiji this moment. Lin Yu observed his injuries, now mostly healed, deep in thought. Perhaps the effect of this quantified attribute system was not merely to enhance physical qualities. Quantified attributes. Lin Yu scrutinized the system's explanation again. Was it suggesting a qualitative elevation of his entire being rather than a simple enhancement of physical attributes? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. The system had previously indicated that defeating enemies would allow him to quantify and absorb their attributes for his own use. The term attributes did not solely refer to physical prowess, but encompassed all aspects of his being. It was merely a matter of absorbing these attributes through cognitive quantification, and the increments were subtle, akin to slowly boiling a frog. Given this, Lin Yu glanced at his attribute points. What he needed to do was maintain a balanced approach to his 4 core attributes. After a moment of contemplation, he allocated 670 of his remaining 1,000 free attribute points to stamina and 330 to constitution, resulting in both attributes exceeding 3,000 points. As for skills, system, how does one upgrade skills? Esteemed host, skill upgrades are related to proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the greater the level. Lin Yu was struck with clarity, as this was indeed the case. Consequently, to rapidly enhance his haki, he needed to engage in training or, in other words, frequent use would naturally improve his proficiency. Moreover, employing haki placed a significant burden on the body, serving as a form of physical training in itself. Even if progress was not immediately apparent, Lin Yu was diligently adapting to his newfound strength. In the distance, aboard the other 2 warships, all the Navy personnel were fixated, intently observing the battleship where Lin Yu and Ghost Spider were engaged. A minute had passed in silence aboard the vessel. No movement. Was this the end? Surely, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider had subdued Huangquan Lin Yu by now. After all, with the Vice Admiral's intervention, this audacious Huangquan Lin Yu should have been easily apprehended. The scene that had been rife with chaos had now descended into eerie quiet. All eyes were fixed upon the warship. Due to the destruction of the deck, Lin Yu's kick had nearly sent Ghost Spider crashing through the ship. The sails obstructed the view, making it impossible for the distant warships to ascertain the state of the battle. Yet, at that moment, someone noticed that the mast of the warship was moving. Huangquan Lin Yu. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Amidst the countless shocked gazes of the Navy, the mast was forcibly uprooted. Huangquan Lin Yu was approaching us. Surely not. That warship harbored Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Hadn't Ghost Spider already brought Huangquan Lin Yu to his knees? The naval personnel were left in a state of disbelief. Lin Yu had emerged. But where was Vice Admiral Ghost Spider? Could it be? A thought flashed through someone's mind, their eyes betraying a hint of terror as they instinctively shook their head. Impossible, it couldn't be. Ghost Spider was a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. How could he possibly perish at the hands of a mere pirate from the South Sea, one who had never even ventured into the Grand Line? However, the figure suspended in midair was undeniably real. Haki, constrict, Lin Yu bellowed. The massive log transformed into a sphere of darkness, hurtling towards the remaining 2 Navy ships. That he's coming. Huangquan Lin Yu is approaching. Be cautious. Damn it. Where is Vice Admiral Ghost Spider? Many Navy personnel were left stunned, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Ghost Spider had indeed been vanquished by Lin Yu. Only when Lin Yu's figure appeared above the warship did they begrudgingly accept this reality, fearfully raising their firearms to unleash a barrage at Lin Yu. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets ricocheted everywhere, yet Lin Yu effortlessly evaded them. With the enhancement of Kenbunchika Haki, Lin Yu clearly perceived the trajectory of the bullets. Fire, fire, kill. Bullets danced through the air, yet not a single one struck Lin Yu. In that moment, the log mast in Lin Yu's grasp became the most effective weapon. Haki constrict. The colossal mast plummeted from the heavens. Boom! Under the onslaught of his ferocious strike, Lin Yu split another warship in two. The fourth ship was sunk. Retreat. Quickly retreat. In the distance, the Navy personnel aboard the fifth warship gazed upon the scene with incredulity. The captain glanced at the warship, now reduced to ruins, and shouted in terror. Amidst the wreckage of the fourth ship, Lin Yu stood amidst the debris, gasping for breath, watching helplessly as the fifth warship turned to flee. Except for his previous encounter with the Kainu, Lin Yu had faced no resistance. This battle was undoubtedly the most brutal he had encountered. In truth, his stamina had reached its limits. That last strike had drained every ounce of his energy. At this moment, Lin Yu could scarcely move. Should the fifth warship pivot its cannons to unleash a volley upon him, it would spell disaster. Yet, with Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's fate uncertain and the fourth warship destroyed, the outcome had far surpassed the Navy's psychological threshold for the 5 ships. Truly, Vice Admirals of the Navy headquarters are formidable. Lin Yu surveyed the numerous jagged wounds adorning his body. Although most had healed, a few deeper cuts still oozed blood with the retreat of the fifth large warship. The South Sea Fleet followed suit. The battlefield descended into chaos. At the port, not a single intact vessel could be found. The Navy cannons had obliterated all pirate ships and merchant vessels at the harbor. Jewelry Bonnie arrived in a small boat. Lin Yu. Jewelry Bonnie rushed toward Lin Yu, her heart racing at the sight of his bloodied form. But I'm fine. Lin Yu shook his head and waved his hand towards Bonnie, indicating that he was not seriously injured. When Bonnie arrived with the first aid kit to bandage his wounds, she wiped away the blood on her body, only to discover that new skin had already formed beneath the stains. Bonnie gazed at Lin Yu with a look of astonishment, pondering how such an injury could heal so rapidly. What kind of physique is this? While tending to Lin Yu's wounds, Jolly Bonnie was profoundly shocked. After a moment, she seemed to recall something. Although the Navy had been repelled, there was unfortunate news. Bonnie raised her head and said, "The harbor of Spice Island has been destroyed. We no longer have a single ship capable of passing through Reverse Mountain to enter the Grand Line." Lin Yu frowned. This was far from good news. It was truly vexing. To enter the Grand Line, there was only one path, through Reverse Mountain, which led into the first half of the Grand Line. From there, one could choose a route to circumvent the Red Line, passing through Fishman Island or Mariawa, to reach the New World. Thus, from any perspective, a ship was indispensable. Lin Yu scratched his head. His previous plan had been to raid pirate or naval vessels. However, the Navy on Spice Island had already retreated, and several of their ships had been destroyed. Though there were quite a few shipyards on Spice Island, constructing a vessel would take at least a few months. Lin Yu could not afford to wait on Spice Island for several months. The Navy would likely be terrified, and, if they returned, it might not be just a rear admiral but potentially several vice admirals from the Navy headquarters. There was even a slim chance that Akaina might take matters into his own hands, but that likelihood was minimal. Last time had likely been mere coincidence that he was nearby. The admirals were the backbone of the Navy and would not easily intervene to capture Lin Yu. After all, though Lin Yu had caused quite a stir in the South China Sea, he was merely a small-time pirate, and the majority of the Navy's strength was still focused on the New World to maintain balance against the 4 emperors. If they dispatched an admiral to apprehend Lin Yu, Whitebeard would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to obliterate the Navy's base in the New World while they were weakened. In the New World, the Navy and pirates coexisted in a fragile balance that could easily be disrupted, yet no one dared to upset it recklessly. Of course, it was not easy for the Navy to mobilize vice admirals. They would have to wait until the defenses in the New World were adequately arranged before sending several vice admirals to deal with Lin Yu. Therefore, Lin Yu was keen to prevent the Navy from having too much time to prepare. He needed to reach the first half of the Grand Line as swiftly as possible, for that was the haven for pirates. The Yellow Springs pirate crew, aside from him, consisted solely of Jolly Bonnie. Such a meager number of hands was indeed disheartening. Lin Yu desired crew members, but the South China Sea was filled with misfits. Only in the Grand Line could he find more promising candidates. At the very top of the Navy headquarters, a plaque bearing the words "Absolute Justice" hung prominently in the office of Admiral Aku. Yet, at that moment, the temperature in the office suddenly rose. All the waiting officers were drenched in sweat. Akainu was evidently furious. Lin Yu, a mere pirate, do they expect us to send an admiral to hunt him down? Akainu abruptly stood up, causing the atmosphere to thicken. The air became tense. The elite Navy officers lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. Admiral Akainu was the most stringent figure in the Navy, and no one dared to defy his orders. The recent report indicated that Vice Admiral Ghost Spider had led 5 warships to intercept Lin Yu, only to meet with failure. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider had been slain. Moreover, they had lost 3 rear admirals. 36 officers above the captain rank had perished. A staggering 3,863 elite soldiers had fallen in battle. 4 large warships had been destroyed, leaving only one to return in disgrace at a significant loss, even in the New World. Such an occurrence had not been seen in years. A vice admiral had fallen in a mere skirmish in the South China Sea. Such a thing had never been heard of. A dignified vice admiral could not even subdue a pirate from the South China Sea. If news of this spread, the repercussions for the Navy would be immense, potentially inciting a chain reaction that would shake public confidence in the Navy's strength and the world government itself. Akainu's expression darkened immensely at that moment. Scalding magma flowed down his body, melting the floor beneath him. All the Navy officers present trembled in fear. "Send the orders," Akainu exclaimed, rising abruptly. "Relay my command for Vice Admirals Weasel, Doberman, Fire Mountain, and Strawberry to take their fleets to the South China Sea. Annihilate Lin Yu and his crew." The fact that Lin Yu had escaped his grasp was something he took exceedingly seriously. Lin Yu's rapid rise was astonishing. Akainu had initially thought that with Ghost Spider's strength, dealing with Lin Yu would be a trivial matter, but it had now become evident that he was gravely mistaken. This time, he would deploy 4 vice admirals to ensure Lin Yu's demise. "Admiral," an officer stepped forward. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" After all, Akainu's icy gaze swept over, causing the officer to shudder, yet he continued to stare resolutely at Akainu. Akainu took a moment to compose himself, saying, "Indeed, Lin Yu should already be in the Grand Line, that we cannot deploy forces from the New World to deal with him." He commanded, "Relay my orders to all Navy branches in the first half of the Grand Line to search for Lin Yu's whereabouts with all their might." Akainu regained his composure, lost in thought. The ability to kill a vice admiral was proof enough of Lin Yu's strength. He was not an ordinary pirate that could be easily crushed by the Navy. To defeat Lin Yu, more preparations were necessary. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider had been defeated and slain by Lin Yu while pursuing the Yellow Springs pirate crew. 4 large warships had been destroyed. This news spread rapidly across the seas. On this day, everyone at sea was focused on the reports. "No way. Is this real? A vice admiral from the Navy has fallen." Countless people held newspapers in shock. No one had anticipated that the Navy headquarters would send a vice admiral for Lin Yu, and even more astonishingly, that a vice admiral could not subdue a mere pirate from the South China Sea. This was utterly unfathomable. The incident quickly circulated throughout the New World. Meanwhile, aboard the grand ship Moby Dick, a man with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle leaned against the ship's railing, holding a newspaper. "Gulalala, Marco, it seems we have an extraordinary figure emerging from the South China Sea." Sitting in a large chair was a man with a bare upper body, syringes protruding from his skin, receiving in 4 drip, while he held a large barrel of liquor, drinking heartily, his white beard prominently displayed. This man was none other than Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and currently the most powerful individual in the world. "Captain, weren't you told to stop drinking?" Yes, his health was deteriorating, and he should not drink any more. 2 young nurses were unafraid of Whitebeard, attempting to take the liquor from him. However, Whitebeard laughed heartily, raising the barrel high. "Gulalala, not a chance." With a grin, he said, "I don't care about my health. The liquor must flow. Old man, maybe you should occasionally heed their advice." The pineapple-haired man chuckled. "Marco, that's futile. The old man is just like that." A youth wearing a cowboy cap laughed softly. "Haha, Ace is right." Marco laughed heartily. The entire Moby Dick echoed with laughter. Soon after, another lively banquet commenced. Whitebeard's laughter filled the air. These were his family. Together, they shared joy, which brought him immense satisfaction. The younger generation was truly becoming increasingly formidable. In a certain part of the New World, aboard the Red Force, Shanks the red-haired chuckled. "Haha, recent reports indicate that the new generation venturing out to sea over the past 2 years are all worst-generation pirates. There are more than 13 newcomers with bounties exceeding 100 million. The vice captain of the red-haired pirates, Ben Beckman, absent-mindedly caressed his pistol with one hand while holding a glass of wine in the other. Casually remarked, "I've heard that Luffy has set sail as well, and has even defeated Crocodile." Geoise burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "My son is on the same ship as Luffy." Ah, cheers! In an instant, this news swept across the globe. The name Lin Yu soon resonated throughout the world. It was common knowledge that this individual's bounty was certainly over 100 million. A pirate who had already made a name for himself before even entering the Grand Line. Among pirates, battles are typically the norm. It seems a new formidable force has emerged on the Grand Line. Out at sea, Lin Yu discovered a ship that was still relatively intact after a brief repair at the shipyard on Spice Island. He was finally ready to set sail. "Humph, this is the most dilapidated vessel I have ever seen. Nothing could be more decrepit," exclaimed Jewelry Bonnie, gazing at the patched sails pieced together haphazardly. "Why, Lady Bonnie? This ship has been repaired by the finest shipwrights of Spice Island. Its integrity is assured." A pirate chuckled, skillfully maneuvering the sails. On Spice Island, Lin Yu had recruited dozens of pirates. Of course, these were merely the ship's crew, with Jewelry Bonnie currently being the only captain. "Bonnie, let us first head to Water City, and once we arrive, we shall seek out the most magnificent and sturdy vessel." Lin Yu laughed heartily, raising his glass of rum. "Humph, do you think you're wealthy?" Bonnie retorted disdainfully, eyeing the mountain of roasted meat and various foods before her. Being a connoisseur of cuisine, such a feast was merely standard fare for her. At that moment, a newsbird descended from the heavens, landing at the bow of the ship. After giving the bird 100 berries, Bonnie took the latest newspaper. The front page boldly displayed Lin Yu's latest bounty. Lin Yu, captain of the underworld pirates. Bounty, 300 million. The moment this news reached the crew, it ignited a wave of cheers. For a pirate crew, the amount of a bounty is nearly equivalent to a pirate's emblem. A bounty of 300 million can be considered top tier among the new generation. For instance, in the original One Piece series, Luffy's bounty serves as a prime example. After defeating Buggy in the East Blue, overpowering Captain Kuro, and vanquishing Admiral Crocodile, the Straw Hat Pirates gained immense notoriety, and Luffy began to capture the Navy's attention. His first bounty was astonishingly over 30 million berries, surpassing Captain Buggy, following Luffy's victory over the Warlord of the Sea. Crocodile, during the Alabasta incident, his bounty soared to 100 million. At this juncture, Lin Yu was nearly certain of the timeline he had entered upon arriving in this world. Just days ago, he had witnessed news of Luffy triumphing over Crocodile, alongside a wanted poster featuring a boy with kingly potential. Just as the original narrative depicted, it was a grinning youth. The rulers of the old era still dominate the new world, while those aspiring to overthrow their reign have begun to swarm. With Luffy's bounty standing at 100 million, Lin Yu's reached an astounding 300 million. Of course, this was partly due to Lin Yu's defeat of a vice admiral and his sinking of 4 naval ships. However, more critically, Lin Yu had made enemies of the Navy and the world government. A bounty of 300 million was not an unusual occurrence at this moment. Lin Yu was unconcerned about his bounty. The underworld pirates were now at a critical juncture of survival as they drew closer to the Grand Line. Both the weather and currents became increasingly unpredictable. The sea roared tumultuously in the fierce winds. The rickety ship swayed precariously, as if a final force could shatter it completely. The finest shipwrights of Spice Island managed to produce such a vessel, Bonnie exclaimed, jumping up and pointing at one of the pirates in frustration. A gust of wind struck, causing the ship to lurch violently. "Huh? Bonnie, do not fret. Calm your nerves. This is merely a battered little ship, and it has been quite an achievement to repair it to this extent." Lin Yu laughed heartily, showing no signs of worry despite the looming crisis. He stood at the bow, his gaze fixed ahead. They needed to navigate the small vessel, avoiding the windless zones, and sail towards Reverse Mountain. The Grand Line and the Red Line divide the planet into 4 regions, with the currents converging at Reverse Mountain before flowing into the Grand Line. This fact is well known. Thus, traversing Reverse Mountain becomes an exceedingly perilous journey. The currents converge at the summit of Reverse Mountain. If one fails to maintain the correct course or encounters ships from the other 3 seas, collisions are likely to occur, and even the sturdiest of ships would splinter under the immense impact. Each crossing of Reverse Mountain entails a risk to one's life. And now, it was only the beginning. Once they entered the Grand Line, the currents and weather would become even more complex. presenting a monumental challenge for anyone wishing to navigate these waters. We don't even have a navigator. Attempting to cross Reverse Mountain is sheer folly. Bonnie finally found someone more reckless than herself. Clutching onto anything nearby in the cabin to avoid being tossed overboard, Lin Yu stood on the deck, welcoming the fierce winds, his face alight with aspiration. The dilapidated vessel emitted a piercing shriek as it cleaved through the waves. The bow smashing through crest after crest. After cutting through the thick mist of the vast ocean, a magnificent expanse of crimson land emerged on the horizon. This was the Red Line. Lin Yu stood at the bow, gazing at the distant land, vowing that this was undoubtedly the most spectacular sight he had ever beheld. There lay the Red Line. Jewelry Bonnie approached him, her eyes brimming with excitement. The ship advanced steadily. As they drew closer to the coastline, a broad river gradually came into view. A river flowing upstream. This was one of the most peculiar phenomena in the world. Following this upstream river, they could traverse Reverse Mountain and reach the initial segment of the Grand Line. Reverse Mountain served as both the starting and ending point of this journey. The elusive final island, Laughtail, likely lay hidden within the mist beyond. However, without guidance, finding Laughtail would be impossible, even if one entered the latter segment of the Grand Line from the doldrums. They would merely flounder like a headless fly in the vast ocean. Lin Yu cast a brief glance before averting his gaze. He held little interest in the final island, merely curiosity guiding him. As they approached Reverse Mountain, the ship drew nearer, and the currents grew fiercer. At last, the bow collided with the upstream waters. In that instant, the entire vessel felt as though it had struck an iceberg. Lurching violently, the bow rose high. The pirates aboard scrambled to grasp onto anything nearby to avoid being thrown overboard. Lin Yu chuckled, cradling the precariously swaying Bonnie in his arms. The pirate ship glided smoothly with the current, heading towards the Grand Line. As the vessel entered the upstream flow, the turbulence lessened somewhat. They had finally reached the peak of Reverse Mountain and entered the Grand Line at the Twin Cape Lighthouse. An elderly man reading a newspaper turned to gaze in the direction of the upstream flow. This man was Kuroka's, the guardian of the Twin Cape Lighthouse and a former doctor aboard Pirate King Roger's ship. Ah, another batch of newcomers. I wonder where they will end up. Kuroka set down the newspaper in his hands, gazing at the retreating silhouette of the ship, seemingly transported back to days long past. Each year, he would come here, witnessing firsthand the countless pirates flowing into this paradise. Most of them were mere commoners, mere ripples on the Grand Line. At Kanu's office, news arrived that Lin Yu of the Hades Pirates had entered the Grand Line. The fall of Ghost Spider had turned Lin Yu into a thorn in Akainu's side, one that he was determined to remove. What do you think? Akainu inquired, placing the documents down. Shichibukai, Lin Yu has entered the Grand Line. How have you considered the mission to capture him? Despite being one of the strongest in the Navy and the most formidable admiral, Akainu maintained an unexpectedly amiable demeanor. The man opposite him, similarly clad in the Navy's Justice Cloak, was identifiable as a vice admiral from his insignia. However, beyond the cloak, this seemingly simple farmer had a cigar dangling from his mouth, dressed rather casually, with his legs crossed in a relaxed posture. Yet, even a vice admiral showed utmost respect towards Akainu, making such informality toward him unthinkable. Vice Admiral Chishiro, known as T-Pig, was indeed a vice admiral, yet he bore the title of a candidate for admiral. If the Navy truly required 4 admirals, T-Pig would undoubtedly be among them. In fact, this T-Pig was not far from the caliber of an admiral. More importantly, the two were fellow disciples. Akainu and Kizaru Paisalino were first-generation disciples of the former admiral, Zephyr, while T-Pig and Kazan, another admiral, were third-generation disciples of Kizaru. Within the Navy, 2 vice admirals were referred to as admiral candidates. One was Peach Rabbit Shuan, and the other was T-Pig Chishiro Sakazuki. You know, I am usually quite busy, T-Pig remarked slowly, removing the cigar from his mouth. He hardly resembled a vice admiral who would kill without hesitation. Instead, he appeared as an ordinary farmer. Akainu frowned. He disapproved of T-Pig's nonchalant attitude, which reminded him of Aokiji Kazan, another admiral. It was common knowledge that Akainu and Aokiji did not share a good relationship, often clashing on various matters if it were not absolutely necessary. Akainu would prefer not to involve an officer who seemed so unmilitary in this task. Mobilizing forces in the New World was a perilous endeavor. Moreover, with Ghost Spider deceased, Dispatching a vice admiral to hunt down Lin Yu would necessitate the simultaneous involvement of several vice admirals for any chance of success. Thus, his only option was to look towards other mobilizable forces. T-Pig was one of them. He was not an ordinary vice admiral, but one with admiral-level prowess. Therefore, Akainu could not treat him as he would a typical vice admiral, speaking with an authoritative tone. If you can successfully complete the mission to hunt down Hades Lin Yu, I will endorse your appointment as the head of the Navy's new recruit training academy, with Peach Rabbit as your deputy. Is that for real? T-Pig sprang to his feet. Of course, Akainu nodded without hesitation. Then I shall take this opportunity to stretch my limbs on the Grand Line. Akainu smiled. The other admiral candidate, Peach Rabbit Shiwan, known as the sensuous powder keg, had been rejected 100 times by T-Pig, a fact that had become a joke within the Navy headquarters. With such an opportunity to partner with Peach Rabbit, T-Pig would not let it slip by. Sending a vice admiral of admiral caliber to hunt down Lin Yu seemed to Akainu to be a matter likely to conclude without incident. Lin Yu remained unaware of the happenings within the Navy headquarters. Even if he did, it mattered little. His objective was the Shichibukai. To Lin Yu, the Grand Line was merely a hunting ground, and these formidable individuals were his prey, which he would not let escape. These strong figures were stepping stones for him to ascend to the pinnacle of this world, each representing his experiences and attributes. Lin Yu was confident that when he next encountered Akainu, he would shatter that man's head. Amidst the torrential rain and tumultuous waves, with thunder and lightning crashing overhead, such weather was a rarity across the seas. Yet, on the Grand Line, harsh weather and bizarre environments, coupled with strange magnetic fields, had become the norm. All of this would pose great impediments to navigation on the Grand Line. How much longer until we can land on an island and rest? Asked Jewelry Bonnie, standing atop the lookout tower, addressing a nearby crew member on the Grand Line. The navigation knowledge they had acquired had become utterly useless. They could only follow the direction indicated by the log pose, hoping to eventually reach some island. However, which island they would land upon was left to fate. The Grand Line consisted of 7 routes, and until they reached their first island, no one could ascertain which route they would traverse. Amidst the raging storm, a colossal wave towering several dozen meters appeared ahead, crashing down upon them. Not good. Jewelry Bonnie's face registered terror. With her devil fruit abilities, if their ship were to be shattered by the waves, it would spell disaster for her. Yet, at that moment, she was at a loss as to how to prevent it. The forces of nature were simply too formidable. In a critical moment, Lin Yu leaped into the air. Raging foot, he shouted fiercely that a tremendous slash cleaved the towering wave in two, allowing their grand ship to sail through the tumult unscathed. Great Captain, Yua! The pirates aboard erupted in cheers, feeling their futures were illuminated by following such a powerful captain. This treacherous weather persisted repeatedly in this strange ocean. Calmness would suddenly give way to fierce gales at times. What had been a tranquil sea would suddenly reveal a massive whirlpool, or they would encounter a gigantic iceberg under extreme heat. The Grand Line was filled with all manner of illogical climates. After enduring a series of harsh weather conditions, Lin Yu and his crew finally navigated through the most treacherous waters and arrived at their first island, Whiskey Peak. Upon entering the harbor, Lin Yu realized the route he had chosen mirrored that taken by Monkey D. Luffy in the original story. Lin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment as someone filled with a thirst for adventure. He naturally wished to explore more places. Moreover, he was already aware that the Straw Hat Pirates were just ahead. If both parties traversed the same path, would it not mean that Lin Yu would be left trailing far behind, merely following in their wake? Whiskey Peak, having fallen into chaos due to Crocodile's capture, appeared to be a town welcoming pirates on the surface that in reality, it was a haven for a multitude of bounty hunters. Countless bounty hunters awaited the opportunity to hunt down newcomers from all directions. This was the Grand Line, seemingly unremarkable. Lin Yu remarked as he walked. Enough chit-chat, let us grab something to eat. We must prioritize sustenance. Jewelry Bonnie declared, patting her stomach. The log pose needed to remain on the island for a while to store magnetic energy as they spoke. Lin Yu glanced at the log pose on his wrist. Next, we need to find a restaurant. After days of consuming sea king meat, Lin Yu found himself unable to stomach anymore. They entered an inn. Boss, 2,000 pounds of roasted meat. Jiaoli raised her voice, prompting a throng of individuals to enter that very moment. Within a naval base, a naval officer respectfully addressed the seated vice admiral. Sir, We have just received news that the Huangquan pirates have appeared at Whiskey Peak. The vice admiral, known as Chatton, took a deep drag from his cigar, releasing swirling plumes of smoke. The prey has finally arrived. It's truly exhilarating, he exclaimed. Sir, based on their trajectory and our current position, I propose we intercept them at Alabasta. Chatton nodded. Then let us expedite matters and resolve this in Alabasta. Huangquan Lin Yu, for my sake, even if I were to take your life, do not hold it against me. However, the officer in the black suit interjected gravely. But, sir, according to our intelligence, Huangquan Lin Yu and his crew may encounter some difficulties at Whiskey Peak. Chatton glanced at the documents in his hand. Just a rabble that if Huangquan Lin Yu were to fall to this motley crew, we would simply retrieve his head to report back. After all, Akainu did not specify whether he wanted him dead or alive. He stuffed another cigar into his mouth, in a desolate room at Whiskey Peak. A gathering of formidable figures convened. This prey is certainly not to be underestimated. In the center stood a large round table, surrounded by 3 chairs, each occupied by a man. One of them, impeccably dressed in a suit with meticulously styled hair, remarked, otherwise, if he were a mere pushover, our 3 major factions at Whiskey Peak would not have united. Beside him, a bald man traced a scar on his forehead, speaking in a low tone. So, how shall we divide the spoils once we secure the money? Another man, wielding a longsword, inquired. At that moment, the bounty on Lin Yu lay prominently on the table. Whiskey Peak, a haven for bounty hunters, has witnessed countless new pirates perish here, their heads severed for rewards that it is safe to say that for any pirate. Whiskey Peak serves as a significant trial. That day heralded a momentous occasion for the bounty hunters of Whiskey Peak. The emergence of a stunning new pirate, the captain of the Huangquan pirates. Lin Yu boasts a bounty of 300 million berries, and Jolie, an officer of the Huangquan pirates, carries a bounty of 140 million berries, a staggering total of 440 million. Such a sum is indeed a substantial fortune. In the past, bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak would have never dared to target such pirates. Most pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million come from the Grand Line or the New World. The bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak usually prey on novices, with their highest recorded bounty being merely around 60 million berries. Pirates with bounties over 100 million are exceedingly rare across the seas. Yet, on this occasion, 2 such figures have emerged simultaneously. The amount of the bounty does not necessarily reflect an individual's absolute strength. That a pirate with a bounty of 50 or 60 million may not possess greater power than one with a 30 million bounty. Ironically, Lin Yu is a newcomer who has never set foot on the Grand Line. Thus, the bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak cast their covetous eyes upon him. Following the Straw Hat Pirates' defeat of Baroque Works, the island's factions have been covertly deliberating on how to deal with the Huangquan pirates. Although Lin Yu is merely a novice, his bounty of 300 million, combined with Jolie Boney's, totals 440 million, a sum that naturally entices the greed of various factions on the island. Furthermore, regardless of circumstances, Lin Yu remains a rookie who is yet to embark on the Grand Line. Therefore, even though he has vanquished Vice Admiral Guyu, how formidable can he truly be in the eyes of those bounty hunters? Perhaps there are underlying issues at play. This situation presents an opportunity for all involved to share in the spoils. Upon success, the bounty can be divided into 2 parts. One for our trio, and the other for the one who delivers the fatal blow to Huangquan Lin Yu. The man with the slicked-back hair smiled faintly. Quite fair. I second that. The others nodded in agreement. Next, we must deliberate our tactics. This fellow is capable of besting even a vice admiral. In the arena, the 3 engaged in fervent discussion, while their subordinates whispered among themselves that our ragtag group lacks the discipline of a regular army. Have you heard? A fat sheep is arriving today. Yet, he is not to be trifled with. He has defeated a vice admiral and sunk 4 large warships, but I haven't seen many followers around. One would expect such a formidable individual to have a considerable entourage. Could there be some hidden agenda? Might a certain bigwig be creating hype for an illegitimate child? To sink 4 warships indicates that the opposing fleet possesses significant strength. However, it is also possible that both sides suffered heavy losses, leaving only a battered ship behind. Perhaps Geoise was outmaneuvered. Could it be that he faced exclusion from a high-ranking officer? With a bounty exceeding 400 million, it is no wonder that the entire town's resources are being mobilized. Oliver, the owner of Gemini Peak Security Company, the underground crime lord Valen, and the representative recommended by the Whiskey Peak Bounty Hunters Association, the Wolf Swordsman Murphy, a user of the wolf fruit. The alliance of these three factions is unprecedented. Faced with such power, even the warlords of the sea would likely retreat, let alone the mere Huangquan Lin Yu. A gaggle of individuals greedily discussed their plans, their eyes clouded by the allure of the 440 million bounty. At that very moment, Lin Yu and his companions were indulging in a feast, unaware that they had become a delectable target in the eyes of the bounty hunters. After a hearty meal, Lin Yu soon realized they had depleted their funds. "You scoundrel, that was meant for purchasing a ship," Jolie Boney shouted at Lin Yu. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Yu awkwardly scratched his nose. "Well, although I ate the most, I refuse to take the blame. I think you indulged quite a bit too." At this juncture, only Lin Yu and Boney remained in the restaurant, the other pirates having already departed to seek amusement. Lin Yu and Jolie Boney, however, relished the culinary delights. They continued until they had emptied their wallets. Finally calling it quits, "Thank you for your patronage," the restaurant owner beamed as he personally escorted Lin Yu and Boney out. As for this restaurant, for the next few weeks, they would not need to conduct any business. The amount Lin Yu and Jolie Boney consumed was equivalent to a month's worth of income for them. Though they bickered and shifted blame, their bodies were honest. Both Lin Yu and Jolie Boney patted their bellies, having spent all their money on food, deeming the feast worthwhile. However, the moment they stepped out of the restaurant, Lin Yu sensed something amiss. Someone is watching us, with an exceptionally keen sixth sense and an acute observation of hockey. Lin Yu detected danger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Lin Yu swiftly rolled and shielded Jolie Boney in his embrace, evading the attack. It seems someone is about to meet their misfortune. Another wave of benefactors approaches. Lin Yu grinned, having just spent all our money. And now someone is delivering more. I shall not be courteous. Be careful. Lin Yu gently patted Jolie Boney's back, unperturbed by the thought of her succumbing to an unknown assailant. After all, she was the age fruit user. The gluttonous Jolie Boney. Damn it, I missed. From a distance, Oliver, the CEO of Gemini Peak Security Company, peered through a telescope at Lin Yu. Think I could take down a man with a bounty of 300 million with just a sniper rifle is sheer folly. The gang leader Warren scratched his head and grinned broadly. Now it's our turn. Warren raised the phone bug and proceeded according to plan. Just as the gang leader finished his statement, several individuals on the rooftop where Lin Yu was located began to drop numerous items. "It's poisonous. It's a gas bomb," exclaimed Joelle Bonny. "These little lackeys are truly insufferable." Lin Yu stood up resolutely. Nearby, several canisters continued to spew forth a foul gas. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, yet he paid it little mind. With his current physical strength, mere poison could hardly harm him. However, the stench was unbearable. Having just eaten, he was nearly compelled to regurgitate his meal. Joelle Bonny shared the same sentiment, but she was not concerned about Lin Yu falling victim to the poison. She knew his body was as robust as a monster's, rendering such worries unnecessary. Without hesitation, she leapt through a window, escaping the suffocating miasma. "Warren, it seems your poison has had no effect at all," sneered the werewolf swordsman Murphy, standing beside the gang leader. "Humph, do not be too quick to judge. This is merely a preliminary test." Just as Warren finished his words, he was utterly enraged by the sight before him. Lin Yu moved with a flurry, and those few subordinates he had dispatched to release the poison lay sprawled on the ground. Defeated. Damn it. Lead him toward the traps. Not good. He's so fast. It's too late. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the streets were littered with fallen bodies, sprawled in disarray. All of Warren's subordinates had collapsed. The traps and tactics they had previously set in place had proven utterly ineffective, failing even to lure the enemy. Yet, before Lin Yu could catch his breath, the area around him was engulfed in explosives. Bombs detonated around him. When the smoke cleared, the bounty hunters could hardly comprehend how Lin Yu had perished. All they saw were one crater after another, each conspicuously empty. Above, up there, someone shouted in panic. Before they could regain their composure, darkness enveloped them, marking their final farewell to this world. The local forces of the three Whiskey Peaks, with their hundreds of subordinates strategically placed around, were annihilated by Lin Yu in mere moments, leaving no room for resistance. There was simply no time to escape. The bounty hunters watching from a distance trembled in fear, their teeth chattering. This was a formidable monster they could not afford to provoke. Just as they were about to flee, Lin Yu's voice resonated. "Since this is the path you have chosen, you need not walk it any further." One must always pay the price for their choices. Naturally, Lin Yu had long been aware of these armed individuals. Amidst the screams, he effortlessly eliminated the more than 1,000 gathered from the three major forces of Whiskey Peaks. Days later, the media would dub this incident the 1,000-man slaughter of Whiskey Peaks. Yet, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Lin Yu glanced into the distance, where three individuals, armed with binoculars, stood atop the highest point. Likely the masterminds behind it all, Warren and his subordinates stared in disbelief at the scene, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, in the blink of an eye. Over 1,000 lives had been extinguished. Oliver remarked solemnly, "This is nothing short of a monster. Even those who retreated from the Grand Line could not possess such strength. He is beyond our capability to combat. We must retreat, and quickly." "What about my brothers?" Warren asked, his expression one of indignation as he sought retribution for his fallen comrades. "If you seek revenge, go ahead. I have no desire to provoke such a being," Murphy replied coolly. Warren gritted his teeth. The strength Lin Yu had displayed made it abundantly clear to even the most seasoned among them that such a monster was not one they could challenge. As the three prepared to issue the order to retreat, "Not good. We've been spotted." Warren trembled, binoculars in hand. "What? Not good?" The other two gasped, a profound sense of peril washing over them, just as they uttered their words. Lin Yu's figure suddenly materialized before them. Lin Yu had never slackened his training in hockey, including observation hockey. From the very beginning, he had been keenly aware of these three individuals. A bounty hunter. One must first ascertain the magnitude of their prey. Failure to discern this could result in missed opportunities. Lin Yu spoke nonchalantly. "Kill." The leader, Warren, drew a pistol and frantically squeezed the trigger at Lin Yu. Yet he found himself firing blanks. In an instant, Lin Yu appeared directly in front of him. "Finger gun." Lin Yu smiled faintly as he pierced Warren's skull with a single finger. Warren slowly crumpled to the ground. Oliver and Murphy exchanged glances, both aghast. His strength rivals that of the monsters on the Grand Line. Murphy's expression turned grave as he stated coldly, "We can no longer proceed as such. We must reveal all our hidden cards. Otherwise, we shall perish here." Oliver nodded in agreement. He understood that failing to fight with all his might at this moment would seal his fate. Wolf fruit. Werewolf form. Murphy unsheathed his sword, instantly transforming into a werewolf. To Oliver's surprise, he too was a wielder of a devil fruit, his hands morphing into sharp steel needles. The two were indeed both devil fruit users. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu furrowed his brow, then broke into a grin. This was truly a stroke of fortune. It was quite rare to encounter devil fruit users in the Grand Line. However, Lin Yu was taken aback to find two such individuals in this small locale. Having only just set foot on the first island, that a single devil fruit user could yield at least 1,000 free attribute points. When Lin Yu had escaped from Akainu's watchful gaze, he had realized that the energy from a previous devil fruit had already been squandered. These stored energies were his trump cards, which he could unleash in critical moments, a true lifeline. Yet, when he absorbed the energy from the first devil fruit, he had foolishly chosen 1,000 free attribute points, which now felt like a colossal waste. "Let's join forces to take him down." Oliver's voice grew somber. Although both were devil fruit users, they understood that not all devil fruits were created equal. Murphy's fruit was an animal-type werewolf fruit, which could only enhance strength and speed, categorizing it among the weaker varieties. In contrast, Oliver possessed the paramecia-type steel spike fruit, allowing him to transform his body into steel spikes. However, this ability proved of little practical use to Oliver, as it merely transformed his body into a weapon. Each devil fruit required development. Aside from the Logia type, there existed unique paramecia and zoan types. And most devil fruits could not grant monstrous levels of power without proper cultivation. Moreover, judging by the strength Lin Yu had just demonstrated, even a devil fruit user would find it challenging to defeat over 1,000 foes in a mere 10 minutes. Such overwhelming power left Oliver and the others in a state of dread. The two struck simultaneously. The saying that men die for wealth was particularly fitting for Oliver and Murphy. Shave. Lin Yu's figure vanished from their sight. He extended his hands, grasping both of their throats and lifting them off the ground. They turned crimson, desperately struggling, on the verge of suffocation. At that moment, an object fell from Oliver's person. Lin Yu lowered his gaze to the ground. He paused, for the needle he found differed from the previous recording needle. He discarded the two individuals and picked up the needle. Slowly, He turned it around. The needle consistently pointed in the same direction. A permanent pointer. Lin Yu suddenly understood, in the Grand Line. There existed a type of pointer that consistently indicated a specific island's direction. That he turned to the two individuals he had cast aside and approached Oliver. Now, I shall grant you a chance. Tell me, which island does this permanent pointer indicate? I implore you, spare me my life. Oliver cried out with a piercing wail. His entire foot lay shattered beneath Lin Yu's relentless stomp. Not even his ankle was spared. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Lin Yu's voice was as frigid as a decree from the depths of hell. He had never shown an ounce of mercy to those who dared to attack him. As Oliver's agonizing screams echoed, Murphy rushed in, trembling with terror. With a swift motion, Lin Yu pierced through Murphy's skull with a single finger. I shall grant you 3 chances, Lin Yu declared, placing his foot upon Oliver's other ankle. Followed by a sickening snap. I will tell you. It is the permanent pointer to Water City. Oliver stammered, sweat pouring down his brow, nearly sobbing. Lin Yu nodded, then, with a swift strike, crushed Oliver's head to a pulp, finally ending his life. Ding, you have defeated Oliver. Strength 13.1, Agility 14.7, Endurance 11.6, Constitution 10.4. The battle concludes. This time, Lin Yu's rewards were substantial. He had vanquished 2 devil fruit users, acquiring 2 spheres of devil fruit energy. Along with a prize, a permanent pointer to Water City. That if Oliver's claims were indeed true, this pointer would allow Lin Yu to reach Water City directly. Lin Yu then recalled that CP9 operatives were still concealed within Water City. The members of CP9 were predominantly formidable individuals endowed with devil fruit powers, each a master of physical combat, with Rob Lucci being the most distinguished among them, in the original narrative, prior to the introduction of Haki. Rob Lucci represented one of the most formidable adversaries ever faced by Luffy and his companions, the tender age of 13. Rob Lucci had joined CP9, having slaughtered 500 soldiers and an entire crew of pirates as his initiation, subsequently earning his place among them. As a devil fruit user, he possessed the powers of a leopard, having refined the Navy's 6 styles to perfection while also being a physical combat expert. Lucci's prowess was acknowledged by countless powerful figures. Even Aokiji, aware that the warlord Crocodile had fallen to Luffy, held little faith in Luffy's ability to defeat Rob Lucci. Following Lucci's defeat, the government expressed its concerns to Warlord Moria, who had once stood toe-to-toe with the Emperor Kaido. Moria was shocked to hear of Lucci's downfall, highlighting the immense strength Lucci possessed, recognized even by those who wielded only a Zoan-type fruit and exceptional combat skills. The concept of dowry first emerged during the Judicial Island incident in the original work. For instance, typical Navy soldiers possess a dowry of 10, while exceeding 500 classifies one as superhuman. The weakest among CP9 was Commander Spandam, with a paltry score of just 9, inferior even to the soldiers. Following him were Khalifa at 630, Fukaru at 800, Jayabura at 810, Bruno at 820, Gabra at 2180, Kaku at 2200, and lastly, Lucci at an astounding 4,000. Most of these individuals were physical combat experts, adept in the Navy's 6 styles, ensuring their physical capabilities were anything but lacking. For Lin Yu, swiftly growing stronger necessitated defeating these powerful foes as his level increased. Vanquishing ordinary opponents became increasingly fruitless, a labor without reward. Moreover, Water City was renowned as a shipbuilding hub, home to a prestigious shipbuilding company, helmed by Chairman Iceberg, a legendary shipwright's apprentice. Whiskey Peak was primarily a gathering place for bounty hunters, drawn by the arrival of new pirates venturing towards the Grand Line, with bounty hunters lying in wait to strike. Lin Yu encountered Jewelry Bonnie once more at the same restaurant. Bonnie entered, hauling a massive bag, placing it before Lin Yu, exclaiming that the so-called 3 great powers of Whiskey Peak were nothing but paupers. Just moments ago, Bonnie had seized a trove of treasures while the 3 factions were caught off guard. Approximately 30 million berries. I wonder if this is enough to procure a fine vessel, she mused. Bonnie resembled the housekeeper of the Hell's Pirates. Regardless of whether it's sufficient, let us first make our way to Water City. Lin Yu replied with a grin, handing the permanent pointer to Bonnie. A permanent pointer? A pointer to Water City? Bonnie exclaimed, taken aback. A permanent pointer was an exceedingly rare treasure even on the Grand Line. Indeed, we cannot afford to tarry any longer. Let us depart, Lin Yu asserted, rising to his feet. Once Lin Yu's ship sailed away from Whiskey Peak, the news rapidly spread via Din Din Mushi, the Hell's Pirate. Lin Yu, has emerged from Whiskey Peak to in a certain maritime region of the Alabasta Kingdom. A naval warship floated upon the waves. At last, he has arrived. Tashigi, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, appeared eager. Shall we summon the nearby naval base's ships, sir? An officer inquired. No need. It's merely a little brat. Tashigi dismissed, waving his hand nonchalantly that a storm was brewing, while Tashigi waited impatiently on the waters near Alabasta. He could never have imagined that Lin Yu would be heading straight for Water City. Guided by the permanent pointer, Tashigi was destined to wait in vain on the surface of the sea. The ship, adorned with the Hell's pirate flag, despite its sails being furled, surged forward with remarkable speed. At the bow, Jewelry Bonnie stood, surrounded by her fellow crew members, all engaged in lively discussion about their journey. The small vessel, though not sailing, moved faster than many ships under full sailed. As the rope at the bow tightened, a white line appeared across the water's surface. Lin Yu propelled the ship through the waves. His immense physical strength allowed the colossal vessel to slice through the sea. Racing forward, Lin Yu submerged himself in the water, his legs, arms, and every muscle straining with effort. After a considerable time, he finally surfaced for air. This was Lin Yu's method of training. Swimming served as an excellent way to enhance physical fitness. Given his current physical strength, if he continued training aboard the already worn-out ship, it would not be long before he reduced it to mere splinters. Dragging the large ship through the water was evidently the best choice for conditioning and familiarizing himself with his newfound power. The sheer volume of exercise was ample, even with Lin Yu's current capabilities. Moving the massive vessel required all his strength. Such intense training enabled Lin Yu to better control the explosive power he had recently acquired. More importantly, the energy stored within his body from the devil fruit could be extracted in this manner, integrating it throughout his muscles, bones, and organs. This extracted power acted as a balance, rectifying any discrepancies in his attributes. It was akin to a crystal-clear spring filling the hollows within his body, leveling all aspects to harmony. Strength, agility, endurance, constitution, these four attributes had begun to transition from their initial imbalance towards a state of equilibrium. The newfound balance within his physical attributes brought Lin Yu great comfort. To truly possess a formidable physique, balance across all aspects was essential. Otherwise, one would remain a lopsided aberration. To further intensify his training, he enveloped his body entirely in armament hockey. How long has the captain been at it today? One crew member inquired on the deck. Another crew member produced a pocket watch. It has already exceeded 6 hours. The crew members were filled with admiration at To navigate such a colossal vessel through the waters. Could it be that our captain is the reincarnation of Poseidon? Having such a captain truly inspires confidence. Amidst the murmurs, Lin Yu leaped from the surface of the sea and landed gracefully on the deck. His entire body was drenched in sweat, a mingling of perspiration and seawater cascading down. One crew member promptly brought a chair and placed it behind Lin Yu, who sat down heavily, leaning back against the chair's support. "Captain, drink some water." Another pirate respectfully offered a cup. Lin Yu accepted it and gulped it down in one swift motion. Breathing heavily, he reclined against the chair, closing his eyes to recuperate. Maneuvering this ship forward was an immense drain on Lin Yu's energy. Xiao Aliboni approached and inquired, "Why push yourself so hard?" Lin Yu opened his eyes to behold Boni's alluring figure, her slender waist revealing a glimpse of her navel, and he exhaled softly. "It is because I aspire to become the strongest in this world." "The strongest in the world?" Xiao Aliboni bit her lower lip. "What a fool that you truly believe that sheer physical prowess can dominate this world. The powers of the devil fruits, once fully harnessed, are utterly devastating." Unaware of Xiao Aliboni's thoughts, Lin Yu took a breath and asked, "Where exactly are we?" Boni replied softly, "According to our calculations, we are nearing Water City." We discovered remnants of a railway beneath the sea. Something only found in Water City. She was not particularly adept at navigation. In fact, her personality was rather careless. Thus, she could not accurately determine their precise location and distance like a seasoned navigator. Lin Yu nodded. "I understand." Regardless of the circumstances, he needed a professional navigator. Unfortunately, in Lin Yu's memory, those skilled navigators had already been claimed. Even Nami from the East Blue had been taken by the Straw Hat Pirates. Where could he possibly find a competent navigator? Slowly recovering from his fatigue, he stood up. "Forget it. We must first acquire a sturdier ship." Lin Yu sighed. Upon reaching Water City, he aimed to procure a new vessel and then defeat CP9. which would likely elevate his strength and other attributes to over 7,000 points. This was 7 times more than when he faced Akainu. By that time, even if he encountered an admiral again, he would not be defenseless. After training, Lin Yu certainly needed to assess the results. Host: Lin Yu, Strength, LV3 3299.4 Agility, LV3 3381.3 Endurance, LV3 3133.5 Constitution, LV3 3216.8 Free Attribute Points. 000 Skills, Martial Arts, LV289 Soru, LV298. 2 Tekai, LV264 Jeppu, LV297.2 Moonwalk, LV289.6 Paper Drawing, LV274 Finger Gun, LV277.2 Armament Hockey, LV269.3 Observation Hockey, LV255.9 among the 6 powers of the Navy. Lin Yu most frequently employed Soru and Jeppu, as these 2 techniques proved to be the most practical for him. Although he also utilized Moonwalk fairly often, it paled in comparison to the former 2. As for Tekai, Paper Drawing, and Finger Gun, Lin Yu had used these less frequently. Beyond the Navy's 6 powers, Lin Yu placed greater emphasis on Hockey. Both Armament Hockey and Observation Hockey had successfully advanced to LV2. With the range of perception for Observation Hockey significantly increased, while Armament Hockey enveloped his body entirely, greatly reducing physical stamina consumption and enhancing his defensive capabilities from the perspective of fundamental attributes. The training during this period had yielded excellent results, with the gaps in strength, agility, endurance, and constitution steadily narrowing. All mental attributes were above 3,000, representing the combined physical prowess of 3,000 individuals. Such strength, if brought back to Earth, would likely result in dissection. However, in this world, it was not the pinnacle of power. Moreover, in this world, there existed other formidable abilities, such as the Devil Fruits and Conqueror's Hockey. Legends say that only those with the qualities of a king can wield Conqueror's Hockey. Lin Yu was uncertain if he possessed such qualities or if he could manifest this overwhelming power. Yet, he was aware that Conqueror's Hockey was incredibly domineering. With a mere thought, it could render opponents unconscious, offering a significant advantage in battle. Lin Yu clenched his fists that he could not afford to slacken. At first glance, his strength appeared formidable, yet this power was merely a drop in the ocean compared to an admiral of the Navy. He gazed towards the horizon, where the sky met the sea. Freedom requires immense strength to sustain it. Lin Yu tilted his head towards the heavens and leaped into the air. Moonwalk. Lin Yu executed several consecutive moonwalks. The moonwalk consumed considerable stamina and demanded exceptional control of one's muscles. The technique did not conjure platforms from thin air. Rather, it relied on immense strength and speed to forcefully stomp the air, compressing it into a stepping surface. Practicing the moonwalk allowed Lin Yu to better master his strength and optimize his power. According to descriptions in the original work, the physical prowess of an ordinary soldier is 10 points, while Rob Lucci's prowess reached 4,000, even without transforming. This implies that Lin Yu might not guarantee victory against him. Based on Lin Yu's calculations, an ordinary person's physical prowess is roughly 1 point, while elite Navy soldiers hover around 10 points. Thus, while physical prowess may not directly correspond to strength, there is still a significant relationship. According to Lin Yu's estimates, his current power should fall between 3,500 and 4,000, slightly lower than Rob Lucci. Fortunately, Lin Yu had remained hidden in the shadows, even though Rob Lucci had also concealed himself. However, Lin Yu was familiar with the CP9 members. Defeating Rob Lucci would require a step-by-step approach. Overcoming CP9 would greatly enhance his attributes. This plan was already set in motion. Of course, the most crucial aspect remained the construction of a sturdy pirate ship. Lin Yu soared hundreds of meters into the sky, tracing an arc through the air. Standing at a height of 100 meters, he gazed into the distance. Faintly, he spotted the horizon's end, where a train emitted thick smoke. Racing across the sea. Was this not the sea train? The appearance of the sea train signified that Water City was just within reach. This world was indeed peculiar. Even steam engines could be constructed, capable of powering trains, yet sailing upon the sea primarily relied on sails. Although various advanced high-tech weapons existed, the Navy's arsenal mainly consisted of swords, guns, and spears. Lin Yu observed the distant sea train as it sped past, lost in thought for a moment before redirecting his gaze downwards, diving into the ship below. Many crew members gazed up at Lin Yu's descent. Their eyes brimming with reverence. To have a captain capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the seas instilled a profound sense of security. Water City. This is the Venice of the One Piece world, the city upon the sea. Simultaneously, it is the most advanced shipbuilding hub along the Grand Line. Many pirates and formidable teams flock to this place to acquire vessels. The mayor of Water City is also the owner of the shipbuilding company, Carrera, and he is a disciple of the shipwright Tom. It took him 8 years to consolidate the 7 shipyards on Water 7 and establish an agreement with the world government, making Carrera the official shipbuilding company of the world government. This is why the world government dares not act against Iceberg. However, on the surface, this is the domain of the world government, and as a pirate ship, Lin Yu could not openly dock at the official port of Water City, as it would compromise the world government's dignity. However, if one were to venture to the rear of Water City, the scenario would be entirely different. After all, Water City owes its very existence to shipbuilding, and it inevitably must contend with a few pirates. The pirates are well aware of this unspoken rule. Since most of them prefer to avoid trouble, they generally abide by this unwritten agreement by mooring at a small port situated at the back of Water City. Lin Yu, too, is averse to complications. His visit to Water City is not to challenge the world government, but rather to procure a new large vessel, while simultaneously seeking to gain some advantages from CP9. That the pirate ship that Lin Yu is aboard is steadily approaching the harbor. The port is bustling with vessels adorned with pirate flags, for this is indeed an era dominated by pirates. As his ship gently glides into the dock, the entire dock erupts with excitement. It's the Huangquan pirate crew. The notorious Lin Yu, with a bounty of 300 million, has arrived from the South Seas. It is said that not long ago, Huangquan Lin Yu eliminated a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters and sank 4 large battleships, which explains the staggering bounty of 300 million berries. This new generation truly possesses remarkable prowess. However, they have only just embarked upon the Grand Line. So how have they already reached Water City? Could it be they possess a permanent pointer to Water City? Many pirates cast their gazes toward Lin Yu and his crew, murmuring amongst themselves. Recently, 2 significant events have transpired at sea. One involves the Straw Hat Pirates, led by Luffy, who gained fame after defeating the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. The other concerns Lin Yu. Currently, Lin Yu finds himself at the center of attention. A bounty of 300 million is not something just any ordinary pirate can achieve. Nevertheless, the Huangquan pirate crew entering the harbor does not instill undue fear. How many pirates who have survived to this point are truly simpletons? How many are cowards? The remaining crew members are instructed to safeguard the ship. Once the vessel docks, Lin Yu gives orders to several crew members before stepping ashore with Bonnie. Although Water City is home to a multitude of pirates, very few dare to cause a ruckus here. And there is little reason to do so. Apart from its proximity to Judicial Island, there is another reason. This place houses the world's foremost shipbuilding company, and pirates dare not offend them, for they all aspire to have their ships set sail. Upon disembarking, Lin Yu observes the factory district behind the residential area of Water City, where workers, drenched in sweat, are busily transporting various square and round timbers. Where is dock number 1? Lin Yu casually inquires of a foreman, producing a coin and flicking it with his fingers, the copper coin emitting a sound as crisp as jade. The worker glances at the coin in Lin Yu's hand and promptly replies, "Just over on the south bank, keep walking along the coast." With a flick of his fingers, Lin Yu tosses the coin to the worker and, alongside Bonnie, heads toward the south bank. Along the way, Lin Yu encounters numerous semi-finished ships and thousands of workers engrossed in their tasks. This factory district belongs to the Carrera Company, a colossal shipbuilding firm that monopolizes the shipbuilding industry within Water City. Many naval vessels originate from this very company. Soon, dock number 1 of the Carrera Company comes into Lin Yu's view. Oh ho ho! Welcome, esteemed guests. Here we have the finest foreman in our Carrera shipyard. Might you be in the market for a vessel? We can craft a multitude of ship types. There's nothing we cannot accomplish. A burly man clad in a blue trench coat and sporting a mane of red hair strides forward. Smiling at Lin Yu instantly recognizes the man, who is wearing protective goggles. His name is Barry, one of the 5 foremen at dock number 1 of the Carrera Company. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu speaks directly. Then, if I wish to construct a ship approximately 40 meters in length, primarily focused on speed, how much would that cost? Well, Barry's eyes dart before he quickly responds, 50 million berries. Hey, Barry, do you realize you're trying to swindle me? Just then, a man with a white dove perched on his shoulder approaches, saying, "Sir, the cost for the vessel you mentioned would be around 12 million berries. Utilizing red oak. Should you choose superior materials, the price will be even higher." Lin Yu grinned slightly, recognizing the newcomer as Rob Lucci, which was one of the objectives of his visit, the clandestine assassin organization. Second only to CP0 under the world government. Yet, at this moment, he hardly resembles an assassin. On the contrary, he wears a radiant smile, and the dove on his shoulder seems to share in the mirth. Entirely contrary to the demeanor expected of a killer, Lin Yu's gaze shifts to another direction, where a figure resembling Usopp, yet with a square nose, stands. This individual is Kaku, second in command within CP9. Endowed with the powers of the giraffe fruit, Lin Yu's attention falls upon the two, and both Rob Lucci and Kaku feel a chill run down their spines, their interest piqued by Lin Yu's demeanor. Despite Lin Yu donning a hat and sunglasses, both Rob Lucci and Kaku instantly recognize him as the captain of the Huangquan pirate crew. Lin Yu. 12 million berries? Lin Yu turns back, feeling considerably more at ease upon confirming that his target remains with the Carrera group. Barry wears a disgruntled expression, having lost all his funds once again. He had hoped for another chance to earn some back, only for Lucci to thwart his plans. Barry has always despised Rob Lucci. The man consistently adopts a self-righteous demeanor and quotes fixed prices to customers, leaving no room for negotiation. With such a partner, when would he ever strike it rich? Barry grumbles. "Hey, kid, that price is already quite reasonable. If you're not satisfied, then just scram." "Oh my, why must you speak so rudely?" Behind Lin Yu, Bonnie points at Barry, scolding him fiercely, dressed in hot pants that reveal her long legs and a shirt that barely conceals her midriff. Bonnie stands defiantly. Barry, who had just been brimming with arrogance, suddenly turns beet red, stepping back and stammering. "Why? What about me?" Bonnie places her hands on her hips, glaring at Barry with evident anger. "How dare you dress like that? You shameless woman! You scoundrel! What nonsense are you spouting?" Bonnie, incensed, stomps her feet and moves forward, ready to teach him a lesson. Lin Yu chuckles softly, pulling her behind him. That Barry's pronounced reaction to revealing female attire is something Lin Yu had gleaned from the original story. In the narrative, Barry had once referred to Nami as a shameless woman, while the Cube sisters had teased her for being overly modest. "Ha ha ha, not expensive at all, simply a bargain," Lin Yu remarks. "First and foremost, I must clarify that the ship I desire is quite unique. Heh, allow me to inform you that our Carrera company possesses the most formidable shipyard in the world. There is no vessel we cannot construct." "Not even." Barry abruptly covers his mouth, realizing he nearly let slip a significant secret. Kaku and Rob Lucci exchange glances, understanding that he was alluding to ancient weapons, specifically Pluton. Their infiltration of the Carrera company was to obtain the blueprints for Pluton. Upon hearing Barry's words, an unusual glint flickers in Lin Yu's eyes. He knows precisely where the blueprints for Pluton are located, yet he has no intention of stealing them. For Lin Yu, what he truly desires at this moment is to enhance his own strength. He firmly believes that through relentless training, his body will evolve into the most formidable weapon in this world. Barry hurriedly shifts the topic, declaring, "Our Carrera company can build any type of ship." Lin Yu strokes his chin thoughtfully and inquires, "Do you have materials made from Adam's tree available for shipbuilding?" Baoshu Adam. Lin Yu was acutely aware that it was the finest shipbuilding material. After all, the legendary pirate King Roger's vessel was crafted from Baoshu Adam. Not only Barry, but also Rob Lucci, Kaku, and the others nearby were taken aback, spitting out their drinks in astonishment. "Baoshu Adam, do you have any idea how exorbitant the cost of such timber is? I simply ask, is it even feasible?" Lin Yu remarked, arms crossed. Barry scratched his head, hesitating. "Typically, we wouldn't hoard such precious wood. In fact, it's almost impossible to stockpile it if word got out. I wager our Carrera company would become a target for thieves. And I fear the first half of the Grand Line would be crawling with those after our company." Barry shrugged nonchalantly. Kaku scoffed, thinking that if Carrera company truly possessed such a treasure, the first person he'd be wary of would be this gambler. However, I've heard that at the upcoming auction, a 40-meter-long branch of Baoshu Adam will be showcased as the grand finale. But let me caution you. If you don't have 100 million or two, you'd best not even think about it. That thing is a bottomless pit. Lin Yu exchanged glances with Bonnie. In truth, materials like Baoshu Adam are priceless anywhere. However, since we've fortuitously encountered it, we must certainly vie for it. Sir, in reality, Most ships are not constructed from Baoshu atom. With our Carrera Company's shipbuilding techniques, even ordinary materials could yield the mightiest vessels in the world. A faint smile graced Rob Lucci's lips. Understood, Mr. Rob Lucci. Lin Yu revealed an enigmatic smile before departing with Giuliani. Yet, those words directly reached Rob Lucci's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. How did he know my name? Rob Lucci's gaze turned icy as he looked at Kaku. Lucci sensed that this individual was likely targeting CP9, that who could he be? A subordinate of one of the four emperors? Or perhaps a member of the Revolutionary Army? Rob Lucci pondered, no longer considering whether Lin Yu was a newcomer. In his estimation, Lin Yu was undoubtedly connected to the Revolutionary Army. Only they could have extracted their CP9 members in such a short span of time. But why would he reveal that? What could his intentions possibly be? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Rob Lucci's mind. Hey, Lucci, Bari suddenly interjected. This guy seems quite wealthy, daring to covet Adam's treasure. Why don't you go check it out? Bari, Rob Lucci shrugged, leaning against a pile of timber, yawning lazily. But let me advise you. You might not be a match for that fellow. Kaku. Bari's gaze shifted to another individual. Bari, I'm not part of a gang. Kaku replied with a grin. Business has been rather sluggish lately, that moment. In Dock 1, Lin Yu and Giuliani had already departed. Who would have thought my luck would be this good? Encountering something as rare as Baoshu atom, its size is quite suitable, though I might not have enough funds. Giuliani, of course, had heard of the name Baoshu atom, but that mattered little. What was crucial was the lack of money. Lin Yu chuckled, shaking his head. How could it possibly be insufficient? There is no shortage of wealth in the Grand Line, teeming with pirates. Are you suggesting we resort to robbery? Nonsense. I am a pirate. Has the conflict among pirates ever ceased? At most, it's just black on black. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of sand, Alabasta, silence reigned. The air stilled at a colossal naval warship lay anchored, its sails furled, motionless on the placid sea. At the ship's edge, Admiral T. Pig held a fishing rod, leisurely awaiting a bite. Occasionally, a breeze would stir, causing the fishing line to sway gently, creating ripples across the surface of the water. Shichikage squinted. Humming a tune. Report. A deep voice pierced the tranquility of the sea, causing even the fish waiting for a catch to flee in fright. T. Pig, evidently displeased, whipped around, ready to chastise his subordinate for disturbing his good mood. Only to see an aide rushing toward him in haste. Admiral, we have received word from Water City that the whereabouts of Huangquan Lin Yu have been located. He is currently in Water City. Water City? Shichikage sprang to his feet. How could this be? Why is Huangquan Lin Yu in Water City? The record pointer indicates that to reach Water City, one must first traverse the Kingdom of Sand, followed by other islands. Shichikage suddenly halted. Besides the record pointer, there is also the permanent pointer. Their naval headquarters possesses the permanent pointers for most islands. To Shichikage's expression darkened. He had initially thought this mission would be straightforward, but had unexpectedly waited in the Kingdom of Sand for over half a month to receive this news, only to find that the target had already reached Water City. Even at the speed of a warship, it would take at least a week or two to arrive at Water City. If the target departed at this moment, he would have no choice but to trail Lin Yu. Admiral, according to our information, Lin Yu and his crew plan to acquire a new ship in Water City, so they may linger there for a while. Upon hearing this, Shichikage's expression improved slightly. Change course immediately, head for Water City. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Before long, the massive warship sails were lowered. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose. The previously calm sea was now a tumult of wind and waves. The naval officers gazed at Admiral T. Pig, who stood at the bow, with a mix of respect and awe. The ability to manipulate air alone was enough to place T. Pig among the world's elite. Simultaneously, in Dock 1 of Water City, within the Carrera Group, in a small room, Rob Lucci was conversing with Kaku. That fellow Lin Yu seems rather peculiar. Send someone to probe him, Rob Lucci said casually. Then I'll go test this kid's strength tonight. Kaku replied coldly. No, you cannot go. Our mission is not yet complete. We absolutely must not expose ourselves. Rob Lucci stood, speaking calmly. Contact Gabra. Have him investigate what exactly Lin Yu is about. Water City is, of course, the focus of attention. Lin Yu's appearance there is no secret, and the Navy quickly received the news, just as Admiral T. Pig was racing toward Water City to hunt Lin Yu. The members of CP9 also grew tense due to Lin Yu's emergence, especially Rob Lucci, who felt something was amiss with Lin Yu's gaze. Back on the ship, Lin Yu was already preparing for his windfall. During this expedition to Whiskey Peak, he had acquired treasures from 3 local factions. However, to purchase Baoshu Atom, he needed to convert these treasures into cash. After selling the treasures, the Huangquan pirate group's assets had surpassed 30 million berries. Jolie Bonnie looked at the stack of cash and remarked, "We only have this much money now. It may not be sufficient to buy the Baoshu Atom branch." Jolie Bonnie understood the value of Baoshu Atom. Lin Yu tossed the stack of cash into the cabin. It will be enough one day. That day will not be far off. He held no disdain for plundering civilians, but robbing pirates, he felt no moral qualms. If one was insufficient, then he would simply rob several pirate groups. No one knew how many pirate crews lurked nearby. Lin Yu, not wishing to complicate matters, was aware that behind Water City lay a harbor, the true gathering place for pirates. In just a day, Lin Yu commenced his slaughter, sweeping through the pirate crews in every direction. A total of 6 pirate crews were utterly annihilated, along with countless smaller pirate factions that were left in disarray. Initially, Lin Yu's sole intention was to acquire wealth, with no murderous intent in mind. However, to his astonishment, after plundering 3 pirate crews, these factions conspired with several others, secretly disseminating the rumor that Lin Yu intended to eliminate them all, thereby uniting to seek retribution against him. The outcome was inevitable. The assembled pirate crews, despite their numbers, lacked true strength and proved no match for Lin Yu. On the coast, he unleashed a gruesome massacre, sinking several pirate ships in succession, staining the waters red. This ragtag assembly was swiftly reduced to chaos. The local navy took note of this incident, yet refrained from intervening, as it was merely an internal conflict among pirates. A spectacle they were rather pleased to observe. Within CP9, Rob Lucci grew increasingly curious about Lin Yu's true identity and objectives. Following the eradication of a multitude of pirates, Lin Yu's financial resources approached 300 million berries. Beyond monetary gains, this substantial bounty had significantly bolstered his prowess. His recent bloodshed elevated his average attributes by over 300 points. Pirates on the Grand Line were indeed stronger than those in the South Sea. Yet, with Lin Yu's current capabilities, dispatching these minor thugs did not yield considerable advancements. Nonetheless, any improvement was better than none. Even Lin Yu found himself lamenting the scarcity of pirate crews at this port. Had their numbers been several times greater, his strength could have surged even more rapidly. However, in the grand scheme of things, vanquishing a multitude of weaklings could hardly compare to the triumph over a singular formidable foe. Such an enhancement likely amounted to less than a tenth of what it would take to defeat Rob Lucci. Presently, Lin Yu stood as one of the premier powers in this world. Even against the 7 warlords of the sea, he felt confident in his ability to contend with them. In this context, the growth of Lin Yu's strength would only become increasingly challenging. "Captain, there is but an hour remaining until the auction begins," Jolie Bonnie reminded Lin Yu, simultaneously pushing open his door. In recent days, she had gathered information regarding the auction of a branch from the legendary Atom Tree. Such a rare timber was naturally to be showcased. Serving as the piece de resistance. "Let us proceed," Lin Yu replied with a subtle smile. Clad in a shirt, donned with a hat and sunglasses, Lin Yu was known for his aversion to trouble. Having earned quite the reputation in Water City after swiftly dismantling numerous pirate crews upon his arrival, if he were to venture directly into the city's heart, it would undoubtedly incite panic. He and Jolie Bonnie traversed the waters aboard a sea cow, an amphibious creature used for transportation. Upon crossing a broad waterway, a colossal structure emerged ahead, designated as a venue for timber auctions. As a titan of the shipbuilding industry, Water City had become one of the few commercial hubs in the world, attracting numerous large trading companies to procure timber, after paying a fee of 1,000 berries. Lin Yu and Bonnie entered the grand edifice. By the time they arrived, a considerable crowd had gathered, primarily comprising wealthy merchants and nobles from various nations, with pirates intermingled among them. Inside the auction hall, an array of items lay displayed, with the most striking being a colossal piece of timber measuring 40 meters in length. This was no ordinary wood. It was a segment of the Atom Tree, renowned for its unparalleled hardness and flexibility, far exceeding that of common steel. Could this be the very branch utilized in the construction of the Thousand Sunny? Gazing at the prominently displayed Atom Tree branch, Lin Yu felt a flicker of doubt. It was not outside the realm of possibility. Considering the Thousand Sunny was indeed constructed in Water City, and its proximity to the Straw Hat Pirates' location was not insignificant. Regardless, even if the Thousand Sunny was forged from this particular Atom Tree branch, Lin Yu would undoubtedly seize such a valuable timber. Soon, the auction commenced, with the auctioneer, clad in formal attire, stepping onto the stage. The initial items consisted of ordinary goods valued in the millions of berries. 2 hours swiftly elapsed, during which Lin Yu occasionally glanced at items of interest but chose not to pursue them further. In truth, not all ships were constructed from rare timber. Many purchased such materials for crafting furniture for the nobility and affluent. Rare woods specifically for shipbuilding seldom attracted competitive bids. Finally, all preceding items were auctioned off, leading to the event's culminating piece. A dark red timber exuding an ancient aura. The moment of utmost importance had arrived. The impeccably dressed auctioneer, with enthusiasm still radiating after several hours of previous sales, pointed to the final piece of wood, proclaiming, "Once, there existed an island that endured countless wars. Although this island was ravaged and fragmented, its cities reduced to ruins, one tree persevered, standing resilient amidst the devastation. Such a tree is exceedingly rare in this world, with the mightiest being the Atom Tree. Indeed, the pièce de résistance of today's auction is a branch from the Atom Tree. Now presented before you, the starting price is 100 million berries." As the auctioneer announced the starting bid of 100 million berries, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, with only hushed whispers echoing among a few individuals. Yet no one dared to place a bid. Just as the auctioneer began to grow anxious, fearing the Atom Tree branch would go unsold, someone finally called out a price: 100 million berries. A wealthy merchant seated at the front made the opening bid: 110 million. Another voice chimed in. They were all businessmen, recognizing that the Atom Tree branch, if sold to the right person, would fetch far more than a mere 100 million berries. The flurry of bids soon escalated the price to 150 million. This figure deterred many merchants, as the risk associated with such a high investment was daunting. The potential for losing the timber to a rival was a genuine concern. 200 million. A commanding voice resounded. Lin Yu had begun to place his bid, instantly raising the price from 150 million to 200 million berries. This astonishing display left the assembled nobles and merchants in shock. The bid of 200 million berries exceeded their financial limits. Simultaneously, several pirates, coveting the Atom Tree branch, but lacking the funds or unwilling to part with their riches, narrowed their eyes at Lin Yu. Even with his sunglasses and hat, they recognized him immediately. The scent of bloodshed at the docks lingered stilled. "It's him." A gasp echoed from the back. The Yellow Spring Lin Yu. The pirates exchanged glances, realizing that should Lin Yu acquire this exquisite ship timber, their chances of obtaining the Atom Tree would vanish. "Let us go after Lin Yu," they contemplated, but it was clear that while some might dare to target him, they were not among them. Soon, the crowd recognized who had placed the bid. The auctioneer's expression shifted slightly. He was aware of the presence of pirates, but had not anticipated that one would boldly bid 200 million for the Atom Tree branch. Given the myriad uncertainties involved, after a brief moment of murmurs among the crowd, no further bids emerged. 200 million berries. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel struck decisively. As the gavel fell, a staff member approached Lin Yu. Bowing respectfully, "Sir, please come forward to verify your purchase." "Very well." Lin Yu nodded slightly, rising calmly, and following suit. It was only when Lin Yu entered, bearing a massive box upon his shoulder, that the auction house's overseer finally felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the individual's identity, as long as the coin was sufficient, it mattered not. The dock. Amidst the avaricious gazes of countless onlookers, the colossal branch of the Atom Tree was hoisted by Lin Yu and cast into the waters. Valued at 200 million berries, the branch of the Atom Tree would undoubtedly incite envy in any beholder. However, the recent bloodshed orchestrated by Lin Yu remained fresh in their memories, prompting most to merely observe from a distance. With a vessel constructed from the Atom Tree, the Navy would undoubtedly find it exceedingly challenging to locate him amidst the vast ocean. I highly doubt the Navy would permit him to fashion a ship from the Atom Tree. Perhaps their forces are already en route. In the distance, many scrutinized Lin Yu's ship, engaging in hushed discussions. Yet Lin Yu remained unconcerned by their stares, pushing the ship into the sea, instructing the crew to release the mooring lines, and then setting sail, gradually departing the harbor. "Where to?" asked Jewelry Bonnie Tio, the carrier company. Lin Yu shook his head. No, the carrier company was known to harbor spies from CP9, and Lin Yu could not possibly place his trust in them to construct his ship. After all, following his meeting with Rob Lucci at Dock 1, it was highly likely that Lucci had already dispatched operatives to investigate his whereabouts. "Let us go to Frankie's house of disassembly," he declared. Frankie was the designer and builder of the Thousand Sunny in the original tale. His craftsmanship was indeed remarkable, and Lin Yu had not considered the possibility of rejection. "Once our ship is completed, we can continue our journey into the new world." The new world? Jewelry Bonnie gazed at Lin Yu's retreating figure. This period had been the most tranquil for her since escaping from the world government. She had been relentlessly pursued by the Navy. Even that encounter with Akaina might have been due to her presence. Yet, by Lin Yu's side, she bore no worries. Should danger arise, this man would protect her. Perhaps accompanying him would indeed allow her to live freely in the new world. Just as Lin Yu intended to seek out Frankie to assist in crafting a pirate ship, a small vessel suddenly approached him at great speed. "It seems we are being targeted," Jewelry Bonnie noted as the small boat rapidly closed the distance. "Is it the Navy?" "No, it appears to be pirates." Lin Yu glanced at the approaching craft, his expression shifting to one of surprise. He had not anticipated being attacked by pirates in this locale. However, upon recognizing the identity of the newcomers, he understood. Gabra, a user of the Inu no Mi model, Wolf. Lin Yu grinned broadly. "It is a member of CP9. Jewelry Bonnie's heart sank. CP9? For most, knowledge was limited to the intelligence organizations from CP1 to CP8. The existence of CP9 was largely unknown. Yet, Bonnie was acutely aware of the inner workings of the world government. Gabra had yet to realize that his cover had been blown. Upon seeing Lin Yu's pirate ship come to a halt, he understood that he had been exposed. Nevertheless, he cared little. That despicable Lucci. How infuriating! Gabra cursed inwardly. If he were to compile a list of individuals he loathed, Rob Lucci would undoubtedly claim the top spot, with CP9's Commander Spandam following closely behind. However, due to Lucci's unmatched prowess within CP9, Gabra had been compelled to probe Lin Yu, which severely bruised his pride, yet he still complied. Another matter weighed heavily on Gabra's mind. He had been on vacation, pursuing the catering staff for Catherine on Judicial Island. And just as their relationship began to flourish, Lucci summoned him for a mission. Cursing under his breath, Gabra steered his small boat closer to Lin Yu's vessel. "Heh!" In Lin Yu's astonished gaze, Gabra halted his small boat. Wearing a lewd grin, "You must be Captain Lin Yu. I am the finest shipwright from Water 7. Produce that atom tree branch, and I guarantee a handsome price for it." "Ah, I misspoke. I assure you I can craft you an excellent ship." With that, Gabra extended a hand. Gabra was not particularly bright, and he had a penchant for deceit. Lin Yu, having read the original tale, would never place his trust in such a character, the member of CP9. "Gabra, user of the Inu no Mi model, Wolf, am I correct?" Lin Yu inquired, slowly uttering a statement that left Gabra dumbfounded. Gabra was taken aback, his back drenched in cold sweat. How could he know? Who on earth is he? Knowing my background, why is he so composed? What does he rely on? Though not particularly astute, Gabra recognized that Lin Yu was unfazed by CP9, prompting such declarations. He discreetly wiped away the cold sweat. Exposed, am I? Gabra forced down his fear, speaking with a venomous edge. "You bastard. Since you are aware I am a member of CP9, you should understand what fate awaits you if you are pursued by those of us who uphold justice through dark means." "Oh, I am quite eager to see what that fate entails." Lin Yu's mocking tone completely incensed Gabra. "That I hope you can still utter such repugnant words after your bones are shattered." Gabra leapt into the air. "Finger gun, 10-finger strike." He bellowed. It is crucial to note that CP9 members are adept in the 6 powers of the Navy. Gabra ranks as the 3rd strongest within CP9, mastering the 6 powers to such an extent that he has developed several unique variations. Lin Yu regarded the aggressively advancing Gabra with nary a trace of concern. He did not even utilize Hakai. In truth, the strength of CP9 was not formidable. Aside from Rob Lucci, none could contend with Lin Yu, particularly as the majority of CP9's abilities relied on physical combat. In a contest of martial prowess, Lucci might be a worthy opponent, but the others would likely prove no match for Lin Yu. Clenching his fist, Lin Yu hurled a punch toward Gabra's outstretched fingers. A glint of malice flashed in Gabra's eyes, a cruel smile gracing his lips. He could already envision his fingers crushing Lin Yu's fist. Blood, how exhilarating! Gabra licked his lips, eager to savor Lin Yu's blood. When their fists and fingers collided, the anticipated scream of agony from Gabra did not materialize. Instead, he was met with an excruciating pain. Awoo! Gabra howled like a wounded wolf, spinning through the air several times. Soru. Gabra's speed was remarkable. Utilizing Soru to return to his small boat, the vast ocean surrounded him. Should Gabra, the user of a devil fruit, be submerged in its depths, it would surely spell his demise. As Gabra landed on his small vessel, one hand braced against the deck while the other dangled limply. He was still shaken. Had he not withdrawn swiftly, his arm would have been shattered by the force of Lin Yu's strike. The most notorious villain of the South Blue truly lived up to his reputation. Gabra chuckled heartily, gradually rising to his feet as his form began to swell, muscles rippling as grayish-white first sprouted from his body. In an instant, he transformed into a beastman towering over 3 meters tall. Even his injured fingers were momentarily assuaged by this transformation. Inu no Mi, model. Wolf, observing his transformation, Lin Yu could not help but recall the individual he had encountered on Whiskey Peak, who possessed the same wolf-based fruit. Despite the similarities, it was evident that Gabra had harnessed the fruit's powers to a far greater extent. From a physical standpoint, Gabra's strength and agility have surpassed previous levels by several magnitudes. I must admit, I underestimated you. However, your chances have run out. At that moment, Gabra suddenly sprang into action. Iron block, heavy step wolf, Gabra shouted. The most formidable technique he had developed, iron block, had been refined to an extraordinary degree. Typically, when employing iron block, one is unable to move. Yet this Gabra, astonishingly, could still launch an attack while utilizing iron block. 2 iron fists were hurled toward Lin Yu. What appeared to be an ordinary punch was, in reality, a concentration of all his strength, propelling the iron block in a manner akin to an unyielding fist, unleashed with rapid ferocity. Die for me, Gabra roared. This was one of his trump cards. Channeling his entire power into a single punch, not only could it severely injure the opponent, but it could also send them flying. Armament hockey, Lin Yu calmly uttered, a hint of a smile gracing his face. In that instant, Lin Yu's fist transformed into a glossy black. In response to this blow, Lin Yu summoned all his strength. How dare you take my attack head on? Do not underestimate me, Gabra bellowed, pouring forth all his might. Boom! The fists collided. Whoosh! Gabra hardly registered how far Lin Yu was sent flying. In truth, he himself had not been knocked back by much, but soon, he realized he could feel nothing in his hands. Glancing down, he saw his arms mangled as Lin Yu arrived. It was already dusk that a massive light bulb hung above the entrance of the Frankie residence, illuminating the dilapidated house in its entirety. A tall man stood at the doorway. Hey, that guy, it's you. What are you staring at? He shouted loudly upon spotting Lin Yu at the threshold. I've come to see Frankie, Lin Yu declared. Everyone wants to meet our boss. Do you think this is a zoo? Who exactly are you? The tall man retorted. Lin Yu burst into hearty laughter. Tell him I'm here to see Carter Flam. We are old acquaintances, don't worry. Just relay my message, and he will certainly meet with me. This lanky man was none other than Cop, one of Frankie's subordinates. He cast a puzzled glance at Lin Yu before heading inside to deliver the message. Meanwhile, within the central area of the Frankie household, the Square sisters were dancing gracefully, while others engaged in disco dancing, sipping drinks, and waving their fists in revelry, laughter echoing clearly within a 10-meter radius. Thankfully, this was merely a scrap yard, devoid of any residents. Hence no complaints arose regarding Frankie disturbing the locals. Cop swiftly approached a towering figure clad in an open floral shirt, sporting a blue ponytail, adorned with a golden necklace, and wearing nothing but red underwear. Frankie, someone is here to see you, claiming to have a prior acquaintance with Carter Flam, Cop announced with swagger. Hearing this, Frankie sprang to his feet. A disciple of Tom, Frankie was known for crafting bizarre warships, which he dubbed Battle Frankie. However, after his ships were framed by the world government, leading to his mentor's injury, he vowed never to build warships again. For he could not bear to create something that could harm Tom. When Tom was taken away by the sea train, Frankie blocked its path with his body, sustaining grave injuries, surviving the ordeal. He found refuge in an abandoned ship's cabin, repurposing its materials to transform himself into a cyborg. 4 years later, he returned to Water 7, where Iceberg handed him a blueprint of Pluton, allowing him to escape. Yet, unwilling to leave, he adopted the alias Frankie and established a dismantling yard with a group of followers. Therefore, the secret of his true identity, Carter Flam, must remain concealed at all costs. Who is this person? A pirate? or a Navy officer? Frankie pondered aloud, suddenly leaping into action. However, he quickly regained his composure. Despite his boisterous personality and love for dancing, Frankie was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute. Once he calmed down, he could even be regarded as a strategist for the Straw Hat Pirates. If it were the Navy or the world government, they would not dare to approach him so openly. Instead, they would likely apprehend him and send him to impel down. Frankie adjusted his goggles and said, "Let them in." Within the Frankie house, Lin Yu and Jewelry Bonnie stepped inside. At first glance, Frankie was seen standing there with his arms crossed. His appearance was indeed peculiar, especially considering he wore nothing but underwear. Bonnie leaned closer to Lin Yu and whispered, "This guy Ison, he even wearing pants. Is he unwell?" Although her voice was hushed. Frankie, being a cyborg, possessed superior hearing. "Hey, did that woman just call me a genius?" Frankie suddenly burst into laughter. To praise me upon our first meeting. You truly are impressive. Super. At that moment, Frankie abruptly stood up, raising both hands and shouting loudly. The Square Sisters and several of Frankie's subordinates immediately echoed his enthusiasm. Lin Yu gently rubbed his forehead. While Frankie was indeed eccentric, Lin Yu found it difficult to accept the scene before him. A grown man making such gestures seemed utterly bizarre. However, Frankie soon regained his composure. The individual before him knew his true name, which posed a significant threat if his real identity were to be exposed. The world government would undoubtedly learn of it, and they might easily deduce that he possessed the Pluton blueprint. Lin Yu's attire bore some resemblance to Frankie's. He wore a red short-sleeved shirt and shorts that showcased his muscular physique. "Hey, you, the one in your underwear. While your outfit is quite stylish, you still owe me an explanation for your presence here." Frankie pointed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu almost spit out his drink. "Me, a pervert? Clearly, it's you who is the odd one here. This is a combat short. Mind you, Frankie, this is my temporary designation for you. Perhaps we could converse privately," Lin Yu said, shaking his head, harboring doubts about whether this peculiar fellow was indeed a master shipwright. Nevertheless, given the original narrative's portrayal, Lin Yu had no choice but to entertain the notion. Frankie, realizing the necessity of keeping his identity hidden, refrained from further discussion. "Let us go," he declared, turning to lead Lin Yu into another small room within the Frankie house. "Bonnie, wait here for me," Lin Yu instructed, glancing back at Jewelry Bonnie. She nodded, allowing Lin Yu to follow Frankie into the inner sanctum as the door closed behind them. Frankie's gaze towards Lin Yu turned icy. "Who exactly are you? Should I call you Carter Flam or Frankie?" Lin Yu countered with a question of his own, walking straight to a chair and sitting down. "All right, I mean no harm. Let us not resort to violence. If I intended to cause you trouble, I wouldn't have come here to speak with you," he continued. "Would I, Flam?" Frankie nodded, taking a seat opposite Lin Yu. "I am Lin Yu, captain of the underworld pirates." "So, you are Lin Yu," Frankie exclaimed, having heard about the massacre that occurred at the pirate port in the back streets. This young man, appearing no older than 17 or 18, was capable of such feats. Cold sweat trickled down Frankie's back, realizing that Lin Yu was the one who single-handedly annihilated thousands of pirates, including a rear admiral from the Navy, and sinking 4 large warships, an impressive and terrifying feat. "How did you recognize me?" Frankie squinted his eyes. "CP9. Have you heard of CP9? Lin Yu lied without hesitation, ensuring not to reveal that he was familiar with the original story. CP9. Indeed, CP9, an intelligence agency cultivated by the world government that has previously targeted me. Moreover, numerous CP9 agents have infiltrated Iceberg's shipyard. Their objective is likely the Pluton blueprint you possess. This, I presume, is also your goal." Frankie grasped the truth and calmed down, fully aware of the world government's determination to acquire the Pluton design. Thus, it was hardly surprising that spies lurked within Water 7. If there were none, he would find that far more concerning. "CP9 has already discovered your connection with Iceberg. They have been lurking within the Carrera Group for quite some time, without yielding any results. And I fear they may act against you," Lin Yu warned, leaning closer to Frankie, his voice low. "Do you comprehend the strength of CP9? You are no match for them. Even 10 of you would fall short. These individuals are ruthless, willing to do anything to achieve their goals. Even if you manage to escape, your subordinates may suffer the consequences that CP9. What are they? Bring them on. I'll take on as many as they send." Frankie scoffed, raising an eyebrow in disdain. "No. Let us not be overly confident. Just know that you cannot defeat them." Lin Yu replied calmly that Gabra's attempt to test the waters resulted in him being sunk to the depths of the sea. It is highly likely that CP9 will strike first. They have been preparing to deal with Iceberg and Espago. However, in the original text, they were thoroughly prepared yet remained concealed until the arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates, at which point they initiated their offensive. Now, due to the unexpected emergence of Lin Yu, their plans have been disrupted, compelling CP9 to respond accordingly. I believe CP9 has already readied itself to confront Espago. Lin Yu was indeed correct. There has been no word from Gabura, and Lucci is unable to reach him, forcing Rob Lucci to contemplate the worst-case scenario. This could potentially expose their identities. Nevertheless, for these individuals, the mission remains of utmost importance. On this night, within the Municipal Hall of Water City, just as Mayor Iceberg was about to depart, a door suddenly materialized in mid-air. Mayor Iceberg, don't be in such a rush to leave. Bruno, Rob Lucci, Kaku, and others emerged from the door created by Bruno's door fruit. Lucci, what do you intend to do? Iceberg was quite familiar with Lucci, having had him as an employee in his company for over 5 years. Mayor Iceberg, we are agents of the world government, and I believe you are well aware of our objectives. Rob Lucci stated in a grave tone. That Iceberg's expression darkened as he retorted, what are you two talking about? I am about to finish my work. You are agents of the world government, but I also serve the government as the mayor of Water City. Mayor Iceberg, if you truly wish to serve the government, then you should hand over the designs for Pluto. What designs? I possess no such designs. Iceberg's countenance grew even more severe. Haha. Mayor Iceberg, that is not for you to decide. After Lucci finished speaking, Bruno seized Iceberg by the shoulders and lifted him up. Iceberg struggled painfully. Speak quickly. Mayor Iceberg, if you do not tell me, you will certainly meet your demise. Surely you wouldn't sacrifice your life for a mere design. Bruno threatened vehemently today as he exerted force. The sound of cracking bones echoed. Yet, Iceberg stubbornly bit down on his lip, seemingly resolute in his silence. Bruno sighed in exasperation. Since you do not have the design, it must be in the possession of your apprentice. Rob Lucci observed Iceberg's reaction and slowly continued. Should I refer to him as Frankie or Carter Flam? Upon hearing this, Iceberg's face paled. Besides Gabura, who had been eliminated by Lin Yu, 3 other CP9 members were concealed within the Carrera Company, coupled with Bruno's tavern in Water City and the recent transfer of the 2 individuals, Lion's Roar and Soundless Eagle. It was evident that all members of CP9 were mobilized. Lucci noted Iceberg's expression upon hearing those names, affirming that his suspicion was correct. It seems my conjecture was accurate. Frankie possesses the designs for Pluto. Rob Lucci stood up and retrieved a din mushy. Brew. Soon, someone answered on the other end. Yo Lucci. The voice on the line was peculiar, resembling a man mimicking a woman's tone. That should suffice. Waiter, you and Soundless should go capture Frankie now. Yo. Understood, Lucci. The voice abruptly cut off. Despair flickered in Iceberg's eyes, yet he found himself powerless. What does this mean? Meanwhile, at Frankie's residence, his expression had also turned grim. Had he not known he was outmatched, he would have already taken action. Let us make a deal. I will assist you in defeating CP9 and resolving your issues. In return, you shall help me construct a ship. I have brought the materials. Lin Yu spoke slowly. What? I swore I would never build ships again, Frankie exclaimed indignantly. Frankie, this is merely a transaction, a fair exchange. You seek to save your brother, and I seek my ship. Is that not equitable? You have already lost one master. Do you wish for your brother to follow suit? Hey, do not underestimate me. I am Frankie, the cyborg. Whatever CP9 dares to come, I will obliterate them. Frankie declared, stroking his iron nose and pressing it down. Suddenly, his hair erupted in a flamboyant explosion. Super. After completing this display, Frankie struck a pose, exuding confidence. What do you think, kid? Did you see how cool I am? Super cool. At that moment, Lin Yu disregarded Frankie's flamboyant hair and instead looked up. Hey, exploding hair, they are coming. Are you prepared? Who? CP9. Lin Yu gazed in another direction. Yo, exposed. Just then, a burly man emerged from the shadows. His long white hair cascading down to the ground, his face heavily powdered with makeup and adorned with a unique pattern outlined in black, resembling a theatrical performer. In truth, he was an actor. At that moment, another figure stepped forth from the darkness. With a round physique and a similarly rounded head, he bore a striking resemblance to an eagle. His legs were short, his hair a pale green, and a beard adorned his chin. The most peculiar feature was his mouth, which sported a zipper. His name was Carter Flam, and he was, in fact, Iceberg's apprentice. Jabba, I only learned of this today. This man was one of the CP9 members. Soundless Eagle.it is not my fault you cannot keep a secret. Yo-yo, what? Are you questioning my abilities? Espaka was captured by you. Frankie stepped forward, his face a mask of fury. Jabba, you are angry. It seems your bond runs deep, far deeper than it appears. Just then, lions were suddenly knelt down. Brotherhood, such a deep bond. You know, when a brother encounters danger, what choices will you make? How thrilling. It reminds me of my mother. If I were there, perhaps I could see him. Lion's roar began his exaggerated performance, pulling out a dagger as he spoke. I intend to commit seppuku. The dagger was poised to plunge into his abdomen. Iron block. I will not die. Absolutely not. No way I can die. What a predicament. Excellent performance. But please, refrain from acting next time. Jabba, Soundless Eagle interjected at this juncture. He turned his gaze to Lin Yu, saying, Lin Yu, captain of the Yellow Springs Pirates, I shall not converse with you. From the day you arrived in Water City, we have been monitoring you. You are far too unpredictable. If necessary, we will eliminate you as well. Jabba, Lin Yu shrugged. Isn't that what you just said? This CP9 member was truly an amusing character. Such individuals could not keep secrets. Even with a zipper installed, once they opened their mouths, all secrets would spill forth. I accidentally let it slip. Jabba, Soundless Eagle promptly sealed his lips. Hey, Frankie, what are your thoughts? Lin Yu appeared nonchalant. I will help you drive these individuals away and rescue your brother. In exchange, you will assist me in building my ship. Does this deal not sound advantageous? I reiterate, this is a transaction entirely beneficial for you. Lin Yu stated earnestly. Against just those two, I alone am sufficient. Frankie was truly unyielding. Lin Yu sat down, deciding to let Frankie endure a bit of hardship since he was unwilling to allow him to take action. Are you the so-called CP9? Humph. Regardless of who you are. Since the mayor dares to kidnap, you shall accept the consequences. Frankie clenched his fists, strong right hand. Frankie unleashed a powerful punch, his fist breaking away from his body and hurtling towards the head of the formidable lion. Wei Chu. Alas, the young disciple rallied in resistance, and I recalled that detestable dark sorcerer. The lion, Wei Chu, paid no heed to Frankie. In fact, he remained utterly unmoved even before Frankie's fist approached, when Frankie's iron fist struck his face. It sank in, and then there was silence. TSK, I had thought you possessed great prowess. Witnessing the dent created in his opponent's skull, Frankie was convinced that the foe was surely doomed. Frankie, not so fast. Lin Yu remarked with a smile. Wei Chu was a master of the art of life restoration, capable of controlling every muscle and bone in his body. Thus, Frankie's blow that seemingly crushed Wei Chu's head was merely an illusion. Sure enough, as Frankie withdrew his fist, he observed that the head he had just smashed was slowly returning to its original form. Oh dear, life restoration. Wei Chu gradually regained his composure. This fellow could not possibly be a monster. Frankie stared in disbelief, his comprehension stretched beyond limits. Shave, Wei Chu bellowed. With a swift motion, he vanished from Frankie's sight. Finger gone, the lion reappeared. Crack. Frankie felt a sharp pain as a finger pierced through his shoulder. Even as a cyborg, he bled. This was no jest. With a resounding thud, Frankie was effortlessly knocked to the ground. Frankie, it appears you are outmatched, Lin Yu said as he rose. Have you considered a deal with me? Frankie gritted his teeth, vowing never to build a ship again. But after witnessing that strike, he understood he was no match for CP9. If it were only for himself, Frankie would gladly sacrifice his life rather than comply. Yet, he had his crew from the Frankie family and his elder brother, Iceberg, to think of. This was the last remnant of his master's legacy. Hey, little one. Enough with the bravado. Wei Chu directed his gaze at Lin Yu. Now that you know we are CP9, do not expect to leave here alive. Enjoy the fresh air of this world while you can. If you can reach her, would you be so kind as to deliver a message to my mother? Then I might allow you to depart with less agony. Otherwise, I will make you experience the terror of death slowly. Wei Chu began to flaunt his theatrics once more, with a slight smile. Lin Yu replied, just sent away a little dog, and I find the CP9 members still restless. Little dog, did you defeat Gabra? Came the voice of the Soundless Eagle. Impossible. Gabra's combat prowess is an astounding 2180. Quickly, check this kid's stats. Wei Chu was taken aback. They were arrogant, viewing Lin Yu as merely a newcomer from the South Blue Point 4,800 combat prowess. The Soundless Eagle exclaimed, his voice trembling. His stats surpass even Lucci's. Upon seeing that figure, the Soundless Eagle nearly leapt up in shock that no, it cannot be. How could he be stronger than Lucci? Wei Chu struggled to accept this reality, though he was indeed superior to Lucci in his untransformed state. If Lucci were to transform, he would be no match at all. Blabber. The Soundless Eagle interjected once more. Hearing this, Wei Chu sighed with slight relief. However, they were acutely aware that the man before them was far from an opponent they could handle. Oh dear, retreat. Wei Chu turned, attempting to employ moonwalk to escape. Is it not a tad too late to consider fleeing now? Just as he turned, Lin Yu suddenly appeared before him. Boom. With a mere punch. Wei Chu's ironclad defenses and life restoration proved futile, as he was knocked to the ground. Not good. Blabber. Meanwhile, the Soundless Eagle produced a transponder snail, preparing to call for reinforcements. However, before he could utter a word, Lin Yu's fist struck his head, rendering him unconscious. Lin Yu seized the transponder snail from his grasp. Soundless. Has the task been completed? Came the voice of Rob Lucci from the other end. Frankie recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to the foreman of Dock 1, the man with a parrot perched upon his shoulder. Rob Lucci, a government spy. Stunned by this revelation, Frankie exclaimed, "Ah!" A harrowing scream echoed through the transponder snail. Iceberg. Lin Yu pressed the device, then turned to Frankie. "I will handle the CP9 matter. You will construct the ship for me. How does that deal sound?" Frankie regarded Lin Yu deeply before finally nodding heavily. A smile graced Lin Yu's lips. This was precisely why he had come to Water City to provoke CP9, not only to gain attribute points but also to enlist Frankie's shipbuilding services. Achieving two objectives with one endeavor. CP9 had been lurking in Water City for years. Lin Yu's actions had raised their suspicions, prompting their preemptive movements. Lin Yu patted Frankie on the shoulder, saying, "Frankie, you made the right choice." "What about those two?" Frankie pointed at the two unconscious CP9 members. Lin Yu's gaze swept over them. In comparison to Gabra, these two were relatively weak, lacking the abilities of devil fruits. Each would grant Lin Yu an average of 500 base attribute points. This pleased Lin Yu immensely, as his strength surged by 10%. At this moment, the last thing Lin Yu feared was engaging in pure physical combat. "Bonnie, you take care of them." Lin Yu exited the room. Joan Ellie Bonnie entered from outside. Approaching the two and grasping their wrists, to Frankie's astonishment, the two transformed into wailing infants. This was the power of Ellie Bonnie's fruit. Incredible! Frankie's eyes widened, filled with admiration for Joan Ellie Bonnie. After returning the two transformed CP9 members to the rest of the Frankie family, Lin Yu and Frankie headed to the Municipal Hall of Water City, leaving Joan Ellie Bonnie to guard the branch of the Atom Tree. Wei Chu and the Soundless Eagle must have encountered some trouble. Rob Lucci furrowed his brow, speaking in a low tone. "Oh, who did this?" Kaku lowered his duckbill hat. Among the recent arrivals in Water City, only one individual posed a threat to them. Huangquan Lin Yu. Kaku's heart raced, and he exclaimed. Rising to his full height, Rob Lucci patted the dove on his shoulder, stating, "It seems this fellow has come specifically to trouble us." "What shall we do?" Kaku asked anxiously. They had been lurking in Water City for years, so close to success. Yet now such a disruption threatened their mission. It appeared that Gabra had fallen to Lin Yu's hand. This was troubling indeed. Rob Lucci's expression grew grave. The ghost spider of the Navy headquarters had also perished at his hands. Kaku nodded in agreement. The opponent's ability to defeat a vice admiral was proof enough of Lin Yu's strength. Rob Lucci gazed out the window, speaking solemnly. "Regardless, the mission remains paramount. What we must do now is wait." "Wait?" Kaku raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, we are uncertain of Lin Yu's true intentions or which side he stands on. We can only observe for now." Kaku nodded in agreement that at this juncture, if Lin Yu lacked a formidable backing, neither Lucci nor Kaku would believe it. Otherwise, how could Lin Yu have acquired CP9's intelligence? Could there be a traitor among them? Rob Lucci's brow furrowed. CP9 was a highly secretive organization. Except for the admirals of the Navy, no one knew of CP9's existence. Even an admiral cannot command CP9. The ultimate superior of CP9 is the Geoise, who are part of the world government. In a certain sense, they are on the same level as the Navy, as both belong to organizations directly under the world government. This thought brings forth the terrifying notion. What if individuals from other factions infiltrated the world government? Lin Yu was oblivious to Rob Lucci's intentions. unaware that Lucci was contemplating so much due to his unexpected situation. Likewise, Rob Lucci was unaware that Lin Yu merely aimed to defeat them, absorb their attributes to enhance himself, and compel Frankie to construct a ship for him. Sometimes, the truth is quite simple, yet when everything is shrouded in mystery. No one is willing to believe this straightforward reality. The back streets of Water City were not far from the town hall. Lin Yu soared into the sky in just a few strides, while Frankie sipped his frozen cola and followed suit. Here they come. Rob Lucci glanced upward, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes at that moment. Lin Yu had already broken through the window, while Frankie smashed a large hole in the wall and charged inside. Icebegu, he bellowed. Frankie noticed Iceberg cradling his shoulder, lying on the ground. Frankie. Iceberg crossed his arms and shook his head. Why did you come here? You shouldn't have. Nonsense. No matter how much I resent you, I would never stand by and watch you die. Frankie feigned an air of superiority. These two brothers had never been particularly harmonious over the years. Hades, Lin Yu, since you are here, it seems that the Lion and the Soundless are in grave danger. Rob Lucci stood up, glaring at Lin Yu, speaking in a low tone. Those two are too weak. They can't even withstand a single blow from me. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Kaku, standing behind Rob Lucci, sneered. Lucci, this kid seems quite troublesome at that moment. Lin Yu's gaze shifted to the rooftop. The other two, come down. We have been exposed. At this, Bruno and Khalifa, realizing their concealment was futile, leaped down from the roof. The other four members of CP9 had also gathered. It appears Gabra has also been taken down by you. Are you referring to that little dog? Indeed, I knocked him down. But if you go to salvage him now, he might still be alive. Lin Yu remarked with a sinister grin that I haven't asked you yet. Rob Lucci, why did you attempt to take action against me? Those who know who CP9 serves must die. Kaku removed his baseball cap, standing side by side with Rob Lucci. Although Kaku found Gabra distasteful, he recognized that Gabra's prowess was not far removed from his own. If Gabra had been easily defeated, Kaku knew he could not triumph over Lin Yu's for Rob Lucci. Kaku was uncertain whether Lin Yu was stronger than him. After all, the one capable of testing their abilities, Soundless, had gone to meet his end so far. 3 members of CP9 had fallen at Lin Yu's hands. Bruno and Khalifa also stepped forward in their eyes. The notion of chivalry was utterly laughable. They were spies dispatched by the world government. Executing justice through dark means to fulfill their mission, they would stop at nothing. Moreover, with Lin Yu's strength evident, they were willing to engage in a fierce confrontation. The 4 banded together, aiming to capture the Hades pirates in one fell swoop. Hades Lin Yu, Lucci stated calmly. After escaping from Admiral Akainu, he had wreaked havoc on the Southern Navy base in retaliation. Defeated Vice Admiral Spider, and was the mastermind behind the Whiskey Peak massacre that claimed the lives of thousands of bounty hunters. Lucci cast a cold glance at Lin Yu, his expression indifferent. Indeed, as expected of CP9, you have thoroughly investigated my exploits. Lin Yu maintained a tranquil demeanor, showing no fear in the face of the 4 CP9 members surrounding him. Among them, only Rob Lucci posed a threat. While the others were merely there to offer their heads that I have no interest in your actions, but I am curious as to why you chose to meddle in our affairs. Rob Lucci's voice was chillingly icy. Lin Yu crossed his arms. Unfortunately for you, the person you seek happens to be the very one I need. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Frankie and Lin Yu stood shoulder to shoulder, confronting the 4 adversaries in terms of numbers. Neither side was evenly matched, yet they found themselves in a stalemate. Rob Lucci tore off Calera's work uniform, revealing a fitted black coat underneath, and calmly locked eyes with Lin Yu. No matter how ferocious or powerful pirates may be, they can never rival the government. The world government is not something you pirates can contend with. Whoosh. As those words left his lips, Lucci made his move. He darted forth like a streak of black lightning, displaying speed and strength surpassing Gabra's. In an instant, he teleported in front of Lin Yu and unleashed a kick. Storm. Gale kick. The force of this kick was incomprehensibly stronger than Gabra's, wielding tremendous impact as it struck out. A colossal slash aimed directly at Lin Yu's torso. As a henchman of the world government, the members of CP9 possessed formidable strength, being the most formidable adversaries encountered by the Straw Hat Pirates in the early stages of the Grand Line. Especially Rob Lucci, he was the most powerful and cold-blooded killing machine in CP9's history, the strongest of the Justice Island CP9 in 800 years. Lin Yu remained utterly still, not flinching or avoiding. He retaliated with his own storm gale kick. The two attacks collided, creating a resounding crash. Boom! Their feet clashed together, unleashing a massive shockwave that spread in all directions. Windows shattered. The onlookers could only raise their hands to shield their heads. Such a level of combat was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Whether one could contend with the world government, I cannot say, but you are not enough to challenge me. Lin Yu's expression remained unperturbed. From beginning to end, he had not moved an inch. To be honest, Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback by Rob Lucci's strength. This Rob Lucci was far superior to Gabra. It now appeared that Rob Lucci was the strongest among CP9, even exceeding their expectations. Storm Gale Kick. On the other side, Kaku and the others charged toward Lin Yu, surrounding him completely as the four members of CP9 began their assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several CP9 members launched their attacks simultaneously. Once again, Lin Yu did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward, realizing that his previous attack had proven ineffective against Lin Yu. Lucci understood that he could not defeat Lin Yu in his normal state. Thus, he unhesitatingly employed his abilities. His body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering figure, muscles bulging, covered in leopard spots, with fingers morphing into claws. Zoan type, cat fruit, leopard form, storm gale, Lucci roared. Leaping high into the air, the overwhelming power of his leopard form erupted in that instant, his feet slicing through the air toward Lin Yu. Whoosh! In an instant, a massive blade, dozens of meters long, slashed toward Lin Yu's head. This force cleaved the stone building in two. Frankie's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this something a human can accomplish? The saying goes that when gods battle, mortals suffer. Frankie knew he could not intervene in their clash and seized the opportunity to retreat. Clutching iceberg, the tremendous slash split the roof of the stone house in half. Following that, the severed roof collapsed with a thunderous crash, crashing down to the ground. The place where they had stood was now bereft of a roof. Dust filled the air. As the haze gradually cleared, Lin Yu stood in his original position that moment. Lin Yu crossed his arms over his chest, adopting a defensive posture. Once the dust settled, he slowly lowered his arms. Lin Yu cast a dispassionate glance at the sky. A miscalculation. He waved his hand, for the speed of that slash had been too swift. Moreover, the scope of the situation is exceedingly vast. Lin Yu can only protect his vital points. Such a strike would not inflict even a scratch upon him. It is akin to a whip striking a nail, leaving the nail's position unscathed, while the surrounding environment is utterly devastated. The destructive power is immense. Lin Yu drew his arms in. Although you may be stronger than the ghost spider, I surpass you. Lin Yu spoke with a calm demeanor. Stop your nonsensical prattle. Suddenly, Kaku's figure appeared before Lin Yu. Finger gun, he shouted loudly. Kaku flicked his fingers. Without even casting a glance at Kaku, Lin Yu effortlessly grasped him with one hand and hurled him away, as if he were a mere sandbag. Boom! Kaku's body was sent flying, crashing violently into the wall, creating a large hole, with blood gushing forth. Do not approach. Lucci raised his hand, halting the others. Bruno, take Khalifa and Kaku and leave this place. It is beyond your capacity to handle. Rob Lucci stated calmly. The three CP9 members exchanged glances. Though reluctant to admit it, they had become a burden in this fierce battle. Gum fruit. Activate. Just as Bruno was preparing to retreat with Khalifa and Kaku, Lin Yu suddenly vanished, reappearing directly above Bruno. Lucci's pupils narrowed as he instantaneously materialized in front of Lin Yu, delivering a powerful kick. Lin Yu retaliated with a punch aimed at Lucci, and his armed hockey erupted. He directed a kick toward the door created by Bruno. Rumbling, Bruno's chest was caved in by Lin Yu's kick. Simultaneously, their fists and feet collided with tremendous force. Lin Yu clashed with Lucci once more. Bang! Fists and feet met. Lucci's kick unleashed a tempest, channeling his strength to its zenith, condensing all the power he had previously exerted with his gale foot into a single point, in terms of raw physical strength. Lucci was even a notch above Lin Yu. Before his transformation, Lucci's physical capabilities paled in comparison to Lin Yu's. However, after transforming, his physical prowess had multiplied several times over. Lucci's mastery of his fruit's abilities had reached an extraordinary level. Yet, Lin Yu was not merely physically formidable. He had awakened two forms of hockey. His fists were enveloped in a layer of armed hockey. A deafening roar reverberated for miles around. The people in the streets were stunned by the terrifying sound. An earthquake. Someone is fighting. This is impossible. Who could achieve such a feat? Countless onlookers stared in horror, fleeing wildly as the thunderous noise echoed, rumbling. Moments later, this would be the decisive blow determining the strength between Lin Yu and Lucci. Lucci's power concentrated into a singular point, yet he could not breach Lin Yu's armed hockey fist. Lin Yu struck out, sending Lucci plummeting to the ground. In the sky, Lucci fell like a meteor. Crashing to the earth, Kaku and the others watched in astonishment. This was their first time witnessing Lucci falter in direct combat. Lin Yu's ability to bring Lucci down marked him as the most formidable opponent CP9 had ever encountered. Cough cough, Lucci emerged unscathed, having activated his iron block midair. With his formidable physique, coupled with the iron block technique, his body became harder than steel. He possessed a resilience that steel itself could not match. Not bad, kid. Lucci leapt forward, gazing at Lin Yu with a cold smirk. For him, encountering a worthy adversary was a delightful challenge. Lin Yu remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he appeared before Lucci, launching a punch. Whoosh! Faced with Lin Yu's descending fist, Lucci opted not to meet it head-on. Instead, he evaded backward. Then, flicking his fingers, he unleashed a rapid succession of air bullets towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu did not dodge. He allowed the tiny air bullets to strike him, completely unfazed. The projectiles, hitting his steel-like physique, could not inflict any harm. Such trivial tricks are inconsequential before me. Lin Yu dashed to the ground, his gaze toward Rob Lucci imbued with a hint of coldness. A kick was unleashed. A slashing strike flew forth, parallel to the ground, aimed at Rob Lucci. In the meantime, Lin Yu's form flickered and vanished. Evading Lucci's gale foot, Lin Yu closed the distance, delivering a punch straight to his face. Lin Yu's fist came crashing down, prompting Lucci to raise his hand to block, twisting his waist and executing a sweeping kick. Simultaneously, Lin Yu raised his knee to meet it, rumbling. Another clash of titans. In that fleeting moment, Lucci moved, shave. He vanished from Lin Yu's sight. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Lin Yu. Kill. Without hesitation, Rob Lucci unleashed a powerful punch that a smirk of derision crept onto Lin Yu's lips. Had it not been for his observation hockey, he would have likely fallen prey to this attack. Yet, every movement of Rob Lucci was crystal clear to him. Lucci's fist descended with ferocity. Lin Yu merely tilted his head slightly. How is this possible? He evaded. Shock washed over Lucci's face in quick succession. Lin Yu's elbow struck Lucci's abdomen. Lucci shot upwards like a rocket, soaring into the sky. Shave. This time, it was Lin Yu's turn to strike. In a flash, he was before Lucci, executing gale foot. He raised a leg, slashing downwards with great force. Bang! Lucci was once more sent crashing to the ground. Lucci, that kid is unexpectedly strong. The other members of CP9 gasped in astonishment at this scene. These individuals, having undergone rigorous selection and training by the government, possessed physical capabilities far beyond ordinary humans, deemed superhumans. Yet, this was their first encounter with someone who could physically dominate them. More importantly, one among them. Rob Lucci was the strongest, a titan among them. Lucci's body crashed heavily to the ground, sending debris flying around him, burying him beneath the rubble. With his observation hockey obstructed by the ruins, Lin Yu could not ascertain Lucci's current status. However, he was certain that such an assault would not be enough to kill Lucci, and the system had not issued any prompt. Crackle. Sure enough, from the pile of rubble, the sound of stones cracking resonated. Then, with a thunderous explosion, Lucci leapt out, landing on the ground. Puffed. Lucci coughed violently, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his appearance quite pitiful. Thankfully, his exceptional physique, combined with the iron block defense from his leopard form, spared him from severe injury. Lin Yu's expression remained stoic, yet inwardly, he was astonished. Rob Lucci's physical prowess was truly formidable. After transforming into a half-beast, Lucci's strength was nothing short of terrifying. Nevertheless, after the initial shock, a gleam of excitement appeared on Lin Yu's face. The stronger Rob Lucci's physique, the more beneficial it would be for Lin Yu. Should he defeat Lucci, his own strength would surge exponentially. Lin Yu had no interest in devouring the devil fruit. While the fruits were powerful, their abilities had inherent weaknesses. Unlike physical strength, which only varied in degree, as long as attributes were balanced and enhanced, there were virtually no drawbacks. Yet, should one cultivate their physique to its peak? At such a time, regardless of the type of devil fruit abilities, even Whitebeard would likely be unable to withstand a single punch from him. Lucci wiped the blood from his mouth and spoke with a grim expression. Even I must admit, I underestimated you. However, if this is your full strength, you cannot possibly be my opponent. Such crude and unrefined techniques will not harm me a second time. Lucci, Kaku, and the others beamed at the sight of Lucci emerging from the rubble. Observing Bruno's hesitance, Lucci spoke sternly. Here, you cannot assist. Go capture Caterfran. We cannot let him escape. He possesses the blueprints. Kaku and his companions were brimming with confidence as they exchanged glances, preparing to capture Frankie. Hey, stop meddling and mind your own business. Lin Yu stood calmly, his voice devoid of any emotion. After speaking, he vanished in a flash. This is bad. A surge of intense danger washed over him. Lucci instantly grasped Lin Yu's intent. Previously, Lin Yu had severely injured Bruno with a single blow. Now, it was clear that Lin Yu had set his sights on others. Suddenly, Lin Yu appeared right in front of Kaku. Don't look down on others. You scoundrel! In his giraffe form, Kaku unleashed the power of the Nyo-Nyo fruit. He transformed into a humanoid giraffe in an instant. At that moment, Rob Lucci had already charged towards him. Both moved simultaneously. However, they only struck Lin Yu's afterimage. What? Kaku and Rob Lucci were both taken aback. As expected, Lin Yu seized Khalifa, showing no sign of mercy towards the alluring beauty clad in stockings and glasses. He gripped her neck and forcefully slammed her to the ground. A soft cry escaped Khalifa's lips before she lost consciousness. You've crossed me. You've truly provoked my ire. Lucci roared. Kaku swiftly drew his twin swords. The two launched their attacks simultaneously. Lin Yu leaped into the air, employing moonwalk, his form flickering multiple times. He ascended, unleashing a flurry of chaotic kicks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 7 or 8 slashes descended from the heavens, obscuring the sky and casting shadows over Lucci and Kaku below. Just as they adopted defensive stances, Lin Yu's figure suddenly materialized before Kaku. His fist, enveloped in the dark glow of haki, struck with thunderous force. Boom! Kaku, ranked second in CP9, was sent flying by Lin Yu's punch. The tremendous impact rendered Kaku unconscious mid-air, crashing heavily onto a building. Ding! You have defeated Kaku. Strength 1504, Agility 1810, Stamina 910, Constitution 1399. Simultaneously, Lin Yu acquired energy from the Devil Fruit, allocating 1,000 points to his free attributes. For Lin Yu, there was nothing more pressing than immediately enhancing his strength. In their previous clash, he had realized that he was evenly matched with Lucci. Thus, to preclude any unforeseen circumstances, he chose to bolster his combat power with the 1,000 free attribute points. Consequently, his attributes surged, significantly enhancing his physical strength. Damn it! I will make you wish you were never born. Lucci bellowed, charging at Lin Yu. Boom! Their fists collided. What? Lucci's gaze sharpened, filled with disbelief. He could distinctly sense that Lin Yu's strength had surged tremendously since their last encounter. The two, once equally matched, now found Lucci feeling a subtle disadvantage. Lin Yu, invigorated by his power increase, let out a triumphant roar. This fierce battle ignited his fighting spirit. Lucci's might allowed Lin Yu to fully unleash his strength. Swish, swish, Lin Yu executed moonwalk, soaring towards the heavens. Simultaneously, Raging Foot unleashed its slashes. At this point, Lucci had no intention of clashing head-on with Lin Yu. He deftly dodged the strike, appearing at Lin Yu's right side, and launched a kick, anticipating this. Lin Yu raised his knee to block the kick while simultaneously delivering a punch. Bang! Another strike. This time, Lucci could not contend with Lin Yu's power. Lin Yu's fist collided with him, sending him hurtling away. Just as Lin Yu prepared to continue his assault, Lucci activated moonwalk mid-air, retreating swiftly. Lucci's speed surpassed that of the formidable ghost spider Admiral Lin Yu had previously encountered. After all, Rob Lucci possessed a Zoan-type fruit with leopard form, and his physical prowess far exceeded that of Ghost Spider. However, despite Lucci's swiftness, Lin Yu, empowered by observation haki, accurately locked onto his position, reacting swiftly. Finger pistol, Lucci appeared unexpectedly at Lin Yu's left side, his fingers thrusting towards Lin Yu's chest. Whoosh! Lin Yu swiftly dodged, evading Lucci's strike, and retaliated with a punch. Swish, swish, swish. In a critical moment, Lucci narrowly avoided Lin Yu's punch, retreating rapidly. However, immediately following, Lin Yu launched a knee strike. Boom! In a hurried response, Lucci crossed his arms to block the blow. Yet, even so, he was still sent flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, barely managing to roll away to avoid Lin Yu's follow-up kick. Lin Yu smiled slightly to AT this juncture in battle. It seemed he held the upper hand. Lucci gasped for breath, his mind racing with shock and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that, even with the power of the leopard form, there existed someone with superior physical capabilities. A shadow flickered in Lucci's eyes. In terms of strength, he was utterly outmatched by Lin Yu, their powers existing on completely different levels. Fortunately, he possessed remarkable resilience. Otherwise, he would have been obliterated long ago. Without further hesitation, Lucci's muscles swelled, and he executed the life return technique. He was sacrificing power for speed. Whoosh! Lin Yu said nothing more, his form darting toward Lucci, his right hand clenched into a fist, striking with ferocity. Lucci's speed had increased several-fold. He evaded Lin Yu's punch. And as Lin Yu sidestepped, he delivered a kick. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over 10 blows. Boom! Despite Lucci's significant speed enhancement, Lin Yu's mastery of observation hockey deepened. The gap in strength rendered Lucci unable to match Lin Yu blow for blow. In such a scenario, Lucci could not reverse his disadvantage, forced to evade Lin Yu's relentless attacks. After trading dozens of blows, Lucci, left with no choice, squared off with Lin Yu for a direct confrontation. Without a doubt, Lucci was sent flying again. Lin Yu did not halt. He stepped forward. Following up, he raised one foot and delivered a powerful downward kick. In that critical moment, Lucci crossed his arms to shield his vital areas. Bang! Lucci was once again smashed into the ground. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's legs moved rapidly, executing raging foot. Dozens of slashes rained down from the sky, wreaking havoc on the ground, leaving destruction in their wake, as the earth cracked like a deep abyss. Lucci roared in fury, breaking free from the state of life return. Just as this strike was about to hit him, he activated Iron Body. At the same time, his body sank into the earth, using its strength to absorb the blow. Then, he let out an enraged roar. His arms trembled, the ground split open, and he leaped forth. Almost immediately, he saw Lin Yu standing calmly outside, raising his hand to deliver a punch. Lucci had no way to evade, yet he did not panic. Clenching his fists, he blocked in front of him, smashing his own punch against Lin Yu's incoming strike. Six-form secret technique, Six-King Pistol. The six-form secret technique concentrates all power into a single point. Not even a ripple remained, as an immensely destructive force erupted from that singular point. However, just as the Six-King Pistol coalesced, Lin Yu's hockey-imbued fist arrived with thunderous force. Both Lin Yu and Lucci's bodies froze simultaneously. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Bang! A massive shockwave radiated in all directions, like a tornado sweeping the land. Soil, rock, and buildings were all reduced to dust. A terrifying wave emanated from the point of collision between the two. The air itself seemed to tear apart, splintering into fragments. The earth-shattering roar echoed throughout the entire water city. Not far away, Frankie was utterly stunned by the scene before him. He watched intently, realizing that it was merely a clash of raw physical strength, devoid of any devil fruit power. How could the human body possess such strength? These two must surely be monsters. As a cyborg, Frankie had always believed in the power of machinery and technology. Yet, in witnessing the battle between Lin Yu and Lucci, he came to understand the immense energy contained within the human body. Was this the Six-King Pistol? Once in a state of deep unconsciousness, Kaku and his companions now slowly regained their senses. However, they had irrevocably lost their capacity to fight. Bruno and Califa were in a pitiful state. Their bones shattered, unable to muster even a modicum of strength. Kaku's shoulder was completely crushed, rendering him incapable of even sitting up. It was the first time Kaku had seen Lucci in such a dismal condition. Terror flashing in his eyes. CP0 stood superior to all CP organizations, while the hidden CP9 was merely a tier below CP0. Lucci had been hailed as the most formidable of CP9 for 8 centuries. A testament to his extraordinary prowess, such powerful techniques, such formidable moves, truly remarkable. Lin Yu was sent flying, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. He was not perturbed by the might of his adversary. On the contrary, the stronger his opponent, the greater his excitement, for the rewards he could reap were far greater. Not merely the attributes gained from victory, but more. This technique was precisely to his liking. A martial art that could unleash the full potential of his physical prowess was tailor-made for him. Boom! The aftershocks swept across the battlefield. A deafening roar erupted abruptly. dust billowed, as Lin Yu was propelled backward. Lucci remained utterly unmoved. However, the ground beneath him fractured under the strain. "We have won. We have won!" Kaku exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yu, suspended in midair, deftly adjusted his position, halting his descent with a single hand planted on the ground. His foot grinding against the earth to steady himself, Lucci spat out a mouthful of blood, his arms weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Lucci, he has been injured," Kaku and the others murmured, gazing at Lucci in disbelief. He actually blocked Lucci's six-king pistol. How can this be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing this, Kaku and the others' pupils constricted sharply, their faces betraying their shock. They understood all too well the true strength of Lucci's six-king pistol. In their eyes, even if Lin Yu were extraordinarily powerful, he should have sustained injuries from withstanding Lucci's attack. Yet the reality was that Lin Yu had merely been knocked back, showing no signs of injury. Lucci's arms faltered as he forced himself to lift his head, gazing in Lin Yu's direction, utterly bewildered. When they first clashed, Lin Yu's strength had not been this formidable. How had he suddenly become so powerful? He had not anticipated that his full-force assault would be met with such overwhelming force from Lin Yu. What an impressive technique, compelling me to unleash my full power. Lin Yu rose to his feet, a hint of coldness on his face. "What? You weren't even using your full strength just now?" Lucci's expression darkened as he surveyed the now-ruined street before turning his gaze back to Lin Yu and speaking solemnly. "Indeed. I have been researching a new technique recently, and I must thank you for that. It is only because of an opponent like you that I could fully comprehend this technique in the heat of battle." Lin Yu regarded Lucci with an indifferent expression. "You are strong that I offer you a chance at life. If you are willing to join me as my crew, I can spare you and your subordinates." Lin Yu declared. "That is impossible. My mission is to eradicate you pirates who pose a threat to the government." Lucci's voice was flat, yet Lin Yu discerned the unwavering conviction within it. The members of CP9 had been training since childhood. As part of the intelligence division of the government, persuading CP9 to defect was nearly an insurmountable task. Lin Yu was merely testing the waters. Should Lucci and his compatriots join him, he would gain several elite members. Even if they refrained from joining, he would suffer no loss. Having asked only a single question, Lin Yu's pirate crew aspired to venture into the new world. Recruiting formidable allies was essential. However, given Lucci's resolute stance, Lin Yu chose not to press the matter further. Ever since encountering the ghost spider, he had been striving to train in the martial art of life return. Unlike the Marine's 6 styles, mastering this technique had not been a straightforward endeavor. Lin Yu had pondered its essence all the way to Water City without success. Yet during his battle with Lucci, as Lucci employed life return alongside his paper-drawing body, he could manipulate his own form, controlling his hair and internal organs, infusing his spirit into them to enhance the cohesion of his body. Even in his leopard form, he appeared human, his strength diminished, but his speed significantly heightened. During this time, Lin Yu had grasped several crucial aspects of life return. He could exert mental control over every part of his body. Every muscle was under precise control. At the moment he clashed with Lucci's six-king pistol, he finally comprehended the technique fully. Now was the moment for experimentation. Life return was merely a broad term. Each individual had their unique approach. Lin Yu did not adopt Lucci's paper-drawing body, as it was tailored for Lucci, not him. Instead, Lin Yu developed a technique entirely suited to his understanding of life return. He clenched his fist tightly. "Life return. Boiling blood," Lin Yu exclaimed, that moment. A sound erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone witnessed Lin Yu's skin turn a vivid crimson. The rhythmic pulsing was the sound of his heartbeat. By controlling his heart's rhythm and the contractions of his muscles, he accelerated his blood circulation, significantly enhancing his physical strength. This insight had come from observing Luffy's second gear. Second gear was a unique skill of the Rubber Man, causing Luffy's skin to flush red, exuding steam as if he had taken a stimulant. Initially, Luffy used his legs as a pump. 2 years later, he could employ his hands in the same capacity to boost blood circulation, thereby enhancing his physicality. Though Lin Yu was not a Rubber Man, he had mastered life return, and his formidable physique allowed him to withstand greater blood surges. Lin Yu's entire being flushed crimson, as if the blood within him were boiling. It was only at this level of physical conditioning that his blood vessels could endure such pressure. This could have been unnecessary. However, Lucci, You are a worthy adversary. It is an honor for you to witness this technique. Lin Yu stood tall, the thundering heartbeat evoking an eerie semblance of an ancient beast. How is this possible? Lucci exclaimed in shock. From the dangerous aura emanating from Lin Yu, Lucci understood that his opponent had grown even stronger, reaching an entirely new level. Lin Yu tightened his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. As his blood boiled, the vitality of his muscles, internal organs, facial features, and even his brain surged exponentially. A comprehensive enhancement. Every drop of blood in his body was aflame. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was aware that this state could not be sustained for long. Otherwise, it would deplete vast reserves of energy. It was akin to injecting the body with a stimulant. Prolonged use would impose unimaginable burdens. Even with Lin Yu's current physical prowess, this technique could not be employed indefinitely. A swift resolution was imperative. Lin Yu's form blurred, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged toward Lucci. Lucci's body bore the marks of severe injury. Even though the Six King pistol had mitigated much of the damage, his superior physique could only do so much. The recent clash with Lin Yu had left him grievously wounded. After that last strike, Lucci felt his arms becoming uncontrollable. As Lin Yu's strength far surpassed his own, that I have no other options. Lucci realized that even attempting to delay the inevitable was futile, rather than prolong the confrontation. He would expend every remaining ounce of strength in a desperate gamble. Lucci's gaze sharpened as he exhaled a heavy breath. His fists clenched tightly together once more. Utilizing life return, he forcibly suppressed his internal injuries. No more dilly-dallying? Very well, Lin Yu responded, his eyes narrowing, fists clenched as he concentrated all his might into them. The air around them warped. That is the Six King pistol. Impossible. This is utterly absurd. Could it be that this kid can grasp the essence of the Six King pistol with just a glance? A monster. In the distance, Kaku watched, awestruck, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Lucci's pupils constricted. The essence of the Six King pistol was a pinnacle technique he had comprehended after refining the six styles to perfection. Such profound martial arts. Can there truly be individuals who can master them after a mere glance? Is it possible for such extraordinary beings to exist in this world? As for Lin Yu, after comprehending the return of life, concentrating all his power into a single point was not a daunting task. The gathered force, focused into one point, possessed immense penetrating power. This time, Lucci's expression remained remarkably calm. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to make one final effort. Ignoring his injuries, he channeled all his strength into that singular point, executing the most powerful strike he could muster, even in a state of near incapacitation. Thanks to the ability of life return, he was still able to unleash all his strength, the explosive power rivaling that of his peak condition. Do you think that by mastering the Six Kings spear, you can surpass me? Then allow me to demonstrate the ultimate form of the Six Kings spear. 60 principles. Boom! Lucci's full-force strike clashed with Lin Yu's Six Kings spear, producing a deafening roar. Time seemed to freeze. This collision unleashed a force stronger than any previous encounter. The air shattered, and a powerful shockwave surged from the point of their confrontation. Yet, Lucci's strength was still no match for Lin Yu. The sheer advantage of power allowed Lin Yu to emerge victorious in this direct clash. In an instant, the ground cracked open, resembling a spider's web. Simultaneously, Lucci was blasted backward, crashing through 3 buildings before collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. He could no longer maintain his leopard form and reverted to his human state, losing consciousness. Kaku and the others were taken aback. They had witnessed the final confrontation between Lucci and Lin Yu, which had ended in utter devastation. How could this be? Had Lucci truly been defeated? How could that be possible? Had Huangquan Lin Yu even brought Lucci to his knees prior to engaging with Lin Yu? Kaku and the others had made numerous judgments, including Lucci, who believed he would have the upper hand, especially since Lucci's mission was to eliminate a vice admiral. However, they all thought that as long as Lucci transformed and unleashed his full strength, he would undoubtedly prevail. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Lucci was defeated so swiftly and so thoroughly. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for maneuvering. Silence enveloped the scene, an eerie stillness. This was beyond the expectations of everyone in CP9. Lin Yu descended from the rubble of the collapsed building. The sound of his footsteps amidst the debris echoed like the arrival of death. This caused a chill to run through Kaku and the others. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's transponder snail began to ring in his pocket. Damn it, the Navy has arrived. At that moment, Jewelry Bonnie spoke up. Lin Yu suddenly raised an eyebrow. Not good. My treasure tree atom. To Lin Yu, the demise of CP9 members was inconsequential. He simply did not care, regardless of whether they lived or died, as long as he had defeated them once. They would no longer pose a threat to him. Conversely, he was more concerned about that branch of the treasure tree atom, as it was an exceedingly rare would if it were seized by the Navy. Acquiring another would prove to be quite challenging. Frankie, I'm counting on you here. Lin Yu called out to Frankie, and without delay, he activated Moonwalk. Soaring towards Frankie's house in the backstreets, the colossal warship was slowly making its way toward them. Tashigi stood aboard the ship, gazing toward the shore. Vice Admiral, the situation is as follows. Huangquan Lin Yu has recently defeated numerous pirates and acquired a branch of treasure tree atom. According to our intelligence, Huangquan Lin Yu is currently engaged in combat with an unknown force. An aide stepped forward to report. The CP9 organization is classified information within the government. Ordinary naval scouts were unaware of Lucci and the others' existence. After nearly a week of sailing, their warship finally arrived in Water City. The battles between the two sides had caused immense destruction. The municipal hall and surrounding buildings lay in ruins, with the conflict between the two formidable beings inflicting losses amounting to millions. Tashigi waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in the details that I simply wished to know the status of Huangquan Lin Yu. Due to the intensity of the battle, we dared not approach too closely. However, based on the latest reports, Huangquan Lin Yu is likely gaining the upper hand in this confrontation. The aide handed Tashigi a long-range photo to eye in the image. Lin Yu descended from the sky, forcefully slamming Lucci into the ground. Tashigi squinted his eyes. Oh, it is them. A sense of dread washed over Tashigi. At his level, he had certainly heard of the CP9 organization. It is worth noting that he was a candidate for admiral, with strength rivaling that of an admiral. Moreover, he recognized Lucci, the strongest member of CP9 in the past 800 years. Is this Lin Yu truly a newcomer? It seems this journey will not be an easy one. Meanwhile, Jewelry Bonnie had also noticed the approaching warship and immediately utilized her fruit powers to transform into a young girl of 7 or 8, silently slipping away from Frankie's house. Although Bonnie lacked strong combat abilities, her skills in stealth and evasion were exceptional. The little girl Bonnie met Lin Yu near the dock. At that moment, Lin Yu discovered that his ship had already been sunk by the Navy. Damn it! Can't they show a little mercy? Lin Yu felt a wave of despair. Although he did not care much for that shabby ship, he couldn't help but reflect on how every time he left a vessel since setting sail, it had been blown to smithereens. Every encounter with the Navy resulted in his ship being sunk. The frequency of changing ships surpassed even that of changing undergarments. It appeared that to navigate the Grand Line, one must possess a sturdy pirate ship. Seeing the Navy's actions, Lin Yu realized they were targeting him. He just didn't know who was leading the charge on that ship. What should we do? Bonnie asked, her expression grave, transforming into her young girl form. Bonnie held a lollipop in her mouth, her demeanor serious, but her voice carried a childlike lilt. Damn it, we must drive them away. I still need to build a ship here. At that moment, Lin Yu's confidence soared. After defeating Lucci, his physical attributes had more than doubled. Furthermore, having vanquished several members of CP9, his physical prowess had nearly doubled once more. Host: Lin Yu, Strength, LV3 8999. 4 Agility, LV3 9642.3 Stamina, LV3 8933.5 Constitution, LV3 8920.8 Free Attribute Points, 1000 Skills, Martial Arts, LV3 72 Shave, LV3 38.6 Iron Body, LV3 32.6 Storm Leg, LV3 47. 4 Moonwalk, LV3 41.9 Paper Drawing, LV3 38.8 Finger Gun, LV3 33.4 Armament Hockey, LV3 38.4 Observation Hockey, LV3 37.26 King's Spear Principle, 6 King's Spear, LV 189 Return of Life, Boiling Blood, LV 193. In this moment, Lin Yu was brimming with confidence. Even if he were to encounter Akainu again, he felt assured that he could contend with him, at the very least achieving a stalemate. Thus, when they observed that the warship was already prepared to lower the small boats and seize the treasure tree atom, he declared, "You go ahead into the city." Lin Yu pinched Bonnie's cheek. prompting her to roll her eyes. The next moment, Lin Yu leapt skyward. Whoosh, storm leg. A massive wave of slashing energy surged toward the warship. At that moment, Lin Yu noticed a middle-aged man clad in a justice cloak standing at the bow, who waved his hand. A tornado materialized out of thin air. The violent whirlwind lifted the seawater, forming towering walls of water. The slashing wave cleaved through the first wall of water, only to encounter another. As the power of the strike was completely neutralized, the warship remained unscathed. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the individual at the bow of the ship. Based on this person's attire and appearance, as well as the formidable strength he displayed, Lin Yu was acutely aware that this individual was likely Vice Admiral Tun of the Navy headquarters. A candidate for the rank of Admiral, Lin Yu had never harbored any underestimation towards admirals, nor would he belittle any admiral candidates. After all, in a certain sense, Navy admirals represented the pinnacle of the Navy's visible combat power. As for the admiral candidates, even if they fell short of the three great admirals, they were still formidable, capable of preserving their lives under the shadow of an admiral. Just moments ago, Tun had demonstrated his ability to manipulate air. This indicated that this vice admiral possessed a devil fruit that allowed him to control air. Should it be a natural type fruit, it would most likely be a fearsome air fruit. Even if it were not a natural type, it would still rank among the foremost of superhuman fruits, potentially on par with the tremor fruit. Was it the storm fruit? Or perhaps the air fruit? Lin Yu could not be certain. However, he did not feel overly concerned. The distinction between elemental and superhuman types was straightforward. One merely needed to observe whether an individual could embody the elements. Moreover, Lin Yu speculated that Tun was unlikely to possess an elemental air fruit ability, as such a fruit would undoubtedly rank among the top in this world, even surpassing the three admirals. Such a fruit's power would inherently be formidable without the need for extensive development. If it were indeed the air fruit, why wouldn't the Navy directly promote Tun to admiral? Having an additional admiral with the power of air would be uncontroversial, but it could also be attributed to internal factional struggles within the Navy, a matter Lin Yu was not well versed in. Tun gradually ascended into the air. Under Lin Yu's observation, he could distinctly sense that Tun was utilizing the air currents beneath his feet to lift himself, rather than transforming his body into air as an elemental type would. The wind began to stir. A gust swept through, propelling the naval warship rapidly away from the potential battlefield. Lin Yu stood resolutely upon the sea, his expression calm, fully aware that the opponent was clearing the area. Tun's gaze fell upon Lin Yu, his astonishment unmistakable. This young man was extraordinarily youthful. Lin Yu appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Yet he had managed to defeat both Ghost Spider and Lu Qi. An overwhelming desire to kill surged within Tun. Regardless of his usual carefree demeanor, he was still a member of the Navy. As a naval officer, no one wished to witness the emergence of formidable pirates one after another. Lin Yu was already this powerful. Given time, he might even reach the level of the red-haired pirate. It was unfathomable that CP9's Lu Qi would be vanquished by you. Huangquan Lin Yu. Tun removed the cigar from his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke, the swirling mist surrounding him as he spoke. It seems the Navy holds me in high regard, having sent a vice admiral candidate like you. Tun, Lin Yu offered a faint smile. Tun's expression turned grave. In my opinion, this is tantamount to underestimating you. Even I must concede that we have all underestimated your capabilities. If that is the case, then I cannot allow you to wreak havoc upon these seas. Huangquan Lin Yu. These waters are free and unbounded. Regardless of who you are, you need not seek permission to act. Lin Yu replied with a calm smile. Their gazes locked. This was a conflict of ideals. The Navy revered order, while as a pirate, he yearned for freedom. In this world, there exists no absolute distinction between good and evil. There are villains within the Navy and benevolent souls among pirates. That it is merely a matter of differing stances and beliefs. The two locked eyes. If that is the case, let us resolve this with strength, speaking through our fists. Tun sighed. The conflict of ideologies was inherently irreconcilable. He flicked his fingers lightly. Suddenly, Lin Yu felt as though the air around him had solidified. The pressure in the atmosphere increased instantaneously. Air bomb. A tremendous roar erupted from Lin Yu's side. It was the sound of air compressed to its breaking point. Lin Yu swiftly leapt from the surface of the sea. Pressure cage. Bang! Lin Yu experienced the sensation of colliding with a wall, an invisible wall, formed from high pressure, enveloped him. Explode. T-Tun bellowed, snapping his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. An even more violent series of explosions erupted in the distance. Bonnie and Frankie, armed with binoculars, anxiously observed the unfolding battle, their hearts heavy with concern. Lin Yu was blasted away. He flipped several times in midair before crashing onto the shore. Boom! A massive crater formed at the water's edge. T-Tun soared through the air, catching sight of Lin Yu emerging from the pit. He was not surprised. If Lin Yu were so easily dealt with, he would hardly be a match for a headquarters vice-admiral. Lin Yu stood up from the crater, brushing off the dust from his hands, a smile gracing his face. Remarkably, he had sustained no injuries. T-Tun was taken aback. He had initially expected Lin Yu to at least suffer some harm from the sudden attack. Yet now, Lin Yu appeared unscathed, not a scratch on him. Manipulating air, a faint smile played at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. This was indeed a troublesome ability. T-Tun was quite confident in his own power. He had not even removed the cigar clenched between his teeth. It should be said that it is the wind fruit's ability. T-Tun casually remarked that a superhuman type, the wind fruit. Lin Yu's pupils constricted. This was a devil fruit of the same caliber as the tremor fruit, capable of controlling winds and manipulating air currents. Any superhuman devil fruit related to weather was fundamentally combat-oriented, inherently suited for battle, especially at sea, where those who could command the wind held a distinct advantage. It was no wonder he was a candidate for admiral. The wind fruit was an exceedingly powerful ability if developed to its utmost potential. Its capabilities would be immense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind intensified, surrounding T-Tun. The wind swirled the sand on the ground into a spiraling vortex. The air crackled with menace. Lin Yu's expression remained unperturbed. He was acutely aware of T-Tun's intent. He had known the Navy would not let the matter rest after dispatching Ghost Spider. Lin Yu had initially anticipated that the Navy would merely send a few vice-admirals, yet he had not expected Akainu to directly send T-Tun. Surely, this was an indication of his significance. The Navy's South Sea branch had nearly been obliterated by him, and after killing Ghost Spider and defeating CP9's Lu Chi, his strength had grown rapidly, instilling fear in them. Thus, today, you shall perish here. T-Tun slowly approached Lin Yu, the dust swirling around him as he walked. No sooner had he spoken than, whoosh, 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 countless invisible vortices manifested in the air. Hurtling towards Lin Yu, they were violent whirlwinds formed from high-density air. When air reaches a certain speed, even invisible and colorless air can generate tremendous penetrating power. Lin Yu's response was straightforward, his fists clenched tightly. Armament hockey. Bang, bang, bang. His iron fist struck out, obliterating the arrows of air. At that moment, a colossal tornado suddenly appeared beside Lin Yu. Even with his current strength, resisting such a force akin to nature was exceedingly challenging. He staggered back several steps, evading the relentless onslaught of hurricanes. Simultaneously, at T-Tun's side, the rapidly swirling air currents lifted debris from the ground, the fragments spinning faster and faster. T-Tun waved his hand. The air was filled with shards as they hurtled forward at breakneck speed. When propelled at such velocities, even a mere leaf could pierce through steel, let alone these stones. What a vexing ability. This is indeed a formidable opponent, Lin Yu muttered to himself. Shave. He moved across the ground at astonishing speed, closing the distance to T-Tun. He could not allow his opponent to unleash their abilities unimpeded. What a troublesome opponent, T-Tun murmured to himself. Lin Yu's speed was too swift, making it difficult for him to lock onto his target. After all, activating his ability required time. Air does not accelerate from stillness to speed instantaneously. And Lin Yu, utilizing his observation hockey, was fully aware of this point. One can distinctly perceive an unusual current in the air. With the aid of observation hockey, Lin Yu skillfully evades several air bomb traps set by Chat. Observing Lin Yu approaching in a swift zigzag manner, Chatten spreads his arms wide. Wall of bombs. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of explosive sounds erupts along Lin Yu's path. Unfazed by the cacophony of detonations, Lin Yu suddenly stomps his foot. His figure flickers and transforms into an afterimage. Charging towards Chatten, he clenches his fist, delivering a powerful blow. Humph! Chatten, undeterred, snorts coldly. The air swirls, coalescing into a colossal fist, larger than Lin Yu's own frame, exuding an intimidating force. Boom! The titanic fists of both combatants collide, Remarkably, Chatten's earthen fist is obliterated by Lin Yu's strike. Lin Yu's speed remains unimpeded. A glint of cold light flashes in Chatten's eyes as he raises his fist to meet the challenge. Boom! Chatten is sent flying. Your physical body is formidable. No wonder you can defeat Luq. In terms of raw strength, I am no match for you, but I can manipulate the winds, suspended in the air. Chatten exchanges a punch with Lin Yu, yet remains unscathed. Lin Yu squints at Chatten, his eyes narrowing. Excluding Akainu, this is the first individual he has encountered with such potent devil fruit abilities. The power to command the winds is undeniably a troublesome ability. As Chatten's words linger in the air, the surrounding atmosphere seems to converge towards him. Air wall. Lin Yu can distinctly feel the air gathering around Chatten as its epicenter. Whoosh. Naturally, Lin Yu will not grant his opponent the opportunity to unleash his abilities unchecked. The moment Chatten initiates this maneuver, Lin Yu propels himself forward, leaving behind multiple afterimages. Faced with Lin Yu's relentless advance, Chatten lets out a disdainful snort, raising his arms high. A torrent of high-density airflow spirals violently around him, lifting countless stones and debris as if he were summoning a tornado. Wind shield. Wind shield. Boom. 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 Lin Yu is engulfed by Chatten's whirlwind. Yet, he does not get swept away. Instead, enveloped in armament hockey, he forcefully breaks through this tempest. Delivering a punch aimed at Chatten, Chatten's countenance darkens immediately. This brief exchange has already revealed Lin Yu's might. His physical prowess is extraordinary. His martial arts are equally formidable. Almost any technique aimed at him seems futile. Some techniques may lock onto him, yet their impact is negligible. Even with the wind fruit at his disposal, defeating Lin Yu will not be an easy feat, however, as a wielder of the wind fruit. Chatten's control over airflow is a significant advantage. With this ability, he can maintain distance from Lin Yu. Even if it comes down to a battle of endurance, he doubts he would lose to an ordinary person. After all, he is a devil fruit user. The energy expenditure of utilizing his abilities is undoubtedly far less than Lin Yu's. When he becomes exhausted, it will be his moment to reap the rewards. In response to Lin Yu's strike, Chatten brings his hands together and points at Lin Yu. Air cannon. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonates. However, Lin Yu disregards Chatten's attack and instead delivers a fierce punch aimed directly at him. Drawing upon the immense physical strength he acquired from his previous battles with Lucci and others, he is entirely enveloped in armament hockey, forcefully charging through the explosive winds. Chatten is taken aback. This strike is something most would not dare to take head-on. It is a force that compresses air to its utmost extremes. Not even steel could withstand such impact. Yet, Lin Yu confronts it barehanded and remains unscathed. Such formidable physicality genuinely astonishes Chatten. He even begins to wonder if Lin Yu possesses some unique devil fruit ability, perhaps akin to that of an Iron Man. However, judging by Lin Yu's demeanor, he seems unafraid of seawater. Clearly, his physical form has reached such an extraordinary level. Chatten, startled, realizes there is no time to evade, and can only clench his fist, retaliating. As a vice admiral candidate of the Navy, even without utilizing his devil fruit powers, Chatten ranks among the elite within the Navy. Boom. Lin Yu shatters the numerous walls of air, colliding directly with Chatten's fist, even though both are formidable users of armament hockey. Chatten's hockey intensity surpasses Lin Yu's by a considerable margin. Yet, under the might of Lin Yu's punch, Chatten feels his hands throb painfully, as if his bones are tearing apart, his fingers entirely numb. Such incredible physical attributes are astonishingly remarkable. Chatten has uttered these words more times than he can count. Although he previously believed he had overestimated Lin Yu's strength, he must now concede. This Lin Yu is far mightier than he had imagined. At the very least, without employing his devil fruit abilities, Chatten realizes he stands no chance against Lin Yu based solely on physical strength. The disparity in their physiques is monumental. Even the superiority of Chatten's armament hockey cannot bridge that gap. A grave expression flickers in Chatten's eyes. According to prior intelligence, this Lin Yu had not been so formidable just a few months ago. During his previous confrontation with Ghost Spider, reports from Navy survivors indicated that Lin Yu had initially been at a disadvantage. Had Lin Yu possessed this strength back then, he could have effortlessly dispatched Ghost Spider with a single punch. There would have been no question of being outmatched. This implies that Lin Yu has undergone a terrifying transformation in strength in such a short time. Chatten shudders. He narrows his eyes, fixated on Lin Yu that he must eliminate him at all costs. Otherwise, given a bit more time, Chatten fears he will have no chance of victory. Unless Akainu intervenes, Chatten slowly ascends into the air. Realizing he cannot best Lin Yu in close combat, Chatten decisively abandons that approach. This time, he intends to rely on his devil fruit abilities to eliminate Lin Yu directly. Multiple tornadoes spiral upwards towards the sky. Dust swirls, encircling Lin Yu in a chaotic dance. Lin Yu's vision is obscured. He squints, meticulously observing his opponent's movements. Is this the extent of your wind power? It cannot even harm me. Chatten, Vice Admiral. Lin Yu's voice resonates. The opponent continues to ascend. However, Lin Yu shows no inclination to charge forward. He has no intention of engaging in aerial combat with Chatten. In the sky, the wind fruit holds a significant advantage. That much is undeniable. That was merely a warm-up. It is now time to get serious. Chatten's expression turns grave, the previous ease dissipating. Lin Yu's muscles tense, his gaze locked on a Chatten. This moment, the sky is overcast. What is this? Lin Yu is taken aback. Soon, a dense layer of dark clouds envelopes the entire sky. Wind, clouds, and thunder. Chatten bellows from midair. The clouds clash under the control of the wind. Boom! Hundreds of lightning bolts cascade from the heavens, engulfing the area where Lin Yu stands. The once sunny water city is suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, and torrential rain pours down. Boom! 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 In the back streets, thunder rumbles, lightning strikes descend. The might of heaven and earth is unstoppable. Why is it so dark? Lin Yu is fighting someone. Is this something humans can achieve? Many gaze in awe at the storm-stricken zone, watching as bolts of lightning fall like rain, their hearts filled with reverence. Chatten's grave expression eases slightly. Under such a thunderous assault, Lin Yu has no possibility of survival. Soon, the dark clouds disperse and the winds cease, utilizing the air currents to manipulate the clouds into collision. Chatten conjures a thunderstorm. Even he is left panting. This takes a considerable toll on him. The world returns to tranquility on the ground. However, Lin Yu has vanished without a trace. Surely, there is nothing left of him. Not even bones. Chatten speculates inwardly. He is confident that even an admiral would not withstand this blow. Crackle. Just then, amidst the silence, a sound suddenly erupts. The earth splits apart. In Chatten's horrified gaze, Lin Yu emerges, covered in mud and disheveled. Damn it. That was a close call. Lin Yu spits out the dirt from his mouth. He had not anticipated that Chatten could harness the wind fruit to such an extent. Gathering clouds through air currents and artificially generating lightning. The power of his lightning is leagues beyond that wielded by Enel on Skypiea. It is an entirely different realm. This is true lightning. The voltage surged to several 100,000 volts. Such formidable power would intimidate even a robust figure like Lin Yu, who would not dare to confront the wrath of the heavens directly. Fortunately, the moment Lin Yu observed the gathering storm clouds, he instinctively reacted. He immediately began to excavate the ground with his hands and burrowed into the earth. Although soil can conduct electricity, the barrier of earth would diminish the power of the lightning strike. The ground serves to dissipate the force of the lightning, much like a lightning rod on earth in a previous life. Nonetheless, Lin Yu's condition was far from ideal. The most noticeable aspect was his hair, which had instantly frizzed out due to the electric shock. His dark locks were now tousled and standing on end. With his hair resembling a wild explosion, Lin Yu glared fiercely at the creature known as T-Pig. The expression on T-Pig's face was equally grim. Despite Lin Yu's disheveled appearance, it was merely a facade. His ultimate technique had failed to inflict any substantial harm on Lin Yu, which was entirely unexpected. The adage one misstep leads to another rang true. This single error had precipitated a cascade of subsequent mistakes. Executing such a grand maneuver demanded tremendous energy, meaning that T-Pig was now incapable of launching a fatal strike against Lin Yu. Consequently, the outcome of this battle was entirely beyond his control. Vacuum prison, T-Pig declared with a grave expression, exerting all his might to manipulate the wind fruit surrounding Lin Yu, for cages formed a circle. Simultaneously, the air in the vicinity was rapidly depleted. In the absence of air, a vacuum was created. What occurs in a vacuum? At the very least, it is disastrous. However, T-Pig's assault had only just commenced. Lin Yu suddenly leaped into the air, bursting forth from the vacuum prison created by the air, wind shield. A tempest erupted. Hurricane roar. A violent gust surged toward Lin Yu, Shockwave explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated around Lin Yu. Air extraction. Even though Lin Yu was enveloped in the armor of Haki, he felt a strange airflow coalescing within his lungs. T-Pig could manipulate the gases within the human body. If these gases were to explode within him, the consequences would be dire. Haki. Lin Yu's Haki was equally formidable. At this moment, he was enveloped by a powerful aura radiating from within. Only Haki could withstand the powers of the devil fruit. Lin Yu silently rejoiced, grateful that he had never slackened his training in Haki. With the defensive capabilities of Haki, penetrating Lin Yu's body would be exceedingly difficult, even for T-Pig's abilities. It ends here. Lin Yu fixed his gaze on T-Pig. The adversary's powers were exceedingly troublesome. T-Pig gestured with both hands, manipulating the airflow. Life returns, boiling blood. Both parties were now prepared to unleash their full might. Lin Yu stomped his foot fiercely. His body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Unstoppable, he surged through the swirling dust storm. His right hand, cloaked in Haki, swung violently, aimed directly at T-Pig's head. Boom! Another resounding crash. The two collided, and this time, T-Pig possessed no capacity for resistance. With a crack, his right arm fractured. At that moment, he was already poised to flee. However, Lin Yu seized his left hand. Escape. It was too late. Lin Yu's expression was cold. One hand clutched T-Pig, while the other delivered a powerful punch to his head. In a flash, T-Pig hastily raised his left hand to shield himself. Crack! Another bone broke. Mega explosion. T-Pig roared in fury. Boom! The air between Lin Yu and T-Pig erupted violently. Even Lin Yu was momentarily pushed back. Seizing this opportunity, T-Pig was whisked away by a massive tornado into the sky. Spitting blood mid-air, T-Pig exclaimed, "Great hurricane!" He desperately unleashed his abilities, but not to attack Lin Yu. Rather, he aimed to escape. T-Pig fled in a disheveled state. Akainu, I cannot defeat this fellow. You handle it. Faced with the choice between his life and his beloved Peach Rabbit, T-Pig resolutely chose the former. Naturally, Lin Yu would not let T-Pig slip away. He activated Moonwalk and swiftly pursued. Yet, the Wind fruit was renowned for its evasion. T-Pig soared through the air, moving at remarkable speed, vanishing from Lin Yu's sight in an instant. In the Holy Land Moria, the headquarters of the world government. 5 stern figures were gathered, some seated, others standing. These were the 5 elders, the pinnacle of the world government's authority. One of them glared furiously, slamming his hand on the table. Where on earth did this Lin Yu come from? The others shared looks of outrage. Given their status, they were well aware of the happenings surrounding the Huangquan pirates. Previously, only the 7 warlords or the 4 emperors had drawn the attention of the 5 elders. This Huangquan Lin Yu posed a significant threat. According to reports, he was merely 17 years old. A man wielding a long sword spoke in a deep voice. The expressions of the others turned grave. Age can sometimes be a form of menace. Lin Yu was a mere 17, yet he had instilled such trepidation in the world government. What would happen in a few years? The Huangquan pirates must be dealt with swiftly. He was too dangerous. If allowed to mature, the consequences would be unthinkable. In Water City, Lin Yu felt a pang of frustration as he watched T-Pig rapidly disappear from view. Allowing him to escape this time would complicate future confrontations. "Lin Yu, are you injured?" asked the adorably petite Jolie Bonnie, her youthful demeanor unchanged. Perhaps after transforming into a little girl, Lin Yu seemed more approachable. Lin Yu glanced back. Puffed. Bonnie erupted into laughter. "Ha ha. Your hairstyle, ha ha." Lin Yu, with his hair in disarray, wore a comical expression, still laughing. Lin Yu quickly grasped her hand, pulling the little girl into an embrace, playfully pinching her chubby cheeks before releasing her dada, super. A loud exclamation echoed. Unbeknownst to him, Frankie had approached. Spotting Lin Yu's wild hair, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Captain, General Frankie wants a hairstyle just like that." Frankie stood with hands on his hips, completely oblivious to the awkward atmosphere. Humph. Bonnie wriggled free from Lin Yu's grasp, huffing indignantly. Whether it was due to Lin Yu or Frankie remained uncertain. Lin Yu raked his fingers through his hair, feeling its roughness that it seemed he needed to find a mirror to assess his appearance. Frankie instantly understood Lin Yu's intent. Mirror reflection. Frankie turned around, and a mirror materialized on his back. This modified individual was akin to a treasure chest, filled with all manner of items. Lin Yu finally beheld his reflection. Rubbing his absurdly frizzy hair, He noted that his eyebrows were also askew, and no wonder Bonnie found his appearance so amusing. He himself felt a chuckle rising. Lin Yu scratched his head. Just then, Frankie suddenly spun around, startling Lin Yu super. Frankie styled his hair into a wild frizz and began to dance the Frankie dance enthusiastically. Lin Yu wore a comical expression of disbelief and sighed. This Frankie was truly eccentric. Any normal person would not prance about wearing only a pair of underpants. Lin Yu recalled the previous instance when Frankie had called him a pervert for wearing shorts. I was still wearing shorts. Lin Yu turned to gaze at the sea. Fortunately, the branches of the Atom Tree had sustained no damage. He leaped into the water, embraced the Atom Tree, and swam toward Frankie. Atom Tree. Frankie looked at Lin Yu with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Such a large piece could not only serve as a keel, but also be utilized to construct the ribcage of the ship. Lin Yu nodded, well aware of Frankie's expertise in shipbuilding. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, I have no knowledge in this area. You can take care of the ship matters. He glanced at the ocean, noting that his former dilapidated vessel had already been sunk by the Navy. He plunged into the sea, approached the wreck, and then entered his cabin to retrieve a box of money, returning to shore to hand it over to Frankie. This cash amounts to approximately 100 million. If you require any additional materials, feel free to purchase them directly, Lin Yu instructed. Frankie nodded in agreement, confident that he would not backtrack on his promise. Lin Yu held a certain trust in Frankie's character. Even if he were a lunatic running about in nothing but his underwear, every eccentric must have their peculiar ways. Nevertheless, when it came to shipbuilding, Frankie was undoubtedly a true expert. Rest assured, I have committed to crafting a vessel for you, and I shall ensure it is the finest ship possible. Moreover, this ship is manufactured by the esteemed Atom, known for its remarkable sturdiness, capable of navigating any sea without hindrance, Frankie declared with unwavering conviction. At that moment, Bonnie approached Lin Yu, inquiring, what shall we do about CP9? How should we handle them? Lin Yu pondered thoughtfully. He held a deep admiration for Lucci. His formidable physical prowess, if harnessed with hockey, could make him a superlative warrior. Furthermore, he had the potential for further strength enhancement. In 2 years, Lucci would ascend to the position of commander of CP0. If he lacked substantial ability, how could he possibly lead the spies under the Celestial Dragons? Bonnie sensed Lin Yu's contemplations, but remained skeptical about his success. They were members of CP9, the most trusted hounds of the world government. Persuading them to become pirates seemed implausible. Lin Yu remained silent, neither affirming nor denying her concerns. Let us give it a try. If they refuse, it's of little consequence, he replied nonchalantly. Water City, the once thriving town hall, now lay in ruins. Lucci remained unconscious, while Kaku and the others were severely injured and immobilized. Califa's injuries were less grave. She surveyed Lucci's condition, glanced at the others, then looked up at the dissipating dark clouds. Worry etched across her face. Who would emerge victorious? Kaku's voice broke the silence. Through their skirmish, they had deduced their adversary's identity. That it was the Vice Admiral, Tashigi. Although CP9 and the Navy were not part of the same hierarchy, Tashigi's presence afforded them a glimmer of hope. Should their current mission fail, CP9 would face utter annihilation. As a covert intelligence agency for the government, exposure of their identities would lead to their eradication by the world government. Thus, the fate of all CP9 members hinged on Tashigi. If she could triumph over Lin Yu, all would be well. They could eliminate Lin Yu and anyone else aware of their identities. However, should Tashigi falter, they feared for their lives. Even if Lin Yu were to grant them mercy, the government would certainly not be so forgiving. The leader of CP9, Spandam, was a complete waste of space, a hypocrite, and a true villain. Kaku and the others were acutely aware of this fact. If their mission failed, that man would undoubtedly twist the narrative and place the blame squarely on their shoulders. Furthermore, they were privy to too much information. In the event of failure, the world government would not tolerate their existence. The members of CP9 were no fools. They anxiously awaited their fate. A figure emerged from the street corner. This sight startled all members of CP9. Lin Yu regarded their direction with a calm demeanor. A few individuals approached, and behind him, Bonnie held a crying infant in each arm. With each step he took, the hearts of CP9 members raced. The only one not gravely injured, Califa, stood up, adopting a defensive stance. In their previous battle, Lin Yu had vanquished Lucci and subsequently fought Tashigi. His presence here signified that even Tashigi posed no threat to him. A wave of helplessness washed over Khalifa. Lin Yu was not tall, yet he emanated an oppressive aura as he approached. Khalifa, stand aside. Lucci had awakened. His remarkable physical resilience allowed him to remain conscious despite his severe injuries. Struggling to rise from the ground, he limped towards Lin Yu, gazing at him with an indifferent expression. Are you here to mock me, a defeated foe? Lin Yu fixed his gaze on Lucci. Should Lucci master Haki, he would become an extraordinary force in battle. Lin Yu's intentions were clear. He desired to recruit Lucci into his pirate crew. Currently, he was the only capable fighter in the Huangquan pirate crew, while Bonnie was not particularly adept in combat. Lucci was a formidable character, undoubtedly a valuable asset for the other CP9 members. They were spies, skilled in intelligence gathering. Having them assist with information would be advantageous. No, I have come merely to present you with a choice. 1. Serve me. 2. Perish here, Lin Yu stated coolly. Upon hearing his words, Kaku and Khalifa were momentarily taken aback. Their teeth clenched in disbelief. What nonsense! Why should we do that? Join forces with pirates. Are you jesting? You may choose for yourselves. Lin Yu stood there, not sparing them a glance, and continued, I must remind you, you are no longer under the auspices of the government as CP9, that should your identities be revealed. You will be seen as thorns in the government's side, and they will eliminate you without hesitation. After Lin Yu uttered this, both Khalifa and Kaku fell silent. Indeed, they had considered what Lin Yu stated. Once exposed, they would face certain death. All members of CP9 fell into silence, their gazes fixated on Lucci as the strongest member of CP9. His choice would bear the most weight. Now, you may make your choice. Lin Yu winked at Bonnie, signaling her. Bonnie tossed the infants into the air, and they swiftly aged mid-flight. Inwu, Weiqi, 2 CP9 members collapsed to the ground, completely oblivious to what had transpired. Only upon seeing Lucci's injuries did they grasp the gravity of the situation. I will not serve pirates, nor will I serve the enemy. Lucci spoke calmly. I have heard it said that your belief is that weakness is a sin. A smirk of derision graced Lin Yu's lips. Yet, you would allow a pitiful weakling, incapable of defeating even a common soldier, to command you, entrusting your fate to him. Is that not a most ludicrous affair? Weakness is a sin, might makes right, if one day your strength surpasses that of the world government, then you shall embody justice, and I would willingly pledge my loyalty to you, Lucci replied, his body swelling with effort as he transformed into his leopard form. Despite the strain, he successfully underwent the transformation. Among all those I have encountered, you are the first worthy opponent. Lin Yu regarded Lucci, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes, mixed with a sense of melancholy. To be frank, he genuinely wished to recruit Lucci. The other members of CP9 were inconsequential. Yet, Lucci's potential and capabilities far exceeded theirs. In the original narrative, he was defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates and pursued by the government. Yet he managed to turn the tide and became the commander of CP0. He even matched the abilities of Sabo, the user of the Mera Mera no Mi, with neither able to best the other. Such an individual, if he could become his subordinate, the strength of the Huangquan pirate crew will undoubtedly ascend to unprecedented heights. How unfortunate. Lin Yu remarked from the side. Lucci waved his hand dismissively. Having already defeated them, Lin Yu felt no inclination to eliminate those who had fallen before him. I hope you can survive the Navy's pursuit. Wait a moment. At that instant, Lucci's voice rang out abruptly. You want to kill us? Aren't you concerned about our potential vengeance? Lin Yu turned around, a smile gracing his lips, and replied, You are welcome to try again, though you may find yourself suffering an even more crushing defeat. Lin Yu's formidable confidence rendered Kaku and the others unable to meet his gaze. Lucci's expression twisted with rage. To be scorned by Lin Yu was akin to a fate worse than death. I will defeat you. I will certainly defeat you. Lucci silently vowed. By the way, you have a friend, don't you? His name is Gabra. A few hours ago, I sent him flying into the harbor. I wonder how he fares now. And whether he is drowned. Lin Yu turned away, leaving that parting shot before vanishing from the sight of the CP9 members alongside Bonnie. Meanwhile, 2 members of CP9, the Lion and the Soundless Eagle, assisted Lucci and the others in their departure. The Navy headquarters. Fleet Admiral Sengoku furrowed his brow. Before him stood not only Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, but also the Admirals Kizaru and Aokiji. With Vice Admiral Thru also present, her arms encased in plaster, her expression darkened to the utmost. His once illustrious reputation had been tarnished by Lin Yu. After all, Many believed Lin Yu to be a mere rookie pirate, incapable of possessing such formidable power. Within the Navy, numerous uninformed individuals whispered that this vice admiral was the son of a retired naval bigwig, suggesting some hidden connections. This notion garnered the agreement of many uninformed naval personnel, causing his standing in the Navy to plummet to an all-time low. However, the higher echelons of the Navy were well aware of Kizaru's true strength. He was no mere second-generation figure. Rather, he had risen to the rank of rear admiral through sheer ability, earning the title of vice admiral. To think that a single pirate crew, the Huangquan pirate crew, had become so extraordinarily powerful. What could have transpired to bring about such a situation? Now, even Fleet Admiral Sengoku had personally intervened to inquire about the matter. "This is my responsibility. The fault lies with me," Akainu stated solemnly. In a sense, Akainu was an exemplary leader, always willing to shoulder the responsibilities that came his way, never shirking from duty. Naturally, he held himself to the highest standards and expected the same from his subordinates. He never hesitated in delivering justice against any wrongdoing, just as he had been prepared to eliminate Kobe during the Marineford War. This is not the time for discussions of responsibility. Huangquan Lin Yu swept through the South Sea, slain Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, toppled CP9, and crushed Vice Admiral Kizaru. Such unstoppable momentum. How could such a dangerous individual suddenly emerge? How could our intelligence division be unaware of such a person? What are they doing? Sengoku slammed his fist onto the table. Akainu frowned and replied, "According to our intelligence, Lin Yu first appeared in the South Sea while the Navy's South Sea branch was pursuing a pirate crew known as the Bloodhand Pirates. Lin Yu was one of them that we suspect he may have eliminated the leader of the Bloodhand Pirates, thus founding the Huangquan pirate crew. This is all we have been able to ascertain. Prior to that, it was as if he had materialized from thin air. However, one noteworthy detail is his alarming rate of growth. It's frighteningly rapid. Initially, Navy lieutenants could contend with him, but in just a few months, he has already bested Kizaru." Sengoku's eyelid twitched, the revelation sending chills down his spine. What could be done? Were we to deploy an admiral against a rookie pirate who has yet to set foot in the New World? What a ridiculous notion. If word of this spread, the New World would undoubtedly stir with unrest. Sengoku slammed his fist against the table once more. Akainu furrowed his brow. Kizaru frowned, retreating behind the others. No, he appeared distracted, glancing about aimlessly. Meanwhile, Aokiji gazed out the window, adopting an air of indifference. The current situation was indeed quite precarious for the Navy. Based on Kizaru's assessment, dispatching one or two rear admirals would hardly make an impact. If we were to send just one Lin Yu, we would need to mobilize 5 or 6 rear admirals. Would we need to invoke the Demon Slayer order? If so, the New World's Navy would be severely depleted, and no one could predict what the 4 emperors might do. At present, the majority of the Navy was stationed in the New World. If we were to draw a significant number of naval forces from the New World, many areas would become vulnerable. As for the admirals, Sengoku's gaze swept over the fleet. Deploying Akainu was out of the question, as he was responsible for many official duties. Kizaru and Aokiji were both laid back. One clocked in for work while the other was perpetually idle. If they were tasked with political affairs, the Navy would likely descend into chaos. Kizaru regarded Sengoku with an expression that seemed to say, "Don't ask me to handle such tedious matters unless you're offering extra pay." Lin Yu and his crew had already entered the Grand Line, and Kizaru had no desire to waste months chasing after such a minor pirate crew. He preferred merely to clock in and out, content to coast along. At that moment, Sengoku's gaze fell upon Aokiji. Aokiji often rode his bicycle about. Moreover, Sengoku had heard that this fellow had encountered members of the Straw Hat Pirates not far from Alabasta, among whom was the wanted criminal Nico Robin. Yet Aokiji had simply let them slip by without a second glance. This infuriated Sengoku, and he found himself gritting his teeth at Aokiji's nonchalant demeanor. "Kazan," Sengoku called out. Aokiji, who had been lost in thought, finally responded. "Fleet Admiral, is there something you need?" Aokiji asked, his sluggishness perhaps a trait of the ice fruit, causing him to always be a beat behind. In stark contrast to Akainu, the two held completely divergent philosophies. Despite Aokiji's languid disposition, Sengoku held a favorable view of him. For Sengoku, Aokiji was the most suitable candidate for the position of Fleet Admiral. However, Aokiji showed little interest in the Navy's daily affairs and preferred to cycle aimlessly. Ignoring wanted criminals altogether, it was time for Aokiji to take action. The Huangquan pirate crew must be captured. Such wicked criminals cannot be allowed to roam free. No matter the cost, Sengoku asserted sternly, and feeling that something was still lacking, he added, "This is my command." Had it not been for that final phrase, Aokiji might have maintained his indifferent attitude. Yes, I will go at once. Aokiji nodded. Lin Yu is currently in Water City, but I fear he won't linger for long, based on his navigational course. His next destination should be the Sabaody archipelago. You are to follow this route and track Lin Yu's movements. Akainu rose, fixing his gaze upon Aokiji. However, Aokiji chose to ignore him, standing up and turning to leave. It was well known that the two admirals did not get along. Even some lower-ranking officers within the Navy were aware of this. Akainu appeared unconcerned. Although he harbored a dislike for Aokiji, he recognized that Aokiji's strength was not inferior to his own. If Aokiji were to handle this matter, it would be a secure endeavor. Lin Yu would undoubtedly be no match for him. Aokiji departed the Navy headquarters, officially setting off. Of course, the vastness of the ocean made locating Lin Yu no easy task. This admiral adhered to the principle of lazy justice, rejecting the Navy headquarters assignments and setting off on his own bicycle that very moment. Lin Yu remained oblivious to the fact that a vice admiral had been dispatched to confront him. He was simply waiting idly for his ship to be completed in Water City Point 3 days later. In the early morning, in a sea area not far from Water City, Lin Yu was seen striding across the waves, hoisting a colossal stone weighing tens of thousands of pounds. With his strength having significantly increased, Lin Yu required continuous training to adapt, while also needing to harness the energy of the devil fruit. As Lin Yu persisted in his exercises, the phone bug in his pocket began to ring. Xiao Ai Li, Bo and I informed him through the device that the new pirate ship had been completed. It's finally done. What a feat! Lin Yu could hardly contain his excitement as he prepared to toss a stone into the sea. After spending so many days in Water City, he was increasingly eager for oceanic adventures. He swiftly swam back to shore and made his way from the beach to the back street, arriving at Frankie's private shipyard. From a distance, he could already catch a whiff of the fragrant sawdust. Clearly, in the effort to complete the ship in the shortest time possible, all the shipbuilding debris had been carelessly discarded around the area. With no time to clean up, he navigated through the piles of waste. A sailing vessel over 40 meters in length came into view. It was a sleek, pitch-black ship, elongated and with low bulwarks, clearly designed for speed. You've arrived, Frankie exclaimed from the starboard side, wielding a measuring stick as he conducted final measurements. Upon spotting Lin Yu and Xiao Ai Li, Bo and I, he wiped the sweat from his brow, stained with grime, and hurried over. Frankie still sported his signature wild hairstyle, although Lin Yu had long since cut off his previous explosive locks. Frankie remained fond of this style. According to him, it was the most dashing Lin Yu had ever looked. Ever since Lin Yu had knocked out Lu Qi with his fists, Frankie had become his ardent admirer. Drawn by the sheer masculinity of such combat, Frankie raised his chin, gesturing towards the ship he had crafted. The Frankie, Wind Falcon, as the designer and builder of this vessel, he alone had the right to name it. He then led Lin Yu to the ship's rail and explained, "I lowered the bulwarks a bit and added an upright triangular sail at the bow to catch more wind. The hull is constructed from a type of wood harder than steel, and both the keel and ribs are made from Adam's tree. This ship's durability allows it to navigate any ocean, and in terms of speed, no other vessel can rival it." With pride, Frankie pointed to the stern, where two objects resembling rocket launchers were positioned. If needed, a splash of chilled cola can also enhance the speed. Excellent. Lin Yu replied with a smile that he had little interest in the ship's artillery. All he desired was a sturdy, swift vessel. Frankie, does this mean we possess the world's fastest sailing ship? Truly, he was worthy of being a legendary shipwright's apprentice. Frankie waved his hand dismissively. This is all due to the materials. Only with Adam's tree branches as the keel could we construct a hull capable of withstanding such high-speed impacts. Also, without your investment of over 100 million berries, I could never have procured this much white iron oak for the hull. All right, the exterior is nearly complete. Now, let us head inside and take a look. Frankie guided Lin Yu onto the deck of the ship. Due to the minimal upper structure, the ship's upper deck was exceptionally spacious. Additionally, Frankie had incorporated numerous mechanical components into the rigging. One person is all it takes to operate the sails. There is no need for a large crew on board. This fact filled Frankie with pride. Unlike ordinary vessels that required numerous sailors and deckhands to assist in raising the sails, Lin Yu was equally elated. This meant fewer deckhands and soldiers would be needed, thereby freeing up more space aboard. The area on this level was ample enough to host a banquet. Xiao Ai Li, Bo and I also wore a satisfied expression. Subsequently, the trio entered the ship's cabin. The mid-deck housed the crew quarters. A spacious area with a large dining hall filled with tables and chairs, resembling a bar. Additionally, the ship's rear featured a vast training room constructed from stronger wood than iron oak, reinforced with a special steel that could withstand greater pressures. The lowest level served as a standard storage area for various items. The ship's artillery was not abundant. It boasted a single cannon at the bow, 2 at the stern, and 5 on each side of the hull. However, Lin Yu was not proficient with cannons, rendering them largely useless to him, likely destined to become mere decorations. After the three had thoroughly inspected the entire ship, they returned to the deck. Very good. Frankie. Lin Yu expressed his satisfaction. He then turned to Frankie with a serious look. Such an exceptional vessel deserved a skilled craftsman. Wouldn't it be a waste if it lacked one? Frankie, would you like to join me on my ship and embark on adventures across the world? Frankie was momentarily taken aback, glancing between the ship and the sea, feeling a mix of confusion and longing. Once, he too had harbored a dream of crafting a grand ship and sailing the world. Yet now, he had buried that dream deep within as he cherished Water City and wished to protect it. That I've said it before, I will safeguard this place. After a long pause, Frankie reluctantly declined. Though his gaze remained filled with yearning as he looked out at the in this world, every man yearned for the vastness of the ocean, dreaming of a ship to traverse the globe. Lin Yu smiled mysteriously, choosing not to elaborate further. At the port, he began transferring the food and fresh water he had purchased in Water City onto the Wind Falcon. Are we departing? Xiao Ai Li, Bo and I inquired, gazing at the coastline from the deck. Currently, only she and Lin Yu were aboard. Lin Yu had no need for deckhands to assist in sailing, as the ship's machinery was highly advanced. He could manage the 40-meter-long vessel entirely on his own. After carrying the last pile of provisions into the cabin, Lin Yu emerged, gazing at the sea with a hint of a mysterious smile on his face. Wait a moment. Xiao Ai Li, Bo and I looked at Lin Yu, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Are we waiting for someone? At that moment, she spotted Frankie's subordinate, Cop, sprinting frantically along the shore, clutching a red pair of underpants aloft. Behind him, a bare-bottomed Frankie was in hot pursuit. Shouting, "Give me back my pants, you beast!" Frankie leapt up, catching Cop in a swift motion, while Cop, in a desperate attempt, flung the underpants away just as Frankie reached him. "Stop! You scoundrel!" Cop cried out, but in a twist of fate, Frankie discovered that the underpants had landed in Jean-Bai's hands. Jean-Bai, holding the underpants, made a run for it. "Frankie, you'll have to catch me first." Though Jean-Bai was swift, he could not outpace Frankie. And just as Frankie closed in, Jean-Bai tossed the underpants to Dan Zai. Dan Zai, burdened by his considerable girth, managed only a short distance before being caught by Frankie, fortunately, at the last moment. He threw the underpants to Geoise. With the combined efforts of Frankie's crew, they successfully relayed the underpants to the port. The Square Sisters made their grand entrance last, tossing the underpants onto the Wind Falcon while crying out, "Frankie, chase your dreams." The underpants were swept by the wind, landing directly on the deck. As for Frankie, he stood shamelessly on the shore, completely unclad. He turned to his subordinates and exclaimed, "You rascals, beasts, how could I abandon everything and run off to sea?" Amidst a chorus of sobs, a group of people embraced one another, weeping uncontrollably. This scene sent shivers down Lin Yu's spine. The primary source of discomfort was Frankie's utter lack of modesty, presenting his backside to the sea. Truly, he was a peculiar character. The young women at the Water City port shielded their eyes, calling out pervert, freak, exhibitionist. Xiao Ai Li, Bo and I wore a look of disdain, remarking, "Don't you think he is a madman? Do we really want him on board? His unreliability is truly astounding." Lin Yu shrugged his shoulders, a look of helplessness etched on his face. "Currently, he is the only one I can find. At the moment, he is the best shipwright I have ever encountered. If the ship were to break down, I would be at a loss for how to repair it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai Boni could only pinch her nose, refraining from expressing any further dissatisfaction towards Frankie. In truth, Lin Yu genuinely hoped that Frankie would come aboard. Otherwise, he would have to seek out another shipwright with repair skills, which would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. and it was uncertain if anyone else would possess Frankie's level of expertise. As for the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, what would they do without Frankie? Lin Yu had not even contemplated this question. Aside from his knowledge of Luffy and the others from the original work, he had never seen them in person. In this regard, Lin Yu and Luffy were complete strangers. Why would one consider the affairs of a stranger? Moreover, even if Frankie were to join Luffy's crew, that was a matter for the future. Lin Yu had already extended an invitation to Frankie before Luffy had the chance, acting preemptively for what sort of shipwright Luffy wished to recruit later. That was not a concern for Lin Yu. On the shore, Iceberg approached Frankie. "Frankie," Iceberg said softly, "you must leave here. Your identity has been exposed, and I fear the government will send people to hunt you down." "You scoundrel! How can I leave knowing you're here? Don't I have reason to worry about you?" Frankie exclaimed loudly. Lifting his head, Iceberg shouted angrily, "What do you think you are? Do I need a kid like you to worry about me?" Frankie was taken aback, staring at his tear-streaked mentor. "Iceberg, do I need you to worry about me? You little brat." Iceberg gazed at his younger brother, his face wet with tears. Over the years, the words exchanged between the two brothers could not compare to the sheer volume of what was said today. Frankie bit his lip, struggling to hold back his tears as he glanced at Iceberg, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately could not find the words. On the ship, Geoise wept profusely against Lin Yu's shoulder. How touching! Tears streamed down, soaking Lin Yu's chest. With no other choice, Lin Yu embraced the young girl, casting a distant gaze towards the shore. The Cube sisters also began to cry. Iceberg pulled Frankie aside, scrutinizing him for a long moment before pushing him towards the sea. "You need to go. Set sail, for that is where your dreams lie. Go." With that, Iceberg turned away, tears streaming down his face, leaving only his silhouette for Frankie. "Brother, please take good care of them," Frankie shouted toward his retreating figure. Iceberg paused, his body trembling, and slowly raised his hand in farewell. "Brother?" Iceberg thought to himself, "It has been a long time since this brat called me that." He understood Frankie's concerns. He was worried about his subordinates. The Cube sisters were also teary-eyed. "We don't need taking care of. We are Frankie's crew, the super crew of Frankie." Everyone looked at their captain. Crying uncontrollably, Frankie walked back and forth, constantly looking back. Finally, he reached the Thousand Sunny with a heavy heart. "Frankie, welcome aboard," Lin Yu said, patting Frankie's shoulder. Afterward, he handed over a pair of shorts. After all, Frankie was a cyborg. Previously, he wore a pair of shorts, but today he was running around in the nude, which was quite a sight. Before long, the Thousand Sunny raised its anchor, the sails unfurled, billowing in the wind. The ship cut through the waves, gradually departing from the harbor. Next came a new adventure point. 3 days had passed since Lin Yu and the others left Water 7. Admiral Aokiji rode into Water 7 on a bicycle. He first visited the location where CP9 had clashed with Lin Yu. It had already been cleaned up, but the surrounding buildings were in utter disarray. Thus, the mayor of Water 7 was busy with compensation and recovery efforts. Meanwhile, Aokiji received word from the local naval garrison that the Hades pirates had set sail 3 days prior. Oh dear, I'm late." Aokiji scratched his head, muttering about being tardy, but his expression was one of indifference. The paradise lies in the first half of the Grand Line. The Thousand Sunny sails forth. This time, Lin Yu met with misfortune. Just as they had set sail not long ago, a storm descended upon them. The winds howled fiercely, and the sails were completely out of control, leaving the ship's direction to fate. After a day and night of tempestuous weather, the Thousand Sunny was blown far off course. Once the storm subsided, Frankie picked up the compass to ascertain their position. Meanwhile, Lin Yu suddenly leaped off the deck. Raging foot, a massive slash sliced through the waves, cleaving a gigantic sea creature in two. Super Lin. On the deck, Frankie gazed at Lin Yu with admiration. This guy, aside from his penchant for running around in his underwear, had another hobby, giving nicknames to everyone, referring to acquaintances by whimsical monikers. For instance, he called Luffy Straw Hat, Zoro Belly Band, Sanji Curly Brow, Usopp Long Nose, Nami Big Sister, and Chopper Reindeer. Now he had dubbed Geoise Big Eater and referred to Lin Yu as Super Lin. Lin Yu walked onto the deck with a sense of regret. "There are too many sea kings here. We might be nearing the doldrums," Boney warned. The doldrums were areas devoid of wind along both sides of the Grand Line, where sailing ships could not pass. According to my measurements earlier, we nearly drifted into the doldrums. Among the 3 members of the Hades pirates, the one with the most knowledge of the ocean was surprisingly the shipwright. "Frankie, Neither Lin Yu nor Boney knew anything about navigation. Although Frankie was not particularly skilled at sailing as a shipwright, he possessed a basic understanding of nautical knowledge, certainly more than the two oblivious individuals. He exerted considerable effort to ascertain the ship's approximate position. Due to their proximity to the doldrums, the magnetic pull on the compass needle weakened, causing it to become unstable and wavering. First, we need to get back on the right course, Frankie stated, manipulating the sails to alter their direction as the wind blew. The ocean is perilous, thus it is essential to have a capable navigator. But where to find one now? Lin Yu felt a headache coming on. He could only blame himself for not paying closer attention while reading the original work. He had no idea how many formidable navigators were hidden away. Soon enough, Lin Yu cast aside all his worries. He dragged the severed remains of the Sea King onto the ship. Today, we feast on barbecue, Lin Yu declared. Super. Boney gritted her teeth, saying, this time, I will eat more than you. On another note, Lin Yu gazed at the Sea King with a hint of regret in his eyes. It was a pity that defeating the Sea King did not yield any attribute bonuses if the system could quantify the attributes of the Sea King and bestow them upon him. He would undoubtedly become the world's strongest within a day. All he needed to do was continue down this path, defeating numerous Sea Kings daily at the junction of the doldrums and the Grand Line. After all, the strength of Sea Kings far surpassed that of humans. Nevertheless, despite this, Lin Yu's current power was no longer comparable to his former self. Host, Lin Yu, Strength, LV 39,326.5 Agility, LV 39,741.3 Stamina, LV 392.31. 9 Constitution, LV 39,220.2 Free Attribute Points, 1,000 Skills, Martial Arts, LV 372 Shave, LV 338.6 Iron Block, LV 352.6 Hurricane Kick, LV 367.4 Moonwalk, LV 361.8 Paper Drawing, LV 358. 8-Finger Gun, LV 353.4 Armament Hockey, LV 350.2 Observation Hockey, LV 396 6-King Gun Technique, 6-King Gun, LV 252.6 Life Return, Boiling Blood, LV 238. 6 After days of rigorous training, Lin Yu's physical attributes have all surpassed 9,000. Consequently, his physical strength has reached a terrifying level. When it comes to sheer physical prowess, few can rival Lin Yu. As for armament hockey, due to continuous fierce battles, his experience has been rapidly increasing to this juncture. Utilizing armament hockey imposes little burden on his stamina. He feels utterly liberated. However, combat is not merely about raw strength. It also demands combat skills and some extraordinary devil fruit abilities. He wonders if his current strength is sufficient to defeat a Kainu. Lin Yu's gaze flickers with contemplation. He has encountered a Kainu before. But at that time, a Kainu did not reveal his full strength. Thus, Lin Yu could not ascertain his true power, especially since he was far too weak back then, a mere shadow in comparison to a Kainu, making it difficult to gauge just how formidable a Kainu truly is. Even if I cannot vanquish this fellow, a full frontal assault should allow us to hold our ground, at the very least preventing a hasty retreat, as before. Based on his experience with the strength of Chibuta, Lin Yu has formed a rough judgment of Akainu's power. Yet, to confront an admiral single-handedly is perhaps a feat worthy of global proclamation for others. However, this does not satisfy Lin Yu. What he desires is to crush and utterly annihilate Akainu. With this determination, Lin Yu strides into the training room to commence his training, not far from the Wind Falcon. A pirate ship glides slowly across the sea. The vessel proudly displays a pirate flag adorned with a skull encircled by blue gears. Frankie sits at the helm on the deck, the first to spot the ship. A ship? Look, that's a pirate ship, Frankie exclaims. Jewelry Bonnie and Lin Yu emerge. Gazing into the distance, Bonnie's eyes narrow as they fixate on the pirate flag. To my astonishment, I never expected to encounter this individual here. Bonnie murmurs to herself. Lin Yu observes the flag, finding it somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall where he has seen it before. This is the ship of Captain Kidd from the South Sea, who possesses the power of the magnetic fruit, with a bounty of 470 million berries, a truly despicable scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly realizes that it is he. In the original narrative, Kidd is a ruthless and ambitious character. He initially sought to overthrow red-haired Shanks, but ended up losing an arm to him. He then attempted to invade Big Mom's territory, only to retreat without even catching a glimpse of her. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, he was inexplicably defeated by Kaido and ultimately imprisoned. As Lin Yu gazes at the pirate ship, the crew aboard it also turns their attention towards him. Boom! A cannonball whizzes through the air, hurtling towards Lin Yu. A fierce expression crosses Lin Yu's face. How audacious of them to strike first. Just as he was contemplating an excuse to gather some attributes, it seems he no longer requires one. They have delivered themselves right to him. Why provoke Huangquan Lin Yu? Kid. At this very moment, aboard the Kid pirate's ship, Kid and his crew remain oblivious to the truly fearsome individual they have insulted. After all, news of Lin Yu defeating CP9 and overcoming the Admiral candidate Shibuya in Water City has been suppressed by the world government. Although this news will eventually spread, it concerns the nefarious methods employed by the world government, which seeks to bury it. Thus, Kid and his crew have not received any word of it. Upon seeing the Huangquan pirates, Kid does not perceive himself as having offended anyone significant. Kid is quite eager to test his strength against Lin Yu, intrigued by the prospect of battling someone capable of defeating Vice Admiral Spider. However, among the Kid pirates, there is a warrior known as Killer, who dons a blue and white metal mask named 107. Riddled with countless holes, he is a formidable member of Kid's crew and serves as the vice captain. Among the boisterous crew, he is one of the few who can maintain composure. Apart from Killer, the others refer to Kid as boss. Kid grins widely, saying, "Since we have crossed paths in the South Sea, let's settle this once and for all." With that, Kid bursts into laughter. At that moment, Lin Yu leaps into action, delivering a powerful kick that sends the cannonball hurtling back. Whoosh! The cannonball, propelled by Lin Yu's kick, crashes down onto the Kid pirate's ship. Not good. Kid's expression changes, his laughter abruptly ceasing. The speed of the cannonball leaves them no time to react. Bang! The projectile pierces through the ship's upper structure, sending wood splintering everywhere. The mast shatters with a resounding crack. With a single kick, Lin Yu has rendered the Kid pirate's vessel incapable of sailing. How can this be? Such terrifying speed. This shot has completely breached the ship. It is worth noting that Kid's vessel is constructed from numerous precious materials. The cannonball they fired, upon being kicked back by Lin Yu, carried such immense inertia and force that it pierced their ship entirely. This display of power is truly astonishing. Killer, we seem to have offended someone formidable. Killer stands ready with his sword. Isn't that splendid? Kid licks his lips, stating, "I am quite interested in that fellow named Lin Yu. Did I hear that uncultured wretch, Jewelry Bonnie, has also boarded his ship?" Numerous sailors cast glances at their captain that if anyone is uncultured, who could surpass their own captain, Kid? Naturally, none dare voice such opinions in Kid's presence. The only one bold enough to speak out would be Killer, but he cares little for matters outside of battle. He is a warrior of slaughter, solely focused on combat. Meanwhile, Frankie's eyes light up, feeling an urge to compose a song in honor of Lin Yu. Macho Lin Super, Frankie exclaims. For him, the sheer destruction wrought by pure physical strength is utterly inconceivable, to the point where he begins to lose faith in his mechanical abilities. Before someone as powerful as Lin Yu, no machine could possibly prevail. As Lin Yu descends from the sky, he watches the cannonballs soar through the air. A contemplative expression on his face, he recalls that Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy headquarters often employs a technique involving the throwing of cannonballs. A solid cannonball, hurled with sheer physical might, possesses a power exponentially greater than that of artillery. Perhaps he could gather a stockpile of cannonballs and use them as targets for practice against pirate crews like Kids. With this thought in mind, he immediately turns to Frankie. "Do you have any cannonballs, Frankie?" There is indeed a cannon on the bow of Lin Yu's ship, but Lin Yu has not even prepared gunpowder, let alone cannonballs. It is merely a decorative piece. "Not at the moment, Captain, but I can prepare some right away." Frankie's expression grows serious as he dashes into the cabin, retrieving a pile of metal scraps intended for ship repairs. Soon, his hands begin to slice through the metal, forming solid cannonballs with the precision of a cutting machine. "Frankie, you're incredible." As Lin Yu witnesses Frankie's transformation, for words spring to his mind. Transformers. At this moment, Kid and his companions remain silently aboard their vessel, awaiting Lin Yu's next move. Minutes passed, yet there was no sign of action from their adversary. Kid and Killer exchanged a glance. Just as Killer was about to speak, a sudden realization struck him. Not good. He drew his sword, but it was too late. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as a solid cannonball crashed down upon their ship. Bang! Wood splintered, and the hull shattered into pieces. Many crew members from the Kid Pirates were violently thrown overboard by the force of the blast, while those directly struck by the cannonball were pierced through with horrific consequences. Bang! Another cannonball descended. Faced with such rapidly approaching projectiles, everyone was left in shock. Kid and Killer were a beat too slow. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the cannonball landed on their small ship. It's him. Killer stared into the distance. Within merely minutes, Frankie had crafted batch after batch of solid steel cannonballs for Lin Yu. Even the carts to transport the cannonballs were completed. At that moment, Lin Yu resembled a human artillery platform. Under immense power, the force of a single cannonball was far greater than that of a conventional cannon. The speed was simply terrifying. It was he. The Flying Falcon was situated a full 2 kilometers from Kid's position. Yet, Lin Yu's cannonball traversed that distance in an instant, its speed even surpassing that of sound. All Kid and his crew saw was Lin Yu waving his hand, and then, in an instant, their ship bore a new hull that was akin to a human electromagnetic cannon, standing on the deck. Lin Yu finally understood why Garp so relished firing cannonballs. The exhilaration of launching that shot was simply explosive. Lin Yu's motions became increasingly fluid. In an instant, a dozen cannonballs rained down upon the Kid Pirate ship. The upper masts and cabins were obliterated into fragments, resulting in the deaths of dozens of sailors. The damage to the Kid Pirate's vessel was severe, with casualties among the crew reaching staggering numbers. And this was merely Lin Yu's warm-up. He continued to improve. His actions became more fluid, more enjoyable, and, importantly, increasingly precise. At that moment, all the crew members aboard the Kid Pirate's ship surged out of the cabins. Over 20 cannonballs struck the warship, each one piercing through directly, leaving it riddled with holes. The barrage continued, penetrating the hull and sending splinters of wood flying through the air, while many crew members avoided direct hits. Numerous others were injured by the splintered wood. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu hurled dozens of cannonballs. With his stamina, if unimpeded, he could continue this relentless assault indefinitely. He was akin to a human automatic artillery platform. Of course, this was contingent upon Kid's ship not being sunk. Kid had lost the calm demeanor he once possessed. Observing Lin Yu's demeanor, it was evident that he regarded him with disdain, nonchalantly standing on the deck. Casually tossing dozens of cannonballs, he could obliterate their entire crew. This humiliation was far worse than being killed. It was a disgrace. He was a man of strong pride. No one looks down on me, cursed Kid, as he flipped over and leaped onto the ship's railing. Activating his devil fruit power, a powerful magnetic force grasped the incoming solid iron cannonball tightly. Although it could not fully negate the cannonball's momentum, it could slightly alter its trajectory. As Kid's ability activated, the cannonball was drawn in. All the cannonballs changed direction, whizzing past the pirate ship and disappearing into the distant horizon, leaving no one to know just how far Lin Yu's throw could reach. Let us hope it doesn't harm any innocent civilians. That was the magnet fruit. The voice of Jewelry Bonnie chimed in from beside him. This was Kid's devil fruit ability. He could attract all metallic substances as if he were a magnet. Jewelry Bonnie, also a newcomer from the South Blue, had some understanding of Kid. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, focusing on Kid at the ship's edge. This was the future most formidable supernova of Sabaody Archipelago, exuding an intimidating aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Had it been a few months prior, Lin Yu might not have been able to contend with Kid. However, Lin Yu's strength had evolved dramatically since then. The disparity between him and Kid was now vast. A powerhouse of Kid's caliber was not something Lin Yu regarded with concern. Yet, what intrigued Lin Yu was Kid's Conqueror's Haki. According to the original narrative, those who possess Conqueror's Haki are exceedingly rare. Only those with the potential of a king might awaken it. Among the supernovas, aside from Luffy, Kid was the only one. If Lin Yu could glean even the slightest insight into Conqueror's Haki from Kid, it would be immensely beneficial for him. Eliminating Kid was not a challenging task for Lin Yu. However, drawing out Kid's Conqueror's Haki would require considerable effort. How fascinating. Lin Yu launched another cannonball, which was intercepted by Kid's magnetic force. Armament Haki. Wrap. Soon, the armament Haki enveloped the black cannonball. Due to its own dark coloration, it appeared unchanged. Affixing armament Haki to a weapon and retaining it even after separating from the body is an advanced technique of Haki mastery. Lin Yu's ability to employ armament Haki to such a degree indicated that he had reached a remarkably high level in its training. Whoosh! This time, Lin Yu aimed directly at Kid. He had never slackened in his training on controlling his body's strength. With precise control, Lin Yu targeted Kid, launching the cannonball with immense force. Such a trick is ineffective against me. You scoundrel. Kid gritted his teeth in frustration. For Kid, being confronted with such a crude and straightforward tactic was an affront to his pride. A man of such intense self-esteem could scarcely endure such humiliation. As he prepared to deflect the cannonball with his magnetic power, he suddenly realized something. It had no effect whatsoever. Kid wore a bewildered expression. The cannonball was now almost upon him. In a flash, he barely managed to sidestep, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Yet even so, the cannonball struck his shoulder. Boom! Kid was sent flying, crashing through the ship's railing and plunging into the sea. The devil fruit user was rendered motionless by that blow, submerged in the depths. Captain, Kid, Killer, and the crew were overwhelmed with shock. They all understood just how formidable Kid was. Yet now he had been knocked overboard by Lin Yu's barehanded throw of a cannonball. Killer quickly regained his composure. With Kid in the water, he was now the leader of this pirate crew. He immediately ordered the sailors to dive in search of their captain, waving from the ship's edge. Lin Yu, this is a misunderstanding. We shouldn't have fired upon you. Killer spoke solemnly, his gaze shifting to Lin Yu and Bonnie in the distance, his expression growing grave, especially with the latter, who was clad in nothing but underwear. Striking an absurd pose, causing Killer's face to twitch. Had it been Kid, he would never have uttered such words. However, Killer did not mind that he was a pirate. He was also a warrior. His goal was to defeat every swordsmanship master in the world. However, for a pirate, the ability to bend and endure was a mark of true manhood. Once he calmed down, Killer quickly recognized that he and Lin Yu were simply not on the same level. Essentially being subjected to a dimensional strike. If surrendering could ensure the survival of the Kid pirates, then it would all be worthwhile. Their ship was severely damaged. The captain had fallen into the sea, incapacitated, and even Killer acknowledged that he was no match for Lin Yu. For Killer, temporarily submitting to a stronger foe was not a source of shame. In this world, the strong were always respected. Lin Yu surveyed the masked swordsman with great interest. He stepped lightly, launching himself onto the Kid pirate's ship. At that moment, Kid had been pulled from the water, after coughing up several mouthfuls of seawater. He gradually regained consciousness. However, his shoulder was gravely injured. In that fleeting moment, Kid had not even had the chance to unleash his abilities. He instinctively evaded just slightly, yet he had already fallen victim. Lin Yu stood there, observing the members of the Kid pirates, each of them gazing at him with faces etched in terror. Lin Yu strolled leisurely across the battered deck. With each step he took, the crew of the Kid pirate ship felt their hearts quiver. Standing over 6 feet tall, Lin Yu, in that instant, resembled a deity of wrath. Those towering pirates, 2 to 3 meters in height, trembled as their legs weakened, nearly unable to support them. Give me a reason not to kill you. Otherwise, Lin Yu continued his slow advance, his tone as frigid as ice. The sea was calm, the sun shone brightly, and warmth enveloped the surroundings. Yet, within the hearts of those aboard the Kid pirate ship, an icy chill prevailed. Before Lin Yu's overwhelming presence, they harbored no thoughts of resistance. Life and death were mere fates assigned by the heavens. If one were to kill, then so be it. Why indulge in meaningless chatter? Kid snorted in disdain, his gaze fixed intensely upon this being who appeared as a divine menace. He had not anticipated Lin Yu's strength to be so formidable. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of absurdity for his earlier arrogance. Kid possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities, bordering on hubris. Before the events at Sabeti Archipelago, he had never perceived himself as weak, even believing he could contend equally with an admiral of the Navy. Even after being defeated by Kizaru at Sabeti, upon returning to the New World 2 years later, he immediately allied with fellow supernovas to challenge the red-haired Shanks. His self-assurance in his prowess was absolute. Of course, this confidence could easily morph into arrogance when one failed to gauge the true strength of their opponent. Killer, wielding a longsword, stood before the gravely injured Kid, Lin Yu of the underworld. We bear no grudge against you, nor do we have any conflict of interest. That cannon fire earlier was merely a misunderstanding. Even if you were to slay us all, it would yield you no benefit. Killer remained remarkably composed. Ha! Lin Yu laughed heartily. We are pirates, Killer. Do you understand what that means? A pirate does as he pleases. Is there a need for justification? What do interests matter? Lin Yu's voice was low as he locked his gaze upon Killer. Your sword is drawn, and you grip the hilt. Are you intending to strike me? Killer crouched low, adopting a stance of attack. I am a warrior. Regardless of the circumstances, I must forge ahead if I do not dare to draw my sword. Then what kind of warrior am I? Yet you are not my match. That I know I am not your match, but my spirit as a swordsman forbids me from surrendering. This time, Killer refused to concede. He sensed, from Lin Yu's words, that the other party had no intention of sparing them if that were the case. Then he had no choice but to fight that as a pirate. Killer was fully aware of his fate. Ever since he embarked on the Grand Line, he had prepared himself for the possibility of death in battle. You insolent brat. Kid struggled to rise from the ground, his face twisted in a grimace. Your opponent is me. Killer, step aside. His left shoulder was shattered by cannon fire, flesh and bone exposed, with only a small portion of his left arm tenuously connected, swaying precariously in the air. Yet, despite this, Kid's expression remained fierce, showing no signs of fear. Lin Yu secretly praised him. Impressive, truly, he was a wielder of Conqueror's Haki. Even in such a state, their psychological defenses remained unbroken. Perhaps only those with formidable resolve could possess Conqueror's Haki. Such individuals are indifferent to life and death. Lin Yu had initially hoped to recruit Kid and his crew, but upon witnessing Kid's current condition, he realized that such an alliance was impossible. In the original narrative, Kid, Basil Hawkins, and Scratchman Apu had confronted the Yonko Kaido of the Beasts, who single-handedly defeated the three supernovas, leading Hawkins and Apu to surrender. Only Kid resolutely refused to yield. Ultimately finding himself imprisoned, Kid was a man who held his beliefs above life itself. Lin Yu advanced step by step. Killer raised his longsword, pointing it at Lin Yu. Under immense pressure, Killer could no longer restrain himself and leaped forward, slashing with his sword. Yet Lin Yu seemed unfazed. The sword pierced Lin Yu's torso. Did it actually penetrate? The crew of the Kid pirates were momentarily stunned. Even Killer was taken aback, but in that instant, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Yu had somehow reached him from behind. Finger gun. The fingertip pierced deep. The Slayer warrior Killer was instantaneously vanquished, losing all combat capability. The blade that had struck was merely Lin Yu's afterimage. Blood dripped from his fingers onto the deck. Kid's eyes widened, veins bulging with rage. Killer! Kid roared furiously. He raised his head abruptly, fixating his gaze on Lin Yu, mechanical giant arm. Even with one arm crippled, Kid could still wield his devil fruit abilities. All metal objects aboard the vessel converged towards him. The weapons of the crew, metal utensils, iron nails, and massive ship anchors. Soon, Kid manifested two colossal mechanical arms. Impressive skill, Lin Yu remarked. Prepare to witness my true power. The enormous metallic fist descended from above. Whoosh! Lin Yu had no desire to engage Kid in a direct confrontation. With such meager prowess, he had no interest whatsoever. Lin Yu's figure flickered and he instantly appeared before Kid. Finger gun. Lin Yu's fingers effortlessly pierced through Kid's body. Boom. The gigantic metal arms crashed to the ground, disintegrating. As Lin Yu withdrew his fingers, it seemed as though Kid's final remnants of strength were also extracted. It appears your voyage has come to an end. Kid. Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon Kid's eyes, enunciating each word. Is this how it ends? Kid's vision blurred. He felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. I once believed I was quite formidable. Yet, in retrospect, it seems utterly ludicrous that in such an expansive ocean. To depart like this would leave him profoundly unsatisfied. Kid gritted his teeth, blood spurting forth. I cannot accept this. There is no way I can accept this. Kid's eyes widened in fury. Suddenly, the very air seemed to warp. Lin Yu's previously relaxed expression shifted to one of solemnity. A multitude of sailors aboard the ship succumbed to unconsciousness under the assault of what felt like psychic pressure. Kid knelt on the ground, fists clenched tightly, embodying defiance. Veins bulged on his neck, his eyes aflame with rage. Lin Yu felt his mind assailed by a powerful force. Conqueror's Haki. Lin Yu instantly discerned this. It was a form of mental oppression, a direct assault on the soul. This was a unique aura of dominance, a manifestation of mental fortitude. The only individuals present who remained conscious were Kid, the gravely injured Killer, and Lin Yu. So, this is Conqueror's Haki. Lin Yu meticulously recalled the earlier instance of psychic upheaval. This was a mental attack that seemed to transcend to another level. Lin Yu sensed something profound that if he could harness this method of attack, it would undoubtedly represent a qualitative leap in combat prowess. Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed on Kid. Meanwhile, Killer's attention was directed towards Lin Yu. Conqueror's haki. Such individuals are inherently destined to be sovereigns, bound to become kings in the future. Killer worried that Lin Yu might pursue a path of total annihilation against them. However, Lin Yu merely cast a glance at Kid before turning to depart. Is that all there is to it? Killer expressed disbelief. Kid's expression was dark and grim. He felt deeply insulted. He had not taken them seriously at all. Kid gritted his teeth, seething as he uttered this statement. Killer immediately understood the implications. Indeed, perhaps in Lin Yu's eyes, even Kid, with his conqueror's haki, posed no threat to him. What boundless confidence must one possess to exhibit such audacity? The two fell into silence. Kid gazed silently at the departing Windhawk. Lin Yu of the underworld, one day, I, Kid, shall be your eternal nemesis. Do not underestimate me. At this moment, Lin Yu had already departed aboard the Wind Falcon. He held no interest in vanquishing Kira and Kid. The meager attributes he had obtained from defeating them were hardly worth his attention. Even if his opponents possessed Conqueror's haki, he would not regard them with any significance. Supernovas, in his eyes, were merely inconsequential figures. The fate of these two minor characters was of no concern to him. The lives of the grievously injured Kid and Kira were utterly irrelevant to him. He had acquired what he sought and departed without a trace of hesitation. He was not intimidated by the prospect of Kid's revenge. After all, does an elephant concern itself with the grievances of an ant? In this regard, Lin Yu could indeed be deemed arrogant. Yet whether this arrogance stemmed from overconfidence or genuine self-assurance depended solely on his own strength. With power comes confidence. Lacking strength while exhibiting such behavior is mere hubris. Undoubtedly, Lin Yu belonged to the former category. Upon returning to the training chamber, Lin Yu sat cross-legged. Under the impact of Conqueror's haki, he experienced a moment of profound realization. This was a mental assault. He diligently replayed his recent experiences in his mind, attuning himself to the essence of this domineering power. Naturally, mastering Conqueror's haki in a short span was beyond his reach. However, this flicker of inspiration provided him with a glimmer of hope, instilling in him the conviction that he would undoubtedly master Conqueror's haki. At this moment, on a nameless island in the Grand Line, the Kid pirates were recuperating after their defeat. Their encounter with Lin Yu had resulted in the incapacitation of Kid's left arm. Nevertheless, the ship's craftsman had fashioned a mechanical arm for him, which he could deftly manipulate using the powers of the magnet fruit. After several days of recovery, Kid was feeling considerably better, despite the loss of his left arm. His combat prowess remained largely unaffected due to the nature of his devil fruit abilities. At this juncture, Kid was increasingly focused on developing the potential of his fruit powers. Following his encounter with Lin Yu, he realized that his current strength was utterly inadequate to contend with the titans of the New World. To sustain his ambitions, he required greater power. After this battle, Kid's strength had seen significant enhancement. While the shipwrights repaired the vessel, they collected ample fresh water and provisions on the island. It was at this precise moment that Aokiji, riding a bicycle, glided across the floating debris on the ocean surface. Arriving at this island, oh dear, it's a member of the Kid pirates. As the sea froze, Aokiji approached the shore on his bicycle, eliciting a wave of trepidation among the crew of the Kid pirates. Towering and clad in a white vest over a deep blue shirt, with a green eye mask perched upon his head for convenience during his frequent naps, Aokiji's presence was formidable. The faces of the Kid pirates turned pale. This was none other than one of the marine admirals. Just as they had encountered Lin Yu, now they faced Aokiji. Kid and Kira rose to their feet. Oh, by the way, what is your bounty at? Aokiji scratched his head, unable to recall, and replied, I can't seem to remember, but it sounds like a lot. Humph, you think capturing me will be that easy? Kid gritted his teeth. Naturally, he would not surrender without a fight in the face of a marine admiral. This time, Aokiji remained silent, lowering his head as if in deep contemplation. Unable to sit still, Kid leaped forward and initiated an attack. The result was half of his body encased in ice. Kira attempted to strike from another direction. But before he could close the distance, he too was nearly frozen solid. The power of a marine admiral was terrifying. Oh, I remember now. Kid should have no record of attacking civilians, right? Aokiji seemed completely oblivious to his previous actions. Slowly raising his head, Kid was in despair. Lin Yu's strength was already formidable, but now it appeared that Aokiji was even more fearsome. This was utterly outrageous. Aokiji tilted his head, as if he had forgotten something. After a brief moment, he suddenly turned back, slapping his forehead. Apologies, I'm getting older. In my memory isn't what it used to be. I almost forgot the main point. Aokiji shrugged and said, I wonder if the Magnet Man has seen Lin Yu and his crew? If you do, please inform me. His tone carried a hint of respect, as he treated everyone with such politeness that, of course, we were defeated by the Yellow Springs Lin Yu 4 days ago. Are you here to mock us? Kid clenched his fists, bringing up Lin Yu. If Kid's previous goal had been to overthrow a warlord, or even one of the 4 emperors to take their place, his current objective was to defeat Lin Yu. Oh, is that so? Aokiji mounted his bicycle as the sea began to freeze. He leisurely pedaled across the ocean's surface. Kid and Kira exchanged glances. Would the Marine Admiral truly let them go just like that? Suddenly, Kid realized that his luck was not as grim as he had anticipated. They had encountered 2 opponents capable of annihilating them, yet both had dismissed them as inconsequential, indifferent to their fates. Whether this was tragic or fortunate remained uncertain. Kid's expression shifted, but his ambition swelled ever larger. This ocean was vast and boundless. As Aokiji pedaled, whistling cheerfully, his demeanor was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The likelihood of finding Lin Yu and his companions was nearly impossible. Furthermore, Aokiji had deliberately chosen the most frequented route, as ships typically traversed fixed paths. The ocean was not like land. Losing one's direction could yield dire consequences. Thus, Aokiji consistently followed a straight line from Water City to the Sabaody archipelago. However, Lin Yu and his companions were not on this route, but rather on an entirely different path, to be precise. The Yellow Springs Pirates trio had lost their way. What on earth is this place? Joel shouted from the bow of the ship. Since plunging into this maritime area 5 days ago, the sea had been anything but tranquil. Storms, turbulent waves, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. The surface of the sea resembled a cauldron of boiling soup, churning violently. Moreover, the magnetic field here was exceedingly peculiar. Even the compass needle spun wildly, rendering it useless. As for Lin Yu, he stood at the bow of the ship, his expression serene. This is even larger than last time. Hehehe, what are you laughing at? Such towering waves won't drown you. Bonnie was on the verge of a breakdown. Realizing that among the 3 on this ship, none were entirely sane, the previously serious Lin Yu now appeared utterly eccentric, especially with the one at the back, who was dressed only in underwear and yelling while posing like a lunatic. In the distance, a colossal wave over 100 meters high suddenly emerged on the ocean's surface. No ship could withstand such a monstrous wave, as if it were about to engulf them in the next moment. Super. Frankie's face lit up with excitement as he steered the ship. In a moment of exuberance, he momentarily forgot to adjust their course to my heavens. Control your ship, Bonnie screamed in despair. However, Frankie was not a reliable navigator. He was merely a half-hearted sailor. With this half-hearted sailor's guidance, the Wind Falcon's fate was indeed precarious, having weathered countless storms. This colossal wave could only be deemed an ordinary occurrence amidst their myriad tribulations. Raging foot, as the enormous wave approached, Lin Yu leaped into the air, unleashing a flurry of kicks. Boom! The massive wave was instantly torn apart, creating a gaping chasm. Although Frankie lacked sailing prowess, his skills as a shipwright were exceptional. The Wind Falcon surged through the opening. Just as the ship's stern passed through the gap in the wave, the monstrous tidal wave crashed down. The sea erupted in a tumultuous frenzy, tossing the Wind Falcon's hull up and down. Oh no! On the deck, Lin Yu shouted loudly, "Super!" Frankie released the controls once more, striking a pose. Huh? Bonnie laughed heartily. This is what one calls sailing. How exhilarating this is. I absolutely adore this way of life. She completely forgot her earlier disdain for Lin Yu and Frankie's carefree nature. It's no wonder that this trio has no one normal among them. Lin Yu spread his arms wide. In this vast ocean, one could only wonder how many free-spirited hearts there are. However, as the Wind Falcon glided through the waves, it arrived at a tranquil spot, from turbulent seas to a placid mirror-like surface. This ocean could transition so effortlessly to Lin Yu, who had long grown accustomed to the calm waters. A mysterious veil enveloped the surface. Under the shroud of mist, the entire maritime expanse became dim. Thus, those who ventured in could hardly discern whether it was day or night. We need to determine direction, one remarked, as if they had ever been able to before. Speaking of me, aren't you all the same? If I were to stray off course, I doubt you would say anything. In the midst of the fog, the Wind Falcon advanced steadily. Frankie stood atop the lookout, observing the surrounding winds, and after a glance around, he shook his head in resignation. Visibility was exceedingly low, with clouds swirling, obscuring the sun and stars. The recording instruments were utterly ineffective, with no reference points to guide them. Frankie found himself at a loss. However, he displayed little emotional change, as they had all navigated this journey with a laid-back attitude. What difference would this make? Lin Yu stood on the deck, his gaze fixed on the surrounding mist. This situation involuntarily reminded him of a certain location from the original work. Yet, he couldn't be entirely certain. After all, the mist here was merely denser than usual. How much fresh water do we have left? Bonnie replied, we should have enough for another month and a half. For the three of them, food was easily resolved. Frankie only required cola. He had a special storage room dedicated to it. Of course, he could eat other foods as well, but he was not picky. He possessed a unique ability to transform any food into a cola flavor. Lin Yu shared a common passion with Bonnie. They both loved meat. Any kind of meat would suffice. Etc. Meat was in abundance. Marine creatures, ocean fish, and shrimp, all were readily available. Thus, the trio had no concerns regarding provisions. Their only consideration was fresh water. In this context, fresh water was paramount. To secure adequate fresh water at sea, there were only two options: wait for rain and collect it with the ship's devices, or journey to an island with fresh water. Recently, Frankie had been researching desalination devices, hoping to extend the Wind Falcon's time at S. Visibility diminished. Lin Yu grew increasingly convinced that his suspicions were correct. This seemed to be the Devil's Triangle. The Devil's Triangle? Frankie and Bonnie exclaimed in unison. Lin Yu nodded. Based on the current environment, this area bore a striking resemblance to the infamous Devil's Triangle. Frankie nodded in agreement. That's true. The Devil's Triangle is perpetually shrouded in mist, with hundreds of ships disappearing here each year. On the Grand Line, this is indeed a sea of death. If this truly was the Devil's Triangle, then it meant that this region belonged to the warlord. Gecko Moria. Lin Yu grinned. Then I shall not hold back. Unexpectedly, they had inadvertently entered Moria's territory. Moria possessed a gigantic zombie giant. Defeating it could bestow tremendous power upon him. At this moment, Lin Yu began to harbor ulterior motives towards Moria. The Devil's Triangle. The Wind Falcon slowly sailed forth. Lin Yu and his crew had already been navigating this fog-laden ocean for 7 days. During this time, the Wind Falcon had continually encountered various wrecks, some of which had been adrift for decades, rotting away on the surface. Awoo! Something is approaching us. Is that a ship? Frankie stood on the deck, gazing into the distance, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Ahead loomed a large vessel. It was a dilapidated ship, evidently aged. Yet, from the hull and its rust, it seemed to be much older than 2 or 3 decades. Lin Yu and Bonnie rushed to the deck upon hearing the news. This is not it. Lin Yu shook his head as the battered ship drew nearer. Although this vessel appeared sizable, it paled in comparison to the terrifying 3-masted ship. Could it be that this was not the Devil's Triangle? If we cannot find that fearsome 3-masted ship, then this cannot be the Devil's Triangle. Jolie Bonnie furrowed her brow, for the 3-masted vessel was the very symbol of the Devil's Triangle. However, Lin Yu chuckled. That's not what I mean. Seeing this ship means we have indeed arrived at the Devil's Triangle, and the fearsome 3-masted ship should be nearby. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted from the ship. Creak, creak. It was as if a dilapidated door had suddenly swung open. The two ships passed each other. A skeletal figure, white as bone, sat at the rail, grinning at Lin Yu and the others. Yaho-ho-ho! The Wind Falcon fell into an eerie silence. Bonnie's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the skeleton. Could it truly sing? Frankie's eyes lit up, his curiosity piqued as an engineer fascinated by such peculiarities. In contrast, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. His gaze rested on the skeletal figure. He recognized this skeleton as Brooke, the individual associated with the Straw Hat Pirates. However, Lin Yu had no intention of recruiting Brooke. Each person has their fate. He could only wonder if, with Lin Yu's interference, Brooke would still encounter the Straw Hat Pirates. Hopefully, fate would align for them. Soon, the two ships passed each other. 5 more days passed. Initially, everyone was intrigued by this maritime expanse, but as time dragged on, the journey became monotonous. In the thick fog, an eerie silence prevailed. Even Lin Yu found it somewhat tedious. Such navigation was utterly dull. Just then, a colossal shadow emerged from the mist in the distance. This shadow was significantly larger than the previous ship. It resembled a small island. A ship? Could this truly be a ship? Frankie gazed in terror at the distant silhouette of an island adorned with gigantic sails. Realizing that the shadow was not stationary but appeared to move slowly due to its enormous size, it was evidently a massive vessel. At last, they had encountered something. Super. The Wind Falcon gradually approached the enormous and fearsome three-masted ship, the bow of which resembled a gigantic mouth, currently gaping wide. Subsequently, a strange castle emerged from the mist, revealing itself to the onlookers. The atmosphere grew oppressively tense. "Captain, shall we just sail in?" Frankie inquired, eyeing the entrance that resembled an open maw. Rather than fear, he exhibited a glimmer of excitement. The ship held immense research potential. Lin Yu nodded. Gecko Moria was not particularly formidable. Among the warlords, he could be considered the weakest. Even if he had absorbed thousands of shadows and confronted Lin Yu directly, he would only be on the receiving end of a beating. Lin Yu's physical strength was now exceedingly formidable. The clumsy maneuvers of Moria under the moonlight were no match for Lin Yu. In contrast, the other 7 warlords presented a far greater challenge. Take Doflamingo, for instance. He is a former celestial dragon, possessing numerous secrets of their kind, along with comprehensive intelligence and dealings within the dark world. Moreover, his string fruit abilities are remarkably potent and have already awakened. In the original narrative, there are only a handful of awakened Paramecia-type fruit users, and Doflamingo is not to be underestimated. Then there is the world's strongest swordsman, Dracule Mihawk. The might of a swordsman's strike is nothing to scoff at. Although Lin Yu's strength surpasses Mihawk's, victory in battle does not solely depend on brute force. Skill plays a crucial role as well. This is particularly true for a swordsman, who cultivates not only their physical form, but also their swordsmanship. A mastery of the sword path is indeed formidable. Furthermore, Bartholomew Kuma is another awakened Paramecia fruit user, with unfathomable and immense strength. By comparison, Moria is merely an insignificant figure. Boom! The Thousand Sunny slowly entered the interior of the terrifying three-masted ship. The stone door behind them closed silently, resembling a beast emerging from the depths of hell, poised to swallow the Thousand Sunny whole. After advancing a short distance, the Thousand Sunny finally docked. Lin Yu leaped down, landing on the shore. "Bonnie, Frankie, let us confront the 7 warlord, Moonlight Moria." Bonnie displayed little enthusiasm for the ominous three-masted ship. However, not wishing to remain alone aboard, she promptly nodded in agreement upon hearing Lin Yu's words. Conversely, Frankie appeared eager, clearly wishing to explore the island. "Let's go. I am curious to see what abilities Moonlight Moria possesses." The trio walked along the riverbank towards the eerie castle. The path leading to the dim, ancient fortress was barren of trees, and the soil had turned black. Occasionally, strange animal sounds echoed in the air. The deeper they ventured, the more shattered tombstones they encountered. Soon, bizarre branches began to sprout from the ground, forming a dark forest. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the woods. Then, a grave was abruptly overturned, and numerous mummified skeletons and zombies, wrapped in bandages, clawed their way out, each emitting eerie growls of ho ho ho. Lin Yu remained silent. Frankie exclaimed, "Oh whoa, super." A thunderous noise erupted from the tomb. Several zombie heads flew into the air, while others, with heads attached to their rears, engaged in a gruesome feast upon their companions. This fellow named Moria is quite intriguing. Frankie, clad only in a pair of underpants, curiously surveyed his surroundings. Only someone as peculiar as you would find this amusing. Lin Yu muttered to himself, also taking in the scene. The ability to control zombies is not to be taken lightly. Quickly, Lin Yu set his sights on a particularly formidable zombie. Whoosh, leaving a shadow behind. Lin Yu astounded Frankie, who was scanning the area. In an instant, Lin Yu delivered a powerful kick, sending one zombie flying. Following this, Lin Yu appeared furious. How can zombies not count as attributes? The Sea Kings don't add attributes, which is somewhat understandable, but why not zombies? Lin Yu leaped into the air, venting his frustration. Bonnie and Frankie shuddered. They had never seen Lin Yu like this before. "Host, you have defeated a corpse." The system's cold notification echoed. "The system can quantify and extract corpse fragments. Would you like to extract them?" "What nonsense. I don't want that. Go take it for yourself." Lin Yu hastily declined, feeling exasperated. After entering the Devil's Triangle, he had long sought to confront Moonlight Moria, as he possessed a giant zombie. Defeating a giant might not significantly enhance his speed, endurance, or physique, but merely the boost in strength was enough to entice Lin Yu. However, he never anticipated that killing zombies would yield no more benefits than vanquishing sea kings. He received no rewards whatsoever. Well, corpse fragments were offered, but it was merely a question of whether he desired them. In the absence of any attribute enhancements, Lin Yu was left with only the challenge of the Seven Warlord, Moonlight Moria. Although defeating Moria would not grant him substantial attribute boosts, he preferred to gain something rather than nothing. After walking approximately 100 meters, Lin Yu suddenly halted. He glanced to his right at Frankie. "Mr. Transparent, will you come out on your own, or shall I drag you out?" Lin Yu's voice resonated through the forest. For a moment, silence reigned. One does not give up until they reach the Yellow River. Lin Yu's gaze fell upon a figure not far away. Absalom, the user of the transparent fruit. With a flicker, Absalom appeared before Lin Yu, his eyes locking onto Lin Yu's face. Initially, he aimed to toy with the intruder. However, upon drawing near, he was detected as Lin Yu approached. He finally recognized the visitor. You are the Yellow Springs Lin Yu?" Absalom asked in a low voice. "That it seems you are not entirely uninformed." Lin Yu regarded Absalom with a calm demeanor. "I am the fog-laden Devil's Triangle. Even the newsbirds would likely not venture here. Therefore, Moria must have other channels for information." Lin Yu slowly advanced towards Absalom, who held a rocket launcher, his expression grave. "Where is Moria?" Lin Yu nonchalantly inquired. Absalom shot Lin Yu a glare, but remained silent. Preparing to retreat, he recognized Lin Yu's strength. A man capable of defeating a vice admiral was certainly not his opponent. Absalom was well aware of his limitations. In this terrifying three-masted ship, the only one who could contend with him was Moria. Absalom took a step back, bent his legs, and propelled himself into the darkness, activating his transparent fruit ability. Thinking of escaping? For Lin Yu, Absalom's transparent fruit abilities were rendered useless in the face of his observation haki. He took a step forward. Raging foot. A wave of slashing energy surged forth. The transparent Absalom was cleaved away by the strike. Thud. Absalom reverted to his visible form, spitting blood as he collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. Ding. You have defeated Absalom. Strength 340, Agility 96, Endurance 93, Physique 101. This meager gain was insignificant for Lin Yu at this stage. He could hardly be bothered to check his attribute panel. He cast a glance at Absalom. Recalling how this individual had once infiltrated Nami's restroom using his transparent abilities, a behavior Lin Yu found disgraceful. Ignoring Absalom's fate, he pressed on with Frankie and Bonnie. This terrifying three-masted ship claimed to be the largest in the world. Rival the small island. The trio continued their bold march along the main path. Meanwhile, in a dim chamber within the central castle, Moonlight Moria, one of the seven warlords of the sea, with his onion-like hair and pear-shaped physique, lay on a grand bed, resting with his eyes closed. Just then, several figures rushed in, startling Moria from his slumber. "I had a nightmare." Moria rubbed his forehead and straightened up. "That's splendid, Lord Moria, the leader." A zombie wrapped in bandages respectfully addressed Moria. "It has been 4 days since the last night raid. You have been asleep all this time. We have prepared enough food for you for the past 4 days. This time, the target is formidable. The Yellow Springs pirate crew, who previously defeated the Marine Rear Admiral, Spider Demon. That if you could obtain the shadow of Huangquan Lin Yu, it would greatly benefit you. The Huangquan pirates are the most notorious crew they have encountered, boasting a bounty of 300 million berries, particularly due to Lin Yu's considerable price on his head. Of course, they remain unaware that Lin Yu has defeated CP9 and a Marine Vice Admiral, a fact that the world government has shrouded in secrecy. Otherwise, his bounty would undoubtedly be far greater. Indeed, that Huangquan Lin Yu is reputed to be a master of martial arts. It seems that Oz's shadow is within reach. Moonlight Moria grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. He ventured into the new world and challenged the beast Kaido. Although he faced defeat and lost numerous crew members, he managed to survive. Thus, Moria regarded anyone below the level of the 4 emperors with disdain, let alone the mere rookie Huangquan pirates. Having witnessed the methods of the most formidable beings on the seas, he dismissed those lesser pirates without a second thought, harboring no fear whatsoever. Lord Absalom has already made his move. The bandaged zombie spoke. Then let us seek them out immediately." Moria caressed an onion, extending his crimson tongue to lick his lips. "Once I acquire the shadow of Huangquan Lin Yu, I can resurrect my giant Oz. Once Oz awakens, he will." Moria grinned, exposing his sharp teeth, emitting a series of eerie chuckles. Meanwhile, in the eastern castle, Lin Yu realized that the sense of direction possessed by the three of them was appallingly poor. Each stubbornly refusing to admit their lack of navigational skills, they were clearly heading towards the main castle, yet amidst their bickering, they found themselves at another fortress altogether at the same time, within the castle. One of Moria's three great monsters, the ghost princess Perona's doppelganger, flitted between the chambers. Just then, a short-armed figure, resembling a patchwork doll draped in blue, white, and brown, wearing a mask and a round hat, stumbled in. Before he could utter a word, Perona swiftly covered his mouth. "Don't speak." Kamasi could only close his mouth, looking utterly aggrieved. However, this matter needed to be disclosed. "Someone has intruded here. I told you not to speak." Perona jumped up in a huff, her spoiled nature on full display. Perona paused momentarily. What did you just say?" Kamasi pointed at his own mouth, his expression one of grievance. "Very well. I shall grant you a chance to speak. Outsiders have breached our domain. You should have said so earlier." Perona's anger flared once more. Kamasi gazed at his master with pitiful eyes. Were it not for his nature as a doll, he would undoubtedly be shedding tears. The ghostly doppelganger possessed Perona. Awakening from slumber, she declared, "Kamasi, let us depart. We must see who has arrived." Perona brandished a wine-red pipa umbrella, her twin tails swaying, a crown upon her head, and turned to leave. With Kamasi trailing closely behind, Lin Yu and his companions entered a dilapidated castle. The dimly lit hall suggested it had long been abandoned. The eerie ambience provided an ideal setting for a horror film. They entered a narrow passageway that a zombie with blood-red hair gradually emerged into their line of sight. Its disheveled locks were matted with decaying blood, and its black claws waved ominously in the air. However, these fearsome zombies failed to instill any terror in the trio. Lin Yu and the others remained unresponsive. The atmosphere turned awkward. The pride of the terrifying zombie was greatly wounded, prompting it to let out a furious roar and lash out with its claws. After a considerable delay, the trio still showed no reaction. The aggrieved zombie was overwhelmed by an immense sense of failure. At that moment, Lin Yu disdainfully picked up a brick and sent the fearsome zombie flying several hundred meters away. Such trivial skills, daring to flaunt them before me. The mighty Tianlong. Lin Yu discarded the brick onto the ground, and the group continued onward. "Kamasi, what purpose does this frightful zombie serve?" Perona adjusted her umbrella, twirling it while pulling her hair to her chest, and playfully punched Kamasi. "Ouch. My zipper has come undone." The short-limbed Kamasi struggled to grasp his unzipped hindquarters. "Be quiet, Kamasi." Nevertheless, Perona paid him no heed. "How stringent this is. It appears I must take matters into my own hands." Ho ho ho, the trio pressed forward. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings and deduced they were likely in the dwelling of one of Moonlight Moria's subordinates. Perona, the ghost princess. Lin Yu stroked his chin, deep in thought. The ghost fruit is quite the cheat. No matter how powerful one may be, a surprise attack can leave them disheartened and despondent, utterly defenseless. That, of course, there are those who are rather pessimistic, such as Usopp, who has nothing more to be sad about, rendering the ghost fruit ineffective against him. For an ordinary person, even someone as resolute as Zoro could fall victim under the right circumstances. Moreover, the potential of this paramecia-type fruit is vast, with considerable room for development. While pondering, Lin Yu suddenly felt a chilling breeze sweep past him. A wave of negativity surged within his heart. In that moment, he even felt an impulse to end his own life. However, at that instant, a portion of the devil fruit energy stored within the system surged into his mind, counteracting these negative emotions. Unfortunately, Frankie and Bonnie were not as fortunate. The Iron Man Frankie stared vacantly, even removing his beloved sunglasses. He knelt on the ground, gripping the earth tightly. "The entire world is mocking me, turning my later years to stone." Bonnie, too, fell victim to the onslaught. "I'm so sorry. Being born into the same world as you is your misfortune." Perona was quite pleased with the effects of her negative spirits. However, upon seeing Lin Yu, she froze in disbelief. Her negative spirits had no effect on him whatsoever. In no way. This cannot be. Perona let out a shriek as endless waves of negativity erupted from her. Swirling towards Lin Yu, a glimmer lit up in Lin Yu's eyes. He did not evade. He welcomed the negative spirits to invade his being. Countless negative spirits surged into Lin Yu's body. Yet, he exhibited no reaction. His eyes closed as if in bliss. How can this be? Why is this happening? Perona stood in stunned silence. Anyone who allowed the negative spirits to infiltrate their body would become the most despondent individual on the planet, overwhelmed by suicidal thoughts. Yet, why was the ghost fruit completely ineffective against Lin Yu? Perona gaped at the scene before her. Simultaneously, Lin Yu began to sense the influx of negative spirits. Detecting external energy intrusion, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Intrusion capture complete. Analyzing. Ding. Analysis complete. Energy nature. Mental energy. Host. Do you wish to purify the foreign energy? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yu unhesitatingly chose to purify. Purification commencing. Ding. Foreign energy purification complete. Absorption possible. Lin Yu resolutely absorbed the energy. He sensed the malevolent spirit's energy infiltrating his being, a force that exerted a direct influence on his mind. The human brain, a densely woven and enigmatic organ, possesses distinct regions with varied functions. Some areas govern emotions, while others oversee cognition. The malevolent spirit emanating from this ghostly fruit appeared to disrupt the brain's mysteries, directly targeting the emotional control centers. This method of assault instantly reminded Lin Yu of Kid Conqueror's Haki, a direct strike to the psyche. In other words, this constituted a form of mental attack. Lin Yu speculated that the possessor of Conqueror's Haki must either possess an extraordinary mental power, possess a will that deviates from the norm, or harbor some uniquely potent mental abilities. If it is said that only those of royal disposition can wield Conqueror's Haki, Lin Yu leaned towards the belief that it likely belonged to someone endowed with a peculiar mental force. Observation Haki could also be regarded as an application of mental prowess. The sixth sense, too, is a manifestation of mental power. Given that he had already mastered observation Haki, Conqueror's Haki should be within reach as well. Soon, a purified mental force surged within Lin Yu's consciousness. He was struck by an overwhelming sensation. The euphoria of that energy coursing through his brain nearly compelled him to cry out. Ding! Residual impurities detected. Does the host wish to expel them? At that moment, the system chimed in again. Residual impurities? Lin Yu noticed a swirling mist of purplish-black material manifest in his mind. Perhaps this was the source of negative emotions? For Lin Yu, these remnants held little value and instead threatened to disrupt his mental state. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to expel them. However, at that moment, his gaze fell upon a fragment. What is this? Host. It is a fragment of residual memory. Memory fragment? Such a thing exists. Lin Yu utilized his mental power to extract it. Beneath the dynamic imagery was a young girl, learning about ocean currents and meteorology under the guidance of a man whose features were obscured. This girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Perona. A thought struck Lin Yu. This could very well be a memory fragment left by Perona. After all, these malevolent spirits, in a sense, were merely her avatars. Could it be that Perona was a sailor? Certainly, such a possibility could not be dismissed in the original narrative. It was Perona who returned the geographically challenged Zoro to Sabaody Archipelago. Perhaps Perona was a navigator aboard Moria's ship. Lin Yu was too weary to ponder further. He would soon discover whether she was indeed a navigator. As the torrent of malevolent spirits surged forth, Lin Yu's spirits began to lift. Meanwhile, Perona's expression turned grim, her vitality visibly waning. The malevolent spirits required Perona's mental energy to be driven. She relentlessly infused Lin Yu's body with these spirits, continuously augmenting his mental strength. In this exhausting endeavor, Perona soon grew fatigued, her eyelids growing heavy. She struggled to keep her eyes open, and when she finally glanced at Lin Yu, an intense sense of intimacy washed over her. After all, the malevolent spirits Lin Yu absorbed were remnants of Perona's own mental power. I am so sleepy, Perona murmured, setting aside her crimson umbrella and swaying unsteadily towards Lin Yu. She opened her arms and lunged into his embrace, her legs entwining around him like an octopus. Clinging tightly, the aura emanating from Lin Yu instilled a profound sense of closeness in Perona, compelling her to meld her very being with his. Just before succumbing to slumber, she made a point to remind him. Kumasai, take my umbrella. With that, she nestled against Lin Yu and drifted off to sleep. Bonnie and Frankie exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. This is unscientific, but super. Frankie exclaimed, raising his hands in excitement. I can assure you. I am not acquainted with her. Do you believe me? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. He was entirely unaware of the unfolding situation, having been absorbed in the workings of mental energy, even as he had begun to grasp certain insights and mastered some minor techniques. When he opened his eyes, he found Perona entwined around him like an octopus. "Oh, you think I'm foolish? Do you presume I am blind?" Both shook their heads in unison, clearly unconvinced, observing Perona comfortably nestled against Lin Yu, soundly asleep. One had to wonder about the nature of their relationship. How could he claim not to know her? It was utterly inexplicable. Lin Yu could not fathom why Perona felt the need to cling to him during her slumber. Did she intend to sleep beside him every time? He studied her cherubic visage, savoring the softness of her embrace. Well, that's not entirely unappealing. "Hey, what are you thinking, you jerk?" Bonnie erupted in fury, storming past Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Frankie shot Lin Yu a knowing grin, his expression saying, "I understand everything." Lin Yu glanced at Bonnie, and then at the slumbering Perona draped over her that he exhaled, feeling slightly overwhelmed, faced with a defenseless young girl bearing an adorably innocent face. Even the merciless Lin Yu found it difficult to act against her. After all, Perona was clinging to him, and her weight posed no burden whatsoever. Thus, he could only helplessly shrug and turn to venture deeper into the castle. Kumasai followed closely behind, still holding Perona's umbrella. For reasons unknown, even Lin Yu felt a twinge of fondness for this stranger. Perona. He was scarcely aware that he had taken the umbrella from Kumasai's grasp. One arm cradling Perona while the other held aloft the red umbrella. Upon witnessing this, Bonnie huffed in annoyance, quickening her pace. The trio soon traversed the East Castle, arriving before a grand edifice. Inside the central castle, Moria awaited the convergence of the three peculiar individuals, yet he only received the company of the surgeon Hogback, as Moria pondered the peculiar circumstances surrounding the transparent man and Perona. Lin Yu's group had already arrived. They passed through the stifling darkness, reaching the castle's lowest level. The enormous gate stood firmly shut. Lin Yu did not halt his advance, but approached the entrance, with one hand gripping the umbrella and the other cradling Perona. He lifted one foot and gradually pushed open the colossal stone door. The weight of the door, along with the iron bolt behind it, could not withstand Lin Yu's immense strength. The door creaked open, and Lin Yu stepped inside. Bonnie and Frankie followed suit, immediately encountering a group of bewildered zombies. "Where is Moria? Where has he gone?" Lin Yu inquired. The zombies exchanged glances before emitting a strange cry. Ignoring Lin Yu's question as they scurried off in three different directions, Lin Yu paid little mind to these minions, striding forward and casting a glance at the castle's summit. Through his observation hockey, he detected an unusual presence emanating from above. The top floor, a sudden rumble resounded as Moria, in the midst of a meal, was startled by the noise echoing from within the castle. The jolt caused him to drop a piece of pudding atop his head, rendering him a comical sight. "What the hell is going on?" Moria bellowed, furiously wiping his forehead before springing to his feet, roaring at his surroundings. As he did so, several zombies rushed in a flurry. "Master, Lord Moria, we have intruders. It's Huangquan Lin Yu." The zombies displayed unmistakable fear. Just then, Moria was startled by an even louder roar emanating from the castle's depths. The earth began to tremble, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Moria's pupils constricted sharply, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Damn it," he roared, just as he was about to charge outside. In that very moment, the entire top floor suddenly shook violently, followed by a thunderous collapse. Boom! A massive stone erupted from the ground, smashing through the floor and then plummeting back down through the gaping hole. The deafening noise quickly subsided, leaving Moria seething with rage, while Hogback stood in stunned disbelief. Lin Yu and his companions leapt from the hole, landing deftly on the floor. "Huangquan Lin Yu." Moria's eyes burned with wrath, fuming at the audacity of Lin Yu for daring to disrupt his castle. "You wish for death?" Moria glared furiously at Lin Yu, who was tenderly holding an umbrella over Perona. "Perona, how could this happen? What on earth is going on?" Moria's rage intensified. "Kill, Shadow Spear," with a fierce shout. Moria raised his arms high, and swarms of bat-like phantoms swiftly coalesced into a dark lance, thrusting towards Lin Yu. Faced with the swift spear, Lin Yu remained unperturbed. Armament hockey. Bind. In an instant, his umbrella transformed into a pitch-black object. Spinning rapidly in his grasp, the dark lance collided with the hockey-imbued umbrella, resulting in a tremendous explosion that dissipated into the air. Lin Yu advanced step by step towards Moria. "Damn it." Moria's astonishment was palpable as he witnessed Lin Yu effortlessly deflecting his spear, revealing a glimmer of shock on his face. The seemingly fragile umbrella had withstood his attack through sheer will of hockey. Such formidable armament haki. Moria and Hogback exchanged glances, both recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. A powerful physique, immense strength, combined with armament haki. This individual was no trifling opponent, and it appeared a fierce battle lay ahead. Moria growled lowly, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, replaced by a shadow identical to him. Shadow Warrior, embracing Perona, Lin Yu launched a kick, shattering the dark silhouette into fragments that dispersed into bats. Unfazed, Lin Yu employed observation haki to pinpoint Moria's location. Bang! Moria barely had time to react before Lin Yu's kick sent him crashing to the ground. Moria fell heavily, his pupils dilating in shock. Such robust physical prowess reminded him of the moment he was defeated by Kaido. The terror in Moria's eyes compelled him to unleash his full power. Scatter! Bats! Shadow Mage! A multitude of shadows transformed into bats, hurtling towards Lin Yu. Their eerie cries echoed as they seemed intent on tearing Lin Yu apart. Simultaneously, another shadow resembling Moria lunged at Lin Yu. Is this all you can do, Moria? Lin Yu's demeanor remained calm. He observed as a bat approached, spinning his umbrella, now enveloped in armament haki. All the bats that lunged at him were repelled, emitting shrill cries as they vanished into the darkness. Meanwhile, Perona, cradled in Lin Yu's arms, remained undisturbed, burying her head against his shoulder, comfortably shifting positions, smacking her lips, and drifting back to sleep. Such a cacophony had failed to rouse her. It seemed this little girl had indeed endured quite a lot earlier. Lin Yu gently adjusted Perona's pink twin tails, feeling a pang of affection. Witnessing this scene, Bonnie glared with fury, her eyes burning with indignation. At that moment, the surgeon Hogback had retreated behind the others, preparing for escape. Bonnie, noticing Hogback's actions, found a target for her pent-up anger and immediately pursued him. Hogback, however, stood no chance against the wrathful Bonnie. In no time, she had reduced him to a feeble old man. Leaving him battered and bruised, Moria's trio of strange minions was effortlessly dispatched by Bonnie. With Perona still soundly asleep in Lin Yu's arms, Moria's fury escalated. Yet, amidst his rage, a flicker of fear crossed Moria's eyes. Lin Yu had completely nullified his attacks through sheer physical strength. This resemblance to Kaido only intensified the dread within him. Memories of terror resurfaced, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Lin Yu was absolutely no Kaido. Shadow Warrior. Moria's form once again exchanged places with his shadow. This time, he summoned 2 clones, hoping they would buy him some time before being vanquished. Panic surged within Moria as he gritted his teeth. After the swap, he let out a thunderous roar. This was Moria's most powerful strike, Shadow Gathering. Instantly, countless shadows surged towards Moria, coalescing into a swirling vortex around him. Countless shadows spiraled around Moria, who began to swell. In the blink of an eye, Moria's height exceeded 6 meters, yet it did not stop there. With each shadow consumed, he continued to expand. 7 meters, 8 meters, 9 meters. Ultimately, he transformed into a colossal figure of pure darkness. There was no way he would not forgive as he had before. The giant Moria bared his teeth, fists clenched, unleashing a primal roar. It was as if this moment was all to dispel the fears he harbored towards Kaido. After swallowing hundreds of shadows, Moria's physique became even more imposing, his strength magnified immensely. His original plan was to encase Lin Yu's shadow within the giant Oz, creating a super zombie. However, under Lin Yu's armament haki, Moria's abilities had rendered ineffective. Thus, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He roared in fury, launching a fist towards Lin Yu. This punch contained world-shattering power. Even a mountain could be obliterated with it. The enormous fist surged forward with unparalleled might. At that moment, Perona stirred in Lin Yu's embrace, turning her head to see Moria's gigantic fist barreling towards her. The ghost princess let out a piercing scream. Lord Moria wants to kill me. How could this happen? Why? Faced with the impending doom of the massive fist, the little girl fainted from sheer fright. Lin Yu, inexplicably irritated, surged forward. He was on the verge of colliding with Moria's punch. What audacity! To challenge me head-on! Moria's expression twisted into a snarl. This was the strength of hundreds of powerful shadows, a force that reignited Moria's confidence, reaching new heights. Then perish, Moria bellowed, unleashing a punch that sliced through the air. Lin Yu scoffed. Is that all? Such clumsy abilities, laughable techniques. Bang! Lin Yu thrust a kick, colliding with Moria's gigantic fist. Moria's countenance shifted to one of sheer terror. Time seemed to slow at that moment. This was a true clash of raw power. Moria, having absorbed hundreds of shadows, brimmed with confidence. Yet upon collision, a deafening sound echoed as his body was propelled backward. Bang! Behind him, the castle crumbled to ruins. His massive form was sent flying by Lin Yu's kick. Why? Why is this happening? Moria roared in disbelief. Those hundreds of shadows should have vastly enhanced his physical capabilities, yet he was crushed in a direct confrontation in the Grand Line's first half. Moria crashed heavily to the ground, his visage marred and battered, finally coming to a halt. Despite the agony that threatened to shatter his bones, Moria rose once more. Huangquan Lin Yu would not be forgiven. Moria was driven to madness. Shadows, gather. In an instant, countless shadows surged towards Moria once again. That he continued to consume shadows, his power growing ever stronger. Originally only 10 meters tall, he rapidly expanded to 11, 12, then 13 meters. Ultimately, a towering behemoth of 15 to 16 meters loomed before all. What a farce! Why should I still resemble my former self? I refuse. I shall never be as I was before. With a furious roar, Moria, having devoured over 1,000 shadows, proclaimed, "Behold the might of Super Moria." He let out a thunderous growl and charged once more. Thud! Thud! With each step he took, the terrifying triangular ship trembled. This time, Lin Yu did not remain in place. He surged forward directly. Faced with Moria's punch, Lin Yu chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he executed a mid-air maneuver, landing atop Moria and sprinting towards his face. "I heard you had a clash with Kaido of the Beasts." "I'm truly puzzled as to how you encountered him." Lin Yu's gaze was indifferent as he lifted his right foot. Moria, with his massive frame, found it impossible to evade the strike. His eyes turned crimson, nearly bulging from their sockets, as Lin Yu's foot connected with his face. In truth, at that moment, Moria's strength was not inferior to Lin Yu's. In fact, it might have surpassed it if he could wield it effectively. His power would undergo a dramatic transformation. However, utilizing the shadows to enhance his strength was beyond Moria's control. This was not his own power, and its duration was fleeting, rendering Moria incapable of mastering it. Just moments ago, a few hundred shadows had already pushed Moria to his limits. Yet this time, he had crammed over 1,000 shadows to contend with Lin Yu. This left him with brute force. But devoid of normal control, boom, Lin Yu's foot struck Moria's face, unleashing a tremendous force that caused Moria's colossal body to contort. Then, bang! It was as if a balloon had been punctured. The shadows within Moria erupted violently. Simultaneously, Moria was sent hurtling through the air. Despite this, he did not perish entirely. In the world of One Piece, the vitality of its inhabitants was astonishingly formidable. Cough, cough. After crashing through several buildings, Moria found himself buried amidst the ruins. His form reverting to its original size, his onion-like head was caked with dust and blood, his body drenched in crimson. He struggled to rise, but found himself utterly incapable. His eyes reflected disbelief. Was this truly the end? He had unleashed his most powerful shadow aggregation technique, yet it bore no fruit. That it felt eerily reminiscent of times long past, a sense of helplessness returning. As he saw Lin Yu approaching, his vision began to blur. He could only discern the figure before him. This silhouette was not towering, yet it bore an uncanny resemblance to the horned figure that haunted his memories. His recollections spiraled into chaos. "Huangquan Lin Yu, you bastard!" A stream of blood erupted from Moria's mouth. "If you have the capability, go there. That is the source of nightmares." Moria finally separated Lin Yu from Kaido, revealing a bitter smile. "Are you referring to Kaido?" Lin Yu approached Moria, his expression indifferent. "I shall defeat him. My journey shall never cease." "Ha ha ha. Huangquan Lin Yu, stop boasting." Moria exclaimed in disbelief. "In this world, many aspire to conquer the four emperors. Just like you. Yet, countless individuals never even reach that nightmarish realm." Moria suddenly erupted into laughter, a maniacal glee overtaking him. "You are no exception. You will undoubtedly fail." Moria descended into madness. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Silence. A kick propelled Moria's body once more into the air. This time, he could utter no further words. Ding. You have defeated Moria. Strength 1261. Agility 94. Stamina 186. Constitution 122. The system's notification echoed in his mind. The Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had thus fallen. Lin Yu shook his head. Moria's strength was not particularly formidable. His power was decent, but nothing more, were it not for his shadow fruit. He would never have attained the status of warlord. Lin Yu gazed distantly at Moria, while also observing Perona, who lay pale and unconscious in his arms. The surroundings lay in ruins, with Moria's demise. The abilities of the shadow fruit dissipated. Countless shadows were drawn from the zombies and returned to their rightful owners. In the dark forest, countless individuals rejoiced. The shadows, oh the shadows, my shadow has returned. Moria has been defeated. How splendid. A group of gaunt figures emerged from the woods, resembling skeletons. Lin Yu embraced Perona as he stepped forward, followed closely by Jewelry, Bonnie, and Frankie. Upon witnessing this, the cheering crowd fell silent. They understood all too well the magnitude of the strength required to vanquish Moria. Clearly, they were not beings to be trifled with. In truth, Lin Yu paid them no mind. Under the gaze of all, he slowly advanced and boarded the Wind-S Falcon. The ship set sail once more. An hour after their departure, a figure approached slowly, stopping before Moria's lifeless body. Despite his youth, Aokiji was ablaze with fury. Regardless, he was an admiral, and while he held disdain for the warlord system, he could not deny that the warlords were forces summoned by the Navy, part of the official establishment. Moria's fall ignited Aokiji's wrath. Huangquan Lin Yu, you have gone too far, he muttered. He produced a din mushy, exhaling a frosty breath. Moria has fallen. After a moment of silence on the other end, an enraged voice responded. Lin Yu has destroyed the South Sea base, killed Vice Admiral Spider, and now another warlord has perished. This is intolerable. No. A different voice emerged from the din mushy, calm in tone. Since Moria has been defeated by the Huangquan pirates, it only proves that Moria's strength was insufficient. He was unworthy of being a warlord. The sooner we replace him, the better. Since this matter falls to you, resolve it swiftly to prevent further disturbances from them. A composed voice emanated from the din mushy. Understood, Aokiji replied coolly, devoid of any emotion. Hanging up, he inhaled deeply before turning to depart. Frost trailed in his wake. That a wave of cold emanated from the ruins of the central castle, swiftly blanketing everything in a layer of white frost. The sea froze, and Aokiji's speed surpassed that of before. Not far off, in the waters, the Wind's Falcon sailed onward. Perona gradually regained consciousness. Who are you? She inquired. You are Huangquan Lin Yu. Where is this place? Where is Lord Moria? Why did Lord Moria want to kill me? I'm so frightened. Boo-hoo-hoo. Floating in midair, Perona let out a piercing scream, her demeanor turning pitiful as she began to sob. Simultaneously, she sensed a familiar and endearing aura emanating from Lin Yu. Lin Yu stood there, facing the ghostly princess clad in a lowly outfit. I killed Moria. Upon hearing this, Perona's eyes dulled, and the next moment, she burst into tears. Lord Moria? Boo-hoo-hoo. Tears streamed down her face like a torrential downpour. Why are you crying? Lin Yu asked, perplexed as he rubbed his forehead. Just moments ago, she feared Moria might kill her. Yet now she wept at the news of his demise. Lin Yu was utterly bewildered by the logic of this lowly. Lord Moria was my captain. Is it not natural for me to grieve his death? Lin Yu shrugged and said, he has not treated you well. Why not join me as my crew? Perona gazed at Lin Yu with a choked voice. To be honest, her feelings towards Moria were quite complex. On one hand, she harbored no fondness for him. On the other, Moria had provided her protection throughout her life, filling her heart with gratitude. But to board Lin Yu's ship, is he extending an invitation to me? Perona sensed an irresistible aura of warmth emanating from Lin Yu, causing her cheeks to flush. Then I shall require a room resembling a sinister, ancient castle. Perona stifled her sobs. Very well. I shall grant you anything you desire. Be good, and do not cry. Lin Yu gently ruffled Perona's hair. A few days later, turned the ship slightly. Hey, big guy. I said a little turn, not such a drastic adjustment. Perona seemed born to thrive on this vessel. Lin Yu's judgment proved correct. Indeed, Perona was a skilled navigator. Moreover, as a user of the ghost fruit, her abilities were exceptionally advantageous for navigation. Perona's ghostly doppelganger could soar through the sky, surveying the distant seas. Much like a reconnaissance aircraft, allowing for clearer and earlier situational awareness. Soon, we should be able to depart from Mist Island in 3 days. Perona stood on the deck, holding an umbrella, with Bonnie beside her. Not only was Perona a navigator, but she was also a confectioner. Bonnie held a piece of cake in her left hand and a loaf of bread in her right. devouring them heartily. Why didn't I meet you sooner and bring you aboard earlier? Perona, do you have any idea how miserable our time on this ship has been? Bonnie murmured, recalling the meager fare they had subsisted on. Aside from roasted meat, there was nothing else, and Lin Yu could only prepare roasted meat. This left Bonnie, a true gourmet, feeling quite discontented. Before Perona boarded, Frankie only required a can of cola, while Lin Yu solely consumed meat. This was truly intolerable for the gluttonous Bonnie. In contrast, Perona prepared an array of desserts every day, each with a unique flavor. This endeared Bonnie to the new crew member. The only issue was that Perona's room was excessively eerie and foreboding. As Frankie steered the ship, Perona released her ghostly doppelganger to observe the sea from hundreds of meters above, while Bonnie indulged in her feast, and Lin Yu continued his training in the training room. Suddenly, Perona sprang to her feet. The sea, the surface is frozen, and there is someone on it, Perona exclaimed in shock. Hearing her, Lin Yu emerged, 3 kilometers away. In that direction, Perona pointed. He is coming towards us, riding a bicycle on the ice. Lin Yu's eyelids twitched. Aokiji, only he, possessing the ice fruit, could freeze the sea and has a penchant for riding bicycles. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu made a decision. Aokiji is coming. I shall meet him. You all steer the ship towards Sabaody. Lin Yu, Captain, how can you? Perona, Bonnie, and Frankie exclaimed in unison. Lin Yu raised his hand to halt them, saying, Aokiji is certainly here for us. You must leave. Here, only I can contend with Aokiji. Frankie and the others were no match for Aokiji. In truth, even Lin Yu lacked absolute certainty of victory, but he felt confident in stalling Aokiji. Lin Yu flashed a confident smile, saying, Rest assured, even if I cannot defeat him, Aokiji will find me no easy target. Bonnie understood Lin Yu's capabilities better than anyone. Staying behind would only be a burden to him. Lin Yu soared into the air, while Bonnie and the others hastened the ship towards the Sabaody archipelago. The sea's surface was frozen solid, resembling a vast green expanse. Lin Yu descended from the sky, landing upon the ice. Aokiji glanced at Lin Yu, then leisurely began to tidy his bicycle. He turned around. Huangquan Lin Yu, you finally caught up. I apologize, but we can no longer allow you to sail the seas. Aokiji stood tall, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu, speaking in a calm tone, which nonetheless exerted immense pressure on Lin Yu. The sea froze, and the temperature plummeted sharply. Even the breath he exhaled appeared white. Lin Yu's eyes rested upon it was a matter of fate, unavoidable. This confrontation had finally arrived. Ever since he had offended the Navy, Lin Yu had known that they would eventually dispatch an admiral to deal with him. Yet, he had not anticipated that it would be Admiral Aokiji, nor that it would happen at this critical juncture. Unlike Luffy, who had the favor of his grandfather Garp towards Aokiji, Lin Yu had no such connections, nor any ties to Alabasta. Moreover, Lin Yu was exceedingly ruthless in his dealings with the Navy. To date, he had no idea how many naval officers had perished at his hands. Even a relatively mild-mannered admiral like Aokiji would not allow him to leave alive, and no matter which admiral Lin Yu faced. He would find himself in a perilous predicament. While he was confident he could hold his own, sparring was one thing, and victory was another. The only difference was that Kizaru might toy with you slowly, or exert minimal effort if not necessary. Akainu might strike without a word, while Aokiji might engage in some dialogue. Aokiji was indeed a polite admiral. Huangquan Lin Yu. Aokiji regarded Lin Yu, stroking his chin, and said, You are quite a dangerous individual, having traveled from the South Blue to here, causing the Navy significant casualties. Aokiji paused, speaking in a grave tone. You have gone too far. You must understand that every action has its consequences. Originally, he had intended to pursue Lin Yu to the point of leisurely exploration, free from work obligations, but Lin Yu had truly crossed the line. Oh, you don't wish to mention the O'Hara incident? Lin Yu retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm. The Navy's representation of justice could indeed be quite ludicrous at times. Aokiji cast a glance at Lin Yu, remaining silent, though internally perplexed. How could Lin Yu possibly be aware of the O'Hara incident? Wasn't he that classified information? Nevertheless, Aokiji chose not to pursue the matter further. Deep down, he still harbored lingering thoughts about the O'Hara affair. Thus, Aokiji fell silent. His objective was clear. Lin Yu was a perilous figure, and if left unchecked, the ramifications would be dire. Aokiji upheld his own brand of justice. While different from Akinu's, Lin Yu's actions had crossed his threshold. Faced with Admiral Aokiji, Lin Yu remained unperturbed. although he understood that his current strength did not measure up to Aokiji's. Lin Yu had never feared battle. The sea, after all, was a realm where the weak fell prey to the strong. If they sought his life, they must pay the price. Moreover, his enmity with the Navy stemmed from a misunderstanding. He had never intended to be a pirate, yet some sought his demise. A cold smile graced Lin Yu's lips as he maintained an air of defiance. Aokiji's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. To him, Lin Yu's slaying of Navy officers was an unforgivable sin. Now that matters had escalated to this point, neither party felt the need for further discourse. Who was right or wrong was an endless debate. The Navy had its villains, just as pirates had their heroes. Yet between these two factions, war was inevitable. There was nothing more to be said. Aokiji slowly rose to his feet, his body gradually encased in a layer of frost. He gazed down at Lin Yu, his voice flat. It would be best to resolve this dangerous pirate situation sooner rather than later. Aokiji's gaze drifted toward the distance. It seemed those individuals wished to flee. However, such an outcome was impossible. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by the words he heard. The original narrative offered scant details regarding Qingji's prowess. However, it has now become evident that the observation haki wielded by this admiral is indeed terrifying. Within a 2-kilometer radius, no vessel could escape Qingji's perception through his observation haki. If that is the case, then I will eliminate you first before pursuing. At this moment, Qingji regained his composure. Directing his gaze towards Lin Yu, crackle, almost instantaneously, a series of ice spears materialized before Qingji. The icy projectiles sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu had long since braced himself for this confrontation. The instant Qingji made his move, he deftly evaded. It appears that the strength of this admiral still surpasses my own. Lin Yu discerned that Qingji's capabilities were far beyond those of Moonlight Moria, placing him in an entirely different league. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu steadied his mind. Oh, what if the admiral is stronger than me? Even so, I shall never concede defeat. Almost simultaneously with Qingji's attack, Lin Yu's figure surged forth. Dodging the ice spears, he instantaneously appeared above Qingji. With a thunderous right fist, he descended. Qingji remained unfazed, raising his arm to retaliate with a punch aimed at Lin Yu. Boom! At that moment, their fists clashed. The force of the impact caused Qingji's body to shatter into countless ice shards, cascading downwards. Has your armament haki been cultivated to this extent? Crackle! The ice rapidly reformed, coalescing back into Qingji's figure, unharmed. Indeed, I cannot allow your growth to continue. Lin Yu was taken aback. His punch, enveloped in armament haki, had been a full-force strike, yet it had failed to inflict any harm on Qingji. Remarkably, he had managed to evade it. Was it due to his perception through observation haki, allowing him to preemptively elementalize? Or did he negate it using haki, as Qingji restored his original form? His figure vanished from sight in an instant, moving with a speed akin to teleportation. In Lin Yu's recollections, there were few instances depicting Qingji's speed, save for one, when Don Quixote da Flamingo attempted to eliminate the Smoke Man Smoker, only to be frozen mid-air by Qingji. However, he was certain that in terms of speed, Qingji could not rival Kizaru. Nevertheless, he remained a figure standing at the pinnacle of the seas. Naturally, he was faster than Lin Yu. In the blink of an eye, Qingji's figure had appeared behind Lin Yu. Such speed meant that even Lin Yu, possessing observation haki, could barely keep up, catching only a fleeting glimpse of his form. Thud! Lin Yu felt a chilling sensation surge up his spine. Armament haki. The armament haki swirled behind him. That critical moment, just as he was about to be encased in ice, Lin Yu broke free from Qingji's grasp. That was perilously close. Lin Yu gasped. Qingji was not surprised by Lin Yu's escape. His expression remained unchanged. Coldly, he uttered, "Ice Age." A bone-chilling cold radiated from beneath Lin Yu's feet, rapidly enveloping the entire space. Lin Yu used armament haki to control the ice beneath him. 6 king spears, Lin Yu shouted. All his strength converged into a singular point. The air seemed to part before him. What colossal power this is! The concentrated force surged towards Qingji. Simultaneously, a powerful mental energy surged within Lin Yu's mind, manifesting as numerous cotton-like needles. This was a form of mental attack Lin Yu had comprehended after battling Perona's negative ghosts. It resembled the capabilities of Conqueror's haki, yet it was far more manageable. The power was intensely focused in his fist. His mental energy was also rapidly coalescing. Qingji never anticipated that Lin Yu would employ such a technique. An inexplicable force of mental energy roared within his mind. He felt a momentary blur before his eyes. If an ordinary person were subjected to such a mental assault, they would either faint on the spot or be left disoriented, taking days to recover. But who was Qing Ji? An admiral of the Navy. He promptly regained his clarity. Just then, Lin Yu's full-force attack was upon him, unavoidable. Bang! The 6 king spears. This highly concentrated power struck him fiercely. Armament hockey was equally concentrated. Qing Ji once again shattered into countless ice shards, scattering in all directions. By the time he reformed, blood was already trickling from the corner of his mouth. He wiped away the blood. Oh la la! How careless of me. I didn't expect you to possess such a technique. Qing Ji mused. Daiti couldn't possibly be Conqueror's hockey, could it? Qing Ji could not discern precisely what it was. This method of attack bore some resemblance to Conqueror's hockey, but when did Conqueror's hockey become so precise? Even Admiral Qing Ji had been affected. Utilizing his own mental energy, Lin Yu created an opportunity for himself. Following up with a full-force punch, this was a tactic specifically tailored for dealing with admirals, and it had been successfully executed. Yet, Qing Ji had only sustained minor injuries. Moreover, Qing Ji's defenses were rather straightforward. For his armament hockey far surpassed Lin Yu's. Even under the influence of the mental assault, his hockey effectively mitigated most of the damage, allowing him to regain his composure swiftly and utilize elementalization to offset some of the harm. Consequently, Lin Yu's attack had only achieved 30% of its intended effect. Lin Yu was acutely aware that he was now facing a life-and-death ordeal. Coupled with his previous ease, he had underestimated the capabilities of a devil fruit user. Confronted with someone like Qing Ji, who had developed his devil fruit powers to their utmost potential while also possessing formidable hockey, Lin Yu's raw physical strength was naturally at a disadvantage. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu felt no fear. What is this? One day, I will, through my own strength, bring all the strong beings in this world to their knees, as long as my power is sufficient. Great enough to obliterate all, I shall conquer 10,000 techniques with sheer might. Yet, all of this hinges on overcoming this immediate challenge. Lin Yu understood that his current predicament was likely more perilous than his encounter with Akainu. Last time, Akainu had not gone all out, while Lin Yu had directly plunged into the depths of the sea, but this time, Qing Ji could effortlessly freeze seawater as a user of the ice fruit. He could freeze the ocean. Under such circumstances, if Lin Yu were to flee into the sea, it would be akin to walking into a trap. At this moment, it could be said that he was facing the most dangerous moment since arriving in this world. Qing Ji stood there, gazing at Lin Yu with icy eyes, exhaling deeply. In an instant, frost manifested from thin air, a bone-chilling aura. Although you have grown faster than anyone else, today you have encountered me. And regardless of your actions, the outcome shall remain unchanged. Today, you must perish here. With that declaration, Qing Ji stepped forward, his hands crossed before him. Suddenly, 2 ice spikes descended from the heavens, crashing down towards Lin Yu. So fast, upon showcasing his speed, Qing Ji's velocity was terrifying. A series of movements completed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu's expression remained indifferent, his gaze calm, as he suddenly retreated to evade Qing Ji's strike. At that same moment, Lin Yu's entire being was engulfed in a crimson hue, emitting steam. The blood of life was boiling. In the face of an admiral, Lin Yu was determined to give his all. The ingenuity to devise such a method to augment one's strength was indeed commendable. However, this would prove futile against me. Qing Ji's icy glare flared with intensity, unmatched in ferocity, stepping through the air. He executed the perfected moonwalk. His form flashed as he pursued Lin Yu. A punch was unleashed. Even without the ice fruit, Kazan was still Zifa's student, having undergone rigorous training from a young age. Relying solely on his martial prowess, he was among the strongest in this world. Lin Yu had no means of evasion, and could only turn to meet this strike. One punch unleashed. Boom! One fist was enveloped in armament hockey, while the other was forged from ice. The 2 fists collided violently in midair. Lin Yu unleashed all his might. 6 king spears. His mastery of this technique had reached new heights. Yet, Qing Ji's expression remained unchanged. Still as frigid as ever. Hiss. The icy fist was enveloped in a surge of hockey. This was a high-tier armament hockey. In that moment, the power of the ice fruit erupted forth, carrying with it the chilling intent to freeze the world. Striking towards Lin Yu. Boom! A moment of stalemate. Lin Yu has been defeated. He was sent flying. As Lin Yu was propelled away, he swiftly executed a moonwalk, leveraging the force of Qing Ji's attack to escape into the distance. With a single step, Qing Ji pursued closely behind. Suddenly, a colossal wall of ice erupted from the ground along Lin Yu's escape route, stretching for hundreds of meters, effectively blocking his path. Lin Yu's pupils constricted. With a swift motion, he altered his direction once more. Yet, before he could break free from the ice wall, Qing Ji's figure loomed above him. With a single palm strike, he declared, "Ice meteor," in an instant. A gigantic ice sphere, measuring hundreds of meters in diameter, appeared above Lin Yu, plummeting directly toward him. It seemed as if this force aimed to obliterate everything in its wake, instilling a profound sense of terror. The sheer scale was such that even Lin Yu could not evade it in an instant. Just as he managed to cover some distance, the edge of the ice sphere collided with him, sending his entire body crashing down onto the ice layer below. Lin Yu braced himself against the massive ice sphere. His physical strength had been summoned to its zenith. Mid-air, relying on his formidable physical prowess, Lin Yu managed to slightly deflect the sphere's trajectory, sending it crashing violently against the ice wall before him. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated. Countless glaciers crumbled, and shards of ice scattered in all directions. The ice sphere plummeted to the ground, smashing into the icy surface. As Qing Ji swiftly moved beside Lin Yu, a layer of white frost forming on his arm, delivering a punch toward Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu crossed his arms to block the strike. Boom! His body crashed onto the ice surface with astonishing speed. Cough, cough, cough. Emerging from the shattered ice, a trickle of blood ran down the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Violent coughing erupted from him, revealing signs of frostbite on his arms that in the past, when facing a devil fruit user, Lin Yu could often suppress them through sheer strength. Yet now, the familiar scene played out. Only with the roles reversed, be it martial arts or hockey. Even in terms of speed, Lin Yu found himself thoroughly overpowered by Qing Ji. Not to mention, Qing Ji's elementalized fruit ability was exceptionally formidable. Just moments ago, Lin Yu had contemplated testing his strength against an admiral, but in this manner, he saw no hope for survival. So be it. Without a second thought, Lin Yu broke free from the ice and turned to flee. A wise man does not court immediate disaster. He makes a hasty retreat. In the original narrative, even someone as headstrong as Luffy would choose to flee upon encountering an admiral at Sabaody Archipelago. Let alone Lin Yu, who had already recognized the disparity between himself and an admiral. Qing Ji observed Lin Yu's retreat. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand. Crackle! His entire arm crystallized into ice, spreading at a visibly rapid pace. Massive chunks of ice began to coalesce in the air. Qing Ji forcefully thrust his arm forward. Thousands of enormous ice blocks plummeted toward Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu, unwilling to confront him head-on, disregarded the attack and accelerated his escape. Moonwalk. This time, he exerted his utmost strength. Moving even faster than during their previous confrontation, he shot forward like an arrow, skimming the ground as he fled into the distance. Noticing Lin Yu's speed had increased, Qing Ji paused for a moment. However, it was merely a fleeting surprise, for Qing Ji was faster. Just as Lin Yu sprinted ahead, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground before him. A larger ice pillar sealed off his path. Lin Yu sharply changed direction, attempting to leap over the ice pillar to escape. At that moment, a towering iceberg, 1,000 meters high, descended from above, cutting off all his avenues of retreat. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu assessed the size of the descending iceberg. With a sudden stomp, the ice layer shattered. Lin Yu leapt into the crevice. Boom! The colossal iceberg crashed down with terrifying force, striking the ice surface. Although Lin Yu did not directly endure the iceberg's attack, the shockwave penetrated the thick ice, rushing toward him. Bang! Boom! The cacophony abruptly ceased. A massive iceberg emerged on the ocean's surface. Qing Ji, his body encased in ice, gradually returned to normal, exhaling a sigh of relief. This should be the end. Qing Ji, expressionless, pushed his observation hockey to its limits, sensing Lin Yu's condition. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After several seconds, Qing Ji's expression shifted slightly. The solid ice beneath suddenly fractured. Like a spider's web, it spread outwards in all directions. Lin Yu, bloodied, erupted from the ground. His body was coated in frost, blood dripping onto the icy surface. He resembled a warrior emerging from the frost. Drenched in blood. You're still alive. Qing Ji's expression turned grave. He glanced at Lin Yu, then exhaled a cold breath at that moment. Lin Yu was a mass of injuries, with an internal wound inflicted by the iceberg. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with an inexplicable brilliance. The injuries on his body were rapidly healing. Soon, Qing Ji discerned the underlying issue. This revelation astonished him. How could this be? This regenerative ability is terrifying. Lin Yu's speed of recovery raised doubts in Qing Ji's mind about whether Lin Yu possessed some extraordinary devil fruit ability. However, wasn't it true that those with devil fruit powers couldn't swim? He dismissed that possibility that if he wasn't a devil fruit user, then there was only one alternative, Lin Yu's inherent talent. But could such a rapid recovery speed be a natural gift? Qing Ji scrutinized Lin Yu, finding no signs of any peculiar characteristics, confirming he was indeed a pure human. Qing Ji was deep in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Yu continued to gasp for air, regaining his strength. An inoppressive silence enveloped the air. Under this atmosphere, Lin Yu suddenly burst into laughter, his brow relaxing slightly. Ha! I shall not perish without causing chaos in this world. Such a notion is quite misguided. You are merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. Qing Ji shook his head. He was a proponent of order and justice, thus unable to comprehend or accept someone like Lin Yu at this moment. Qing Ji was not the disillusioned figure of the future, but rather someone still firmly supportive of the justice represented by the world government and the Navy. Therefore, in the face of Lin Yu, a resolute disruptor of order, Qing Ji felt compelled to eliminate him preemptively. Should he allow Lin Yu to roam free, he could become a dangerous figure like Don Quixote da Flamingo, engaging in countless illicit dealings. Furthermore, Lin Yu likely possessed Conqueror's haki. In such a scenario, Qing Ji could not possibly spare him. Finding Lin Yu amidst the vast ocean would not be an easy task. It was imperative to resolve this matter while still in the first half of the Grand Line that a dangerous individual like him, once he ventured into the New World, would be even harder to track down. The New World was the domain of the four emperors. Should they discover an admiral trespassing on their territory, it would surely unleash a bloody storm. Currently, the world maintained a fragile balance, and Qing Ji, too, wished to preserve this hard-won equilibrium. Individuals like Lin Yu ought to be swiftly executed or incarcerated and impelled down for the remainder of their days. You imply that I have strayed from the righteous path? Lin Yu laughed heartily. Appearing almost deranged, he found it amusing. He had never been a paragon of virtue. Upon his arrival, he had been cast aboard a pirate ship. Having traversed different realms, Lin Yu no longer cared about notions of good and evil. Since his first ship was a pirate vessel, he might as well embrace the life of a free-spirited pirate. As for offending the Navy, that was a consideration he had never entertained. What constitutes justice, and what defines evil? Does the Navy truly represent justice? Do pirates embody evil? Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully. At the very least, he would never harm defenseless civilians. But what of the Navy? They proclaimed themselves the embodiment of justice, yet ruthlessly slaughtered without remorse. He was indifferent to the concepts of good and evil. Reflecting on his time in this world, he realized he had never senselessly slain a genuinely good person. Killing Navy personnel was merely a matter of oppositional conflict. As for pirates, it was simply a matter of black consuming black. Given that the Navy considered itself the righteous party, yet imposed evil upon him, he had no qualms about retaliating. Thus, he was bound to be at odds with the Navy, leaving no choice but to engage in battle. Qing Ji's expression darkened, and he remained silent, in the face of a madman who shamelessly mocked his sense of justice. Any further words would be utterly futile. Justice, after all, is not upheld merely by rhetoric, but rather by strength. A fleeting shadow, Qing Ji's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, it was right before Lin Yu. A colossal fist of ice was hurled towards Lin Yu. Bang! Lin Yu's observation haki immediately detected Qing Ji, and he instinctively reacted. Executing a swift backflip, a knee strike, their fists and feet collided. Qing Ji's frost-laden fist shattered with a resounding crash, yet his body remained unscathed, while Lin Yu was once again sent flying. This was not even a contest. For the first time, Lin Yu felt the weight of being overwhelmed in a battle. Until now, he had always been the one to crush his foes. Clearly, he was still far from the level of an admiral. However, being unable to triumph did not mean that an admiral could easily take his life. At the very least, he could still hold his ground against one. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened as he focused on Qingji. He even felt a strange illusion that Qingji was not exerting his full power. In his memory, Qingji could effortlessly transform an entire island into a frozen wasteland. He could even freeze the sea between two islands for a full half-month. Yet, such a formidable Qingji had ultimately succumbed to Akainu in their future confrontation. It was evident that Akainu's strength surpassed that of Qingji. It was sheer fortune that he had evaded Akainu's relentless pursuit before. Yet now, with Qingji's might, there was no possibility of escaping from the depths of the sea, accepting his fate. Absolutely not. That word had never graced the pages of his dictionary, no matter the circumstances. As long as he remained standing, it would be utterly impossible for him to concede. Though his strength still paled in comparison to Qingji's, he was still far superior to the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Facing Qingji, he was indeed at a disadvantage, yet he was not devoid of opportunities. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, regardless of the odds, he would never surrender. Ultimate move, Six Kings Gun. He launched this technique at Qingji. Prior to this, he had activated the boiling blood of life return. Simultaneously, he pushed his mental assault to its utmost limits. The power of this strike was exponentially greater than before. However, this time, Qingji was already prepared. Boom! Lin Yu's punch merely shattered a pile of ice shards, while Qingji's true form had already shifted to another location. Thus far, Lin Yu's most formidable attack had no effect on Qingji whatsoever. This was a true deadlock. He could neither land a blow nor escape. Lin Yu found himself trapped in a dire predicament, employing the same tactics again. If I fall for this once more, what face would I have left as an admiral of the Navy? Qingji snorted coldly and charged at Lin Yu. However, just as he drew near Lin Yu, suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed fleetingly in Lin Yu's eyes. Mental shock, spiritual assault. Qingji's mind was abruptly struck by an unprecedented force. If Lin Yu's previous mental attack was a mere needle, then this was akin to a colossal hammer. Qingji momentarily staggered. Lin Yu seized the opportunity without hesitation. Delivering a powerful kick, this kick struck directly at Qingji's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. This time, Lin Yu did not flee, for he understood that his previous kick had merely been a routine strike. Qingji had not sustained any real injury and could quickly recover as he surged forward, heading straight for Qingji. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks against Qingji. Armed Haki allowed Lin Yu to make contact with Qingji's true form. With a final punch, bang, this blow connected squarely with Qingji's face, sending him crashing into the ice. Without hesitation, Lin Yu propelled himself upward, activating his moonwalk with all his might, aiming to escape swiftly into the air. Almost as soon as Lin Yu had dashed 100 meters away, Qingji suddenly appeared on the ice, his expression frigid. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face a mask of fury. Crossing his arms, he swung them towards Lin Yu. Iceblade. His arms sliced through the air like swords. Yet this swing was not a mere sword chi. Instead, it unleashed a chilling aura, shooting towards Lin Yu in the sky. Whoosh. Lin Yu was forced to dodge to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Qingji accelerated once more, in hot pursuit of Lin Yu. With a tremor of his arms, the power of the ice fruit was unleashed in full force. The entire realm seemed to freeze. Time appeared to stand still in that moment. An array of icy spears materialized from thin air. Countless frost warriors, as if summoned from a battlefield centuries past, charged forth on horseback, their forms cloaked in frost, surging into battle. So close. Lin Yu's gaze dimmed. His observation haki had its limitations, and Qingji's should be similar. Moreover, in this misty sea, visibility was abysmally low as long as he could slip out of Qingji's detection range. He could escape. Snap. Whoosh. Lin Yu felt as though he was surrounded on all sides. Frost warriors continuously emerged from the void, their spears gleaming with icy menace. Lin Yu could only unleash his fists repeatedly, shattering the advancing frost warriors and deflecting the flying spears. Warriors obliterated, spears scattered. At this moment, Qingji swiftly moved, appearing above Lin Yu as another wave of chilling air descended. If this cold aura penetrated his body, he would instantly be encased in ice. Lin Yu found himself at a loss. Armed haki enveloped his arms. He struck out with a punch, engaging in a standoff with the encroaching cold. At that moment, Qingji materialized beside him, delivering a sudden kick. Lin Yu was sent flying by Qingji's kick, crashing onto the ice once more, rebounding slightly from the impact. Ice pillar. Qingji hovered in midair, a glint of coldness in his eyes. And with a swift motion, he summoned a massive ice pillar that plummeted towards Lin Yu. It forcefully pressed him back into the ice, crashing him down once again, despite Lin Yu's formidable physique and armed hockey. At this moment, he still felt an overwhelming pressure. This collision left him significantly injured. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. After enduring successive heavy blows, Lin Yu teetered on the brink of severe injury. At this rate, he feared he would not last much longer. The ice shattered. Lin Yu finally struggled free from the icy depths. Gasping for breath, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes as he contemplated. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. This was the only possible option left. If that were the case, then he would give it a try. Lin Yu took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. His gaze settled upon Qingji in their recent battle. Lin Yu had exerted all his strength, yet still failed to breach Qingji's ice fruit powers. An adversary with superior hockey, who could also transform his body into an element, was truly a formidable foe. He was not a gambler by nature, yet now, he had no choice but to take a risk. Life or death hinged on this moment. Exploding ice bird. As Qingji descended, he raised his right arm high. A colossal ice bird soared forth. Wherever it passed, the very air seemed to freeze. Facing this strike head-on, Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor. Inhaling deeply, his hands pressed together, 6 King's gun. All of his strength converged, as if the fabric of the void itself were being torn asunder by this force. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force against the ice bird's head. A deafening roar echoed at that moment. The frigid aura surged through his fists, invading his body. Lin Yu's pupils constricted. In his mind, a surge of mental energy. Until now, he had only employed his mental strength for offense. For Lin Yu, this was undoubtedly a waste of potential. Yet he had no choice. He had only just begun to grasp its application. He harbored many ideas regarding the use of mental energy. For him, mental energy was akin to an energy connected to the brain. Just as physical strength relates to bodily fitness, mental energy is a form of power derived from the brain. Every part of the human body, every organ, every cell, indeed every aspect of existence, is governed by the brain. If the brain controls this incredibly powerful body, it is easy to imagine the strength of the brain itself. Moreover, if his physical attributes were already so formidable, averaging above 9,000, representing a synthesis of 9,000 individuals' physical capabilities, then what of his brain? It is highly likely that this is the case. It resembles an aircraft carrier. Despite its colossal form, the sovereign of the seas cannot possibly be equipped with a mere motorcycle engine. Can it? An aircraft carrier is undoubtedly powered by nuclear energy. The brain is the most vital organ of the human body. Lin Yu's brain seems to have undergone a transformation under the nourishment of this formidable physique. This realization dawned upon him the moment he was invaded by the negative specter. It was at that moment he discovered that his mental capacity was capable of mobilizing resources, revealing a previously undiscovered vast ocean of consciousness within him. The power he could summon was merely a droplet in this expansive sea, perhaps not even that. When Lin Yu concentrated fully, he felt his mental ocean swell to an immeasurable vastness. Yet, this boundless sea of consciousness was not something he could command at will. It remained untapped, a treasure he could only guard without accessing to in his past life. Lin Yu had encountered a theory stating that the human brain typically operates at less than 10% capacity, merely functioning to sustain the body. Moreover, this activity primarily involves the superficial cells of the brain. However, beyond this lies a realm of mystery, the purpose of which remains unknown, and the depths of which are shrouded in uncertainty. Lin Yu's current situation mirrors this, with the distinction that he can sense the existence of this power, rather than merely theorizing about it. Previously, when he employed his mental force to attack Qingji, it was a crude tactic, a one-time effort akin to dipping a finger in the ocean, only to lose it with a careless flick. This time, he endeavored to draw his mental force from the ocean of consciousness within his mind. He aimed to extend this mental energy through the neural network, permeating every inch of his body, every piece of flesh, every bone, every cell. He was uncertain of the outcome, as this approach might lead to his utter annihilation. In his past life on Earth, the theory continued with a cautionary note. When the human brain is developed to a certain extent, the individual may dissipate. However, Lin Yu held his own interpretation. The reason for this dissipation in his previous existence was the poor physical constitution of humankind. While the body requires the brain for control, a highly developed brain also necessitates a robust body to sustain its functions. An extraordinary computational capacity, unparalleled operation, and heightened precision in control requires substantial nourishment. Given the frailty of past human bodies, even a slight increase in mental exertion could lead to hair loss. Consider the renowned Stephen Hawking, whose slightly enhanced mental capacity drained excessive nutrients from his body, leaving him paralyzed, with only 3 fingers able to move. Yet, Lin Yu was different. His physical constitution was already nearing the pinnacle of this world. A convergence of over 9,000 ordinary individuals. This represented his slender thread of hope, the impetus for his audacious gamble. While he was reluctant to take such a perilous risk, it seemed that failing to seize this opportunity would lead to his demise. Lin Yu decided to go all in. A frigid chill began to spread from his arm. Time was of the essence. Moreover, the challenge of guiding his mental energy from his mind into his body was far more daunting than Lin Yu had anticipated. As he attempted to extend his mental force along his brain down to his spine, a sensation that pierced his very soul surged within him. Even a hardened man like Lin Yu could not suppress a cry of pain. It felt as if another shackle obstructed the exploration of his mental energy. Pain, agony, a direct assault on his essence. That very moment, Qingji continued to unleash his frost powers. The chill infiltrated his being. Simultaneously, it appeared that Lin Yu's brain was also experiencing a backlash from his mental energy. This was a matter of life and death. The situation was precarious. This was the true essence of life hanging by a thread. At this juncture, the once invincible system seemed to have fallen silent. The system was utterly unresponsive. Yet, Lin Yu was driven to madness. The pressure of life and death was overwhelming, but a weighty burden pressed down like a spring. Gradually, the spring reached its limit. Both his spirit and body were pushed to their extremes under this pressure. His powerful physique began to exceed his capacity to endure. However, the human body is an astonishing construct. In times of peril, it instinctively unleashes tremendous power. Many have witnessed similar reports in the news. An elderly person, in a bid to save their grandchild, lifted a heavy truck. A mother completed a 100-meter sprint in merely 5 seconds to rescue her son from falling from a height. Such instances occur when individuals, faced with danger, experience a form of self-hypnosis, resulting in an extraordinary mental force that enables them to control their bodies, thereby unleashing their maximum strength. Lin Yu's predicament was no different. Yet, in this life and death moment, this thread of mental energy was guided by Lin Yu himself. Under his control, the frigid air had now spread from his arm to his shoulder, slowly creeping toward his heart. If his internal organs were to freeze, death would surely follow. In that instant, Lin Yu felt as though he were staring into the eyes of death itself. Open, open, I say. There is nothing my body cannot achieve. Finally, Lin Yu steeled himself. He directed his mental energy to fiercely collide against that shackle. Boom! It sounded like a thunderclap, yet there was no audible noise. Lin Yu found himself in a state of inexplicable clarity. This realm was so pleasurable that he nearly groaned aloud. It felt as if he could monitor and command every part of his body, every cell. His mental energy surged like a river. In an instant, it flooded his entire being. This was a sensation Lin Yu had never before experienced. There had never been a moment more liberating than this. An unprecedented roar erupted from Lin Yu's lips. Every muscle quivered. The violent tremors instantaneously dispelled the encroaching chill. At the same time, a punch was thrown that I shall not allow the heavens to obscure my vision any longer. Boom! The void twisted. Impossible. Qingji's expression shifted dramatically. His heart gripped by terror. Until this moment, whether it was Lin Yu's mental assault, his Six-Kings spear, or the life restoration technique, nothing had swayed Qingji. Although surprised, he was not overly astonished. After all, a person of Lin Yu's caliber was bound to possess some formidable techniques. It is worth noting that even the T-Pig had fallen before Lin Yu. But now, an unforeseen event unfolded before Qingji. Despite being at the end of his tether, on the brink of being frozen into an ice sculpture, Lin Yu suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, scattering all the frost. As Lin Yu swung his fist, a cold glint flashed in Qingji's eyes. His strength had increased tenfold. At this moment, Every strike Lin Yu made was a culmination of all his power. His exquisite control over his mental energy allowed him to effortlessly unleash his full potential. This was the precise mastery of strength. The Six Kings Spear had become obsolete for Lin Yu. The Six Kings Spear merely concentrated all power into a single point before erupting forth. However, Lin Yu no longer needed such techniques. With a simple strike, he could consolidate his entire strength, instantaneous and unreserved. This was a force far more potent than the Six Kings Spear, more concentrated, more pure. Time and again, his fists rained down like torrential downpours. I shall not allow the earth to obstruct my heart any longer. Under the weight of shock, Qing Ji was utterly powerless against Lin Yu's relentless onslaught. No matter how he tried to defend himself, he could not withstand the penetrating force. All gods and Buddhas heed my command. As Lin Yu delivered his final kick, a colossal slash cleaved through the air. Wherever this strike passed, the entire ice field was split asunder. Boom! Beneath the icy surface, the seawater surged violently, erupting upward. The entire world seemed to fall silent. This is too surreal. Qing Ji furrowed his brow. His expression grave, yet perplexed. A naval admiral. He had encountered many grand spectacles. Yet, Lin Yu's power had seemingly multiplied several times in an instant, a phenomenon that left him feeling as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Yu stood there, taking a deep breath. An indescribable sensation of exhilaration coursed through his entire being. Every fiber of his being seemed to rejoice. Compared to before, it felt as though he had broken free from some form of constraint. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shattered the mental shackles. The system's notification echoed. Mental shackles? Lin Yu suddenly experienced an epiphany. Upon opening the attribute panel, he discovered, to his astonishment, a new attribute had indeed appeared. The first mental restraint. Mental power envelopes the entire body, enabling precise control over every sinew and muscle, allowing one to unleash their full physical potential at will. The ability to exert one's entire strength at will. Lin Yu began to comprehend. In the past, when Lin Yu casually threw a punch, although it carried considerable force, it was merely a result of the motion of his fist and the stretching of his muscles. Thus it represented only localized strength. However, now, as long as Lin Yu desired, he could concentrate the strength of all his limbs and every part of his body into his fist. Any strike he delivered would amalgamate all his power. Every form of martial arts aims to harness the body's strength to a greater extent. Yet now, Lin Yu need not concern himself with the intricacies of martial techniques. Each casual punch or kick surpassed the power produced by any martial art. Exhibiting a more comprehensive force, this epitomized precise control over the body. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Aokiji's expression darkened considerably. Thank you, Aokiji, Lin Yu said. This encounter had certainly become more intriguing. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at Aokiji, whose bloodied visage bore a hint of a smile, albeit one tinged with coldness. Had it not been for Aokiji's relentless pursuit, pushing him to the brink of life and death, Lin Yu believed he could have achieved this level through his own training. Even if given a decade, it would have been an arduous task. Indeed, combat is the most effective means to unleash one's latent potential, especially in battles where life hangs in the balance. Unlocking the mental restraints, it seemed that only when the physical body reached a certain level of strength could this feat be accomplished, albeit with only a slight possibility. Previously, Lin Yu had been troubled each time his attributes surged after defeating an enemy, for the overwhelming power was beyond his control, necessitating gradual training, regardless of his efforts. He could never quite keep up with the explosive increase in strength. Yet now, having unshackled his mental restraints, Lin Yu found himself free from such concerns. The precision of mental power governed every muscle and cell of his body at all times. Regardless of how much strength surged within him, it remained under the meticulous control of his mental prowess. Under these circumstances, Lin Yu could adjust the force of his strikes based on his opponent's unique attributes. He could unleash the full power of his muscles at any moment, or meticulously control every ounce of his strength. This was undoubtedly a game-changer in combat. Aokiji's expression darkened. This was entirely unforeseen. However, he did not dwell on worry. As an admiral of the Navy, he remained confident that the outcome of this battle was within his control. Up until now, Aokiji had yet to unleash his full potential. Moreover, Lin Yu had already expended a considerable amount of energy in their previous encounter. Even if the battle were to devolve into a mere test of physical strength, Aokiji felt no trepidation. In the original narrative, Aokiji was a being capable of battling a kainu for 10 days and nights. If he could endure for such a duration, it was evident how formidable his stamina was. Now was the moment for my counterattack. Lin Yu's gaze flickered as he looked at Aokiji, his voice laced with fervent battle intent and ferocity. With a swift motion, he charged toward Aokiji that a punch was thrown. All of his strength was concentrated upon his fist. The very fabric of space twisted as fissures began to form, as if it were about to be torn apart. That Aokiji's expression shifted drastically, and he rapidly brought his hands together to shield himself. The full power of the ice fruit activated, conjuring a massive ice wall before him. He had previously experienced the might of Lin Yu's assault and understood that this time it would not be as effortless as before. His opponent undoubtedly possessed the strength to engage him, even to the point of inflicting injury. Bang! The punch collided with the ice wall, shattering it into countless fragments. Just as Aokiji prepared to brace himself for Lin Yu's next onslaught, his expression abruptly changed. Lin Yu, who had previously appeared intent on vengeance, suddenly pivoted and fled into the distance with remarkable speed. Too swift for Aokiji to react. What the hell? Aokiji's face turned ashen, his jaw twitching in disbelief. What happened to the counterattack? Meanwhile, Lin Yu wore a slight smirk. Counterattack? What a farce. He was currently battered and bruised. Even in his prime, he would still fall short when compared to Aokiji. With the shackles of his mental restraints lifted, Lin Yu had merely gained the power to contend with his adversary. What use was there in the possibility of injuring Aokiji? It wouldn't lead to his defeat. The fight until the bitter end, resulting in his own demise while severely wounding Aokiji, was hardly worthwhile for Lin Yu. Given his current battered state, he would tire within a few exchanges. After all, every strike was delivered with utmost effort, which proved to be a considerable burden on his body. That a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the wisest course of action. That he believed that, given time, he would surely overpower the admiral, perhaps even dominate him. At that time, seeking retribution against the Navy admiral would not be too late. To engage in a fruitless struggle here would be sheer folly. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, only to exploit the elderly and the impoverished. Damn it, this bastard is shameless. Aokiji's expression soured as he let out a low growl. After being repeatedly outmaneuvered by Lin Yu, a flicker of anger finally appeared on Aokiji's face. Without any hesitation, he pursued the direction in which Lin Yu had fled. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already covered several kilometers in the blink of an eye. He was almost out of Aokiji's sight. Aokiji could only rely on his observation haki to track Lin Yu's whereabouts. Yet the distance between them was ever increasing. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Aokiji's face turned grim. His icy gaze was filled with frost as he continued to chase after Lin Yu. At this juncture, every strike Lin Yu delivered could unleash maximum force, and his moonwalk technique was continuously being refined. His agility, combined with the moonwalk and the fact that every strike was delivered with full power, only rendered him slightly slower than Aokiji. How could he be merely slightly slower? Because Aokiji was employing not just moonwalk. With every step he took, shards of ice manifested in the air. Aokiji propelled himself upward. Utilizing this technique, his motivation was twofold, fueled by anger and driven by his mission to eliminate Lin Yu. If Lin Yu were to escape right under his nose, it would be an unbearable disgrace. In the blink of an eye, the two had traversed over 10 kilometers, the distance between them only growing. Aokiji's speed remained formidable, yet Lin Yu's observation haki had vastly improved after unshackling his mental restraints. Faced with Aokiji's attacks, he possessed ample room to maneuver, rendering it unnecessary to engage Aokiji head-on. The two of them raced forward, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Half a month later, aboard the ship Wind's Falcon, the gluttonous Bonnie was preoccupied with her meal, clutching Lin Yu's life card in her hands. The life card flickered with flames, threatening to disintegrate into ash, yet miraculously, it rejuvenated. Judging by the fluctuations in Lin Yu's life card, it was evident that he was embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. From the lookout tower, Frankie raised his binoculars, surveying the surroundings. Perona stood beside Bonnie, holding an umbrella, her expression laden with worry. Although Perona had only recently joined the crew, she had completely accepted Lin Yu, largely due to their shared mental connection. In recent days, Lin Yu's life card had been shifting directions constantly. This indicated that Lin Yu had been altering his course, likely engaged in a protracted struggle with Aokiji. However, For the past several hours, the card's movement had ceased, which could only signify two possibilities. First, Lin Yu had not moved, or second, he was heading in their direction. Regardless of the circumstances, it seemed that Lin Yu had narrowly escaped this peril. That bastard. I knew he wouldn't perish so easily at sea. He had me worried for so long. What a rascal. Bonnie exclaimed, feigning annoyance yet unable to suppress her joy, her tone carrying a hint of pride. Escaping from the clutches of an admiral was a commendable feat, signifying that they had established a foothold in these waters. Fortuitously, their captain had managed to hold Aokiji at bay, or else they would have been doomed. As Frankie spoke, he set down the telescope. Simultaneously, a wave of guilt surged within him as a sailor under Lin Yu's command. He found it utterly disgraceful to rely on the captain's protection. Frankie silently resolved that he could no longer be a hindrance. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the distant sea. The shadow sliced through the waves. Gradually approaching the group, the three of them burst into laughter. "Welcome back, Captain," at the naval headquarters. "What? You personally took action and still let him escape?" Sengoku pressed a hand against his desk, furrowing his brow. His expression dark and brooding. Green Bull, looking weary, stepped aside to pour himself a cup of tea. Not a single member of Huangquan, Lin Yu, or any of his crew was captured. Sengoku slowly sat down, massaging his forehead, and spoke in a low voice. "The world government has put pressure on us, demanding swift action to eradicate the Huangquan pirate crew, while simultaneously dispatching a fleet to hunt down the former CP9 member, Rob Lucci, and his subordinates." Green Bull raised his head and remarked, "Training agents in such nefarious ways is inherently an unjust act." Sengoku remained silent for a while, finally sighing. "Sometimes, justice must wield dark and malevolent means to be enforced." On this matter, both the fleet admiral and the marine admirals appeared somewhat reticent, tacitly avoiding the topic. Green Bull personally took action to hunt down the Huangquan pirate crew, yet he never anticipated that they would manage to escape. This posed a significant headache for the Navy. Unbeknownst to them, the Huangquan pirate crew had developed to such an extent. Meanwhile, the world government received this news. The five elders were not only furious, but also filled with trepidation. The Huangquan pirate crew had actually evaded the grasp of a marine admiral, although this may have been due to the dense fog in the Devil's Triangle, making it exceedingly difficult for naval ships to participate in the encirclement. It undeniably showcased the astounding strength of the Huangquan pirate crew. What should we do? Should we appoint him as a warlord of the sea, bowing to a pirate? Damn it! What on earth is going on with Green Bull? How could he be unable to defeat a mere pirate? The five elders found themselves equally bewildered. Originally, the threat posed by the Huangquan pirate crew stemmed from their defeat of CP9, which exposed the government's intelligence organization and tarnished their image of justice, rather than showcasing their formidable strength. Even the four emperors, despite their might, could not overpower the government, which maintained enough strength to uphold order in the world. However, the emergence of someone capable of escaping from a marine admiral's clutches rendered the threat of the Huangquan pirate crew even more perilous. According to the intelligence we have gathered, Huangquan Lin Yu is reportedly under 18 years of age. If given sufficient time, he could very well become a top-tier powerhouse capable of contending with admirals. He must not be allowed to escape. Continue monitoring him. Upon discovery, we must strike him down with overwhelming force. The fifth emperor must not re-emerge. Sabaody Archipelago. Numerous naval vessels have completely sealed off the waters surrounding the Sabaody Archipelago. Wave after wave of elite soldiers are disembarking onto the island. They intimidate all the pirates present. To reach the New World, there are only two methods. One is to apply to the world government and then traverse the peak of the Red Line, also known as Moria. Therefore, to take this route to the New World, one must abandon their ship. Although it requires a substantial amount of money and time, it is ultimately the safer option. The other method involves using the resin from the Yarkaman red tree to wrap the ships and then submerging them beneath the ocean's depths, traversing a massive cave beneath the Red Line, and subsequently reaching the New World through Fishman Island via this underwater route. However, this path is fraught with peril. Sabaody Archipelago marks the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line. Regardless of which route one chooses, they must first arrive at this island, which serves as the starting point for the second half of the Grand Line leading to the New World. It is for this reason that beneath the beautiful Sabaody Archipelago lies countless shadows of darkness, slave trading, celestial dragons, and ruthless pirates. Just days ago, a fleet of warships departed from the naval headquarters, crossing the calm belt and completely sealing off the waters near the Sabaody archipelago. Any ships attempting to approach would be thoroughly inspected before being allowed to pass, located on the Grand Line. The media here is exceptionally developed. Soon, the truth about the Navy's blockade was revealed to the public. The Huangquan pirate crew encountered Admiral Green Bull in the Devil's Triangle. A fierce battle erupted between Huangquan Lin Yu and Green Bull, lasting a full 3 days and nights that it only concluded when Huangquan Lin Yu, gravely injured, managed to escape. Thus, the Navy sealed off the waters surrounding the Sabaody archipelago, hoping to capture a foe capable of contending with an admiral. What nonsense is this? Are there truly such formidable pirates in the first half of the Grand Line? To think they could stand against a marine admiral? Unbelievable. How utterly astonishing. Have pirates become this powerful? The residents of Sabaody City are glued to the news, discussing this matter at the same time. Shaki, the owner of the knock-up bar, was smoking a cigarette while watching the projection on the wall. A newcomer, able to battle an admiral. Truly impressive. Shaki took a deep drag, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped her. Nearby, an elderly man with slightly curly hair, a beard on his chin, and a scar over his right eye lifted his glass and drank it down in one gulp. Bursting into laughter, Silvers Rayleigh, the second-in-command under the pirate King Roger, found him to be quite an intriguing fellow. The seas are increasingly filled with fascinating youngsters. Shanks gave his hat to a little brat from East Blue. You know, Shaki exhaled a smoke ring, seemingly having already chosen her candidate. He has his own ideas. Rayleigh sat upright, embodying the true essence of a pirate king. The words that followed remained unspoken, yet Shaki understood his meaning. On the streets, fully armed soldiers from the naval headquarters were patrolling in squads. They had mobilized entirely. Shaki smiled, her eyes brimming with curiosity. At this moment, countless people wondered who Lin Yu truly was. This sea region has been sealed off. Perona released her ghostly doppelganger to scout the surroundings before returning, that if we head directly to Sabaody archipelago, we might be discovered. The naval fleet is too densely packed. There's no way to pass without being noticed. Perona's face was filled with frustration. If they did not venture into the New World and continued to linger in the first half of the Grand Line, a great disaster awaited them. Perona's gaze fell upon Lin Yu. It feels like we've been tricked. Staying beside Lord Moria is at least safe. After all, Lord Moria is a warlord of the sea, bearing the Navy's title, and they wouldn't dare act against a warlord. However, as Perona looked at Lin Yu, a blush crept onto her cheeks. This guy's aura is simply too captivating. If only he could become a warlord of the sea. How wonderful that would be. Then she wouldn't have to live in constant fear of being hunted by the Navy. The timid girl thought to herself. Beside her, Lin Yu frowned. Even with his injuries healed, he could not possibly contend with Green Bull. Now, he could only say he wouldn't be able to win against the Marine Admiral, but he wouldn't die either. After all, the man held a significant advantage in raw strength. And Lin Yu had devised a strategy for this. That was to continually enhance his own power. Moreover, Lin Yu was not the type to suffer in silence after enduring such a significant setback. Even if he could not defeat the Marine Admiral at present, he would at least ensure that the Navy would suffer some losses. Thus, he resolved to first embark on a journey to the Sabaody archipelago. The pirates who managed to arrive here are far from weak. For Lin Yu, although defeating formidable foes yields greater rewards, hunting down those pirates who come to the Sabaody archipelago with the intention of coating their ships and venturing into the New World is undoubtedly a more prudent approach. While each individual pirate may not provide him with significant attribute enhancements, their sheer numbers are substantial. This place attracts a multitude of pirates, with countless arrivals each day, and serves as a crucial trade port. Therefore, the Navy's blockade will not last long. According to Lin Yu's speculation, once they seal off the Sabaody archipelago, it is highly likely that they will commence a search in this maritime region. Moreover, the commander this time may very well be Admiral Green Bull. Thus, if they linger here, they risk being discovered swiftly. Given Lin Yu's current strength, he is confident in his ability to evade Green Bull's grasp. Unlike his previous desperate escapes, yet his companions, Bonnie and the others, cannot afford such a luxury. Lin Yu stated, staying here will only lead to our discovery by the Navy as long as we disguise the wind of the Falcon. The Navy will remain oblivious to our presence. You should seek refuge on the Sabaody archipelago. It is a densely populated area, making it challenging for the Navy to locate you. What about us? Bonnie furrowed her brow. sensing something amiss in Lin Yu's words. Indeed, I mean you, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Having suffered such a significant loss, I must at least cause some trouble for the Navy. He paused momentarily. I cannot swallow this humiliation. While I may not be able to strike at larger targets for now, I shall start with smaller ones at this point. Lin Yu increasingly felt that their ship lacked combat capability. Currently, he represents their strongest asset, while Bonnie, Perona, and the others are merely fruit users. They may excel in ambushes, but their direct combat abilities are severely limited for Frankie. He is yet to reach his peak. Consequently, it falls upon Captain Lin Yu of the Underworld Pirates to take matters into his own hands. Turning to Frankie, Lin Yu commanded, Frankie, head to the Sabati archipelago and find an opportunity to coat our ship. Once the time is right, we shall depart. Understood. Frankie saluted with a raised right hand. Hey, how are we supposed to reach the Sabati archipelago? The outer sea is entirely blockaded. Perona exclaimed loudly, we can't just sail in. The Navy isn't blind. Are we supposed to fly there? She complained. Haha, clever little girl. That is precisely our plan. We shall fly there. Lin Yu chuckled, ruffling Perona's hair. Frankie, is the fuel ready? All set. Frankie poked his head out of the cabin, making an okay gesture. Excellent. Once we soar above the clouds, we will take off and head to the Sabati archipelago. Are you all insane? This is a sea vessel, not an aircraft. Perona gasped in astonishment. Perona, just watch closely. The captain is madder than you've ever seen. Jolie Bonnie patted Perona's shoulder to that moment. Lin Yu shed his upper garment and dove into the sea. Perona glanced curiously at Frankie, then at Bonnie. Suddenly, the ship began to move. The ship has lifted off the water, Perona shrieked, gripping the rail tightly. It's really happening. Under the vessel, Lin Yu held the keel aloft. At the same time, he activated Jeppo. This colossal sailing ship ascended into the air. Perona's eyes widened in disbelief. A single person, lifting a massive sailing ship into the sky, climbing higher and higher. Is this real? Am I not mistaken? Perona rubbed her eyes, realizing it was no illusion, and she became exhilarated. The wind of the Falcon rose ever higher, soon surpassing the cloud cover. To avoid detection, Lin Yu ascended to an even greater altitude. After flying until the horizon of the sea curved beneath him, Lin Yu finally halted his Jeppo. He shouted, Frankie, okay. Frankie responded immediately from the helm. Cola wind cannon. Boom! The enormous cannon erupted with a powerful gust of wind, shooting backward like a rocket launcher. The wind of the Falcon soared through the sky. Soon, they crossed the outer sea, and the lush Sabati archipelago loomed nearby. Lin Yu chose a secluded harbor to descend. Suspended in midair, he gently landed the wind of the Falcon on the shoreline. Shortly thereafter, Frankie swiftly altered the ship's appearance. The pirate flag was stowed away, and the vessel was remodeled to resemble an inconspicuous, abandoned merchant ship, blending seamlessly among the many similar vessels in the archipelago. With Bonnie's fruit abilities, their disguises were remarkably simple. Bonnie transformed into an adorable little girl, while Frankie became an old butler carrying a satchel. Bonnie would venture onto the island to gather intelligence on which pirates had recently arrived, while Frankie would study how to coat the ship. For Perona, she preferred not to expose herself to sunlight, finding solace in the eerie castles and decaying tombs, but those were absent in the Sabati archipelago, leaving her to remain aboard the ship. Lin Yu chose not to accompany them, observing his companions. He smiled after confirming there were no issues. Since I have survived, the world government and Navy are bound to face misfortune. Lin Yu refrained from confronting the Navy directly, aware that a Marine admiral was stationed in this vicinity. Should he encounter another admiral, given his current strength, he would find himself fleeing once more. The prospect of a Marine admiral tailing him would be troublesome, complicating his efforts to hunt and enhance his attributes. For Lin Yu, augmenting his strength is of utmost priority. Avoiding the Marine admirals and focusing on stealthy development is far more appealing. Bonnie, now transformed into a little girl, soon vanished from his sight. Frankie, noticing this, also turned and departed. The Sabati archipelago, besides being the largest trade center in the world, serves as a garden for the celestial dragons, who, upon acquiring heavenly gold, utilize it here to purchase slaves or devil fruits, curiosities of their fancy. It must be noted that the Sabati archipelago is a beautiful island, densely populated. After bidding farewell to Perona, Lin Yu ventured onto this small island, cloaked in a large cape and wearing a hat that obscured his face. He sought to avoid drawing attention to his features, even carrying a sword for further disguise. Such attire is not uncommon in the Sabaody archipelago, worn by both notorious pirates and lowly henchmen alike. Before long, the transponder snail in Lin Yu's possession began to ring. Has Bonnie already gathered information? Yes, a pirate known as the Claw of the Beast Wat, with a bounty of 130 million, has been spotted on the Sabaody archipelago. This is the latest intel. All right. Lin Yu calmly hung up the transponder snail. A slight smile gracing his lips. 130 million is no trifling matter. Lin Yu's goal is to hunt down all the formidable pirates congregating here in the first half of the Grand Line. The picturesque Sabaody archipelago serves as Lin Yu's optimal hunting ground. After securing the transponder snail, Lin Yu exited the shadowy alleyway in search of the Claw of the Beast Wat. The Sabaody archipelago is composed of 79 red trees, known as Yarchi Vine. Or more precisely, 79 small islands, hence its designation as an archipelago, characterized by its intricate structure. However, as the notorious Water and his crew arrived, it was only natural that they would coat their ship with a protective film before venturing into the new world. However, the process of applying such a film is no trivial task. It demands considerable time and effort, in the original tale. Even the formidable Rayleigh required 3 days and nights to completely cover the Thousand Sunny with a layer of film. For larger vessels, the task would take even longer. Half a day later, Lin Yu managed to gather information about the notorious hand pirates, leading him to the 36th island. Last, he encountered Water at a street corner. Water inhaled sharply upon recognizing Lin Yu as he raised his hat. He was perplexed as to how Lin Yu, a figure whom even Admiral Aokiji could not contend with, had come to confront him. It seemed that trouble was indeed brewing. Standing beside Water, the first mate glared at Lin Yu with a dark expression and inquired, "Are you deliberately blocking our path to challenge us?" As a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 1 billion and having conquered the first half of the Grand Line, they were not about to be intimidated by a solitary figure such as Lin Yu. Any crew capable of navigating and exploring the first half of the Grand Line could consider themselves conquerors, distinct from those who merely lurked in the shadows with meager bounties. While I am quite eager for a fight, we are not far from the Navy headquarters. If you seek trouble, take it to the New World. Water's expression remained stoic as he regarded Lin Yu as conquerors of the first half of the Grand Line. They had endured countless trials to arrive at this point. Although their bounty did not rival Lin Yu's, and their renown was not as profound, they possessed their own sense of pride. However, this was not the place for a confrontation. That a battle here could attract the Navy at any moment, and no need for that, Lin Yu replied, sheathing his sword behind him. He had no skill with the blade, finding it far more satisfying to rely on his fists. As the two parties faced off, civilians began to flee the scene, leaving only a few bold souls, or those affiliated with various powers, lurking in the corners. Lin Yu was unperturbed by the prospect of his identity being uncovered. Even if the Navy were to discover his presence in the Sabaody archipelago, amidst the throngs of people, locating him would not be an easy task. Moreover, should he escalate the situation, the hidden admirals would be drawn out, making things all the more interesting. With his newfound strength, Lin Yu brimmed with confidence. Even if an admiral were to appear, he believed he could retreat unscathed. After all, he had come here to stir up chaos, so why worry about being discovered? On the open sea, the Navy could deploy numerous warships and cannons, and an admiral could act without restraint. Yet on Sabaody archipelago, even Aokiji would be unable to unleash his full might. Should the archipelago be destroyed, the celestial dragons would assuredly lay the blame at the Navy's feet, and the world government was merely their lapdog. This was a crucial trade port in the backyard of the celestial dragons. The Navy dared not create a significant disturbance here. Thus, they had intercepted Lin Yu and his companions offshore. However, Lin Yu's appearance in Sabaody archipelago could prove troublesome for them. Furthermore, to Lin Yu, these minor henchmen were no challenge. He could easily subdue them before the Navy arrived. As long as he avoided the admirals, no one could entangle him, allowing him to hunt freely. Not a problem. Before the Navy arrives, I have ample time to take you all down, he chuckled. You must be tired of living. Despite Lin Yu's formidable reputation, he was still a lone figure against the more than 40 members of the Hand Pirates. While Huangquan Lin Yu was indeed remarkable, they were no pushovers. Just months prior, the Hand Pirates had destroyed an island under the relentless cannon fire of the Navy's fleet and escaped unscathed. In an instant, the members of the Hand Pirates sprang into action, their weapons trained on Lin Yu. Meanwhile, the crew's first mate charged at Lin Yu, wielding an iron rod. The long pole sliced through the air with a whistling sound. At the same time, Captain Water let out a low growl, slamming his fist into the ground. A peculiar force surged from beneath Lin Yu's feet. Unfazed by the imminent assault, Lin Yu maintained his composure. After unlocking his mental constraints, he no longer feared the side effects of his power surging, and no longer did he need to worry about the uncontrollable force that accompanied it. Instead, he sought to defeat more strong opponents. Seizing their physical attributes to rapidly enhance his own strength, he intended to make the world government aware of the consequences of provoking him. Lin Yu. There was no doubt that Lin Yu was a man who bore grudges. In an explosive flurry of gunfire and cannon blasts, Lin Yu stood his ground, seemingly impervious to the barrage. The bullets appeared to have no effect on him. Did we miss? Water's pupils constricted. No, they had not missed. Every attack had been deftly evaded. His speed was so astonishing that it seemed he had not moved at all. This is too absurd, the first mate exclaimed in disbelief. Today, it appeared a fierce battle was inevitable. Taking a deep breath, Water prepared himself. Suddenly, Lin Yu struck. Water's eyes widened in alarm. Before he could react, Lin Yu's fist surged forward, the very wind of his strike threatening to send Water flying. Rebound strike. In the face of the looming threat of death, Water had no choice but to respond with urgency. With a roar, the power of his devil fruit erupted forth. He yanked back, and in an instant, a shimmering barrier appeared before Lin Yu. Lin Yu's fist collided with the barrier, which responded with an astonishing elasticity. In that moment, Lin Yu felt a force of recoil. The power of his earlier strike was absorbed by the barrier and then reflected back at him. Rather than resist, Lin Yu allowed his fist to be drawn back in accordance with the force. Quite interesting. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Yu's eyes, quickly replaced by delight. He had stumbled upon a devil fruit user. His luck was extraordinary. This individual, regardless of their strength, could grant Lin Yu a significant boost in attributes. If only there were more such individuals on Sabaody Archipelago. This power is formidable. However, you're far from being able to harm me. I am the rebound man who has consumed the Paramecia-type rebound fruit. I can send your strength right back at you. Lin Yu laughed heartily, relishing the challenge. Indeed, those who reach this point possess some degree of skill. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Yu's expression returned to normal. No sooner had he spoken than he charged at Water and his crew. Did I not say? Your strength is utterly useless against me. Water scoffed, undeterred, as he readied himself for combat. With a renewed push of his arms, he activated his devil fruit ability, attempting to send Lin Yu's force back at him. However, as he swung his arms again to create another barrier, Lin Yu's fist struck at the heart of the barrier. He did not even employ haki, relying solely on the raw power of his physical strength, which erupted with ferocity. The immense impact shattered the barrier into fragments. Even with the prowess of the devil fruit, the extent of its rebound was not limitless. Lin Yu's punch had undoubtedly surpassed the threshold of Water's ability. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Water strained against the tremendous force. Feeling as if he were confronting a primordial beast, the barrier was obliterated, and the force of his rebound was utterly annihilated. The formidable figure of what was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into his first mate and several subordinates along the way. In an instant, his entire body was torn asunder. With that singular punch, the force of the blow howled like a tempest, sweeping through the entire street and lifting the cobblestones from the ground. Those who had been lurking in the shadows to observe were nearly caught in the aftermath of this overwhelming surge. A shiver ran down their spines. What a terrifying punch this was. Truly horrifying. Could this be Lin Yu of the underworld forest? No wonder he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million. Ding, you have defeated the formidable what? Strength 169, Agility 190, Stamina 137, Constitution 200, Unknown energy detected. Ding, you have defeated. Immediately, a series of system notifications echoed in the air. Within the ranks of the Hand of What pirate crew, there were but a handful of powerful individuals capable of augmenting Lin Yu's attributes. Only 4. To be precise, it was evident that Lin Yu's strength had reached a plateau. However, hunting those endowed with devil fruit powers was a swift avenue to advancement. The enhancements granted by what averaged around 100. As for the energy from the devil fruit, he naturally opted for 1,000 free attribute points. Lin Yu had no intention of hoarding these points. Instead, he aimed to develop his 4 core attributes as evenly as possible, simultaneously enhancing them. while allocating additional points to the attributes that lagged slightly behind. Casting a glance at the ravaged street, Lin Yu turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. The annihilation of the hand of what pirate crew had inevitably exposed Lin Yu's presence on Sabeti Archipelago, it long before the blockade from the outer sea was lifted. Those who had initially intended to intercept Lin Yu now found themselves on the island. What was the point of continuing the blockade? At this juncture, if the Navy and the government sought to eliminate Lin Yu, they would have no choice but to dispatch a Marine admiral to the island to pursue him. Lin Yu had scarcely taken a dozen paces when a voice emanated from the rooftop of a nearby building. "Oh dear, arrived a moment too late. What a pity, such a shame, truly a shame. An entire head worth over 100 million berries, just like that. Gone." A slender man clad in a black trench coat, wielding a massive iron bow that matched his height, sat atop a collapsed structure. In one hand, he held a small stone, and in the other, an iron arrow, carefully honing it as he gazed at the utterly obliterated hand of what pirate crew and the shattered remains of what corpse. Shaking his head in dismay, Lin Yu's movements halted. Those concealed amidst the ruins also caught sight of the figure perched atop the crumbling edifice. Who could he be? He looks so familiar. Could it be? Numerous voices gasped in astonishment. Based on the man's attire and weaponry, many had already surmised his identity. Lin Yu voiced the name directly. The bounty hunter, Aldize, renowned as the world's greatest archer. He scrutinized the man in black on the rooftop, his eyes narrowing slightly. The mightiest swordsman was none other than Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. For archery, it was a rarity upon the seas. Most pirates preferred firearms and cannons, while bows and arrows were seldom utilized due to their relatively weak power and lack of precision. However, this did not imply that certain exceptional masters could not wield them. It was truly him, the legendary arrow god Aldize. I have heard tales of him. It is said that he never misses a shot. Yet few have witnessed him draw his bow. Those who did have paid the ultimate price. Many hidden observers inhaled sharply upon hearing Lin Yu utter this name. Countless pirates have fallen at Aldize's hands. He is indeed a top-tier bounty hunter. On the rooftop, Aldize continued to sharpen his arrows. His gaze towards Lin Yu was laced with resentment. Over 100 million berries, just gone like that. Lin Yu regarded Aldize, curiosity flickering in his eyes, before glancing at the enormous iron bow slung across his back, a glimmer of intrigue crossing his features. The arrow god. Indeed, his strength must be formidable. Otherwise, how could he possibly draw such a massive bow? Observing Aldize, who was neither tall nor imposing, indicated rapidity and agility. I wonder what kind of enhancement I would gain from defeating this arrow god. At that moment, Aldize appeared incensed. Over 100 million berries. He abruptly stood, fixing Lin Yu with a furious glare. "Hey, let me tell you, what a mere 100 million berries to you? It's hardly a drop in the ocean. Speaking of which, isn't it rather dull for a bounty hunter of your caliber?" Aldize tilted his head slightly, replying, "Indeed, I lack for nothing, and I find it rather unexciting. Then why not change your target and conquer my ship instead?" Lin Yu smiled slightly, extending an invitation to the world's greatest archer. "What? Did I hear you correctly? Say that again." Aldize's reaction was exaggerated. "You must be joking. Conquer the world. Have you lost your mind?" As Aldize spoke, he grasped the arrow he had been honing. "However, what I truly desire is your head, worth 400 million berries, rather than indulging in fantasies of world conquest." The moment his words fell, whoosh, the iron arrow was released. With a mere flick of his wrist, the arrow's speed surged dramatically upon release, multiple times the speed of sound. Speed translates to power. Swiftness is indeed a formidable truth at such velocity. The lethality of the iron arrow was nothing short of terrifying. Aldize had unleashed such tremendous force without even utilizing his bow. Lin Yu smiled faintly. It was time to welcome a new ally aboard his ship, the Wind Falcon. Aldize was precisely the type of individual he needed. Lin Yu's observation Haki keenly detected the trajectory of the arrow. The piercing sound of the arrow slicing through the air abruptly ceased. The arrowhead materialized within Lin Yu's palm. Aldize's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Yu. "It seems I underestimated you. While you are indeed formidable, the ambition to dominate the seas is unrealistic." As he spoke, Aldize began stowing away his whetstone into his pocket. Ha ha ha. "Today is a splendid day. I shall not hold this against you." Aldize had merely tested the waters and realized he would struggle to best Lin Yu. Furthermore, Given the proximity of their positions, his advantage in ranged combat was considerably diminished. Whoosh! With that, Aldi's vanished from sight in an instant. Lin Yu observed his retreating figure, admiration swelling within him. This fellow is indeed of great utility. As he prepared to enter the new world, having a capable ally was essential. Such remarkable speed. This must be the power of a devil fruit. Lin Yu pondered, musing. A fruit capable of enhancing arrow speed to such an extent must be of the acceleration variety. Perhaps it is the acceleration fruit. The time-based fruits have numerous branches, including deceleration fruits, acceleration fruits, reverse fruits, and so on. Aldi's fruit must belong to the time category. Endowed with the ability to accelerate, the iron arrows were also enveloped in a formidable coating of armament hockey. Penetrating with astonishing force, if wielded effectively, his power should surpass that of a marine rear admiral. Even if he could not defeat an admiral, he would certainly be able to escape their grasp. Lin Yu had formed a rough assessment of Aldi's capabilities. Those who possess the power of the devil fruit are indeed formidable, he murmured. Pure physical strength is pathetically inadequate against those endowed with such extraordinary abilities. After all, the powers of these individuals are as diverse as they are peculiar, and particularly after awakening. No one can ascertain just how formidable they truly are. Even the most unremarkable of fruits can transform into something immensely powerful when fully developed. Take Luffy's rubber fruit, for instance. Its initial limitations were glaring, possessing merely the ability to stretch, with little inherent strength. Yet, Luffy has pushed this fruit to its utmost potential, rendering it significantly more formidable than in contrast. Consider Doflamingo's string fruit, an ordinary person. This fruit may not seem particularly powerful, as the threads appear soft and ineffective, devoid of any real offensive capability. However, Doflamingo's mastery of it has been nothing short of remarkable. With it, he can create puppets and clones, among other things. In Lin Yu's eyes, he is undoubtedly one of the most successful developers of a devil fruit. Yet, some fruits are inherently powerful, for instance, those who wield Logia-type fruits, such as the ice, magma, flame, or darkness fruits, are formidable even without extensive development. Lin Yu gazed at Aldi's retreating figure before turning to leave without pursuit. Even if he could defeat Aldi's, chasing after someone who might possess the speed fruit would be nearly impossible. Among the three admirals of the Navy, it is likely only Kizaru could match Aldi's pace. Witnessing Aldi's astonishing speed instilled a sense of dissatisfaction within Lin Yu regarding his own swiftness. Were his speed on par with Aldi's, Aokiji would never stand a chance of catching him. If Aldi's could fully harness the potential of his fruit, he might even rival the likes of a lightning-fast entity. Beyond enhancing his own speed, Aldi's could also accelerate other objects, including living beings, establishing himself as a master of battlefield control. With Aldi's assistance, Lin Yu could contend with Aokiji. Given his current strength, facing Aokiji alone would not be a trivial endeavor. As he lagged behind in speed, Aokiji's ice fruit allows him to dominate the battlefield, even elementalizing at the moment Lin Yu launches an attack, rendering it utterly ineffective. However, Aldi's fruit ability grants Lin Yu the opportunity to directly assault Aokiji. As he approached the new world, Lin Yu felt an intense desire for Aldi's, who could significantly bolster their team's strength. Ultimately, it all comes down to my sluggish speed, Lin Yu lamented, while accessing the system interface. After unlocking the first mental restraint, although his attributes had not substantially improved, his combat power had significantly increased. Particularly in the absence of the need to train for strength control, Lin Yu dedicated all his training efforts to extracting energy from the devil fruit storage. His extraction speed had markedly accelerated, with his attributes visibly increasing after each training session. Once filtered by the system, this energy became remarkably pure, like flowing water, automatically filling the voids to ensure synchronized enhancement of Lin Yu's attributes. Therefore, his current attributes are as follows. Host. Lin Yu, Strength, LV3 9999.4 Agility, LV3 10,050.3 Stamina, LV3 9932.7 Constitution, LV3 9920.8 Free Attribute Points, 0 Skills, Combat Skill, LV 456 Shave, LV 378, 6 Iron Block, LV 360.6 Gale Foot, LV 369.4 Moonwalk, LV 362.8 Paper Drawing, LV 359.8 Finger Gun, LV 353.4 Armament Hockey, LV 398.2 Observation Haki, LV 397.16 Styles Mastery, 6 King's Gun, LV 256. 3 Life Return, Boiling Blood, LV 240.6 Lin Yu's agility has now surpassed the 10,000 mark. Leaving aside the abilities of the Devil Fruit, he is undeniably among the elite in this world based solely on physical strength. However, in the world of One Piece, one must also contend with Haki. Mastering the 3 types of Haki to their fullest extent leads to an immensely potent force. Take Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of Roger. Despite his advanced age and limited stamina, he can still engage powerhouses like Kizaru in a fierce contest, occasionally gaining the upper hand. This illustrates the formidable nature of Haki in this world. Currently, Lin Yu's Haki is approaching LV4, and during his combat with Aokiji, his foundational combat skill has also reached LV4. Indeed, battle is the most effective means of enhancing one's strength. Bonnie, I've been discovered. Inform Frankie and Perona to exercise caution and avoid detection. Lin Yu communicated through a transponder snail he had inadvertently revealed his position, and a Navy admiral would likely be en route shortly. Regardless of which admiral it may be, none would be a match for the Hades pirates. If he were alone, he would not mind exchanging a few more blows with a Navy admiral if he could conveniently eliminate a few celestial dragons. It would serve as a fitting lesson for the world government regarding the consequences of provoking him. Lin Yu is no longer a mere pawn at the mercy of the world government or the Navy, but rather a notorious pirate whose slightest actions can send ripples through the world government. At that moment, in the Navy headquarters, within an office on the highest floor, Sengoku sat with a furrowed brow. The typically lackadaisical Aokiji seemed to have become significantly more diligent, fully engrossed in commanding the Navy's warships. Setting up an intricate net around Sabeti Archipelago in search of Lin Yu's whereabouts, Lin Yu had evaded his grasp, a thorn in Aokiji's side, who had previously been so complacent. Sengoku felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing Aokiji's newfound commitment to his role as an admiral. Rather than lounging on that decrepit bicycle as Sengoku approached retirement age, he, along with his contemporaries from the previous era, would soon be leaving the stage. He preferred Aokiji for the position of fleet admiral. As their philosophies aligned, and Aokiji was undoubtedly among the strongest in the Navy, the only complication lay in Akainu's superior reputation within the Navy. However, Sengoku was not fond of Akainu's temperament, that in stark contrast. Aokiji and Akainu differ greatly in ambition. Akainu's ambition is insatiable. Should he be granted the position of fleet admiral, it would likely incite considerable turmoil. Most of the Navy headquarters' routine affairs were managed by Akainu. And given Sengoku's age, it was time to delegate some responsibilities to the admirals. Yet, both Aokiji and Kizaru had a tendency to be lazy, leading to Akainu shouldering much of the day-to-day duties, consequently elevating his status within the Navy. However, now Aokiji was seated at the Navy headquarters, wielding the authority befitting an admiral, mobilizing the forces of the Navy headquarters, which made Sengoku feel that Aokiji was indeed working harder. In this regard, he felt a measure of gratitude towards Lin Yu, hoping that such stimulation would encourage Aokiji to exert himself even further. As he pondered this, a subordinate entered the room, reporting, "Lin Yu has appeared in the Sabeti Archipelago." Defeating the likes of the Bizarre Water and having a minor altercation with Aldi's, though no true battle has taken place, to my astonishment, he actually appeared on Sabeti Archipelago. This fellow, Aokiji, approached with a youthful demeanor. His few companions were nowhere to be found. This indicates that Lin Yu must have come to Sabeti Archipelago alone, Aokiji remarked. This is a perfectly reasonable deduction. After all, no one would have anticipated that a pirate ship could soar through the skies. I shall handle this matter. Aokiji rose to his feet. Eliminating Lin Yu had become a thorn in Aokiji's side. However, Sengoku shook his head resolutely. The significance of Sabeti Archipelago cannot be overstated. Your destructive capabilities are far too potent. Should a battle ensue, it would obliterate the island, and we would all bear the consequences. After sipping his tea and pondering for a moment, Sengoku continued, "We shall dispatch Kizaru this time. His speed is unparalleled. And this Lin Yu must not be allowed to escape." Upon hearing this, Aokiji nodded in agreement. While Kizaru's offensive power may not rival Aokiji's, his swiftness far surpasses as a user of the Pika Pika no Mi. There exists no one in this world who can match the speed of the light man. Behind the facade of prosperity and beauty that Sabeti Archipelago presents, a multitude of malevolence unfolds. Lin Yu, donning a wide-brimmed hat, strolled leisurely along the streets of Island Number 47. He was oblivious to the Navy's activities, but was well aware that the naval headquarters was nearby, and a Marine admiral could arrive in but a moment's notice. Thus, after dispatching the monster hand pirates, Lin Yu changed his attire. He wore a white wide-brimmed hat, donned sunglasses, held a parasol, and had a camera slung around his neck. He appeared no different from an ordinary tourist. After Bonnie and Frankie utilized Bonnie's devil fruit powers for disguise and concealment, Lin Yu began searching for an individual on this island based on his recollections. This person was the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates. The Dark King, Rayleigh. With a bounty reaching 2 billion berries, Rayleigh was not a user of a devil fruit. His combat style relied primarily on physical prowess and hockey. However, Lin Yu sought Rayleigh not for a confrontation. In the pirate world, Rayleigh is akin to a historical figure, and upon arriving in this world, Lin Yu certainly wished to meet him in person. Moreover, he yearned to extract more information from Rayleigh. Lin Yu had perused the original work and was privy to many secrets, yet he was not omniscient, having previously failed to delve deeply into the original text. Rayleigh possessed knowledge far exceeding his own, and much of that information would prove invaluable in Lin Yu's memory. Rayleigh was akin to a struggling craftsman, often short on funds. In pursuit of money, he had even sold himself into slavery. Thus, locating the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates was no simple task. After traversing 4 or 5 islands without encountering Rayleigh, he glanced at the time. It was nearly up, or else the admiral would soon catch him. It's time to leave. Lin Yu shook his head. He did not mind facing a Marine admiral, but he currently wished to avoid a life-and-death struggle. Firstly, given his present strength, defeating an admiral was nearly impossible. Secondly, with the naval headquarters nearby, if one admiral could not capture him, 2 certainly would pose a substantial threat. Lin Yu was acutely aware that the Navy might very well resort to such tactics that he contemplated that it would be prudent to first evade the admiral, bolster his attributes by confronting a few pirate crews, and then depart from this place. Sabaody Archipelago is rife with various malevolent forces. Just as Lin Yu was about to set off, the street ahead fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, everyone halted, as if they were dominoes, all kneeling in unison, as if welcoming a king. The crowd fell into silence, holding their breaths. The man with bubbles rising from his head sat atop a slave, who crawled laboriously on the ground. Celestial dragons, the world nobles, descendants of the kings who established the world government over 800 years ago, wielding unparalleled power, are beyond the reach of any law. To offend them is to invite immediate execution. What spectacle do we have today? Richard rode atop a slave, sauntering lazily, a look of ennui adorning his face, with his attendants following respectfully behind, fearful to utter a word. At that moment, he inadvertently caught sight of a young maiden kneeling to his left. Yes, I shall choose this one to bring back as my new bride. Yes, the attendant replied promptly. I shall arrange the new bride's accommodation at room 21. Simultaneously, several of his subordinates, expressionless, approached the kneeling girl, disregarding her look of terror, and seized her forcefully. Those surrounding the scene gasped in shock. Fear was etched on their faces, yet none dared to speak, each person sweating profusely as they prostrated on the ground. The only sound amidst the silence being the terrified cries of the young girl. Offending a celestial dragon is a death sentence. Who would dare to harm a celestial dragon? The admiral of the Navy would come knocking directly. To the celestial dragons, Sabaody Archipelago was akin to their private garden, where no one dared to provoke them. Even the most ferocious pirates or the supernovas would not dare to challenge them. Those few who lacked the sense to refrain from such folly were swiftly executed by the naval admirals, paying dearly for their actions, serving as a dire warning to those who might follow. No one dared to utter a sound. All were paralyzed with fear. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the celestial dragon's guards leisurely led the young girl away. Those who recognized her clenched their teeth, filled with rage and helplessness. Nevertheless, no matter how discontented they were, none dared to rise in defiance. Although the sky was a brilliant blue, the oppressive aura emanating from the celestial dragons, the world government, and the Navy admirals loomed like a dark cloud, suffocating all beneath its weight. In this sunlit paradise, darkness and wickedness brazenly unfolded. Observing this scene, Lin Yu revealed a cold smile. Justice? This is truly justice. Amidst the silence, the celestial dragon, riding atop the slave, glared ahead with a flash of anger. Hey, Is that brat seeking death? How dare he stand there? Standing at the end of the street was an unremarkable figure. Yet for the celestial dragons, this was an extraordinarily rare sight. Hearing the celestial dragon's furious shout, all those kneeling, gritting their teeth, were taken aback, lifting their heads to gaze at the figure. They were eager to discover who dared to stand at this moment. We, the human race. Lin Yu leisurely removed his hat and spoke in a calm tone. Lin Yu did not consider himself a saint, yet the actions of the celestial dragons ignited within him a fierce anger. Why should we, the human race, kneel before a worthless being? With those words, though softly spoken, they resounded like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of all present. Silence reigned. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. The street lay in a chilling stillness. All those kneeling wore expressions of shock, their mouths agape. How could one dare to openly defy the celestial dragons? Who is he? Does he even comprehend the consequences of his actions? Many stood dumbfounded, unsure of how to react. It seemed such occurrences were exceedingly rare, in this world. Few dared to speak their minds. It is worth noting that even the world government, in the presence of the celestial dragons, is but a mere dog. Richard was left speechless. Having lived for over 20 years, this was his first encounter with someone audacious enough to speak in such a manner, to say such things before him. This lowly peasant, did he understand the gravity of his words? Worthless? How dare he brazenly insult the celestial dragons as worthless? Rage surged within him. A torrent of fury flooded Richard's heart. His chubby, grotesque face contorted in disbelief. He trembled with anger, his fists clenched tightly. Such insolence! A nearby guard and attendant were taken aback by Richard's furious reaction. Someone shouted at Lin Yu. Do you even know what you are saying? You wretched lowborn, you are courting death. It is the end for you. In prison, you shall endure the most brutal tortures, meeting your demise in the most excruciating manner. As these words were spoken, several guards approached. He is finished, doomed, offending the celestial dragons. To die swiftly is already a stroke of luck. You might as well end your own life. If it were me, I could not bear such cruel torment. What a pity for such a fine young man, possessing everything but a sound mind, alas. Many voices buzzed with speculation. The guards, too, drew their weapons and slowly advanced at a bunch of worthless fools. Lin Yu scoffed, shaking his head in disdain that he found himself curious about the celestial dragons' means, enabling them to wield total control over the world's mightiest organization, the world government. The depiction of the celestial dragons in the original narrative reveals them to be a wretched lot, each a cruel, spoiled scion, utterly devoid of merit. To describe this group as ugly would be a disservice to the very term. How could such a despicable assembly command the world government and its most formidable force? The Navy? Lin Yu found himself pondering. Money? In this world, it has always been brute force that governs wealth. How could wealth possibly govern force? There must be some hidden secret behind the celestial dragons, allowing the world government and the Navy to bow and obey them without question. What that secret entails, Lin Yu could not fathom at this moment. He glanced up at the guards approaching him. Assisting tyranny is a shameful act. Lin Yu leisurely stepped forward. Mental assault. The reason Qingji could withstand Lin Yu's psychic onslaught was due to his status as a vice admiral. In contrast, these guards were as feeble as fledglings, even inferior to ordinary soldiers of the Navy. Thus, those kneeling on the ground witnessed Lin Yu stride forth, causing the guards to faint one by one, seemingly parting the way for him. What is happening? Such a terrifying ability. What is going on? A cacophony of voices erupted in bewilderment. Not far off, atop a rooftop, the arrow god, Aldiise, finally displayed a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Such formidable conqueror's haki. Aldiise recognized at a glance that this fellow, clad in a wide-brimmed white hat, was none other than the individual who had sought to recruit him not long ago. Aldiise's gaze shifted to Lin Yu. Lin Yu's mental attack bore a striking resemblance to the effects of Conqueror's haki. Indeed, one could argue that Conqueror's haki itself is a manifestation of mental prowess. Possessing Conqueror's haki signifies the potential to become a ruler. Having been a bounty hunter for so long, Aldiise found his life growing somewhat tedious. Meanwhile, another figure, an elderly man with white hair, also sensed this extraordinary aura. The Dark King, Rayleigh, such an enigmatic mastery of Conqueror's haki. His control over it is exceptional. Rayleigh regarded Lin Yu with admiration in his eyes. That a remarkable young man indeed. As he spoke, he took a sip of his drink. Recently, Rayleigh had accrued a significant fortune, but before long, he squandered it all in the casino. It was hard to imagine that someone as proficient in all three hockey types as Rayleigh would succumb to the vice of gambling, frequently losing in the process. One by one, the Celestial Dragon's guards collapsed, while Lin Yu appeared to have done nothing at all, simply walking past them. As for the Celestial Dragon, Richard, he trembled uncontrollably, his legs shaking incessantly. Lin Yu removed his broad white hat and sunglasses. Having already confronted a Celestial Dragon, it was evident that a Vice Admiral would soon arrive. With matters having reached this point, Lin Yu ceased to ponder further. He had initially intended to escalate the situation, but he had not anticipated it would unfold so swiftly. He had hoped to gather more attributes before confronting the Celestial Dragons. A Vice Admiral. You say, no matter who comes, I shall face them. The crowd of kneeling citizens stared in astonishment. Upon seeing Lin Yu's visage, they recognized him immediately. The pirate is still a pirate. Huangquan Lin Yu, captain of the Huangquan pirate crew. It is indeed him. What audacity he possesses. Some murmured to themselves, astonished that a pirate would stand up at such a moment. A truly unexpected revelation. He dares to rise before the Celestial Dragons. No, from start to finish, this pirate has not knelt at all. Does he not fear the wrath of the Vice Admiral? Offending the Celestial Dragons will surely draw the ire of a Vice Admiral. Many felt their hearts tighten, a sense of dread washing over them. The pirate has risen, openly defying the Celestial Dragons. But what of it? There have been pirates who have provoked the Celestial Dragons before, only to be subdued by a single Vice Admiral. If the privileged status of the Celestial Dragons incited indignation in the hearts of all, then the Vice Admiral loomed like a thick, oppressive cloud overhead, a despairing, ever-present gloom. You insolent wretch, how dare you? Richard, witnessing the guards falling one after another, finally grasped the gravity of his situation. Beyond his anger, a deeper fear took root. This individual before him was no mere commoner, but a madman daring to offend him. It is Huangquan Lin Yu, the captain of the Huangquan pirate crew. One of his attendants recognized Lin Yu, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. A bounty of 400 million berries. Such a pirate is not someone they can contend with. Richard gritted his teeth, a mask of rage and malice on his face, bellowing. So what? Where is the Vice Admiral? Summon the Vice Admiral immediately. These pirates are far too arrogant, running rampant here. What is the Navy doing? Useless. They are all useless. Hearing Richard's furious roar, the attendant nodded, drenched in sweat. This matter must be reported to the Navy headquarters to hasten the arrival of a Vice Admiral. However, before he could retrieve the den mushi, the attendant was struck by a psychic shock and collapsed. Has Lin Yu mastered Conqueror's hockey to such a remarkable degree? This scene did not escape Rayleigh's notice. Yet he remained unaware that Lin Yu had achieved this through a psychic attack, attributing the phenomenon solely to Lin Yu's Conqueror's hockey. A Vice Admiral. You say? Lin Yu shook his head. It is a pity. I have encountered Vice Admirals twice, yet none could ever hold me. Lin Yu cast a dispassionate glance at the Celestial Dragon and his attendants, then spoke coolly, bang. At that moment, the remaining Celestial Dragon attendants fell to the ground. Richard's face finally reflected a trace of terror as he tumbled from the back of a slave, his expression a tapestry of fear and panic. It was then that he noticed he was still atop a slave. Grasping at this last straw of hope, he yanked the chain tethering the slave, frantically shouting, "Quick, stop him!" Yet the slave offered no reply, merely gazing at Lin Yu as he approached, a hint of relief curling at the corners of his mouth. As if he had found liberation in that moment. In Lin Yu's eyes, he clearly perceived that gaze, a regal demeanor, resolute and unyielding. Damn it, you swine, stop him at once. Richard, seeing the slave's indifference, kicked him fiercely. But the slave abruptly turned, his eyes aflame with fury, causing Richard's heart to quiver. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the slave's collar shattered, blood splattering forth as the slave crumpled to the ground. Lin Yu's gaze was deep as an ancient well, sweeping over the lifeless body of the slave, yet he lingered not upon it. He then fixed his cold stare upon Richard. In a fleeting motion, he silently appeared before Richard. You lowly scoundrel, what do you intend to do? Halt at once, do you hear me? Richard's face contorted in terror, his eyes wide with fear as he fixated on Lin Yu, who stood merely inches away. A profound dread, akin to the specter of death, enveloped him. He had never envisioned his demise. He was a Celestial Dragon, after all. Even if someone were to offend him, He believed no one would dare to take his life that in contrast, if anyone dared to slightly challenge him. He could summon an admiral to apprehend them, or even execute them on the spot. Yet, despite his palpable fear, Lin Yu's gaze remained unchanged. Calmly, he lifted one foot and brought it down forcefully upon Richard. Almost simultaneously, a brilliant golden light erupted in the sky, akin to a radiant sun. Within that golden glow, a figure sped toward them with astonishing swiftness. However, it was too late. The moment the golden light reached its zenith, Lin Yu unleashed a fierce punch. Bang! Richard's head was obliterated by Lin Yu's strike, reduced to a gruesome spray of blood and gray matter, splattering the ground. Even the self-important celestial dragon, after such a catastrophic explosion of his head, could not uncover anything extraordinary about himself from the remnants. The day of reckoning had arrived for the celestial dragons. The recently arrived Kizaru witnessed this scene, his expression one of unprecedented shock. Lin Yu had actually slain a celestial dragon. This was beyond his wildest imagination. To kill a celestial dragon was unimaginable. Even a minor offense could lead to a death sentence, invariably provoking the wrath of an admiral. And this celestial dragon had perished on Sabati Archipelago, akin to being brutally murdered within one's own home. Such an event would not only affect Kizaru, but would also invoke tremendous pressure from the celestial dragons upon the five elders. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Not only Kizaru but the civilians lining the streets also stared in disbelief at the remnants of the celestial dragon's head, unlike Kizaru's grim realization. This spectacle was akin to a glimmer of hope piercing through the overcast skies for the common folk. The celestial dragons were not deities. They, like everyone else, were mortal beings. This is Admiral Kizaru. At this moment, the civilians on the streets became aware of Kizaru's presence. Turning their gazes toward him, as residents of Sabati Archipelago, they were well aware of the three admirals of the Navy. Someone, with a trembling voice, uttered Kizaru's name. Why did even ordinary pirates fear offending the celestial dragons? Simply because offending them would invoke the wrath of an admiral, without the protection of the admirals. The celestial dragons would have long been subjected to the wrath of the enraged populace, unable to act with such impunity. Lin Yu, undeterred by the authority of the world government and unafraid of its immense power, had brazenly executed a celestial dragon in plain sight on Sabati Archipelago. The crowd no longer cared about Lin Yu's identity, be it pirate or revolutionary. In their eyes, he was a beacon of hope, a radiant light breaking through the clouds, albeit one facing monumental threats. Kizaru, amidst the profound silence, slowly spoke as an admiral. He had encountered numerous situations and quickly regained his composure, his expression now bearing an unusual gravitas. This was indeed a dire situation. Fixing his gaze on Lin Yu, he spoke in a serious tone. Lin Yu, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? I had my doubts about just how perilous you truly are. He paused, hesitating momentarily, before lowering his voice. The revolutionary leader, Dragon, poses a threat of equal magnitude. Is an Aokiji coming? Lin Yu turned slowly, his eyes landing on Kizaru. He was not particularly surprised by Kizaru's arrival. After all, they were quite near the Navy headquarters. If Kizaru were at the headquarters, he would undoubtedly have arrived here promptly. For among the three admirals, Kizaru was the swiftest as for Aokiji. Lin Yu had already kept him at bay for several days in the Devil's Triangle. So it was no wonder that Kizaru, who surpassed him in speed, would arrive now. Lin Yu regarded Kizaru with a faint gaze and remarked, "What a pity, you have arrived too late. It's truly vexing. I merely intended to make a statement. After all, capturing you would be quite the endeavor." Kizaru resumed his usual nonchalant demeanor, yet the hint of frustration lingered in his tone. Initially, he had no intention of capturing Lin Yu. He merely sought to assess the situation. Ideally, he hoped that upon making a move, Lin Yu would flee, allowing him to feign protection of the celestial dragon while shirking responsibility and returning home. But now, with the celestial dragon dead at Lin Yu's hands, his pretext had vanished. If he failed to apprehend Lin Yu, he would be unable to report back to the government or give an account to the celestial dragons. What had begun as a vague, leisurely endeavor had transformed into a necessity for him to subdue Lin Yu, which irked the typically laid-back Kizaru greatly at that moment. The civilians, who had previously knelt in silence, quietly retreated as a substantial number of Navy personnel surrounded the area. Justice incarnate, the admiral? How laughable! If one were to speak of justice, pirates displayed true sincerity. At least they were not hypocrites. whereas the Navy was comprised of duplicitous individuals. Indeed, even if genuine champions of justice existed within the Navy, they would dare not uphold true justice, instead stewing in the mire of their silence. Many retreated while whispering derisive comments. Yet, Kizaru was no ordinary man. As an admiral, his mastery of observation haki was unparalleled. He heard their murmurs clearly, and a shadow of gloom crept across his aged visage. Just a lackey of the celestial dragons. The so-called righteousness is merely a guise for serving the celestial dragons, aiding their tyranny, and bullying us defenseless civilians. Indeed, they cannot contend with pirates. The murmurs among the populace were barely audible, yet Kizaru heard them distinctly. Not far off, Rayleigh sported a mocking smile, eager to witness how Kizaru would respond to this predicament. Lin Yu's act of exploding a celestial dragon's head had left a favorable impression on Rayleigh, though his curiosity was piqued more than anything else. If that fellow known as Dragon were present, he might have sought to recruit Lin Yu immediately. Further ahead, Geoise had also concealed himself behind a building, astonished by Lin Yu's actions. Though he was a bounty hunter, he harbored no fondness for the Navy. If he had any inclination to join them, his abilities would have made it a trivial matter. He had even been offered the rank of vice admiral previously, while he was intrigued with Kizaru's arrival. Geoise had to keep his distance, yet he did not wish to miss out on this enthralling spectacle. Kizaru's expression grew increasingly sullen as he absorbed the crowd's chatter. As the instigator, Lin Yu naturally became the thorn in his side. Lin Yu. Kizaru swiftly closed the distance, appearing before Lin Yu and delivering a powerful kick. He had initially intended to jest with Lin Yu, flaunting his lightspeed kick, and inquire if Lin Yu had ever witnessed such velocity. But now, all interest had evaporated. His sole objective was to resolve this matter swiftly, capturing Lin Yu and bringing him back for judgment. Whoosh! Just as Kizaru's kick surged toward Lin Yu raised his hand to shield himself. While he could not match Kizaru's speed, he managed to elevate his arm in time to block the strike. Boom! Lin Yu absorbed the impact, yet was sent careening backward, crashing through two buildings before finally coming to a halt. Kizaru, it seems your speed is not as remarkable as rumored, merely a facade. Lin Yu found himself in an open expanse, having been forcefully kicked away, yet remarkably unscathed. His formidable physical prowess enabled him to withstand the impact with ease. With his current strength, even if he were no match for Kizaru, he certainly could not be severely injured by a single blow. Surrender quickly to avoid causing me further trouble, Kizaru's voice echoed from a distance. Yet, in an instant, he appeared behind Lin Yu, delivering another kick while stating, "Otherwise, how am I supposed to report back?" Boom! Lin Yu perceived Kizaru's movement through his observation haki. The previous proximity had left him no time to react. But now he swiftly pivoted, raising his arm to block the attack. That a revelation dawned upon him. Light speed was simply impossible. It was not light speed. No one could achieve such velocity, not even Kizaru. His speed was influenced by his own consciousness. The flashman Kizaru was undoubtedly faster than Qingji, but he had not reached the speed of light. Of course, Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi allowed him to move at light speed. Yet his neural reaction speed could not match that to launch an attack. One must first conceive it mentally before the body can act. How could human consciousness ever reach light speed, controlling the body to execute a series of actions instantaneously, let alone kick with such distance? Thus, Kizaru's maximum speed essentially equated to his neural reflex speed. In other words, his reaction speed determined his velocity. If Kizaru could truly achieve light speed, he would undoubtedly be the unrivaled strongest in the world. Not merely one of them. The swiftest martial arts are invincible. Lin Yu recalled this saying. Unfortunately, this was an achievement that Kizaru would never attain. Yet, even so, his speed remained astonishingly rapid. Facing Kizaru, Lin Yu activated his blood-boiling life return technique immediately. His blood surged to a boil, his skin turning crimson. Simultaneously, armament haki enveloped his form. Unlocking his mental shackles amplified his physical capabilities tremendously. In mere moments, Lin Yu could unleash power several times greater than usual. Kizaru appeared behind Lin Yu once more. That instant, Lin Yu launched a mental assault. Kizaru felt a sudden wave of dizziness, and in that fleeting moment, Lin Yu surged forward, delivering a punch, a knee strike, an elbow smash, a whip kick, an iron mountain crash. Seizing the opportunity while Kizaru was incapacitated by the mental attack, Lin Yu unleashed a barrage of close-range strikes. executing his combat techniques with exquisite precision. To Lin Yu, this was his forte. With his mental shackles undone, every blow was concentrated with his full strength. Faced with such overwhelming force, Kizaru could only barely fend off the onslaught. He planned to counterattack with speed after blocking. But each time he absorbed a punch, he felt his vitality surge. His reaction slowed, leaving him no time to prepare for the next strike. Without the ability of his devil fruit, Kizaru was no match for Lin Yu in close combat. Finally, Lin Yu delivered a whip kick that struck Kizaru squarely in the waist. Whoosh! Despite the armament hockey, Lin Yu's kick inflicted excruciating pain, causing blood to spew forth. Is this real? Could it be an illusion? Having witnessed Lin Yu slay a celestial dragon and subsequently Kizaru's ambush, they could not help but display their astonishment that it was incredulous, shattering their understanding of reality. Kizaru was sent flying by Lin Yu's kick, blood pouring from his mouth. Yet Lin Yu's assault showed no signs of abating. With a downward kick, bang, Kizaru raised his arms in defense, but Lin Yu's strike still sent him plummeting from the air. A tremendous crash reverberated from the ground. Golden light erupted. A stone edifice collapsed. After kicking Kizaru away, Lin Yu unleashed his full power without hesitation. Whoosh! Activating the moonwalk technique, he vanished in a series of leaps. Leaving no trace in the AI or .at this moment, Lin Yu simply wished to say, Kizaru, it was a pleasure meeting you, goodbye. Lin Yu had no intention of engaging in a protracted battle with Kizaru. After all, defeating an admiral was exceedingly challenging, and he had no hope of victory. It would undoubtedly be him who would be exhausted in the end. Only a fool would choose to fight a marine admiral in such a place. Moreover, if more admirals were dispatched after a delay, escape would be impossible. Cough, cough. Uffed. A flash of golden light flickered. Kizaru's body reverted to its original form, but he coughed violently a few times, but managed to suppress it. Unforgivable. A shadow of fury crossed Kizaru's wrinkled face, his anger reaching a peak, a streak of blood staining his lips. Even when facing the four emperors, he had never been this disheveled. Upon realizing Lin Yu had escaped, Kizaru's expression darkened, transforming into a streak of golden light, soaring into the sky in pursuit of Lin Yu. Impressive. Aldeise's eyes sparkled with excitement that a new pirate who could confront a marine admiral head-on. And according to intelligence, Lin Yu was still under 18. The four emperors might soon be referred to as the five emperors. Aldeise quickly reached this conclusion. Given enough time, Lin Yu would undoubtedly grow into the fifth emperor-level powerhouse. This inference was entirely logical. However, the prerequisite was that he must escape. Lin Yu had once declared his ambition to conquer the world, but Aldeise had dismissed it as mere bravado. Yet, if he claimed to have established his own territory in the New World, it did not seem too far-fetched. As far as Aldeise knew, Lin Yu currently had only 3 subordinates, with Lin Yu himself being the true combat powerhouse. If Aldeise joined Lin Yu now, he would undoubtedly become the second-in-command of a royal pirate crew. His addition would be a fortuitous boon, even if Lin Yu later amassed stronger forces. Yet, Aldeise, starting from humble beginnings, would not lose his position as the second-in-command. This prospect tempted Aldeise immensely, becoming the first great general of a royal pirate crew. This scenario represented an entirely new experience for Aldeise, a life and identity starkly different from his past. How thrilling it was to witness such a revelation. A smile flickered in Aldeise's eyes as he focused on the fleeing Lin Yu. He was thoroughly impressed by Lin Yu's strength. Having resolved to ally with Lin Yu, Aldeise recognized the need to demonstrate his sincerity. For instance, by helping Lin Yu shake off Kizaru, whoosh, the speed fruit activated. After committing so many heinous acts, did Kizaru think he could simply walk away? Swish. Kizaru's speed was terrifyingly swift. Even though Lin Yu had fled far ahead, he was quickly caught up. However, Lin Yu remained unfazed. He turned and threw a punch. Empowered by hockey, his fist's strength had reached its zenith. A peculiar wave rippled through the air, as if the very fabric of space were about to be torn apart. Kizaru's form hesitated momentarily, his hands shaking violently. Heavenly Cloud Blade, a colossal golden sword cleaved toward Lin Yu. Bang! The fist collided with the golden sword, producing a deafening sound. Lin Yu continued to rain down punches upon Kizaru. Simultaneously, his legs were not idle. As he retreated using moonwalk, he unleashed a flurry of kicks. Gale kick, machine gun. He bellowed fiercely that a series of slashes erupted forth, raining down on Kizaru like a hail of bullets. Each strike was nearly every ounce of Lin Yu's strength. This compelled Kizaru to take the situation seriously. Clang, clang, clang. Golden light shot forth, forming a curtain of swords to shield Kizaru from Lin Yu's onslaught. At that moment, Lin Yu seized the opportunity to distance himself from Kizaru. It was futile. Nothing in this world could surpass the speed of light. Kizaru's face grew cold as he pursued relentlessly. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he reappeared directly in front of Lin Yu. At this moment, Lin Yu found himself in a bit of a predicament, although the attack power of Kizaru was not as formidable as that of Aokiji. His speed was indeed a source of considerable frustration that it was nearly impossible to shake off Kizaru. Fortunately, Lin Yu was still able to hold his ground against Kizaru, and their battle extended from the center of the island to the shoreline. The clash in the sky captured the attention of many on the Sabaody archipelago. Some media outlets broadcasted the fierce confrontation between Kizaru and Lin Yu to the world through cameras installed throughout Sabaody City. Lin Yu seemed to have the upper hand in his battle against Kizaru. This revelation immediately garnered significant attention by a Marine Admiral, the strongest entity within the Navy. Yet Lin Yu was merely a newly emerged pirate with a bounty of 400 million. On the screen, the battle between Lin Yu and Kizaru unfolded with astonishing speed. The two exchanged blows, having already engaged in over 100 exchanges in mere moments, while Lin Yu appeared to be at a disadvantage. Kizaru had not gained any significant advantage. This spectacle left many in awe, with a faint realization that the world was on the brink of transformation, and a newcomer pirate who had yet to set foot in the new world possessed strength comparable to that of a Marine Admiral. If he could survive this ordeal, the world, already divided among various factions, would surely be reshuffled. Should Lin Yu enter the new world, it would be akin to a tiger entering a deep mountain, leaving one to wonder which faction would become his prey. Many speculated whether he intended to challenge the four emperors. It was clear to all what Lin Yu's ability to contend with an admiral implied. Perhaps before long, countless individuals discontent with the world government and the prevailing world order would flock to him. This battle was destined to elevate the reputation of the Huangquan pirate crew. Kizaru seemed to sense Lin Yu's intentions. From the onset of their confrontation, Lin Yu had been moving toward the shoreline. Lin Yu, even if he could exchange a few blows with the Marine Admiral, victory was out of reach. Although he wished to engage Kizaru further to refine his combat awareness, time was not on his side. Kizaru's light fruit had granted him a significant advantage, and if he delayed any longer, it was likely that the Marine headquarters would dispatch another admiral. Even if they only sent a few vice admirals, with Kizaru holding him back, those vice admirals could exploit the opportunity to strike from the side. A scenario Lin Yu could not afford to endure. Hence, after achieving his objective, Lin Yu prepared to make a hasty exit. In his previous encounter with Aokiji, escaping from the depths of the sea was impossible, as Aokiji could freeze the entire ocean. However, against Kizaru, the situation was more manageable. He could flee underwater with relative certainty. Throughout their clash, both were engaged in fierce combat. Kizaru's wrinkled face contorted into a snarl, betraying his genuine anger, far removed from his usual languid demeanor. The sheer power unleashed by an admiral in full force was terrifying. Clang! The Amaterasu sword shimmered with golden light as it descended from above. Lin Yu, suspended in midair, swiftly maneuvered to the side. Whoosh! The colossal sword dissipated, and Kizaru transformed into a streak of golden light, instantly catching up to Lin Yu and delivering a fierce kick. Lin Yu retaliated with a punch. The impact of their strikes reverberated through the air. Lin Yu was sent flying, but as he soared through the air, he stomped his foot and propelled himself toward the coastline. Simultaneously, he unleashed his gale leg technique. Yada no Kagami, Kizaru shouted as Kizaru faced Lin Yu's relentless kicks. He crossed his arms in front of him, transforming into a beam of light that swept toward Lin Yu. Bang! 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 The Yada no Kagami lasers shot forth, blanketing the battlefield. Each laser that struck the ground resonated with a deafening boom. As if venting its fury, amidst the unending barrage, Lin Yu evaded and dodged using Kenbunshika haki, yet he still suffered a few hits. As the dust settled, Lin Yu emerged somewhat disheveled, with several rips in his clothing revealing his well-built physique. However, he remained unscathed. Boom! Lin Yu's fist swung powerfully through the air. Impact cannon. With this strike, the air compressed in its wake, akin to the effects of the misty leg technique. The shockwave rippled through the atmosphere. Just a parlor trick, Kizaru scoffed, shattering the air with a kick as he pursued Lin Yu once more. The two engaged in a relentless chase. Suddenly, a sense of alarm surged within Kizaru. He transformed into a golden streak of light and leaped. Whoosh! A barely perceptible arrow sliced through the air. Aldous. Kizaru erupted in fury. Do you understand the consequences of attacking a marine admiral? In the distance, Aldous, bearing a massive bow, appeared not to have fired a shot, and no one knew where the arrow had originated. Tilting his head, Aldous wore a simple grin, stating, "Oh, I certainly understand that, but being a pirate hunter is terribly dull, so I decided to try my hand at being a pirate." "Captain, the words you spoke earlier still hold true, right?" Lin Yu burst into laughter. Had he known that challenging Kizaru would lead to acquiring such a formidable ally, he would have acted long ago instead of waiting until now. What's an admiral compared to him? While he might not be able to defeat one, an admiral would be helpless against him. I keep my word. Aldous, on behalf of the Huangquan pirate crew, I welcome you aboard my ship. You shall not regret it. At that moment, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. In an instant, Lin Yu had gained a powerful ally, a force to be reckoned with for any pirate crew. Aldous was thus lured onto Lin Yu's ship. Kizaru observed this scene with a sense of calm. The arrow god Aldous was certainly well known to the Marines. If it were only him, Kizaru would not be overly concerned. However, with Lin Yu's presence, Kizaru's greatest advantage, his speed, would be rendered moot. The light fruit was controlled by the user's consciousness, whereas Aldous' acceleration fruit did not operate in the same manner. Aldous could continuously accelerate any object, including himself, and naturally, he could also enhance Lin Yu's speed. In contrast, Kizaru's light fruit could only augment his own speed. Should Aldous join forces with Lin Yu, their combined efforts would significantly diminish Kizaru's speed advantage. "Oh dear, this is troublesome," Kizaru thought, his anger tempered by a lingering sense of reason. Lin Yu felt a sudden weight in his heart. He was acutely aware of Kizaru's intentions at this juncture. The Marine headquarters would likely dispatch additional admirals, such as Aokiji. Time was of the essence. Lin Yu and Aldous exchanged knowing glances, both understanding each other's intent. Buzz. The acceleration fruit was silently activated. Lin Yu took a step forward. Boom. Suddenly, his speed surged exponentially. In the blink of an eye, he was before Kizaru. Armament hockey coalesced, his boiling blood ignited, and he unleashed a full-force punch. Kizaru was prepared for this, yet Lin Yu's abrupt acceleration caught him off guard. Bang! Lin Yu's most powerful fist collided with Kizaru's face. Kizaru's wrinkled visage contorted under the force. Spurt. Blood gushed forth as Kizaru was sent flying. This spectacle left all witnesses to the epic clash utterly speechless. The Marine Admiral Kizaru had suffered yet another crushing blow from Lin Yu. In the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku watched the broadcast of this battle with a sense of humiliation. Sengoku slammed his fist onto the table. Behind him, Akainu and Aokiji stood up simultaneously. "I'll deal with this matter," Sengoku nodded. But before he could utter another word, the battlefield underwent yet another transformation. Utilizing the acceleration effects of Aldous' fruit, Lin Yu executed a few leaps and swiftly departed from the battlefield. In an instant, he vanished into the distance. He dove headfirst into the sea. "Kizaru, no need to see me off." At this juncture, All Might had already vanished without a trace. Huang Yuan, having just completed his defensive preparations, assumed that Lin Yu had acquired assistance and was ready to counterattack. However, what awaited him was a scene that left him utterly exasperated. He unleashed a relentless barrage upon the sea with the 8-foot Cheongoyu, engulfing a vast expanse of ocean. Yet, the sea was vast. By the time Lin Yu plunged into the water, Huang Yuan found himself at a loss in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu had descended several thousand meters and then abruptly swam away into the distance. With the ocean acting as a barrier, it was nearly impossible for Huang Yuan to lock onto Lin Yu using his observation hockey. Before long, Lin Yu's figure vanished from Huang Yuan's perception. Thus commenced an intense battle between Marine Admiral Huang Yuan and Lin Yu, the captain of the Huangquan pirate crew. The ultimate outcome was that the Huangquan pirate crew managed to retreat unscathed. This news sent shockwaves across the globe. Meanwhile, within the Marine headquarters, chaos reigned. As one traversed the corridors, numerous naval officers were seen bustling about, some even with beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. In the top office, Sengoku held his forehead, his expression a portrait of frustration. Aokiji's pursuit of Lin Yu had ended in failure, and now Huang Yuan's intervention had also proven futile. However, These matters paled in comparison to the most critical issue. Lin Yu had brazenly slain a celestial dragon in full view of the public on Sabaody Archipelago. This was akin to delivering a slap to the face of the world government. As the backbone of the world government, the Marines had lost all face. Two Marine admirals had intervened, yet they failed to eradicate the Huangquan pirate crew, instead allowing it to grow stronger. The news of Arrow God All Might joining the Huangquan pirate crew had been confirmed, elevating the crew's strength to an entirely new level. Sengoku, make your way to the Holy Land at once. Aokiji and Huang Yuan, you too, come here. On the other end of the transponder snail, the voice belonged to the former Marine Fleet Admiral, now the current Commander-in-Chief, Steelbone Kong. He had stepped down from the position of Marine Admiral over a decade ago and had not involved himself in naval affairs since, only to find the Marines embroiled in turmoil this time. Now that the Celestial Dragons had fled to Moria, the government was being roundly criticized. T was the Commander-in-Chief. Sengoku's brow furrowed, his fists clenched tight. Seething with indignation, yet feeling utterly powerless, he could only acquiesce. Within the office, there were now 6 individuals: Aokiji, Huang Yuan, Akainu, as well as Tsuru, Carp, and himself. Ha! A celestial dragon, killed by that kid. Carp had just received the news and entered the office, bursting into laughter without a care for the tense atmosphere. The solemn ambience was instantly dissipated. Carp! A loud shout echoed. Sengoku glared at Carp, exclaiming, "Can you still laugh in such a situation? Do you not see the gravity of the matter?" Carp suppressed his mirth and waved his hand dismissively to him. The celestial dragons were merely a bunch of useless individuals. Their deaths were, in fact, a positive development. This was also the reason he had repeatedly declined promotions to admiral. Once one became a Marine admiral, they were obliged to stand up for the celestial dragons whenever they faced any provocation. This was an intolerable notion for Carp, who would never consider defending such worthless beings. Sengoku fell silent, his complexion alternating between shades of green and white, but he felt powerless against Carp. Turning to Aokiji and Huang Yuan, he remarked, "Gentlemen, let us proceed to the Holy Land." Huang Yuan had shed his previous languid demeanor and now appeared utterly despondent. This was the first time he had encountered such a troublesome situation since becoming a Marine admiral. Aokiji's expression was also grim. Although he harbored no affection for the celestial dragons, had he captured Lin Yu during the Devil's Triangle incident, this colossal mess could have been avoided, and whose countenance was somewhat troubled. Although these matters did not directly concern him, if the situation regarding Lin Yu were to be scrutinized from beginning to end, he too could not escape culpability and might even be labeled as the instigator. What a formidable character he is. Tsuru watched Sengoku, Aokiji, and Huang Yuan depart, shaking her head with a glimmer of insight in her eyes. Carp retrieved a bag of sunbae and settled onto the sofa, a disdainful expression gracing his features. He would prefer even more celestial dragons to meet their demise. This incident had unfolded in plain sight and was broadcast live by the media, rendering any attempt to suppress the news virtually impossible. Moreover, the world government and the Marines were already in a state of disarray. 3 days later, the situation that had captured everyone's attention finally reached a conclusion. The bounty for the Huangquan pirate crew was finally revealed. Arrow God All Might's initial bounty was set at 300 million berries. For someone possessing the speed fruit, this bounty was not outrageous. Not only All Might, but the other members of the Huangquan pirate crew also received their respective bounties. Bonnie's bounty skyrocketed to 150 million berries. Frankie's was 30 million, and Perona's reached 50 million. As for Lin Yu, the very culprit behind the slaying of a celestial dragon, his bounty soared to a staggering 1 billion berries. To have escaped from the grasp of a Marine admiral and slay a celestial dragon was undoubtedly worthy of such a bounty. This alarming reward was not merely notable in the first half of the Grand Line. Even in the New World, it catapulted him to the forefront of the bounty rankings, rivaling the likes of the All-Star and the Calamities of the Emperor-level pirate crews. Naturally, Lin Yu was soon made aware of this. The public's perception, Lin Yu had successfully fled the Sabaody archipelago. Yet, in stark contrast, Lin Yu remained in hiding. The outer seas had been thoroughly sealed off. While the Sabaody archipelago proved to be a dark place beneath the light, it is often said that the most dangerous locations are also the safest. In a dimly lit tavern, the disguised All Might observed Lin Yu before him. All Might welcomed your joining. Lin Yu spoke with a serious tone this time. Behind him stood all the members of the Huangquan pirate crew: Jolie Bonnie, Frankie, and Perona. In this world of piracy, the men were devoid of any pretense. All Might had made his decision and would not waver. I hope the captain I have chosen will one day become a formidable power, All Might stated with a hint of detachment. Lin Yu, however, chuckled heartily. No, no, no. I have long declared my intention to conquer the world. I am not jesting, nor would I ever make such a jest. All Might's expression turned grave, for although Lin Yu wore a smile, the ambition in his eyes was unmistakable. With such a powerful subordinate, Lin Yu felt immensely satisfied. However, they now faced yet another dilemma: the method of reaching the New World. Generally speaking, there were two methods to reach the New World. One was to traverse through the depths of Fishman Island, applying a protective coating to the ship and stealthily navigating through. This method was perilous but a necessary route for most pirates. The other route involved submitting an application to the world government, voluntarily relinquishing the pirate ship, and passing through Moria to enter the New World. Moria lay between the two segments of the Grand Line, serving as the essential passage to the New World. Of course, in Lin Yu's eyes, both options were impossible. The world government had dispatched more personnel to the Sabaody archipelago, conducting stringent inspections of the coating materials at every factory. Even though Frankie had mastered the coating technology, he could not procure materials through any means, and any attempt to use this method would require a considerable wait. This predicament affected not only Lin Yu and his crew, but also numerous pirates who had recently arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, all of whom were unable to coat their ships. Naturally, this bred animosity among the pirate community towards Lin Yu. The alternate route through Moria was also sealed off, and the reason was evident. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before making a decisive choice. For now, we shall remain hidden in the Sabaody archipelago. Within the ranks of the Huangquan pirate crew, Bonnie's fruit abilities render stealth a trivial matter. Should she desire, Bonnie can effortlessly alter her age, allowing everyone in the pirate crew to transform into children, infants, or the elderly. In a bustling place like Sabaody archipelago, locating them would not be an easy task. However, one cannot simply wait idly. It is essential to take action. Lin Yu smiled faintly, gazing upwards at the sky. That was the lofty red earth continent, the abode of Moria. The Navy must never have anticipated the considerable trouble I would bring upon them. Upon hearing this, Aldeus revealed a hint of a smile. Captain, if that is your intention, then I shall accompany you. With the augmentation of the speed-boosting fruit, Lin Yu could choose to exit the battlefield at any moment. The defenses of Moria were indisputable. Gaining entry to the city necessitated passing through 3 formidable checkpoints. Yet both Aldeus and Lin Yu had clandestinely infiltrated. They descended from the skies, silently infiltrating the city from the clouds. Standing atop a building, Lin Yu and Aldeus gazed longingly at the city below. The nights in Moria were anything but tranquil. The city was ablaze with lights, alive with the cacophony of voices, and illuminated by an array of lamps. The pearlescent structures, broad boulevards, and throngs of people created a bustling atmosphere. The world government's headquarters and the gathering place of the Celestial Dragons were 2 distinctly separate realms. The Celestial Dragons resided in the upper district, while the world government occupied the lower district, which appeared somewhat constricted in comparison. Adjacent to these areas lay a commercial district, brimming with luxurious brands. The Celestial Dragons lived in opulence, amassing vast quantities of gold from around the globe, all spent in this very place. Lin Yu found himself here, for the guards in the commercial area were far more relaxed than those at the Celestial Dragon's abode. After conferring with Aldeus, Lin Yu quietly departed. Attacking Moria was a monumental affair. Few would act impulsively in such a manner. Furthermore, the guards were exceedingly vigilant. Once combat commenced, formidable forces would inevitably descend upon them. Lin Yu's target was the elite soldiers stationed within the Celestial Dragon's encampment. Eliminating them would significantly amplify his own strength. However, Lin Yu was prudent enough to retain an escape route, should he find himself besieged by the world government's elite. He needed a trump card, a means of ensuring his survival. At present, Aldeus served as that card, concealed in the shadows while Lin Yu operated in plain sight. He surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, this was a remarkably beautiful city. Constructed entirely of white stone, yet devoid of any sculptural embellishments, it would not be an exaggeration to deem it an artistic city. How grotesque, he mused. Beneath the surface, the reality was hideously stark, despite the city's exquisite appearance. When Lin Yu closed his eyes and expanded his spiritual awareness and observation haki, the ugly truths hidden within the city were laid bare. The cries of the enslaved echoed in sorrow. How tragic! Anger. Did they even have the right to be angry? Pain. It was genuine suffering, an endless, deep-seated anguish. Numbness. They had no choice but to numb themselves. Why did such malevolence exist? Lin Yu felt a weight in his chest. Even for someone like him, who viewed good and evil with indifference, the oppressive atmosphere within this city was palpable. When he honed his observation haki to its zenith, an indescribable wave of negativity enveloped him. Dark clouds loomed, laden with boundless malice. What secrets lay concealed within this city? Even Qingshi had chosen to betray the government and ally with Blackbeard. What did Blackbeard's sins amount to before the world government? Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled the words of Rob Lucci when he defeated him. Strength reigns supreme. At this moment, Lin Yu found himself resonating with that sentiment. Was there truly a distinction between pirates and the government? If the existence of the government was defined as order, then the order established in the territories of the four emperors could equally be termed government. If the Whitebeard pirates were more powerful than the world government, then the terms Whitebeard government and Celestial Dragon pirates could plausibly arise. These names may sound ludicrous, yet they ring true. Each year, the Celestial Dragons plunder gold from across the world under the guise of taxation. Seizing the savings of all and labeling it legal plunder, the world government, at its essence, was merely a larger, more organized pirate crew. As night fell, Lin Yu slipped quietly into the fray. This was the stronghold of the Celestial Dragons, housing nearly 10,000 soldiers guarding various strategic points. Yet today, Lin Yu had come to kill. This operation had been meticulously planned. Assaulting Moria was a cataclysmic endeavor. Although the four emperors were formidable, they remained somewhat inferior when juxtaposed with the world government. The four emperors possessed immense strength and influence. Thus, they could not afford to evade confrontation and were hesitant to act recklessly. In contrast, for a smaller force like Lin Yu's, as long as he kept his identity concealed and avoided capture, extracting him from the vast sea of people would prove exceedingly difficult. Lin Yu looked down upon the gathering of celestial dragons with a cold smile. Since he had arrived, he would unleash utter chaos. At that moment, Lin Yu had donned a disguise. Under Bonnie's fruit abilities, he had transformed into a burly man in his 30s, sporting a 2-inch beard. Clad in black, wielding a hefty iron rod, Lin Yu descended from the heavens. This was a residence of the Celestial Dragons, where a small outpost was manned by merely 20 elite soldiers, led by a major. As Lin Yu burst in, the heavy iron door swung open, revealing the interior. The soldiers had no time to send out a distress signal before their skulls were smashed by the iron rod. In a flash, Lin Yu moved with incredible speed, delivering 20 swift blows. The system notification chimed. Indeed, the soldiers stationed here were no weaklings. Among them were those who could grant him attribute enhancements, though few. They were significantly more effective than Lin Yu's solitary training. Lin Yu smacked his lips. For him, the soldiers stationed in Moria were akin to treasure troves. Vengeance. He had been pursued relentlessly by Qingshi for days and nights, nearly losing his life. How could Lin Yu tolerate that? Whoosh. After dispatching this outpost, Lin Yu remained silent, proceeding toward the next one. Along the way, he stealthily dismantled several checkpoints, and the guards finally sensed that something was amiss. They were all dead. Dead. A terrified shout shattered the tranquility of the night in Moria. Witnessing the mangled remains of their fellow guards caused their hearts to race with fear. Moria had been attacked. If an invader had infiltrated the gathering of celestial dragons and commenced a slaughter, the consequences would be utterly despairing. The world nobles, the celestial dragons, were notoriously unreasonable. They would ultimately lay the blame at the feet of their guards. Enemy attack. Search. Hurry and search. Someone has breached Moria. The alarm blared deafeningly. Teams of men clad in black suits emerged from the world government's headquarters, marching toward the gathering of celestial dragons. The commercial district immediately enforced a curfew. All visitors were ushered back to their hotels, and all businesses were shuttered. On the streets, armed soldiers swiftly occupied every corner. Many from the world government were drenched in sweat, some even pale with fear, their lips trembling. The situation was abundantly clear. An intruder had arrived. When Fisher Tiger, unarmed, launched an assault on Mary Geoise, he had already brought disgrace upon the world government. Little did they anticipate that a similar incident would unfold once more. The sky was falling. At that moment, this thought surged in the minds of all. Mary Geoise was vast. As Lin Yu traversed from one street to another, every encounter with a patrol squad resulted in a fatal blow to the head from his iron rod. Such a death instilled a chilling dread in the hearts of the guards of Mary Geoise. Simultaneously, Lin Yu was setting fires. The flames ignited from a single building. Soon, the inferno began to spread across various locations in Mary Geoise. The fire had begun to rage. Firefighters, quick, extinguish the flames, hurry. The blazing inferno rapidly spread between the structures, with no semblance of concealment. For the celestial dragons, their reputation was paramount, holding greater significance than anything else. With their own properties ablaze, was there any shred of dignity left? Thus, the world government dispatched a considerable force to combat the flames. However, while arson was easy, extinguishing the fire proved to be a daunting challenge. Those frantically attempting to quench the flames could hardly compete with Lin Yu, who was busy igniting them. Furthermore, after Lin Yu took action, Geoise also commenced his operations. Geoise was not in the vicinity of Mary Geoise. He found himself on the fringes of the red line. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Iron arrows spun rapidly through the air. The friction between metal and air generated heat. Through this friction, the iron arrows were heated to temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Subsequently, guided precisely by Lin Yu, Geoise aimed the iron arrows at flammable and explosive materials and released them. Wooden shanties, forests piled high with dry leaves, fuel storage rooms. The duo coordinated seamlessly. Before long, the flames of Mary Geoise had spread, engulfing a vast area. At that moment, everyone within the world government was rendered utterly speechless. In an office of the world government, the five elders wore solemn expressions. Yet, not a single word was uttered. Mobilize the headquarters forces to extinguish the flames as swiftly as possible and locate the intruder, capture him, and subject him to severe torture. A bald man finally spoke. Which faction could this be? Could it be the Revolutionary Army? Is he, like Tiger, a lone wolf? Most importantly, we must ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. We cannot allow another massacre of the celestial dragons to occur. Admiral, deploy the naval admirals. The five elderly men, known as the Five Elders, held the highest positions within the world government. They were the very pillars of the organization. Their status surpassed that of the supreme commander of the world government's military. Within mere moments, the five elders had arranged the necessary actions. Meanwhile, in Mary Geoise, is the water rising? Someone gasped in shock. Ha! Are these demons about to face retribution? Very well, let these demons perish. Let them die. Let them perish together. What? Is this the divine punishment for these demons? Ha! The flames grew fiercer, swiftly spreading to this location. This was the place where slaves were imprisoned. Unlike the exalted celestial dragons, they were unprotected and had no means to escape. Their lives and deaths mattered not to anyone. Though they were human, they had never been regarded as such. In Mary Geoise, they were the only beings not recognized as humans throughout the entire Red Line. They were slaves, bred and raised by the celestial dragons, left to be slaughtered at will. Their lives a mere source of amusement for the celestial dragons. They possessed nothing: freedom, body, wealth, or even life if they chose to end their own lives or attempt to flee. Their families would bear the consequences. Everything that should have been afforded to human beings had been stripped away from them. What a bitter irony it was for one to be revered as a god while another was deemed a mere insect. Undoubtedly, these individuals were the celestial dragons, and a damning testament to the world government's malevolence. This truth was widely acknowledged across the globe, yet few took it to heart. For those who had not witnessed it firsthand, apathy prevailed. Only when true misfortune befalls one can they grasp the depth of despair. This world is rotten to the core. Lin Yu stood atop a building, activating his observation hockey, absorbing the reactions of the slaves below, which left him somewhat numb. The majority of the slaves were resigned, lacking even the awareness to resist. This was hardly surprising. In the original narrative, even characters like Tozolo and the Empress Boa Hancock expressed shock and anger when mentioning the celestial dragons, daring not to entertain any thoughts of rebellion, forced to endure in silence and obscurity. After all, the celestial dragons were the masters of this world, and the power of the world government was manifestly undeniable. This was the world of One Piece, decayed to its very essence, devoid of hope, The existence of the world government was not to combat pirates, but to serve the interests of the celestial dragons. In this world, all had lost their fighting spirit. Not even the four emperors, nor Whitebeard, wished to oppose the world government, let alone the celestial dragons in this realm of One Piece. Only two individuals dared to stand against the world government. One was the pirate king, Geoise D. Roger. This man possessed an unparalleled understanding of the world of One Piece. The dawn of the great pirate era was undoubtedly to awaken humanity's longing for freedom. The second was, of course, Monkey D. Dragon, the first true revolutionary in this world, the sole individual willing to challenge the rule of the world government and the celestial dragons, perhaps in the not-so-distant future. Another would emerge, Monkey D. Luffy. Once he reaches the final island, he may become the next Roger. However, as it stands, there is indeed another Lin Yu. The dominance of the world government is indisputable. Everyone views them as the protectors of the celestial dragons, who in turn are regarded as deities. This is terrible. Lin Yu shook his head. With a subtle wave of his hand, the sturdy iron door shattered with a resounding crash. Lin Yu stepped inside. Maneuvering through a maze of small cages resembling bird cages, he surveyed the surroundings, noting the dazed expressions of the slaves, yet not a single one uttered a plea for freedom. Their eyes conveyed a profound sense of despair. To be candid, he had never intended to rescue these individuals. They held little significance to him, and their plight bore no connection to his own. However, after coming into close contact with their suffering, his perception shifted. They had been subjected to unimaginable torment, experiencing the most tragic circumstances imaginable. When one is shielded from the sight of misery, the feelings are not as intense. Yet, having stumbled upon this reality, he could not simply stand by and witness their demise. "Hello, you wretched souls," Lin Yu thought to himself, a scornful smile gracing his lips. It seemed this was the only way to stir them from their stupor. However, not a single soul responded, creating an awkward silence that left him at a loss for words. Moments ago, they had been clamoring, yet now they were utterly silent. You wish to leave this place? I can set you free. Lin Yu spoke softly. To go out means certain death. Rather than face death outside, I would prefer to perish here. No, I wish to leave. Take me with you, please. Finally, someone cried out. Help me escape. Save me. Please take me with you. I am sorry, everyone. Lin Yu's expression grew serious. I cannot carry so many alone that I can release you. But what you choose to do afterward, whether to fight for your lives or await death here, is entirely up to you. Lin Yu concluded, opting not to elaborate further, simply sighing inwardly. This was the extent of what he could do. Ignite their will to survive, and then set them free. After all, he could not be deemed a benevolent figure. The fact that Lin Yu had reached this point was already commendable. Lin Yu lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick. A tempestuous wind surged forth. With a thunderous roar, the entire building was sent soaring. Under the weight of absolute power, a mere kick caused the air to boil. Lin Yu turned and said, "You decide your fate." Silence enveloped the air, a profound stillness where each individual could hear the cadence of their own breath. They were acutely aware that if one person dared to speak, the rest would inevitably respond. It merely required a solitary figure to take the lead, for they too yearned for freedom. I must run. I must be free. The man who had earlier sought Lin Yu's assistance rose to his feet, still unbroken by the shackles of servitude, his spirit not yet crushed. I must escape. I refuse to perish in this wretched place. There is no escaping. They are gods, someone muttered softly. Gods? The man paused, momentarily taken aback. Nonsense. They are merely more filthy beings. Even in death, he resolved to fight, vowing never to be led to slaughter, with steady strides. He exited the cell. The remaining slaves exchanged glances, uncertainty etched upon their faces. Damn it. A burly man stood up, declaring, "Do you wish for me to die here? Absolutely not. My head is worth a fortune. Having died once, what one more death? Let us fight. Freedom? Can we truly attain freedom? Damn it, let us confront them." Gradually, a rebellion began to take shape, with one slave after another rising in defiance. No force could quell their yearning for liberty. Though it might be temporarily suppressed, the desire for freedom was an inheritance passed down through generations, an existence that transcended life itself. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. It merely awaited the rig the moment Lin Yu first laid eyes upon this man. A thought surged forth within him. This individual before him, even without lifting a finger, radiated an aura so formidable that Lin Yu could discern he was undoubtedly among the elite in these waters. It is no wonder the celestial dragons hold such a lofty position. Such formidable guards can be summoned with ease. Moreover, this must not even be the most potent among them. After all, given the chaos in Moria, the strongest likely remains to protect the celestial dragons, does he not? Lin Yu began to grasp that the reason the celestial dragons could dominate the world was not merely due to the so-called descendants of the 20 kings, but stemmed from much deeper causes. Thus, it seems you are the man opposite him equally sensed the aura emanating from Lin Yu that a powerful figure had appeared in Moria, taking down 3 of the celestial dragon's guards. And with the current turmoil, he had every reason to suspect that the instigator of this incident was indeed Lin Yu himself. This man perpetually wore an expressionless face, resembling a mere automaton. Regardless of whether one is you or any other anomaly, should you tread upon Moria, irrespective of your identity, you shall be eradicated. Then, you shall perish here. The man's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an unwavering resolve. As if Lin Yu, who had just dispatched his 3 subordinates, had become a fish trapped in a barrel. Lin Yu, too, bore an expression of exhilaration. It had been ages since he encountered such a formidable opponent. Ever since vanquishing Rob Lucci, no one had managed to elevate him to such heights in such a brief span. The strength of this individual before him likely surpassed even that of Rob Lucci. With an iron staff in hand, Lin Yu's gaze remained indifferent. Enough with the prattle. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter, do they not? Whoosh! Lin Yu raised the iron rod aloft. Although he preferred to battle with his fists, this opponent appeared far from trivial. Compared to 2 months prior, Lin Yu's strength had increased manifold. Though his attributes had not ascended, the shackles on his spirit had been shattered. His mastery over power had reached an exquisite level. The same strength, when wielded at varying realms, yields vastly different effects. Whoosh! The man opposite him vanished from sight with astonishing speed, the Marine 6 powers. Soru! In this man's hands, both speed and technique far surpassed those of the white-clad warriors. Such remarkable swiftness. Lin Yu crouched low, his observation haki intensely focused on the direction from whence the sound emanated. Despite such terrifying velocity, Lin Yu's observation haki still effortlessly captured the shadow of the man. Dragon Tooth Thrust, a slender blade, imbued with a dark, oppressive aura, materialized from thin air, aimed squarely at Lin Yu. Clang! In the next moment, the iron staff collided with the large blade. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, suddenly engulfing the surroundings. 3 corpses were instantly propelled away, and the nearby trees were left swaying precariously. Spiderweb-like fissures spread from the spot where the 2 stood. Their first clash had wrought such immense destruction. The excitement in Lin Yu's eyes intensified. If he could eliminate this adversary, his strength would ascend yet another tier. Ha! Lin Yu roared, in an instant. All his power erupted forth. A surge of formidable force propelled the man backward. The white-clad figure tumbled several times upon the ground, but still could not dissipate the full force of Lin Yu's strike. Boom! Not far away, an artificial hill was demolished as the man crashed into it, collapsing with a resounding crash. Cough, 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 cough. The man, sword in hand, rose once more. From this display of power, it is evident that you are indeed the instigator of this chaos. The man's poker face remained impassive, his gaze fixated on Lin Yu, his voice still mechanical, devoid of any emotion. The arena fell into a profound silence. With such meager strength, do you dare to offend the divine? Perhaps, Lin Yu replied with a grin. If that is the case, then let us bring this to a conclusion. Whoosh! What? Now it was Lin Yu's turn to be astonished, for his observation haki could not perceive his opponent at all. It was as if he had truly vanished into thin air. In the darkness, there was nothingness. Puffed. A sense of impending danger struck Lin Yu's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted aside. The slender blade pierced through Lin Yu's arm. Blood gushed forth. You must die here today. Lin Yu's expression turned grave. He cast a glance at the white-clad man, standing motionless not far away at a fruitability. Lin Yu pondered thoughtfully. He had been unable to detect the man, using his observation haki, just moments ago. Silent and stealthy. Not even the air had stirred. It was as if he had completely vanished from this world. Lin Yu gazed at the large wound on his arm, a flicker of relief crossing his face. The blood had begun to congeal into a scab, and the wound was healing swiftly. That was close. Lin Yu understood that had he reacted even a fraction slower, that blade would have pierced his heart. He could not afford to be careless. There are always stronger beings beyond the horizon. In these vast seas, one could never fathom the number of hidden powerhouses that lurk unseen. You survived? What a pity. The cold-faced man, gripping his sword, spoke mechanically. I had thought you were a swordsman. It appears you are also a fruit user. Lin Yu's words were not without foundation. I in the world of One Piece. Swordsmen are quite common. Once they reach the new Iron Realm, they can unleash slashing waves and are thus deemed sword masters. The might of high-tier sword masters is terrifying indeed. Mihawk, the strongest swordsman in this world, is capable of contending with the four emperors. However, not every swordsman can ascend to the status of swordmaster. Just like Shanks, who possesses formidable swordsmanship, a true swordmaster does not rely on devil fruits. Similarly, a swordsman who wields a devil fruit cannot be recognized as a swordmaster, for their swordsmanship is tainted by other elements, such as Scratchman Apu, whose sword skills are impressive, yet no one regards him as a swordmaster. Whether one is a swordmaster or a fruit user matters not. Strength is all that counts. The expressionless, poker-faced man had barely finished speaking when he disappeared without a trace. Swoosh. In the next moment, Lin Yu's skin was pierced by the sword. Simultaneously, encased in armament haki, Lin Yu barely managed to fend off the thrust. Then, the iron staff twisted. It swung down violently towards the opponent's head. In truth, had the poker-faced man exerted even a modicum more force, he could have pierced Lin Yu's chest clean through. However, before that could happen, his head would surely be reduced to pulp by Lin Yu's strike. A powerhouse of Lin Yu's caliber, even if pierced by a sword, might not necessarily perish. Nevertheless, Lin Yu firmly believed that a strike to the head would guarantee death. The man clearly understood this as well and immediately retreated into the shadows. Once more, Lin Yu lost track of his opponent. Yes, I possess a devil fruit that I wield the power of the ghost shadow fruit. In darkness, you shall never grasp the shadow of a ghost. With that, his form once again melded into the darkness. This time, Lin Yu was truly earnest. He heightened his observation haki to its utmost, feeling his mental energy coalesce in that instant that a sword was thrust forth. Lin Yu did not evade this time. Mental shock, the mental assault capable of briefly bewildering a Marine admiral, indisputably rendered that elusive figure momentarily stationary. In battle, even a fleeting pause can signify death. Boom! The massive iron rod struck the ghostly figure's head, but Lin Yu was not finished. He lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick. This kick harnessed all his strength. Boom! Lin Yu's foot connected with the man's heart. The ghostly figure spewed blood and was sent flying, blood oozing from his eyes, ears, and nostrils. My apologies, regardless of what manner of ghost you are. To me, you are merely experience points. Lin Yu landed on the ground, hearing the system prompt echo in his mind. This ghostly figure had granted Lin Yu an average attribute increase exceeding 3,000 points. Lin Yu glanced at the lifeless body. To be honest, had this ghostly figure known his true identity, he would never have dared to be so brazen. How could an assassin lurking in the shadows possess such a loquacious demeanor? Had he not been warned earlier? Villains perish due to excessive chatter. Why do you not heed this lesson? It seems that this guardian of the celestial dragon is not as astute as one might expect. Lin Yu surveyed the remains of the ghostly figure, whose head had been obliterated. Such a powerhouse, if they were to appear upon the seas, would undoubtedly gain immediate notoriety. Yet now, one meets a silent demise in the very backyard of the celestial dragons. How lamentable it is, the celestial dragons.